Most dungeon conquests end in humanity's victory. After all, the relationship between humans, who can attack whenever they please, and monsters, who are forced to remain on the defensive, is inherently unfair. The endless wars only lead to the emergence of more dungeons. However, among the countless dungeons that have been created and conquered, there are a few exceptions, dungeons that humans cannot conquer. Thinking about it, that is only natural. Among the various dungeons, or more precisely, the 7 great dungeons. These 7 dungeons have yet to be conquered by humanity and are known as untouchable entities. However, of those 7 infamous dungeons, the ancient core dungeon is the strangest. It is guarded by countless monsters. The dungeon guardians defend 3 different paths. The red path is guarded by a tiny girl named Rena, the maid. The main blue path is defended by a skeleton named Patrick, an undead warrior. As for the path on the right, a contaminated place, no accurate information is currently known about it, only that it has countless tentacles. And the creature that rules this fortress as solid as bedrock is an ancient monster mentioned on the first page of Imperial mythology. The book calls him David. Holding the book, Rena said, after following your orders and distributing this book, the number of intruders increased. The enormous creature clapped in satisfaction. See, there's a trick to maintaining a dungeon. If there are too many mysteries surrounding us, no one will dare come near. He continued, we need to give them just enough information to make them think they know this dungeon like the back of their hands. Then they will rush in like moths to a flame, never realizing that more than half the information is false. Then, resting his chin on his hand, he pondered, even so, I did not expect them to come in such numbers. 74 in total, correct? Yes, but most of their weapons were melted by the 116 tentacles, so they can no longer be used. The remaining usable items are fairly expensive. Then she added sadly, if it were drama, Rena could have dealt with them without being harmed or suffering any losses. The creature looked at her, then lowered his eyes in agreement. He began to change shape. A pale face appeared, with a single golden eye and human arms. Then the creature completely transformed into a young man. He approached Rena and patted her head. You can definitely do it, Rena. The girl whose head had been patted immediately brightened up and even giggled aloud. Suddenly, a third voice rang out. Excuse me, but we came here for a meeting, did we not? Or are we just here to play? Patrick said impatiently, why are you two so excited? Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha! The atmosphere here is so sweet that just standing near you two makes my teeth ache. He continued, I'm afraid not only my teeth, but even my skull is about to soften from this atmosphere. Also, if you're going to transform, why not do it properly? Do you not see that you have 6 fingers? Only then did David look down at his hand. All right, I have 6 fingers. Patrick continued, still, it is better than last time. Last time, you grew 10 teeth. Whenever you smiled, it sent chills down my spine. Rena said irritably, Patrick, the sound of your teeth clattering is too noisy. She glared at Patrick with eyes that seemed ready to spit fire, clenching her fists as Patrick thought to himself, I cannot take this anymore. I should give up my guard post. Rena took out a stack of papers. Then, Rena will get straight to the point. As she handed them out, she continued, I think you both already know, but humans have begun entering through the right side path. The problem is that the 116 black tentacles guarding that entrance have been severely injured. Their condition is critical, but David yawned and slowly interrupted her. Do not worry. Those tentacles have powerful regenerative abilities. If things get bad, we can watch over them for a while and then find another guardian. Patrick immediately said excitedly, Boss, could you find 2 more guardians while you are at it? I want to rest too. David immediately rejected the idea. What nonsense are you saying? You are my slave for life. David continued, from now on, humans will only enter through the right side path. Patrick added, they may form another conquest squad, as we discussed before. Rena agreed. Recently, humans have been frequently using communication talismans to stay connected, so news that the right path has opened will spread everywhere. David slammed a hand on the table, interrupting her. All right. His expression turned cold. We should devise a strategy as well. Listen carefully. We will change our assignments. He began explaining. First, Rena, you're guarding the red entrance, correct? From now on, I want you to defend the contaminated entrance. The main force will think that place is open and enter through it. I only need you to hold your ground there. She became excited. Rena can handle any number of people. As for the red entrance Rena used to guard, Patrick, I will leave it to you. Me? What? David explained. When humans discover that Rena is no longer at the red entrance, they will redirect themselves there. You will be responsible for guarding that place. David clapped his hands. That way, we can withstand 2 waves of attack. Wait, boss. What if humans enter through the blue entrance? David froze. All 3 of them went stiff. Then David answered vaguely, we have no other choice. If that happens, they will come straight to me, and David will simply eat them. Patrick said in disappointment. What kind of terrible plan is that? Rena's reaction was completely different. It is perfect, Lord David. Nothing could possibly be better. She continued. It seems the most difficult problem has been resolved. Now we only need to decide what to do with that sword. David asked suspiciously. Sword? What sword? Patrick continued. She means the sword used by the leader of the Conquest Squad. I cannot believe he used such a sword. This group was quite strong. As I said, which sword? You have surely heard of it. Patrick looked around, then grabbed the hilt and drew the sword, pointing it forward. The 36 Masterpieces of Virtue. It is a rather famous collection among humanity. Some of them are not even weapons. This one appears to be the 14th. I think its name is Tanabila. David scratched his head. I remember now. The 36-something, right? We have a few things like that in our treasury too, do we not? Masterpieces, my lord. I told you. The sword Rena uses is also one of the 36 masterpieces. David thought for a moment. Humanity obtained a fine weapon this time. Patrick looked at the sword in his hands. What should we do with it? If we give it to the monsters near the entrance, it will simply be taken back. If humans reclaim this, we will be in trouble, right? Patrick stepped toward David and offered the sword with both hands. So, you should keep it. David asked, do you not use a sword? Keep it. Patrick was stunned. What? Then he asked again, really? Patrick's expression quickly changed, and he said happily, if that is your command, then I gratefully accept. This is the ancient core dungeon, home to a terrifying dwarven maid, a deathly knight, and a gigantic ancient monster that is always asleep. David slumped over the table. Since I gave you that sword, Patrick, I hope you will tear up the resignation letter you hid between your ribs. Rena was like a sunflower that turned only toward Lord David. Patrick, the only sane one in this dungeon, was also an expert at complaining about his superior. Salo was an incredibly lazy ancient monster. Rena continued, Lord David, what should we do with the remaining spoils? Patrick was distracted by the sword he had received. I'm so happy to have this. David rested his chin on his hand and thought. Handle them as usual. Use what is useful, and use anything useless as bait for the next bunch of bastards. Rena smiled brightly. Understood. I will handle the distribution, Lord David. Patrick looked exhausted again. You will be busy again this time. Rena continued. The problem is that none of the monsters here particularly need magical items. What if we sell the magic stones? That could earn us a fair amount of money. David considered it. Oh, is that so? It has been a while. His next words left both of them in disbelief. Should we go visit a human village? The two cried out in unison. What? Even David was startled by his own suggestion. Why are you so surprised? Patrick, sweating profusely, began. Would it not be better to let Rena go in your place? David unhappily slammed his tail against the floor. So what? Patrick replied. But, my lord, you are quite clumsy when transforming into a human. Right, my lord? You would give yourself away. Having been struck where it hurt, David could not refute him. Rena stared at Patrick, and he asked, What? David relented. Fine, be sure to bring back lots of delicious food. Rena set off. She looked up at the sky and unconsciously remarked, The weather is beautiful today. Rena smiled faintly. Then I will be going, Lord David. Rena entered a shop. The shopkeeper carefully examined the things in her cloth bag before speaking. All right, little girl, I am very sorry, but I cannot buy these from you. The moment he finished speaking, Rena's expression darkened. Why not? The shopkeeper continued, Well, this. He bent down to search for something. Let me see. Then the shopkeeper placed a stone on the table and explained, This is a rank B magic stone. A commoner like you would usually need to save up 15 gold coins to buy one. Then he compared it with the items Rena had brought. But the stones you brought are all larger than this, see? Stones like these cannot be used by anyone below the level of a royal mage or a high-ranking mage from the magic tower. Well, perhaps jewelers who have contracts with the royal palace or a branch of the magic tower could handle them. The capital or the magic tower? Rena considered it. The capital is too far away. Then I will have to go to the magic tower, I suppose. As she picked up her bag of magic stones, she thought to herself, I do not want to go to the magic tower at all. But if it is for Lord David. Rena then headed for the door. I will be going. Take care, kid, the shopkeeper said. He saw a large stone left behind on the table and could not help being surprised. He chased after her and shouted, "Hey, little girl, you forgot one." Rena turned and explained, "That is a tip. Thank you for the information, human." The shopkeeper could only remark, "What a strange little girl. Is she not a human too?" Rena soon arrived at the magic tower. Several people at the entrance enthusiastically guided her. "So, little girl, you came to sell magic stones? In that case, it would be best to consult the branch manager." "All right." Rena followed one of them. "I will take you to her office. Please follow me." So this place is designed with the Tower Master's office at the very top. The human magic tower was much like a dungeon. "This way, please." A red-haired woman with a radiant smile welcomed Rena. "Thank you for coming all this way. I am Gumit Ammer, the manager of this magic tower branch." She opened her eyes, releasing an imposing pressure. "You are." This person possessed astonishing magical power. "I am Rena." Gumit Ammer continued. "I had intended not to pay you any attention because you're only a child, but the guard said you brought a large quantity of magic stones. You must be well acquainted with the magic tower's reputation, correct? I trust that what you brought are high-grade magic stones worthy of our standing." Rena turned her bag upside down. "See for yourself." The magic stones spilling out stunned Gumit Ammer. She thought to herself, "These are rank magic stones." Gumit Ammer picked up several stones and examined them closely. The quality of these stones is extremely high. They rival the finest high-grade rank magic stones. These are not things a little girl could possess. Who is this girl? Where did she find such things? Wait, now that I think of it, that hair color. Among the Empire's 8 great families, there's one with silver hair. Could she be the daughter of that family, who ran away from home and secretly brought magic stones here? Gumit Ammer continued pondering. "I cannot think of any other explanation for a little girl possessing magic stones of this caliber. In any case, she is a young, noble lady, and this world is far too dangerous." Gumit Ammer said, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I did not realize these were high-grade magic stones. Our branch wishes to purchase all of them. 50 gold coins per stone. Would that be acceptable? 4 stones of exceptionally high quality. We will offer a special price of 80 gold coins." Rena frowned. 50 gold coins? She recalled the shopkeeper's earlier words. A commoner like you would usually have to save for 10 years to buy one. She estimated that an ordinary commoner earned 10 gold coins a year. That meant 10 years was 100 gold coins. Rena warned, "Human, if you deceive me, you will die." Gumit Ammer flinched. "Yes, I am terribly sorry." Damn it, she thought. This girl knows more about the trade than I expected. She changed her attitude. "To be honest, even if our branch used all its assets, we could not purchase all of these at once." "Then buy as many as you can," Rena said. A chest containing 2,000 gold coins was brought out. "This is all the money we have." Gumit Ammer said, "Could we offer items of equivalent value in exchange for all your magic stones?" Rena looked into the chest of gold. She picked up a gold coin and inspected it carefully. "Are you certain of the quality of those items? They need to be worth selling. You need not worry about that." Gumit Ammer gestured. "This way, please. I will show you the items immediately. This place is normally off-limits to outsiders. But for you, Miss Rena, we are making an exception." They went upstairs to another room. "That is right. This is our tower's storage vault. This is a crown made of 4-carat diamonds. Several magic stones are embedded in the center, making it even more useful to mages. This is a living black pearl. If its wearer approaches poison, it will begin to cry. It is a product of alchemy." Rena was very interested. "Alchemy?" She stared at it intently. Gumit Ammer was a little flustered. "Oh, Miss Rena, does that item not appeal to you? Well, this alchemy is not exactly clean. Many people find it rather disgusting." Then she pointed to another item. "How about this one? It is called the Rose Heart Stone. They say it is a gemstone capable of making love come true." Rena was captivated. "A gemstone that can make love come true," Gumit Ammer explained. "If you infuse this stone with magical power before the one you love, it is said that the spirit within will grant the two of you eternal love." Rena asked eagerly, "Will it work on anyone?" "Yes, I swear it upon the name of the magic tower." Gumit Ammer continued. "Does this item appeal to you?" Rena hurriedly said, "I absolutely must have that stone." Gumit Ammer smiled. "I cannot speak for the other items, but this one will be difficult, because it can even capture the Emperor's heart. It is priceless." Rena paused for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and began bargaining. "What about this?" Gumit Ammer was utterly astonished when she saw it. "How do you have this?" All the magic stones from before, plus this. Give me that stone. 3 voices called out from inside the guild hall. Guild master! Inside the room, a young man who appeared to be her assistant stammered. Did you really trade away that precious gemstone? Unlike him, Gumit Ammer remained cheerful and thoroughly pleased, without a moment of hesitation. She replied indifferently, so what? The assistant was horrified by her response. He demanded, do you know what that thing is? If you let that little girl leave like this, she will certainly die. Gumit Ammer still looked unconcerned, idly playing with the little magnifying glass in her hand. She said, is there a problem? Gumit Ammer sat there happily, admiring the gemstone she had just acquired. That innocent young noblewoman got what she wanted, and it truly was very valuable. The assistant was still uneasy, but he did not know how to refute her and could only stammer. Even so, Gumit Ammer seemed to have run out of patience with him. Looking at the gemstone in her hand with an unreadable expression, she said, oh, don't worry. There will be no problem. That unfortunate girl will die the moment the curse is lifted along with the person she likes. So there won't be any evidence left behind. Meanwhile, Rena was on her way back. Holding the item she had traded for from the guild master in her arms, she walked along with a happy smile, as though she had found a priceless treasure, completely unaware of the danger hidden within it. After hearing the guild master's words, the assistant did not dare ask any further questions. He could only add, I don't know who they are, but I truly feel sorry for them. The scene shifted to Castle Casso, one of the 7 great dungeons. A dark and eerie atmosphere shrouded the entire castle. Inside the castle, a woman held scissors and a comb. With an expressionless face, she said, your fate is death. Then she raised the scissors and cut decisively. A small lock of hair immediately fell. Rena was sitting obediently before a mirror, allowing the red-haired woman to cut her hair. She glanced at her apologetically and said, I'm sorry for coming without an invitation. I owe you so much. You're always helping me. The woman was focused on cutting Rena's hair. Hearing this, she comforted the girl. Oh my, neighbors should look after one another, shouldn't they? This woman was Bathory, the leader of the Castle Casso dungeon. She smiled gently at Rena and casually complimented her. Besides, I like looking at your pretty face. Bathory continued showering Rena with sweet words. No matter what I do, you're still this beautiful. Rena blushed with embarrassment at those words, unsure how to respond. Bathory put down the comb in her hand and continued, honestly, moments like this make me terribly envious of dwarves. Bathory then lifted Rena's delicate face. To think such a lovely face will never grow old. After being praised, Rena looked at Bathory and returned the compliment. You look very young too, Lady Bathory. Your skin is even fairer than mine. Bathory had finished cutting Rena's hair and began putting away her tools. Hearing Rena's words, she answered happily, oh, you flatter me. Do you know how much fresh blood and makeup I use every day? As she spoke, stacks of pots and pans stained with blood could be seen in the corner of the room, making for a terrifying sight. Suddenly, Rena rose from the chair in front of the mirror. Then she called out to Bathory, Lady Bathory. Next, she asked a seemingly random question that left Bathory momentarily stunned. What do you think of me now? Bathory came back to her senses and looked the shy girl before her up and down, generously praising her. Of course, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. As she spoke, she walked over and gently patted Rena's shoulder. I guarantee it. Bathory pointed at the adorable girl in the mirror, whose face was flushed red with embarrassment. No one could reject you looking like this. Rena giggled shyly at those words. Bathory then went back to putting away her things. While cleaning up, she seemed to remember something and asked Rena, by the way, what are you dressing up like this for? Bathory guessed, don't tell me you're planning to confess to someone. Rena was quietly studying her reflection in the mirror. Then she suddenly took out the red heart-shaped gemstone she had received from the Magic Tower Guildmaster. She held it in her hand and examined it for a moment, murmuring, confess. Then Rena suddenly burst into laughter. Turning her bright, smiling face toward Bathory, she loudly answered the woman's teasing question. Yes, I want to confess. Bathory was stunned by the girl's sudden declaration. She stared blankly at Rena, who looked inexplicably proud. For a moment, she did not know what to say. When she finally came to her senses, she cried out in shock, What, really? I was only joking. Then who is it? When asked that, Rena's eyes became dreamy. Lord David. Rena's answer left Bathory speechless for a second time. She could not describe how she felt upon hearing Rena speak that name. Bathory trembled in fear and stammered as she asked Rena, "Rena, why are you joking with such a serious face? Is it because you're a dwarf?" Rena's expression was resolute. "I'm not joking. I want to confess to him." Bathory imagined David's appearance and, exhausted and helpless, held her forehead. "What is there about him to like? I don't see any charm in him at all." But Rena was utterly infatuated with Lord David. "There are so many things I like about him. He's very strong." Bathory could only helplessly go along with her. Strong. Yes, I suppose he's the strongest person in the world. But when she recalled David's character, she could not help bad-mouthing him. But his laziness ruins everything. The flaws that no one could tolerate were recounted by Rena with admiration and affection, as though she were describing David's charms and abilities. Yes, he's tall and burly. He eats like a bottomless pit. He sleeps all day and does nothing. He even snores. Lately, he's gained weight too. He's practically becoming a slob. Bathory could only sigh at Rena's love-struck expression. She asked helplessly, "No matter what, you still like him, don't you?" Rena answered firmly, yes. Her answer was absolute. Her sincerity was impossible to ignore. "I really like him." Hearing the girl's insistence, Bathory did not ask any more questions and instead encouraged her. "All right, I understand. I hope it goes well. But honestly, Rena, you deserve someone better." As she spoke, she added a reminder. "If he rejects you, come here, all right?" She gave Rena a mischievous wink. Happy to have someone supporting her, Rena thanked her. "Thank you, Lady Bathory." Rena softly murmured to herself, "Rena will definitely succeed." As she spoke, she hugged the red heart-shaped gemstone tightly to her chest. The scene shifted to the royal capital of Laser, inside the council chamber of the Dungeon Conquest Alliance. A blonde-haired man was delivering a report. "We believe that hero Burn Hitston's Dungeon Conquest squad has been completely wiped out." Having reported the news, the blonde man fell silent. Suddenly, someone slammed the table and stood up. "What the hell is this?" The one who struck the table was a thin man. He angrily demanded, "Didn't you say they could easily eliminate those guards?" Once someone took the lead, the others immediately began raising questions as well. "Their bodies haven't even been found. How can you be certain?" One after another, they said, "That's right. Lord Burn would never lose to those monsters." The arguments continued without end. Everyone believed they were right, and no one was willing to yield. The atmosphere in the council chamber gradually became chaotic. "No, you are all mistaken. The ancient core dungeon is neither large nor complicated. They could either kill their enemies within one day or be killed." No one noticed the man seated at the head of the chamber. He had not said a word and seemed to be deep in thought. He recalled, "It has been 2 days since we last received word from him." He did not dare contemplate the worst possibility. The words "Burn is dead" were nearly carved into his mind. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the people before him. That was what they were thinking. Only then did he raise his head and ask the blond man who had delivered the report, "Then what about his sword? The 36 Virtues masterpiece?" After a moment of silence, the man stammered his report. "When they entered the center of the ancient core dungeon, magical communications were cut off. Therefore, unless they can return there, it will be impossible to retrieve the 14th Virtue's masterpiece, Tanabura." The man seated at the head was not surprised, yet he could not hide his disappointment. "I understand." After hearing that, the others began clamoring again. "No, then we should quickly." A blue-haired man stood up and voiced his thoughts. "You cannot enter that dungeon. Even Lord Burn's forces could not conquer it. It would be best to give up so that we do not sacrifice any more people." The moment he finished speaking, someone immediately objected. "No, we cannot simply give up. If Lord Burn truly fought that dungeon master, then he surely wounded it in battle." "That's right. He is Hero Burn, isn't he?" The others continued their discussion. "It must be licking its wounds. And the dungeon should have been reorganized, just as we said. Shouldn't we regroup first, then conquer it?" The man at the head listened to everyone's arguments, so tense that cold sweat formed on his brow. He thought, "We have lost one of the royal family's most precious heroes, along with a Virtue's masterpiece. If the second expedition fails as well, leaders like us will surely be dismissed." All kinds of terrible outcomes flashed through his mind. "And if we simply stand by and do nothing, the royal family will become enraged and turn their wrath upon us." Then he suddenly remembered something. He considered a possibility. What if Burn has not wounded that dungeon monster? What if the Conquest Squad has not affected the dungeon in any way? He could not help considering the consequences if those assumptions prove true. If that is the case, then no matter how many times we challenge it. Before he could finish the thought, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Conquering the ancient core dungeon is impossible. The people arguing in the room abruptly fell silent. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed from somewhere. They were followed by a curious voice. Why would you think that? Everyone's attention was drawn to the voice. As they all turned to look, the person spoke again. Personally, I think conquering that dungeon will be very easy. Someone suddenly cried out in astonishment. Why are people from the Royal Magic Research Association here? The speaker was a purple-haired man from the Royal Magic Research Association's Three Eyes Division. He continued, "Could it be that you do not know whose orders brought us here?" That statement, combined with their identities, successfully filled everyone in the council chamber with fear and awe. Damn it, the royal family has begun intervening. The purple-haired man walked around the room. Each time he passed someone, he placed his hand on the back of that person's chair, making those with guilty consciences even more frightened. As he walked, he spoke in a threatening tone. "Our appearance here means it is time for you to pay for your sins." At that, he wiped the mocking smile from his face and shouted angrily, "Your stupidity is beyond compare. Was sacrificing a respected hero not enough? You even allowed one of His Majesty's precious masterpieces to fall into the enemy's hands. Unbelievable." The purple-haired man's words struck directly at their sore spot. Everyone was terrified, cold sweat pouring down their faces. No one dared utter a word. They could only bow their heads and endure it. Then he stopped beside one man and continued, "However, if we kill everyone here, who will cooperate with the Empire's countless other conquest squads? Am I right?" Leaning close to the man before him, the purple-haired man said, "Therefore, His Majesty has made an offer that may allow you to survive." He straightened up and declared, "You will set out once again to conquer the ancient core." One person stammered after hearing this, but even Lord Byrne could not do it. How could we possibly? Suddenly, sinister laughter echoed from somewhere. Then the purple-haired man abruptly spoke a name. "Nephilim." He repeated, "We will use Nephilim." The name caused an uproar among the crowd. What? Nephilim? Did he just say Nephilim? The man at the head seemed to recall something and immediately turned to ask him, "Wait, Nephilim. If I remember correctly, that is a solution with many problems, isn't it?" The purple-haired man immediately corrected him. Nephilim is not a defective product. It is an enormous success. Having said that, he slammed his hand hard onto the table. "Then the question now, gentlemen." He brought his face close to the man at the head. Why could Lord Byrne Hitstan and his squad not survive? Was it because they were too weak, or because they were too reckless? Without waiting for an answer, he turned around and said, "No, of course not." Then why? He posed a question and answered it himself. Lord Byrne Hitstan and his squad lacked one thing. He emphasized only one thing. Everyone waited silently for him to continue. "And that thing is..." The purple-haired man paused before saying, "Nephilim. That is it. Just wait and see how successful this conquest will be." Elsewhere, David yawned wearily. The surroundings were pitch black, with only David's sneezes echoing through the darkness. David thought to himself, I have a bad feeling. It feels like there's going to be serious trouble this time." Then he sneezed violently again, so hard that it left even him dizzy. "Am I catching a cold?" David lay sprawled on the ground in exhaustion and groaned. "I really don't want to do this. But those humans could come barging in at any time. If I keep putting off patrol duty now, Patrick will scold me to death." As he said that, Patrick's image surfaced in his mind again. "He's only a skeleton soldier, but he scares me to death." David tossed and turned, continuously muttering, "He's just a skeleton soldier, but ugh." David abruptly pushed himself upright, but he had apparently been lying down too long and felt slightly dizzy. "Sigh, I can't even refuse when someone bothers me." In the end, despite being utterly exhausted, David had to pull himself together and begin his scheduled patrol. He tried to remember somewhere he could check. "I heard humans have recently been passing through the sewer route. Maybe I should go take a look." At a place called Ancient Core Guardian, 16 tentacles, David calmly entered. Massive tentacles writhed and moved about. David saw something tightly bound by those tentacles, unable to escape, but he could only leave it alone. "What a pity, but I can't help it right now. We can only wait." He muttered to himself and continued farther inside. When he arrived at room 5, he saw the manager of room 5, Anthropophago. David thought, if I remember correctly. As he walked along a tree trunk, he recalled, as long as an anthropophago creature's core body remains intact and it has enough nutrients to survive, it can regenerate on its own. David observed the creature for a moment, then bent down and said to it, good news. The core body is still alive and in good condition. They will regenerate on their own. I don't need to interfere. As soon as he finished speaking, it slowly closed its eyes. David pondered if that's the case. Then he leaped a great distance. The moment he landed, he continued reasoning. The problem is, he paused. Looking out through the room's door, he thought, from rooms 1 through 4. The places where they were slaughtered. He tiredly scratched his head. It seems this is something I need to report to Patrick. Then he thought to himself, but why do I feel like I'm about to get beaten again? David looked utterly exhausted, listless, and drowsy as always. He let out a huge yawn. Irritably, he thought, I'll deal with the remaining places later. I can rest now, right? He recalled the places he had patrolled, checking whether he was nearly done so he could rest without worry. I just inspected the drainage ditch and room 5. Everything has been fine so far. Thinking that, he happily bent down to leave. Patrick will understand if I tell him that, right? He failed to notice something gleaming, hurtling toward him from the cave entrance behind his back. David was still thrilled that he would soon get to rest, thinking the patrol was finally over. Suddenly, something shot at him from behind, grazing his ear and making his body stiffen. A sword whizzed past and embedded itself in the stone wall in front of David. The interruption instantly darkened his previously cheerful mood. He turned around, radiating an intense, killing intent. His face darkened, and his eyes became terrifyingly sharp. The person who had thrown the sword slowly stepped inside, threatening him nonstop. Filthy human trash. David merely stood there yawning, as if he had heard nothing. You've stepped in here already. She had fully entered the room, still holding her weapon as though she intended to fight David to the death. I won't let you leave here alive. Only then did David look toward the entrance to see who had come in. He had expected imminent danger, but the person who entered was Rena. The girl cried out happily, "Oh, it's you, Lord David." Apologizing, she hurried over to him. "I'm sorry, sir. I thought you were some sinister human intruder." She stopped in front of David, her face full of remorse. "I'm truly sorry, sir." David had not expected Rena to be the one who came. "It's you." Looking at the unfamiliar Rena before him, he broke out in a cold sweat. It's fine. I was just a little startled. Other than that, he glanced at Rena again, then hesitantly asked, "Rena, are you dressed up like this?" Rena was delighted that he had noticed. "You noticed, Lord David? I'm so happy." Then she asked what he thought of her appearance. When asked, David stammered, "You look like you're preparing for some special occasion." Though that was what he said, inwardly, he was in a panic. She's taken off her maid uniform. Don't tell me she plans to quit even before Patrick does. Unaware of David's thoughts, Rena shyly brushed a few strands of hair by her temple and answered, "A special occasion?" "Yes, that's right." David became even more anxious upon hearing that. He was so worried he could barely breathe, drenched in sweat. Then he heard Rena say, "Lord David, could you spare Rena a little time?" David immediately agreed. Okay, he thought to himself, anything is fine as long as it isn't a resignation letter. Rena led David somewhere else. It was an area within the cave where a light shone down from above, creating a warm atmosphere rather than a cold one. An elegant table stood in the center. She introduced the place excitedly. "Welcome, Lord David. Look, this is Rena's secret base." And she invited him to sit down. "Please have a seat. I'll make you some tea." At that moment, David could only chant in his heart, "Don't quit, don't quit, please don't quit, don't quit." Rena brought out the tea and calmly poured a cup for him. As soon as she finished pouring, she handed it to David to drink, then stepped aside with the tray still in her hands. Watching him sip the tea, she softly said, "This used to be a place only I knew about, but from now on, it will be a secret shared by the two of us, Lord David." David did not understand what she meant, so he calmly finished the cup and went along with her. Yes." Rena seemed to want to continue, and besides, her face flushed red as she stammered, unsure where to begin. When David heard, and besides, the hand holding his teacup froze. He took it as another bad omen and began overthinking again. "Besides what? Please don't let it be about quitting. Absolutely don't let it be about quitting." Rena spoke again. "Lord David, you took Rena in 80 years ago, didn't you? Do you remember?" David, standing beside her, had gone pale with worry. He put down his teacup. Of course I remember. He recalled taking Rena in 80 years ago. At the time, thousands of underground cities had been destroyed by the wave of dungeon conquests, and chaos reigned everywhere. Tens of thousands of humans had flooded into the ancient core dungeon. It was under those circumstances that Rena received her title and began climbing through the ranks. Seeing that she did not seem to intend to quit, David relaxed a little. What a relief. She isn't asking to resign. Then he asked Rena, by the way, you've been through a lot. Is your right eye feeling better? When he asked after her, Rena tightly gripped her dress, trying to suppress her joy. You still remember Rena's eye. Rena is so happy. David could only reply, of course. I always remember. Rena continued, speaking her heart. I have always been happy to protect Lord David. And as for me, David did not immediately understand her words. What? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Wait. He paused for 2 seconds. What do you mean you have been happy? Hearing those words, he began to worry again. Isn't that what people say when they're saying goodbye? Rena softly called, Lord David. Meanwhile, David could only pray inwardly. Don't quit. Please don't. No, no, no. Don't no. But Rena said something that left him stunned. I like you. David's expression froze as he failed to understand what was happening. Rena repeated herself. I like you. She said it sincerely. For 80 years, Rena had been waiting for this moment. Seeing her like that, David did not know what to do. Rena, looking at the girl who had just confessed to him, he could only helplessly scratch his head. In the end, all he could think of were a few polite words. Thank you for telling me that you like me. Then David finally began speaking seriously with Rena. But we are always on the brink of life and death. He looked straight at Rena for a long time. We never know when we will be hurt or when we will lose our lives. Surprisingly, such honest and realistic words came from David's mouth. Neither of us wants the other to be left alone, right, Rena? After David said that, Rena fell silent for a while before speaking again, her tone even more timid. I knew that sooner or later, this would be your answer. I know I have pressured you too much. Yet she continued, but these feelings are too deep. I cannot keep burying them in my heart alone forever. Rena continued pouring out her feelings so David could hear and understand them. But when I think of Lord David rejecting Rena and turning away from her, she paused. It is truly too frightening. Then she raised her head and looked directly at David, tightly clutching a heart-shaped gemstone in her hand. It seemed things had gone completely off course. Rena suddenly became stubborn and spoke in a rush. Rena wants to have your love, no matter the cost. No matter the cost. As she spoke, she clenched the gemstone in her hand. Rena could no longer remain calm. She suddenly kicked the table in front of David away, sending it flying to one side and startling him. As she kicked it aside, Rena declared firmly, so what I mean is, she shouted straight at David. Rena will not bow her head anymore. Seeing her like that, David panicked. Rena, calm down. Then she suddenly reverently held the heart-shaped gemstone up before David and softly said, with this, my wish will come true, Lord David. The moment David saw the gemstone, his expression changed. Hey, that's... Rena tried to persuade him. As long as you pour your mana into it. Before she could finish, the air around them suddenly grew dark and sinister, utterly unlike the warm atmosphere from before. Broken, eerie sounds echoed continuously through the space. Rena, were you trying to... The sounds frightened Rena so badly that her face turned pale. At that moment, David revealed his true form. His furious voice rang out as he demanded, were you trying to kill me just now? His words made Rena scream in terror. The gemstone she was holding slipped from her hand. The gemstone hit the ground with a sharp crash and shattered into countless pieces. Rena looked at the gem she had painstakingly traded for and treasured like a precious relic, all to gain David's affection, now broken to pieces. She was in so much pain that she could not speak. Standing motionless, with tears filling her eyes, she could only stare in anguish. She blankly stared at the gemstone fragments and could only choke out a few words. What is this? Then something strange happened. A terrifying shadow emerged from the shattered pieces of the gemstone. It continuously made strange, faint sounds that nevertheless felt utterly vicious. Patrick laughed heartily, showing off his neat white teeth, then fawned over David. Wow, boss, no matter how you look at it, you're still the best. He continued in an ingratiating tone. Wasn't driving the humans out enough for you? Where did your conscience go? He looked toward David. Is it here? Then he looked elsewhere. I don't see it here either. And now you want to drive Rena away too? David covered his ears, pretending he could not hear anything. Patrick's teeth chattered as he continued, still shaken. After that hit from you, I was so shocked that I couldn't close my mouth. You didn't hold back against Rena at all. David timidly muttered. Well, that level was normal enough. Patrick immediately snapped. What did you just say? David hurriedly corrected himself. Nothing. Covering his face with a troubled expression, he said, Patrick, what should I do? Patrick sat beside him and said, You're clearly the one who caused this mess, so why are you asking me? David sighed. Patrick held a sparkling pink gemstone fragment in his hand and muttered, But actually, he crushed the fragment and added, It is not entirely your fault. Patrick abruptly turned to David. Of course, you know what you did to me was your fault, right? David felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat. Patrick pinched his ear. Why have you stopped listening again? David panicked and stammered in denial. To you? Huh? I don't remember anything. Patrick calmly said, Oh, really? Then he added, Do you need me to help you remember? Patrick slowly recounted how David had charged in furiously. David had gone berserk. In the darkness, gleaming golden eyes enveloped both David and Rena. Patrick rushed forward in panic to stop him. He grabbed David by the head and shouted, Boss, calm down. At the time, David had fallen into a state where he was no longer conscious. Patrick desperately tried to call him back. Boss, boss. A girl's sorrowful sigh rang out. Rena. Patrick turned to check on her. Rena had collapsed to her knees on the ground, the sparkling pink gemstone before her. She sobbed and trembled in despair. What on earth has Rena done? Patrick tried to soothe her. Rena, calm down. Leave this place to me and get out of here. Patrick was being tightly restrained by David. Damn it, in this situation, I can't touch her. In that critical moment, Patrick racked his brain. If that is the case, there is only one way. He reached behind his back and drew his sword. Patrick swung it at the devastated Rena. Rena was struck and coughed up blood. Patrick thought to himself, I'm sorry, Rena. I couldn't think of any other way. Now he could turn back and face his master without worry. All right, I push her far enough away. At that point, David had transformed into a dangerous monster. The sky was pitch black, with only his blazing eyes and flashes of lightning visible in the air. Patrick stood upright. What should I do now? David spoke in a low voice. David glared at him and roared. Do you want to kill me too? Everyone already knew what happened after that. Patrick recounted it smugly. David had nothing to say and could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Patrick turned to David with a broad grin and asked again, You don't remember? David held his head, embarrassed. Damn it, I'm sorry. Patrick patted him and happily said, Fortunately, you came to your senses quickly. Patrick consoled him, but I understand why you did it. Looking at the sparkling rubble on the ground, Patrick continued, After all the things it caused, it deserved to be destroyed. After calming down, David said tearfully, I think I should go find her. Patrick gave him a sidelong look. Why ask me something so obvious? David shook his head. Anyway, somehow, I feel like, Patrick, this is a bad idea. Patrick said in surprise. Why would you say that? Do you know how important she is to the dungeon? Patrick listed all the work Rena had to do. Preparing food for the master, managing the other monsters' rations, cleaning and repairing the dungeon, replenishing monsters and resetting traps. Receiving and handling complaints from the rooms, selling supplies, reallocating the budget, Patrick said dejectedly, and most of the other management work is done by Rena as well. Honestly, without her, the dungeon would be in worse shape than if it had been destroyed. David's mind spun as if he were drunk on tea. I know, but after hearing all that, he was truly shocked. Patrick said, So go find her before it is too late. He kept nagging, even if you have to kneel down and beg her. David gradually slumped, while Patrick stood beside him complaining that even if he had to kiss her shoes, he needed to bring her back. David replied weakly, All right. Patrick handed him a bracelet. Oh, and if you're going to find her, please take this with you. He added, This is Demara, a bracelet that can stabilize magical power. David looked at the green aura it emitted. As he took it, Patrick instructed, You do not need to know the details. Just know that it is very expensive. David looked at the bracelet in disbelief. This thing, Patrick continued, the master's flow of magical power is very strong, so I am not sure whether it will work on you. The effect might not be great, but at the very least, it will stop your body from becoming as bad as it was earlier. David listened absent-mindedly, raised his hand, and discovered that he had 6 fingers again. After hearing that, he looked at Patrick in confusion. You prepared this much? It is like you knew this would happen beforehand. That is disgusting. Where did you get it? Patrick firmly answered. I picked it up off the floor. David held up the bracelet and smiled strangely. Patrick broke out in a sweat. So please, sir, do not do anything strange with it. It is very fragile. David put the bracelet on and indifferently said, "Humph, who knows?" Patrick felt uneasy. "Ah, please, sir." David turned and waved his hand. "All right, I will try. I will take care of myself while I am gone." Patrick frowned at him. "You are not planning to walk there, are you?" He reminded him. "You only have 5 days to return. The humans will be back here soon." David said, "So you want me to return before the conquest force arrives?" Huh. Patrick replied, "Yes, boss." Thinking of that chair, his mood sank. If the master is not here and I cannot stop the intruders, I do not know what will happen if the humans reach that place. Patrick held up 5 bony fingers. 5 days. I can guarantee its safety for 5 days at most. Please remember that. David sighed. All right. A stream of dark energy rose and enveloped his body. It formed a black cloak around him. He continued, "I will return with Rena within 5 days. Patrick added another reminder. "Also, if you happen to appear near a human village, try not to draw attention, boss. A dungeon monster being discovered in a human village is not a good thing." David stomped his foot and carelessly replied, All right, all right." He flashed a fierce grin. "If things get too troublesome, I will destroy everything and come back." Hearing that, Patrick angrily shouted, "Hey, stop trying to act cool." After David left, Patrick sighed and fell into thought. He pulled a sheet of paper from inside his clothes. "Things are more complicated than I thought." Looking at the crumpled paper, Patrick sighed. Rena sold the head-cleaving claw somewhere, then bought a magic stone containing a demon, and that caused the master to lose control and nearly kill her. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "I can already see what is going to happen." Patrick imagined a scene. If the master learns about that, David will definitely chew the heads off those damned mixed-blood humans. Patrick panicked. It will be the end of the world. He composed himself, took a deep breath, and turned to the next page of the newspaper. The day humanity would be destroyed was not far off. Suddenly, Patrick froze for 5 seconds. His eyes widened in utter shock. The newspaper said, "The Dungeon Conquest Alliance is confident that, in this expedition, they will reach the relic's core within 3 days." Patrick despairingly recalled the bold declaration he had just made. His scalp went numb from shock as he forced his eyes open to read it carefully. 3 days. At a time like this, I need to put on a confident smile. Damn it. He absent-mindedly accepted his tragic fate. My miserable life. The sunlight was brilliant and dazzling. Dust filled the air. David lay sprawled on the ground, blankly staring up at the sky. He narrowed his eyes. It had been so long since he had seen sunlight that it was a little blinding. He groaned, damn it. He clicked his tongue. This is already the second time I've randomly teleported somewhere. He recalled Patrick's nagging before he left the dungeon. The master's mana is in chaos, so don't use magic. He pondered for a moment. David raised his hand. The dark shadow gradually faded away. Was that because of the magic? He lowered his hand and collapsed again. Whatever. I'll try one more time. David cast magic again. Shadows appeared around him. He thought to himself, the place where Rena sold the magic stone was. A name surfaced in his mind, Hatim Town. Then he vanished without a trace. A voice, cold and incredibly arrogant, echoed through the darkness. You lowly humans actually managed to climb this far. I suppose I should grant you little creatures a special favor. A woman with sharp horns on her head and wings on her back sat arrogantly upon a throne. How about a glorious death? She raised her head and looked down contemptuously at the people daring to set foot here. Another man in the group sneered. Ridiculous. Mere demons dare to be so arrogant. He drew his sword and declared proudly, We are a seasoned conquest party ranked 32nd in the entire kingdom. Pointing his sword at the demon woman, he announced forcefully, The elite mercenaries of the Divine Tiger Corps. He continued, Remember that name. Before long, it will resound across the continent. You are unworthy of that seat. We have come to depose you. The demon woman was completely unfazed by his boasting. A bunch of insolent fools. She rose from her throne. I am the 17th generation descendant of Demon King Amoth, and my name is Lim Ari. Her wings ignited, radiating mesmerizing violet flames. Her unnaturally large eyes stared at the group as she arrogantly said, You have been honored to learn my name. Now, die. The man in the cowboy hat merely gave a cold laugh, though caution was evident in his eyes. I'll remember those words. He gathered his strength and vanished from where he stood. In an instant, he charged right in front of the demon woman. He shouted, Demon King, take this. The demon woman calmly conjured a staff. then spun it around, blocking every incoming sniper arrow. The archer knocked another arrow and muttered, "She blocked them." The mage shouted, "Captain, I'm coming to support you." At the same time, he fired several fireballs. The demon woman waved her staff. Weak humans who do not know their place. In the blink of an eye, she created flames that engulfed the entire room. Her targets were the mage and the archer behind the captain. They had no time to defend themselves and were instantly burned to ashes. Seeing the flames rushing toward him, the captain clicked his tongue. He glanced around at the situation, then drove his sword into the floor. Before the flames reached him, he pried up a section of the floor and used it as a shield. Suddenly, several blue lights flickered in the air. The captain was startled. Ice crystals. He looked up in horror and saw a blinding expanse of blue light before him. Impossible. The demon woman raised her staff and created a massive cluster of ice spikes. Did she cast a new spell in just a few seconds? Seeing fragments of rubble still suspended in the air, the captain grabbed one and poured strength into his arm. "Do you think I'll let you have your way?" He charged straight toward her. Then he gathered his strength again, shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet, and leapt toward the demon woman once more. Seeing this, the demon woman contemptuously raised her hand and controlled the ice spikes as they shot toward him. "Are you digging your own grave? Fool!" But her ice spikes missed him, shattering against a golden barrier. A shield? Since when? She was utterly stunned. "I clearly dealt with that mage." She abruptly turned around. The mage and archer whom she had just burned were still alive, shouting, "Go, Captain!" The demon woman was furious as she chanted a spell in her palm. A bunch of insects. She and the captain charged toward each other at the same time, about to collide. Just as they were about to meet, the ground suddenly exploded, breaking into countless fragments. A deafening explosion shook the entire room. The captain could not react in time and was blasted away, crashing into the floor. The demon woman was worse off, thrown backward into a ceiling beam. Both of them coughed up blood in utter shock. What was that? Thick smoke rose, while debris pattered down all around them. Something new had appeared. The captain's teammates ran over to help him up, anxiously asking, "Captain, can you still fight?" He coughed a few times and staggered to his feet. Yeah, don't worry." The captain frowned toward the site of the explosion. "Who is it? I wasn't informed that another conquest party was coming here." The demon woman was also dazed as she struggled to stand. She gritted her teeth warily. "Are they stronger? If they possess enough power to breach the Demon King's castle, then this is going to be troublesome." She stared at the hazy figure beyond the smoke. "Who is it?" A voice sounded. "Hey." David appeared with a confused expression and asked, "Do you know where Hatine is?" The others stared blankly, completely unable to understand what he was talking about. Lim Ari also stared at him in a daze, unable to say anything. People from both sides immediately grew angry and shouted in unison, "What nonsense did you barge in here to say?" David, his dark skin gleaming, casually picked at his ear and replied, "Huh." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "They look like humans, but you should stay away from that Demon King." Hearing that, he turned around in surprise and swept them with a frightening gaze. Demon King Lim Ari, meanwhile, was boiling with rage, radiating an intense killing intent. One hand covered her mouth while the other tightly gripped her weapon. "Send as many people as you want. No matter how many come, none of you will defeat me." He rested his chin on his hand and looked at her, imagining that a Demon King should be a large, muscular man. That monster is the Demon King? She feels completely different from the Demon Kings I've met before. Is this the generation gap? You bastards, you dared to destroy my castle, and you will pay dearly. Let them taste our strength. Suddenly, a group of people rushed into the castle. A mercenary reported, "Commander, reinforcements have arrived." Seeing this, the commander gave an order. "Good, take down that Demon King together." Amid the chaos, David had just raised his hand to say something when a sudden gust of wind passed by, as though someone had dashed past him. "No, wait, you people." But the group enthusiastically roared and charged into battle, leaving him behind. "Your magic won't do anything to us." Attacks rained down from every direction, and boulders fell onto his head, but he stood there blankly, only shouting, "Hatine." Lim Ari looked at the charging mercenaries and said, "Humans truly are good at boasting." Attacks from both sides continued without pause, violet light flashing everywhere. The mercenary commander gave his order without hesitation, raising morale. "We have reinforcements now. Don't be afraid. Everyone charge." David was left alone, helplessly muttering, "Will someone just tell me what to do?" But the only response he received was another loud shout. "Charge!" The two sides continued their fierce battle amid total chaos, and the castle itself seemed to begin shaking. She cursed at them. "Taste suffering, you inferior creatures." The others refused to be outdone. "This place will be your grave, Demon King." All of it irritated him. He held his head, sighed, and sat down. Suddenly, his expression changed. His brows furrowed in fury. "I'm angry now." He abruptly stood up and gazed thoughtfully at the sky. "I need to find Rena quickly." He turned away indifferently, thinking of the mercenaries. "Looks like I can't reason with these people." Then he put his hands on his hips and rubbed his head in thought. "If I'm any later, Patrick will chew my head off. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." The tactless crowd continued shouting, "Hey, come help us. That guy must be scared." Before they could finish, David turned and glanced at them, revealing his eyes, along with two other monster-like eyes glowing brilliantly. Purple energy spread outward as he said, "Shut up." At that moment, a massive shadow covered the crowd. Dark energy spread everywhere, terrifying them. That enormous shadow turned out to be a black monster, and it attacked the mercenaries. It frightened them so badly that they scattered in every direction because the monster devoured people. A moment later, the shadow shrank away, and David could be seen casually walking off while chewing something. Limari stood there, having witnessed everything. She was scared out of her wits, her face pale, eyes wide, and cold sweat pouring down her face. When he burped, she turned even paler and trembled all over. Gripping her staff tightly with both hands, she asked, "So, what did you just do?" Lim Ari slowly approached, leaving David puzzled by her behavior. "Amazing. You're that powerful? You may even be stronger than I am." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, and she grinned broadly, revealing her two upper fangs. "I'm very interested in you. I want to know more about you." She immediately became excited and overwhelmed with curiosity, circling David. At times, she touched his arm. At others, she lifted his shirt, looking for the monster from earlier, startling him. "What exactly are you? What was that huge thing that appeared just now? Where did you put it? And what is your name? What is the secret to gaining that power?" David immediately looked displeased as he stared at Limari. Seeing his expression, she was startled as well. Inside the castle, outside light streamed in through the cracks. Limari had regained her composure by then. "Ahem, please forgive my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself." Limari spread her arms wide. She stepped forward and continued, "I am the great and renowned Demon King, the 17th generation descendant of Amoth." She struck a cool pose before him and loudly announced, "Lim Ari." Lim Ari glanced at him. "So what is your name?" Seeing her improper behavior, David's face darkened. He frowned and gritted his teeth. "I hate this. I hate everything." Though unwilling, he suppressed his discomfort and hesitantly raised his hand to introduce himself. But he thought, still, if it's for that. "I am." He suddenly stopped, while Lim Ari went, "Oh ho." David suddenly stiffened. Wait a moment. He remembered Patrick's warning. If I reveal my identity, won't the news spread everywhere? Patrick definitely would not want that. Besides, there is no need to reveal who I am right now. He continued thinking about the name that had almost slipped out, Junior, and reminded himself that there was no need to expose himself yet. David introduced himself with an uneasy smile. "I am Salarani." An image appeared in his mind, a blond man with a dazzlingly bright smile. A handsome young man named Salarani, 32 years old and single. In that instant, he remembered the man's name and silently praised himself. "Damn, that name sounds terrible, but it was the only name I could think of." Limari, standing before him, repeated it. Salarani. Upon learning his name, her eyes lit up and she eagerly asked, "May I call you Sir David?" David replied, sweating profusely, "If you want." Lim Ari continued sharing her thoughts. "Yes." Then, Sir David, first of all, I sincerely thank you for saving me, though that may have been somewhat unnecessary. He hurriedly stopped her, holding his head with one hand and waving the other dismissively. "Don't talk so much." Lim Ari frowned, puffed out her cheeks, and sulkily said, No. Without your help, as embarrassing as it is to admit, they might have overwhelmed me. So you did save me. But that does not mean I needed you to save me." Placing both hands on her hips, she smiled brightly and asked confidently, "So I want to help you too. Is there anything you need?" David was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Do you know the way to Hatine?" She replied, "Ah, Hatine." His heart surged with immense joy. "Great, she knows. Helping her kill those people earlier was the right choice. I just need to wait a little longer." Just then, Limari asked, "So what is Hatine?" At those words, David's hopes were crushed. He froze, feeling indescribably stifled. David sank into thought. What is Hatine? Wait, don't tell me she does not know the way there. Does she not know where Hatine is? David's inner scream could nearly have echoed across the entire desert. Impossible. Did I just ask someone who does not even know what a teen is? Helpless and drenched in sweat, David asked again. All right then, Limari, where is the nearest human village? She blankly repeated, a human village? She searched her memories and thought for a moment. As far as I know, the nearest city is called Laser. David looked as though he had collapsed, covering his face. Laser, the capital, Laser. He continued, doesn't it take 2 months by human carriage to get from Hatine to Laser? As soon as he finished speaking, he crumpled to the ground in despair, startling Limari. What is wrong, Sir David? Is something wrong? He could only weakly answer, too far. She still did not understand what had happened and simply repeated, far. I understand. You want to go somewhere very far away. Then how about using an instant teleportation ring? It was David's first time hearing of a teleportation ring, so he turned to Limari and asked, what? A teleportation ring? Limari asked back, you do not know? It is something humans created using magic and alchemy. At present, this device can teleport people across space. He became interested and immediately sat upright. Where is that thing? Limari put her hands on her hips. Do you want to go? The instant teleportation ring is right. The scene shifted to the beautiful ancient city of Laser. David looked around and said, this is Central Laser? Limari's eyes shone as she excitedly replied, yes. There is no better place to gather information than here. Looking around, he felt sorrow welling up inside again. I'm not sure I can find Rena here, but I need to search for clues, because I do not know whether she went to Hatine. Just then, a sweet voice sounded beside him. You said you were looking for a silver-haired girl, right? He gloomily admitted, yes. Limari smiled and comforted him. Do not worry, I will help you find her. He tilted his head and asked Limari in confusion, aren't you the master of the Demon King's castle? What about your castle? Limari blushed and smiled. Are you worried about me? That is admirable, but there is no need. A terrifying aura immediately radiated from Limari. I am a demon king, born to rule in this supreme body. The castle is unimportant. Wherever I am is the demon realm. The monsters around me are all my soldiers. David looked curious and continued, is that the power of a demon king? Limari can summon monsters at will. Limari said proudly, exactly, but Limari's next words left him frozen. Although I've never tried it before. Seeing his reaction, Limari exclaimed in surprise, my father did it, so I'm sure I can too. He replied, I see. At that moment, Limari's expression suddenly darkened. Oh, and one more thing. Her voice was full of disappointment. Part of the Demon King's castle my father left behind was destroyed, but I suppose it can't be helped. He scratched his head apologetically. Limari softened and said, it's not that big a deal if you don't say it outright. Humans always make such a fuss over everything. In the center of Laser, Limari shouted, even a demon king like me has to struggle just to get by in the human capital, right in front of my own castle. Then Limari's attitude abruptly changed, and she cheerfully continued, all right, don't be sad. Let's go gather information. David está okay. Internally, he thought, I have a bad feeling about this. The two walked forward side by side. Is something troublesome about to happen? Or am I just overthinking it? A hearty voice rang out. Here are your 2 beers. David looked at the mug in front of him and thought, looks like I wasn't overthinking it. David spoke to Limari, but she had already started drinking her beer. Limari, we still have a long way to go. What are we doing here? Yet she only drank contentedly. Wiping her mouth, Limari said, it seems you still don't understand human villages, do you? Taverns are places where people share and seek information. She pointed to the people happily drinking and chatting. Just look around and listen. All these conversations are valuable information you can't get anywhere else. Resting her chin on her hand, Limari smiled at him with narrowed eyes. You only need to choose what you want to hear. David looked around as well. What does she mean by choose? Then he spotted something. What's that? Several people were gathered before a bulletin board covered with papers. He and Limari walked over, and she cried out in surprise, I can't believe they have this here. This is exactly the kind of information I was talking about. He teased, you did mention it. Limari immediately replied, that's right. David picked up a sheet and read it. This, she continued, it's a list of conquest parties currently active in the dungeons. I heard it exists to prevent too many parties from entering the same dungeon and causing chaos. He tacitly agreed. Right? There can't be two groups at the same time. Lim Ari continued. If there's more than one party, dividing the spoils becomes troublesome. Then she frowned, voicing her contempt for humans. Wouldn't it be easier if there were more people? Look at them, blinded by greed and willingly rushing to their deaths. David put the paper down. Either way, this is good news for us. Lim Ari asked us. Why us? She pressed him further, making him break into a cold sweat. Are you a dungeon monster too? Lim Ari widened her eyes and scrutinized him with a frightening gaze. Now that I think about it, it is strange. I'm a master of the Demon King's castle. If you're a monster, how can you roam freely outside? He hurriedly replied, I'm too lazy to explain. In short, it's complicated. Can we drop this subject? She let him off and did not ask any more questions. Lord Salu, you have so many secrets. Fine, I won't pressure you. I'm sure you have your reasons. He seemed to notice something interesting. Lim Ari noticed a paper on the bulletin board and thought, it's my dungeon. Salu stepped forward and picked it up. Great. The conquest party list is blank. That means there's still time. Lim Ari suddenly shouted, what is that? Don't look at it by yourself. Let me see too. Are you trying to show off because you're taller? You cheapskate. He held the paper in front of her. All right here. When Lim Ari saw it, her eyes sparkled. She said, it's an advertisement for a conquest of the ancient core, the dungeon of 7 poisons. David asked, you know about the ancient core too? Lim Ari replied, of course. It's one of the 7 great dungeons. Each dungeon possesses a different terrifying power, so powerful that even foolish humans have no choice but to respect it. He asked suspiciously, wait, did you take that dungeon's flyer? Lim Ari sat down and stared intently at it. This is every monster's dream. Among the 7 great dungeons, the ancient core is the strongest. Its ruler is the creator, the guardian deity of all gods. He is the being who punishes those blinded by greed, the supreme existence among all monsters in this world. Clasping her hands, she said with shining eyes, Lord David. He looked at her helplessly. David lowered his head, holding his beer mug as he thought. That sounds more like a landlord, being bothered by monsters all day long. Honestly, Lim Ari's face darkened as she looked at the flyer. Do you know? The dungeon I love most is the ancient core. Her gaze was somewhat gloomy. I want to become stronger. They sat facing each other in silence. If I become stronger, perhaps I'll get to meet Lord David someday. David stiffened. The person she means. Isn't that me? She continued. Doesn't that sound wonderful? I want to possess that peerless power too. Looking down at her beer with a pensive expression, Lim Ari said, of course my father was also very strong. He was a true demon king, entirely worthy of that position. Unlike me, there was someone even stronger than him. A young hero. I think his name was Burn or something. David asked Lim Ari more about that person, though he was the one who had swallowed him in a single yawn. The hero who defeated the Demon King? I really don't want to get anywhere near him. She continued, I don't want to spend my whole life managing a dungeon like my father did. Spreading her arms wide, Lim Ari said, I only want the people of the demon realm to be able to build dungeons of their own. She smiled brightly at David. That's why I need to become stronger. Isn't that great, Salu? Yeah. David smiled back, thinking being young is nice. A sense of regret rose in David's heart. The past surged over him like a tide. A long time ago, I was like that too. So long ago that I can barely remember it. There was a time when I was full of energy, commanding a mighty army and ruling the continent. I tried to understand all the knowledge in this world. I was more earnest than anyone. Under the flickering firelight of the night, a gentle warmth spread through his heart. I helped those in need. They awakened my compassion. Countless times, I gave everything I had. Then David's gaze changed, briefly revealing a vicious glint. But in the end, I realized it was all meaningless. Now my goal is to sleep all day. Even as David made that resolution, Lim Ari quickly collapsed from the alcohol. Unable to hide his surprise, he asked, did you fall asleep? You really fell asleep? Conversations continued throughout the tavern. Oh, another conquest request. Yeah, it came yesterday, but I forgot to put it up. I'm only posting it now. Which dungeon is it? Carrying Lim Ari over his shoulder, David asked someone in the tavern, do you have any rooms? The person answered, this way, please. A new flyer was pinned to the bulletin board, accompanied by a voice saying, wait, I'm putting it up right now. Everyone can take a look. Someone else said, You never replace those, do you? If the inspectors find out, you'll definitely get fined. Someone replied, aren't I replacing it now? A flyer was pinned onto the bulletin board. It read, Great Dungeon Number 77, Ancient Core, located within the stone caverns. The next day, Lim Ari woke up in a child's form, startling David. Blushing furiously, Lim Ari repeatedly punched him. She explained, my current appearance is my first form. It is magic that allows its user to take on their future appearance. In other words, when I grow up, I will look like my beautiful second form. David replied dismissively, yeah, all right. Pointing at his face, Lim Ari shouted, Lord David, did you hear me clearly? He replied, yeah, all right. Deeply dissatisfied with his indifferent attitude, Lim Ari jumped up. That answer was completely insincere. David changed the subject again. Looks like we need to buy some new clothes first. Lim Ari shouted angrily, don't treat this young lady like a child. He replied, all right. She warned David, I won't forgive you. In Count Hateen's territory, the sound of hooves echoed repeatedly. A soldier shouted, Count Hateen, hear us. Open the city gates at once and welcome the conquest party. We have come from Laser to conquer the ancient core. The soldiers and warhorses looked imposing and majestic. Inside a room, a voice asked, who sent these documents? Another voice replied, my lord, Three Eyes sent them yesterday. Fingers tightened around the edge of a document. He was the lord of Hatteen territory, Count Isat. He angrily clenched the paper in his hand. Three Eyes, an association under direct royal administration. Count Isat slammed the document down on the table and continued thinking. For dungeons ranked B or above, one requires the Lord's permission to enter. Yet rather than ask permission, they merely sent me a notice. It is a royal order, so I cannot simply throw it away. Count Isat's face darkened as he asked the maid, do you think this conquest party can successfully conquer the ancient core? The maid shook her head. He continued, you think so too? They are far too weak. They are not worthy of being an ancient core conquest party. Furthermore, the party commander is Nip Rim. I have never heard that name in Three Eyes. What are they thinking? Glancing out the window, he thought, if they recklessly provoke the ancient core while only half prepared, won't my territory be endangered? It would be best to invite a stronger conquest party. Isat covered his mouth and began to think. To do that, I need a reliable conquest party. The maid spoke up. My lord, perhaps you can find the answer somewhere closer than you think. He grasped the point. Closer than I think. Then how about Twin Wings magic? Yes, if it's Twin Wings, they may be capable. He fell silent in thought. I heard they recently expanded significantly after acquiring high-quality mana stones of unknown origin. Of course, even with such rapid growth, an A-rank magic organization attempting to conquer the ancient core would be madness. But if the rumors I heard are true, at this thought he smiled smugly. The sole monster remaining at the unguarded right entrance. That is the monster that defeated hero Burn Hitston's conquest party. Isat's face turned solemn as he ordered, send someone to deliver a commission to Twin Wings Magic. In my name, guarantee them an enormous reward and immense fame. Have them conquer the ancient core first. The door burst open with a loud shout. You cannot barge in. Isat and the maid asked in surprise. Who is it? Three cold-faced people spoke. You are Lord Isat, correct? He asked warily. Who are you? The other person replied, Nip Rim. Since he did not open the door, no matter how he called, we took the liberty of entering. Nip Rim casually sat down as though she owned the place, and Isat asked, why did you come without notifying me in advance? Nip Rim replied, hey, didn't you receive the royal document already? She glared at him. What then? Is there any reason we shouldn't have come? Isat cautiously answered. No, he thought. She looks bloodthirsty, and she is so young. The girl beside her spoke. Hey, we're guests, aren't we? What's with that expression? Smile. Come on, smile. I want something sweet. Bring us tea and pastries, and a serving of chocolate, too. The hand he had placed on the table clenched, then relaxed. He ordered, prepare it for them at once. The maid nodded knowingly. Isat also sat across from them and began asking, so, what brings you to see me? Nip Rim replied, what do you mean? Naturally, we came to conquer the ancient core. He said, the document arrived only a day ago, yet you acted quickly. So when do you intend to depart? She answered, we actually intended to leave today, but an unexpected incident occurred, so we plan to go tomorrow instead. Is that acceptable? Isaac continued, tomorrow? Isn't that too soon? Since this is an important mission, wouldn't it be better to leave after your wounds have fully healed? I will provide lodging, so please rest and recover. Niprim cut him off. No, if you do not care about us, that is fine. We will stop by Twin Wings Magic on the way and leave immediately afterward. Isaac immediately pressed her. What are you going there for? Do you know someone there? She replied, not for that reason. Niprim gave a chilling smile. I'm only going there to kill them. Isaac retorted, what do you mean? She brushed back her hair to reveal her ears and said, in a place with such lax security, eavesdropping with magic is child's play. I heard everything on the way here. So, you intend to give the conquest assignment to Twin Wings Magic. Isaac was utterly shocked to learn this. Resting her chin on her hand, Niprim wore that strange smile again. We came all the way to this border to conquer it. Do you think we'll obediently step aside? We will eliminate anyone who stands in our way. She continued, this benefits you too, doesn't it? Whichever side is stronger, us or Twin Wings, will be able to conquer the ancient core. Isaac said, I apologize. I will not request another party. You may begin the conquest whenever you wish. Niprim picked up a cookie. Is that so? She took a bite and said, thank you for your favor, Count. I am delighted. In a pitch-black space stood several bizarre statues. Patrick, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, slashed the statues apart. Patrick said, they're coming. David and Limari were scouting through the streets. Her face was full of excitement as she curiously looked around. Seeing the scene ahead, he thought, this looks somewhat familiar. The two stood before the city gate. Limari said, Lord David, we're here. David stepped forward and asked the people nearby, I want to get to the instant teleportation gate. The soldier answered, oh, you mean the wheel axis? That place is very far away. David asked, what? It's far. The soldier replied, yes, this is the city gate. The wheel axis is in the castle to the right of the royal palace, so you still have quite a distance to travel. You must pass through 3 more city gates. As he spoke, the soldier drew a diagram so they could understand clearly. Their current location was outside the city gate. They had to pass through 3 additional inner gates before reaching the instant teleportation gate. David asked dejectedly, about how long will it take? The soldier thought for a moment and said, on foot, about a week, at least. A moment later, both David and Lim Ari exclaimed in shock. A whole week? The soldier asked anxiously and in confusion, is something wrong? David stood stunned. It's too late. At this rate, forget finding Rena. Even Patrick may leave home. Lim Ari whispered to David, Lord David, should we use the flying heaven spell? He frowned. No. David continued, if we use mana, the humans will notice. Then he pondered, if I release my mana, who knows what might happen? The two whispered closely to each other, leaving the soldier completely confused. From afar, a man approached and asked, are you two having trouble? He said, sorry for overhearing your conversation. Do you want to go to the instant teleportation gate? Limari replied, yes, but who are you? He introduced himself. I'm Ben Vi, a flying carriage driver. Limari thought, a flying carriage? Ben Vi smiled and pointed at his flying carriage. Ah, yes. Then he introduced it. This is a 4th-generation defective homunculus. It is a product of the kingdom's artificial angel production program. Its body is white, with a round head and large eyes, one above and one below, and it has a pair of wings on its back. David murmured, I see. Lim Ari got goosebumps and said in disgust, ugh, it looks horrifying. Ben Vi lightly touched the homunculus's head and stroked it. It is very strong and obedient, and it can fly through the air. But since it could not destroy churches as originally intended, it was discarded. Then she asked, has the human homunculus experiment ended? He replied, not at all. This kingdom will never give up such power. There are even strange rumors that they are being mass-produced on an industrial scale. Ben Vi continued playing with the homunculus as he spoke. David asked in confusion, how? Aren't they usually created in enormous cultivation tanks? Ben Vi said helplessly, that is ancient history. Only the 1st-generation homunculi, 155 years ago, used that method. The homunculus gave him a contemptuous look. He thought to himself, 150 years ago. That was long after Rena was born. Lim Ari braced herself against the flying carriage, preparing to climb aboard. It looks fairly sturdy. I do not think he is lying. If we take this, how long will it take to reach the teleportation gate? Ben Vi smiled epidi. You certainly have a good eye. He began calculating. 3 hours of flying, plus another hour at the checkpoint. 4 hours total. Even if you fly, you still have to be inspected before passing through the city gate. David asked, and the price? Ben Vi grinned widely and held up 8 fingers. 8 gold owls for the 2 of you. As soon as he said that, David and Lim Ari were both stunned as they calculated the cost. 8 gold owls meant 800 silver owls. A room at the inn had cost only 8 silver owls. This was 100 times more expensive than last night's lodging. Lim Ari quickly turned around. Sorry, Sir David. I do not have that much money. David replied helplessly. Do you think I do? At that moment, David reached into his pocket and rummaged around, hearing a rustling sound. He pulled out a piece of paper. When David unfolded it, there were gold owls inside. There was also a small note. To my clumsy master, one day you will thank me. Patrick. In the end, the 2 of them boarded the flying carriage and flew with Ben Vi toward the teleportation gate. Limari called out, Sir David. David asked, what is it? While looking at the scenery below, she asked, who gave you so much money? David yawned and answered, oh, that? A subordinate from the dungeon secretly gave it to me. With nothing else to do, Lim Ari began talking to herself. An acquaintance. You're a dungeon monster, right? Then why are you wandering around everywhere? David glanced at her and said, let's just say I was thrown out. All right, Lim Ari continued. Then were your subordinates thrown out too? David replied vaguely, something like that. Lim Ari's mood suddenly sank. She said sadly, I am jealous. Even after leaving the dungeon, you still care for your subordinates to the very end. I wish I had companions like that too. I have imagined living a life like yours. Someone cares about you, and you care about them. How wonderful that must be. Lim Ari's expression was incredibly gentle as she spoke of happiness. She longed deeply for happiness and a home of her own. After a while, David spoke. Is that so? On the bustling streets of Sovero, all the buildings looked similar, with white walls and yellow roofs. At the instant teleportation gate, David's voice rang out. So you're saying we cannot use the teleportation gate? The guard replied, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Lim Ari said dejectedly, I never expected this to happen. I am so sorry, Sir David. Then the guard offered a solution. If it is not urgent, please return at 8 tonight. The teleportation gate has been temporarily closed today to ensure the safety of the auction. After the auction ends, the distinguished guests will use the teleportation gate, and our superiors will permit passage then. The guard handed them a leaflet. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. David accepted it and asked, the gate was closed because of an auction? The guard replied, yes. This time, there's an exceptionally rare item, the 34th of the 36 masterpieces of virtue, the head-cleaving claw. It was discovered only a few days ago. We had to close the teleportation gate to prevent criminals from using it to sneak into the auction house. The leaflet contained information about the head-cleaving claw. Curious, Lim Ari tugged on David's sleeve and leaned in to look. Wow, what a detailed illustration. At that moment, David thought, I feel like I have seen this somewhere before. After a moment, David realized it and cried out in shock. Isn't this my subordinate's weapon? Hearing that, the guard asked, excuse me, sir, are you perhaps mistaken? David replied, how could I be mistaken? It is exactly the same. If you grip it tightly, it turns into a great sword, and then you swing it like this, right? David made several gestures to explain. The guard said quietly, I'm not entirely sure, but you must be mistaken. There's only one head-cleaving claw in the entire world. The guard's words left David frozen. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. The words one of a kind repeated themselves in David's mind. Unable to believe it, David raised a hand to clutch his head. This is definitely Rena's weapon. Seeing David's condition, Lim Ari called out, Sir David. David could not stop thinking. But why did it end up in human hands? Could Rena have been? Deep in his mind, that dark-skinned face became twisted and terrifying. Then he pictured Rena, her cold gaze staring straight ahead. No, even the masters of the other 7 great dungeons feared Rena. How could humans possibly stand against her? Rena is incredibly powerful. Her title, Rena the Sword-Wielding Maid, is not an empty one. David looked at his own hand and thought, that is right, the sword. Did Rena take her sword with her when she left? The image of Rena leaving immediately rose in David's mind. Her outfit had nowhere to conceal a weapon. Moreover, she had thrown a sword at him because she mistook him for an enemy. Then how many weapons did Rena have left? When fighting humans, did she have fewer than 5 kinds of weapons available? Patrick can still manage without a sword. He would simply be stronger with one. But Rena is different. If a sword-wielding maid is stripped of her sword, what does she have left? David sank into thought. David's mood was dreadful. Lim Ari's face was filled with concern. In alarm, she called Sir Squat. David's hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. At last, David's rage erupted. So that means Rena was killed by humans, by those lowly, vile creatures. If Rena was truly killed, the strange aura around David grew more violent by the second. Someone screamed in terror. Aya! David was relapsing because of a mere mortal again. The old man continued screaming, Don't come any closer. You monster! David continued muttering ominously. Then it would only be natural for me to kill every bastard here, wouldn't it? Soon afterward, that bastard lay collapsed on the ground, twitching desperately with foam at his mouth. David revealed his true form. Can you see it? Now, enormous golden eyes appeared. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sir David. Yet David coldly said, You agree, don't you, Rena? David seemed to be on the verge of madness. Voices continued, trying to persuade him. Sir David, please calm down. Come to your senses, Sir David. At that moment, a weak, slender hand grabbed David's sleeve. It was Lim Ari. Holding his arm, she asked blankly, What is going on? Answer me. But David turned and looked at her with a terrifying gaze. I will answer only once. The head-cleaving claw, one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. There is only one in the whole world, correct? Lim Ari looked at David in profound shock. Still drenched in cold sweat, she answered, As far as I know, yes. But why are you suddenly asking about it? David replied, I have been searching for it for a long time. It belongs to a friend of mine. I must find it. David shook her hand away and turned coldly. You do not need to help me anymore. Thank you. Lim Ari reached out in panic, trying to stop him. Sir David, Sir David. David continued, Now I know the way to Hatine. From now on, I can go alone. The power around David began surging again. So you should leave this place as quickly as possible. Lim Ari hurried after him. Sir David, the friend you mentioned. Is it that person? At those words, David stopped. Lim Ari hurriedly continued. A demon taking the form of a silver-haired woman. A warrior who wielded the head-cleaving claw, one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. David's face turned colder than ever before. Then, with that expression, David spoke each word distinctly. The sword-wielding maid, Lady Rena. Seeing David's expression, Lim Ari unconsciously hugged herself and trembled. Judging from your reaction, it seems it really is true, Sir David. David warned sternly, That is enough joking around. Then his eyes flashed as he asked in a dangerous tone, What do you want to know? Lim Ari burst into laughter. You do not need to tell me the whole story. Even that frightening tone cannot scare me, especially now that I know who you are. As she said this, her face was visibly full of excitement. She continued, Lady Rena is the guardian of the great ancient core. She is the supreme being among supreme beings. So if you acknowledge Lady Rena as your friend, then Sir David, you must be. David turned around to listen. Lim Ari's voice continued, the master of the ancient core. Hearing this, David was quite surprised. The unhinged expression on his face vanished, and he returned to normal. After a moment, David closed his eyes and replied helplessly, Yes, I am David. But unexpectedly, Lim Ari interrupted him. You are, she shouted with immense excitement. Sir David's subordinate. It must be you. Outwardly, David let out a helpless sigh, unable to say anything, while inwardly he completely fell apart. Yet she paid no attention and continued laughing. Look at that expression. I caught you red-handed. Do not worry. My powers of deduction are unmatched. Lim Ari hesitated slightly before continuing. I do not know what dangerous plan you have in mind, so I will help you, and you are not allowed to refuse. David asked in disbelief. For someone claiming to be the equal of the Demon King, are you sure your reasoning is really that simple? She smiled confidently. A demon with logic cannot become a king. But once a demon's words become those of a king, that is logic. Seeing her confidence, David thought gloomily, this has gotten rather serious. Seeing his funeral-like expression, Lim Ari could not help saying, that expression is the real Sir Squat. Hearing that, he looked over at her in surprise. Lim Ari gestured animatedly as she explained, Earlier, you were super scary. Strange things even appeared behind you. Then you suddenly changed your expression and laughed until tears came out. So I'm very happy that you are back to normal. From now on, I will help you, so do not worry anymore. Lim Ari gently held the hem of his clothing. Also, do not speak in that voice anymore, okay? Promise me. Soon, the day of the auction arrived. At the front entrance, sunlight streamed down brightly upon the world. Everyone attending the auction wore masks to hide their identities. Meanwhile, at the rear entrance, a guard leaned against a pillar and thought, I expected this, but I did not think there would truly be no one at all. What is the point of standing guard, then? Just as he was growing bored, a voice suddenly said, Hello. It was Lim Ari. She appeared in lavish makeup, a fashionable hairstyle, and luxurious clothing. David followed behind her, still wearing his usual inconspicuous clothes. Lim Ari politely asked, We would like to attend the auction. May we enter through this door? Seeing her, the guard hurriedly stammered, Why, yes, of course. This way, please. But first, I need to know your identities. What are your names? Lim Ari calmly introduced herself. I am Mio of the Ari family. This is my servant, Salu. The guard immediately replied, Please wait a moment. Then he began searching the list for the Ari name. After looking for a while, the guard awkwardly said to Lim Ari, I sincerely apologize, miss, but your name is not on today's guest list. Lim Ari merely covered her mouth and laughed. Oh my, how strange. Then Lim Ari turned and asked, Oh, Salu, did you bring the invitation? Hearing that, the guard was utterly startled. An invitation? David stepped forward and said, Ah, yes. Here it is. The guard said in confusion, Wait, I did not think we issued any invitations at all. But before he could finish his sentence, the guard was struck in the face by a fist. Before him appeared a cold face wearing a strange smile, its fist raised. This is your invitation to the other side. After dealing with the guard, David turned to Lim Ari and asked helplessly, More importantly, could you not wear something else? She answered nonchalantly, What? Are you afraid you will be enchanted by my breathtaking beauty? But David said worriedly, You are still a child. Do not dress like that. She retorted unhappily, Do not call me a child. All right. Whatever you say. Let's go. Yet Lim Ari still would not let it go, angrily knocking him on the head. Take that back right now. The scene shifted to Chateau Castle. A structure with sharply pointed towers came into view. The sky and surrounding space were bathed in blood-red light. Rena. No, it cannot be. Someone lying in a room murmured. It was Rena. She lay hopelessly on the bed as tears streamed down her face. Rena suddenly said, Back to the ancient core again. 80 years ago, in a forest, flames of calamity burned fiercely. Everything was consumed by that destructive fire. This was the forest of Grapenia. Everything was gradually vanishing into the air. The scene shifted to another space. In a room, a voice spoke. I'm sorry for what happened. I did not expect humans to do such a thing. Still, will this forest not immediately recover and be filled with joy? A hand marked with strange patterns rested upon someone's body. In any case, I have avenged them. A terrifying figure appeared, blue hair, 2 horns, one of them broken. Its sharp claws pressed against the face of someone who had died rigid with fear. This was Gravinia, master of the forest of Grapenia, known as the Earth Goblin Witch. David stood to one side and thought, The ancient core has turned this forest into its natural fortress, so I need to make a good impression on Gravinia. Are all those who burned the forest dead? TCH. Then Grapenia's anger should gradually subside. Standing in a pool of blood, he thought, Still, what should I do? This one does not seem connected to the matter. The more I look, the more interesting it becomes. They're called the little folk, are they not? A non-human creature created by humans? An image appeared of the maid Rena, imprisoned in a filthy cell. David observed her and calculated again. Should I kill this one too? Leaving a survivor would not be good. But in the end, he made a decision. He said, This was your master's final wish. You are free now. Go wherever you want. Hearing that, Rena was too shocked to speak. David, however, was dissatisfied with himself. His current behavior was far too unusual. After thinking it over, he gripped 2 iron bars with both hands and said, However, I will not help you escape from here. Having transformed into a strange form, he effortlessly bent several iron bars and continued coldly. Whether you remain imprisoned here and wait for death or escape is entirely up to you, Leo. Rena was utterly astonished upon hearing this. David turned away and continued, Your master is looking for a maid named Liolu. Since there are no other maids around here, it must be you. My kindness, born of curiosity, ends here. With that, his body turned into a stream of black smoke and vanished into the air. Rena remained sitting there in a daze. A non-human creature created by humans? Her eyes were still vacant, as though she could not accept reality. After a while, she rose to her feet and murmured that name. Leola. Leolu was the name of the maid who served the master of the house, a title bestowed upon the most talented maid. Leolu was currently a head maid. Rena stepped out through the gap between the bent iron bars. But this little maid had never been called that, because an object like her had no name. And yet, because of that, Rena stood there, looking up at the light pouring in through the large opening. It illuminated her beautiful yet pitiful face. At that moment, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Again, she spoke that name, Leola. The scene shifted back to Chateau Castle. The space was no longer as gloomy as before, and the blood-red hue had faded considerably. Rena sat atop a mound of earth, gazing toward the castle. Suddenly, someone called Rena's name. A figure completely wrapped in coverings appeared behind her and said, "I heard that the Empire's expeditionary army is heading toward the ancient core." It was Bathory. Rena replied, "Even if you say that, Bathory, I'm not going back there." Bathory stepped a little closer and said, "I'm not telling you to go back. I value your happiness greatly, Rena, but I value your right to choose, and happiness itself, even more. Shouldn't you make sure you have settled everything first? If it's those two, they must be searching everywhere for you by now. If they find out that you were deceived by humans and ended up like this, what do you think David and Patrick will do? If you intend to keep drifting through life like a ghost, then erase every trace of yourself." Those words successfully stirred Rena. Her expression turned panicked. Then Bathory returned to her usual tone. "You do not have to be perfect. It is fine to be a little clumsy. Patrick will understand what you mean and take care of it himself. Because of the expeditionary force, the ancient core will be busy dealing with them for the next few days. If you're planning to get married, then go and do it quickly." But the situation was still incredibly complicated. Rena pondered it, unable to speak for a moment. After a while, she playfully fiddled with the hem of her skirt and called, "Bathory." Then she decisively stood up and said that she intended to go somewhere far away to get some fresh air. Bathory turned around in surprise. "Wait, Rena, isn't your right eye a little blurry? Will you be all right going alone?" Rena answered with a determined expression, "I'll be fine. Thank you for your concern, Bathory. Where's my sword?" The scene shifted to David. He had someone by the throat, slamming him hard against a wall and cracking it. He growled, "I'll ask you one last time. Tell me everything about the head-cleaving claw." The man foamed at the mouth from being choked and struggled to say, It was the Twin Wings magic tower in Hatine that sent me. I really do not know anything else. Please believe me." So it was Hatine. David thought to himself, then coldly asked, "You said the Twin Wings magic tower in Hatine, correct?" Having heard what he wanted, he released his grip, and the man fell to the ground with a thud. David politely said, "Thank you for telling me the truth. I will let you live." With that, he and Limari turned and walked away. Yet the man still dared to mutter curses under his breath. "Damn it, that bastard. I almost died. I'm just a guard. What did I ever do wrong? Go to hell, you bastard." Unexpectedly, David appeared behind the man with a dark expression and replied, "That is right. You did nothing wrong." The man was utterly terrified. David's familiar eyes appeared reflected in his pupils. David continued in a voice that seemed to come from hell, "You did nothing wrong, but you were unlucky. You merely happened to draw my attention. When you entered my territory, what was it that you said?" The man recalled it in horror. "Why you? Are you a monster?" At that moment, David had transformed into black smoke spreading in every direction. His terrifying voice continued, "Not slaughter or killing, no. You used elegant words like expedition and conquest." At that moment, all of David's furious eyes appeared, looking incomparably terrifying. "Did you feel guilty for the creatures you killed? What did they do wrong to deserve death?" The man was now terrified and despairing as he looked up at David. David continued, asking and answering himself, "No, neither do I. You are my enemy. That is why I do this." The scene shifted to another location. In the auction house, bids rang out one after another. 35 billion gold, 38.4 billion, 39.8 billion, 50 billion, 60.7 billion, 70 billion. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Wealthy people competed to raise their hands, each wanting the item. 70 billion. We have reached 70 billion. Does anyone bid higher? Meanwhile, two people were whispering. This is boring. Should we join the bidding? Let's just play along. The other person asked in surprise. What? Lady Gwyn, please be serious. We came here to ensure the auction's security, not to participate in it. The blue-haired girl was the commander of the Black Tiger Corps. The hero Gwyn smiled and said, right. Looks like I cannot joke around with you, Garrett. The pink-haired girl was the deputy commander of the Black Tiger Corps, the spy Garrett. With a serious expression, she said, please do not forget why we are here. Still, once we are done, let's go eat something good. Suddenly, a bald man pointed in one direction and asked, is no one sitting there? But the two women were still discussing what to eat. A salmon sandwich or pumpkin pie? I want pudding too. The auctioneer standing above shouted, I will turn over the third card and bring this auction to an end. At that instant, a dark voice suddenly rang out. Who says so? As soon as the voice faded, fresh blood sprayed out, accompanied by agonized screams. Aya! David appeared, dealt with the auctioneer, and declared in a voice from hell, I will be the one to end this auction. All of you. Seeing this, Gwyn called out in alarm. Garrett. Garrett answered in confusion. Yes? David appeared in a strange, spiritual form, hands tucked into his pockets as he walked forward like the god of death. You all came to buy the head-cleaving claw, did you not? A brief explanation of the heroes followed. The Empire once had 3 heroes. After one of them, Burnhistan, fell in battle against the ancient Corps, public criticism was directed at the hero who bore the responsibility of protecting the Empire's people, yet had died raiding a dungeon for personal gain. The heroes were surrounded by countless accusing fingers, for the condemnation was not aimed only at Burn, but at the other 2 heroes as well. One of them felt this keenly. As a hero, preserving the faith of the Empire's people was essential, enough to suppress their instinct for survival and ignite their fighting spirit. At that moment, Gwyn's legs trembled uncontrollably. Gwyn gritted her teeth in anger and prepared to rush forward, but Garrett stopped her. Stop, Historia. Garrett shook her head, signaling that Gwyn must not go. Although she was extremely worried as well, Garrett could only grit her teeth helplessly and say, there is absolutely nothing you can do. That thing is far beyond merely dangerous. David appeared, walking forward like death itself. His golden eyes, carrying swirling currents within them, surveyed the surroundings. Arriving at the auction platform, David placed his hand on the item and lowered his head. This sign may only be intuition, but it looks very real. At the same time, he sensed the changes within the item and thought, I can feel Rena's trace strongly. It does not seem to be a fake. As expected, Rena was attacked by those despicable people. Having confirmed it, he decisively threw aside the glass case. David picked up the item and examined it carefully before speaking. Although the situation is complicated and difficult to explain in detail, this item actually has an owner. Therefore, I will return it to its owner. What a shame. This could have sold for a high price. His words and manner left everyone below silent. Ever since you saw it, he was about to continue when several reckless people pointed upward and shouted at the soldiers, Guards, what are you doing? Stop that bastard already. At that moment, David's anger truly began to flare. It seems you do not intend to send me off politely. Fine, I feel the same way. As he spoke, David picked up the item. As he walked, he roared, I will tear you all into pieces. I will bury you with this sword. The fury on his face deepened. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared with a loud shout. Do you think I will allow that to happen? David angrily turned around. It was Gwyn, charging at him to attack. Oh, quick as a flying squirrel. Your movements work well with your combat gear. But as he watched Gwyn attack him, he remarked, Unfortunately, you have no talent for this whatsoever. In an instant, David lightly sidestepped and her attack missed. Furthermore, aside from those gauntlets, she had no other weapons. David continued his assessment as he watched Gwyn's movements. She tried to steady herself and turned back around. Gwyn continued throwing punches with her iron fists. If that is the case, I will rip off your arm and crush those gauntlets. David stared maliciously at his opponent. Still, for a human, this was rather impressive. Gwyn continued swinging her fist and shouted, Crush! As the iron fist flew toward him, David casually caught it with his bare hand. But when their powerful hands collided, the force flowing from Gwyn surprised him somewhat. He was immediately blasted straight into the wall behind him. A loud crash rang out as fragments of stone scattered everywhere. Gwyn stood there slightly satisfied, panting heavily. But then, a calm voice sounded again. Haha, it seems you're not an ordinary human after all. The voice came from within the rubble, greatly shocking Gwen. Fear rose in her heart. He survived that attack? That is impossible. That move can erase even a dungeon boss without a trace. How could he? Gwen's face was filled with horror. Even the Apocalypse Avatar, said to be able to withstand any 3 attacks, was instantly killed by that move. Her iron arm fell to the ground. Gwen began to reassess him. Black liquid, not gas. So he is not human, but he is not an ordinary monster either. What exactly is he? As Gwen remained confused, David gave a strange smile. Then black energy poured from his entire body as he roared madly. What a pity. Gwen's vision became blurred, and she could no longer see anything clearly. Endless darkness engulfed her. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Gwen, Gwen." She hurriedly turned around. "Garrett," she answered. At that moment, another iron arm appeared. Garrett's arm flashed with countless bolts of lightning. Gwen shouted to stop Garrett. "Do not come over here." But Garrett had already unleashed her power and attacked David, shouting, "Stay away from us." The scene shifted to another location. David was sitting amid a pile of rubble. Lim Ari asked anxiously, "Sir David, are you all right?" "I was worried to death." He reassured her, "Yes, I am fine." But she was still so frightened that she cried. "Are you really all right? I thought you had died after that spell." Meanwhile, he looked at his hand and wondered, how am I still alive? He recalled what had happened. That attack was not something a human could possibly unleash. It was as if it struck straight at my heart. If that attack had revealed my true form, I would not have been surprised. That makes this somewhat interesting. Thinking of that image, David broke out in a cold sweat. Besides, if I had been exposed, Patrick surely would have. I do not even want to think about it. I might die because of this. But more importantly, he looked ahead. I remember those two. David's gaze turned toward the distance. Not one, but 2 flying squirrels, those distinctive red ones. While I was focused on the blue-haired one, the other evacuated the people here, cast multiple layers of protective magic on the blue-haired one, and swiftly escaped my grasp at the same time. Recalling that face, he could not help sneering. "You two are interesting. Something fell down here." Shouts rang out as rubble flew everywhere. What happened? "Hey, someone is here. Is she awake?" Gwen had been blasted away and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. People gathered around her. An old man urgently called out, "She is badly injured. Quickly call the guards." "No, call a healer." Gwen thought to herself, I am clearly a hero, yet I was defeated in one blow by some unknown monster. Are the people in the auction house safe? How is Garrett? At that moment, Historia Gwen tried to get up while those around her warned, slowly. Get up slowly. Suddenly, a familiar voice replied, "If you call me that quietly, how am I supposed to hear you?" Gwen looked up in surprise. Garrett tugged at her clothes and smiled at her. Garrett, a huge weight lifted from Gwen's heart, and she cried out joyfully, "Garrett, you are alive." Garrett pinched her cheek and smiled. "Lady Gwen, you should thank me quickly. If I had not been there, next year on this day would have been your Memorial Day." Gwen opened her eyes. "Is that so, Garrett?" Garrett's arm was exposed. It had been severed, drenched in Garrett's blood. But Garrett still wore a radiant smile and said optimistically, "Do not worry. It is not life-threatening." Gwen, however, could not remain calm. She burst into tears, tightly embraced Garrett, and wailed, "I'm sorry. Because of me. Garrett, I'm such a failed hero." Get it. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. "Gwen!" Garrett wiped Gwen's tears and comforted her. "Calm down. You are a hero, remember? Would people like to see the Empire's hero crying like this?" Then Garrett leaned close to Gwen's ear and whispered, "It is only an arm. It'll be fine, all right? Lady Gwen, do you know who you are facing? That monster is the master of the ancient core. He is Salu." Hearing that, Gwen fell into confusion, seemingly unable to believe it. What are you saying? Stop joking. How could a monster like that be here?" Garrett said gravely, "I do not know why, but I am certain. He truly is Salu, the evil calamity of darkness, the ancient monster Salu. On that monster's leg, there was a mark left by the hero Burn His Tan. It looked fresh, less than a month old. This is far more serious than we thought, Lady Gwen." Garrett's face was full of worry. "At this rate, the Empire will be destroyed. destroyed. Gwen fell into despair after hearing those words. After regaining her composure, panic was clearly written across Gwen's face as she said, "If that truly is David, we have to stop him. This is human territory. Do we still have the advantage?" But Garrett immediately placed a hand on her shoulder and advised, "Gwen, this is not a problem we can solve through strength. You have personally experienced that overwhelming power. We cannot defeat him right now. We need to request assistance from the Demon Subjugation Alliance and report this to the Imperial family. Therefore, I will act alone first. In my current condition, I cannot teleport both of us at once. So, Gwen, stay here." As she spoke, Garrett used Whispering Light. Sparkling streams of light began healing Gwen's wounds. Garrett continued, "This won't be enough to heal you completely, so don't run around. Stay here and wait for me." But Gwen suddenly sat up. "Wait, we don't know when that monster might go berserk again." Garrett still urged her to remain where she was. "Please." As she spoke, Garrett's body began to glow. Gwen cried out in alarm, Wait, Garrett." But Garrett had already vanished decisively into the air. Meanwhile, David was still deliberating. What nuisance? Should I let that escapee go and head to Hatine, or chase her down and eliminate any risk of my presence here being exposed? And what should I do? David looked left, then right, leaving Lim Ari beside him confused. I'm safe now, and I've recovered the head-cleaving claw, so I should let it go. Besides, I still need to find Rena. I can't forget that. At the very least, I need to find Rena's body. Having made up his mind, he turned to Lim Ari. "Prepare to depart." She answered with a somewhat gloomy expression. "Yes, sir." David noticed it and asked, "What's wrong?" Lim Ari hesitated. "And no, it's nothing." David asked coldly, "What is it?" "Don't tell me it's nothing. Speak." Still hesitant, she said, "Sir David." After thinking for a while, she finally voiced her concern. "You are truly powerful. I know that because I witnessed it myself at Chateau Castle. But the more I learn about you, the more I realize you are far stronger than I ever imagined. You say you're Lady Rena's friend, but you seem even stronger than she is, aren't you? Or is Lady Rena stronger than I thought? Please tell me, Sir David, who exactly are you?" David was briefly stunned by the question. Then he scratched his head helplessly. Lim Ari. He suddenly gave her little head a light tap. Afterward, he rubbed her head, and Lim Ari looked up at him blankly. David said, "Silly girl, why worry about it? I'm just Sir David." Little Lim Ari could only look up at him. He smiled and continued, "Once everything settles down, I'll tell you the truth." "All right." Hearing that, Lim Ari smiled in relief. David encouraged her again. "All right, let's complete our mission now. Show them the Demon King's power." She answered cheerfully. Then her cloak slipped down, and the tiny Lim Ari transformed into a voluptuous young woman with a well-proportioned figure. She looked over and said, "Yes, Sir David." Reconstruction. At that moment, a bolt of purple lightning struck a round shield. A massive explosion followed, obscuring everything from view. The people below stared at the enormous cloud of smoke and cried out in panic. What is that? What exploded?" Gwen looked toward it in horror. It was the auction house. Damn it, an attack right in the middle of the capital? The citizens panicked. Our homes. Mine too. Those damned creatures. Do they even care how many people live in the capital? What should I do? Gwen stood up and began to move. But then she remembered Garrett's warning. Don't run around. Stay here and wait for me. Gwen clenched her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a small hand tightly grasped hers. A little girl clung to Gwen's arm in tears. "Big sister, my father. My father is over there." Gwen's iron fist clenched even tighter. Amid the chaos, a voice rang out. "It's all right. Everyone, don't worry. I'll handle this." With that, Gwen resolutely moved forward. As she walked, she thought, I am the hero Gwen. I will never retreat before a monster like this. Above her, plumes of gray smoke continued to drift through the sky. Below lay a vast field of rubble. A foot stepped onto the broken debris. David climbed out from beneath the shattered bricks and wood, shouting, "Hey, tell me, what was that magic you just used? Was it structural collapse? That high-level magic that can make the ground cave in like this?" Lim Ari spread her beautiful wings and hovered in the air, answering smugly, "Everything is taken care of now, isn't it? You could say everything has been completely wiped out." He continued, "That kind of magic really shouldn't be used here." She immediately replied, "Could you please stop meddling in my business? Everything had only just begun, but I already finished it all. I dealt with everything neatly. So what more do you want from me now?" Lim Ari's entire body shimmered with light, leaving David exasperated. Yet she continued, "What are you complaining about? If there was a better spell for the situation, why didn't you tell me?" David could only say helplessly, "I thought you would make the right choice under the circumstances, so I let you do it." Amid the haze, David fell into thought. "Oh, this is bad. Using magic here will bring a lot of trouble." He glanced behind him, deep in thought, then asked, "Do you still remember the way to the central teleportation gate?" Lim Ari immediately answered, "Of course. I remember where it is now." Hearing that, he urged her, "All right, let's get out of here quickly. The heroes or guards will be here soon. After using magic, things are bound to get troublesome. We need to reach Hatine as quickly as possible." With that, he turned away. She did not quite understand, but did not dare ask further. But in the end, she could not hold it in any longer. "You keep mentioning Hatine, but where exactly is it?" David nearly stumbled upon hearing that. He turned around with an exhausted expression. "Don't you know where the ancient core is?" Lim Ari burst into laughter. "Of course I do. It's one of the 7 dungeons I admire." David immediately said, "That town is nearby." Lim Ari's delight vanished, and she returned to fiddling with her fingers listlessly. "Actually, I only read about the ancient core in a few books," he said helplessly. "Fine, let's go." Lim Ari immediately spread her wings and flew away, saying as she went, "Yes, I'll protect it, so don't worry." David waved to her. "All right, I'll be there soon." After parting with Lim Ari, he walked alone through the chaos. As he walked, he muttered, "So they've come. How many people are there?" Just then, a large force emerged from the smoke and confronted David. In response to his question, they declared, "We are the Blue Crane Subjugation Corps, one of the Empire's 9 great pillar families." A scar-eyed man wearing a mask spoke up. "I'm a captain of the Subjugation Corps. I'm asking you, who are you?" David merely stood there thinking. That's right, humans have always liked working in groups. For some reason, they're stubbornly obsessed with it. But gathering together like this is troublesome too. They look like guards protecting the auction house. Still, it doesn't matter. They're only a bunch of ordinary soldiers. No heroes have appeared yet. With that thought, David finally spoke. "You want to know who I am? Let's see whether I should tell you." His eyes instantly turned golden as he said coldly, "I am your enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, countless eyes, mouths, and tongues emerged across his body in a horrifying display. Meanwhile, at the ancient core, a voice echoed, "Nip Rim. Everyone says that those who enter this dungeon rarely make it out alive. If someone dies here, their soul will wander forever, unable to pass on." The blue-haired girl, Sylvia, chattered endlessly around Niprim. "Shouldn't we go back now? This place is terrifying." Niprim said irritably, "All right, stop bothering me, Sylvia." Sylvia pouted, looking hurt. "There's nothing here at all. It's so boring. That's why I'm trying to entertain myself." Suddenly, Sylvia turned to the side and said, "But I noticed there are a lot of strange things in this dungeon." Niprim turned around in alarm as well. "The first room we passed through is full of monster corpses. But this room is different. It's far too clean. Someone must have cleaned it." Niprim's gaze became grave. Then she turned to the others and asked, "What do you all think?" Meanwhile, that man remained as absent-minded as ever, impossible to understand. Murmurs rose among the group. The Subjugation Corps could never have cleaned this place. Those monsters aren't intelligent enough to do it either. Could there be a highly intelligent monster here? Wait, hasn't this dungeon already been cleared through the 5th room? Only the boss room remains. There's no way any monster could have cleaned this place so thoroughly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What are you talking about? Why would it leave the corpses in the 1st room, but clean this place?" Niprim looked around in horror. Her eyes quickly swept behind her. Then Niprim spun around and shouted, "You monsters, stop playing tricks! Are you trying to deceive us?" Panicked voices followed. Vouvet. Suddenly, a gloomy voice spoke. "You're all far too noisy. You're exhausting me and making my bones ache even more. I'm not deceiving you. I cleaned this place because it was too messy and because I expected someone would come to conquer this dungeon. But you are too noisy and it irritates me." 2 blazing eyes stared out from the darkness. Niprim hurriedly said to Sylvia, "Sylvia, light." Sylvia promptly replied, "All right." Sylvia immediately extended her hand, creating a glow in her palm. The voice spoke again. "How blinding. You foolish humans. Why do you always insist on coming to places like this? Haven't enough people died already?" Welcome to the ancient core. The voice belonged to Patrick. Niprim was horrified, thinking this is bad. Yet she still asked, "Then you are Sir Patrick?" Patrick flew into a rage. "If you already know who I am, then there is no need for an introduction. I had prepared a grand entrance, but never mind. You foolish humans really do come here in droves to throw away your lives. Calm down. Don't overreact. Put down your weapons and we can talk this out. You little mage, stop making that face. And you soldiers, step back a little as well." Huh, was I wrong? As Patrick spoke, a force suddenly came at him. It was Niprim's sword. She thrust it at him furiously and shouted, "Go to hell. You talk too much." But Patrick easily blocked it with one arm. Narrowing his eyes, he swept his gaze across her. "Humans truly are rude. You attack the moment you arrive." Niprim continued with ice magic. Under her control, a massive chunk of ice attacked Patrick. An explosion immediately erupted, filling the area with smoke and dust until nothing could be seen. Sparks from the collision of their attacks flashed through the air. Fighting again. This is all too familiar to me. There is nothing interesting about it. No matter whom I fight, I'm always the one who wins in the end. Patrick calmly fended off Niprim's attacks. Niprim slashed downward with a resentful glare. Patrick remained as composed as ever. Then Patrick unleashed sword energy from behind his back. What a boring fight, he thought. Then he said to her, "Oh, you do have some skill. You are completely different from the rest of them." But Niprim suddenly gave a strange smile and began using several techniques at once. Strength enhancement, light rain omen, silent steps, blood slayer, hero's ashen bones. Different magic circles appeared behind Niprim. Patrick picked up the sword embedded in the ground and said, "So you have so many enhancement spells. That is why you are this strong." Yet he thought, but these effects certainly cannot last long. They will probably wear off in only a minute. Before he could think further, a barrage of attacks descended upon him. Paralyze, 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 paralyze. Bolts of lightning rained down, catching Patrick somewhat off guard. "Huh? This again?" Niprim closed in on him and said, "Try saying it again. Who's going to win?" A fierce killing intent radiated from Niprim as the tip of her sword pointed to the ground. Patrick tilted his head. "Interesting. I did not expect you to have the strength to push me this far." Sylvia held her sword and stood timidly to one side. Quiet whispers rose again. "Is it still not over? There can't be that many monsters guarding the ancient core." Suddenly, Patrick continued, "It seems I will have to eliminate that blue-haired little mage first, and then Sylvia." At his words, cold sweat streamed down their faces as fear and tension surged. Hearing this, Niprim's anger erupted. She stomped down harder and shouted, "Shut up!" Patrick seemed to be in tremendous pain. Niprim thrust her sword down with all her strength and roared, "Die!" But at that very moment, a withered hand lightly reached out and caught the sharp blade. Then loud laughter rang out. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Patrick lay on the ground, feeling unprecedented delight. "This is wonderful. It has been so long since I put on such an act. Forgive me, I have not had this much fun in a long time. I should have dealt with you swiftly." Niprim stared at the scene, confused and furious, as cold sweat poured from her. Patrick continued, "But no conquerors have come here for a very long time, so I was getting bored. That is why I tried experiencing defeat and deceived you all. Thank you for giving me this pleasure." As he spoke, a blue gleam flashed in Patrick's eyes, as though it would devour everything around him. The scene shifted to a place so dark that nothing could be seen. Niprim suddenly opened her eyes and screamed, "Ah!" She pushed herself upright, groaning in pain. "Ugh, what happened just now?" A voice rang out, startling Niprim into turning around. "Oh, you are awake." Patrick was still sitting there. "After you lost consciousness, it took me only a few seconds to finish everything. However, you should see it for yourself." As he spoke, Patrick pointed in one direction. There was a pile of mangled, bloodied corpses too horrific to look at. Patrick continued, "Of everyone who has ever fought me, Patrick the Undead Knight, not one has survived. Not one. I thought you should know that much, since you knew my name. But it seems that all you knew was my name, nothing more." Patrick was holding Sylvia's head in his hand, though dealing with that blue-haired little mage did take some effort. As he spoke, Patrick threw the body toward Niprim. Niprim screamed in horror. "Sylvia!" She trembled before the body of her closest friend. Patrick continued, using holy magic. Just thinking about it makes my bones itch. Yet he could not conceal his delight, as though flowers were blooming all around him. Come to think of it, you're a Niprim, right? That mage kept calling your name until the very end. An image of Sylvia at death's door appeared. Even then, Sylvia kept calling, Niprim, Niprim, Niprim. Patrick continued. She called your name so desperately. Niprim fell into despairing silence. But Patrick continued, provoking her. I had expected a more emotional reaction, but yours is rather dull. Lady Niprim, you are truly heartless. Now then, it is time to interrogate the survivor. As he spoke, Patrick pulled the sword embedded in his body free. Even if Fimo is an idiot, he could not have sent only 30 people. And frankly, this subjugation corps is far too mediocre. Tell me, what are you hiding? The sharp tip of his sword was now pressed against Niprim's throat. Patrick continued, because I am a kind and generous skeleton, I will give you a few choices. If you're willing to answer, raise your right hand. If not, raise your left. Niprim raised one hand. He immediately said, oh, a wise choice. If you tell me everything you know, I will grant you a clean, painless death. But unexpectedly, Niprim curled all her fingers in, leaving only her middle finger raised in a gesture of contempt. Seeing that, Patrick angrily said, oh, come on. I can't believe I'm being insulted like this. With that, Patrick plunged his sword down and continued, I'll respect your decision. Take your time dying. Immediately, a dull impact sounded as the sword pierced through. Fresh blood dripped from the sharp blade. Patrick turned away and grumbled, when am I ever going to finish cleaning this place up? I suppose this one will be easier than the last. At that moment, Niprim slumped forward with the sword through her body. She still rested her hand on Sylvia, as though comforting her friend. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. It's gone. Niprim was not dead yet. She abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with hatred. Then her eyes lowered again, carrying a trace of pity. Looking at Sylvia's cold face, she could neither speak nor think. Niprim kept her head bowed for a long time, as if seeing her friend off. She could no longer suppress the cry of pain in her heart. I'm sorry, but I suddenly... Niprim opened her mouth wide. I have to survive. The moment that thought crossed her mind, an utterly horrifying sound of gnawing followed. Patrick, hiding behind a large rock, noticed something was wrong and thought, damn it, what an awful sound. I knew it. I knew there had to be something behind this. So eating corpses makes her stronger and heals her wounds? Her power increases and accumulates with every meal. Is it limited to human corpses? What is the source of this ability? Alchemy or magic? Patrick remained there, watching the horrifying scene. There are plenty of corpses here, too. I should take some time to experiment. Still, I wonder where the master is and what he is doing. Patrick clasped his hands together and thought of David. I hope he isn't doing something strange in some strange place. The scene shifted to David, who was fighting a group of people. He stood atop a roaring blaze, and it seemed someone else was beneath it. As David burned the group before him, he turned and asked, have you come to throw your life away too? Footsteps continued drawing closer, and a voice answered, no. It was Gwen gritting her teeth. She assumed a fighting stance and said, I am the hero, Gwen. But he replied coldly, I didn't ask who you were. TCH, I like your soul, but you can never defeat me. Gwen still charged forward, thinking even if that is true. This surprised David slightly. Gwen steeled herself. I have to stop him. Immediately, she launched another vicious punch, her entire body radiating powerful energy. But David casually extended his flesh and blood hand and caught Gwen's iron fist. Shifting from defense to offense, he seized Gwen's arm. Then he said viciously, sorry, but that was the only time you'll get to attack me. David leaned close to her ear and continued, go on, try struggling free again, if you still can. Gwen was completely stunned, helpless before such absolute strength. Her vision began to blur. David slammed her to the ground. A thought rose in Gwen's heart. I can't beat him. A mouthful of blood burst from her lips. But I must have bought some time, right? I'm a hero. A hero's duty is to protect everyone. Even while enduring unbearable torment and pain, Gwen still thought of the civilians outside. Blood seeped from the corners of Gwen's mouth, her nose, and her eyes. She weakly shut her eyes. David lifted her by the arm and said in surprise, HM, is it over? Suddenly, her voice rang out again. I am the hero, Gwen. I can't. Gwen slowly opened her bloodshot eyes. The fall like this. Half of David's face sank into shadow, revealing a strange eye. Gwen continued releasing her strength and said in broken breaths, I can't let you touch my people. Then she poured every ounce of strength into her bare hands and roared as though drawing out even more power. Yeah, her punch struck David squarely in the chest. She continued, I am a hero, so I must protect the innocent. After saying that, her fist began to loosen. David's voice sounded, Congratulations, you're still alive. Gwen's arm fell limp. He brushed her hand away and said coldly, Gwen, I will remember your name, though I don't know for how long. In respect for your courage, I'll grant you a gentle death. With that, David raised his foot. Just before he could stomp down, a powerful force swiftly grazed the back of his neck, then swept past his leg, startling him. David hurriedly glanced over. A group dressed in what appeared to be royal attire had arrived. One of them quickly rescued Gwen, pulling her away from beneath David's foot. Annoyed, he rubbed the back of his neck, turned around, and said, What are you people, sausages or something? You keep coming one after another, like a string of sausages. One of them answered politely, We had no choice but to use force to rescue Lady Gwen. Please forgive our rudeness. Upon hearing that, David roared angrily, Would you forgive someone who struck you in the back of the head and then apologized? Another courteous voice spoke up. Please allow me to introduce myself. Though it was late, the speaker realized David had ignored him. One of them, a black-haired man with blood-red eyes and a distinctly dangerous air, bowed humbly and said, I am Leviathan, a member of the Black Tiger Corps. It is an honor to meet the all-powerful Lord David. David asked, You just called me Lord Salu, didn't you? How do you know that? Leviathan smiled faintly. I simply have soldiers capable of recognizing you. David was displeased with that answer. That smile. He's hiding something. Fine, but I'm not very happy about it. And you're wasting my time. If you intend to attack me after all that talking, do it now. Yet Leviathan placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. You misunderstand. I would never dare. We have no intention of confronting you, Lord David. We merely wish to make a deal with you. David's expression became even stranger. What, a deal with me? At a time when I no longer have anything to regret. His form grew increasingly grotesque and terrifying. A voice like that of death echoed out. You had better understand the situation. If you dare insult me, you will not die peacefully, human. Leviathan remained calm, facing the countless eyes and enormous grotesque mouths closing in around him. He thought, this is a gamble with the Empire's fate at stake. Then Leviathan spoke. The original owner of the head-cleaving claw is still alive. Upon hearing that, David swiftly withdrew his grotesque form and listened intently. Leviathan raised his head and confidently continued, I am certain you did not come all this way merely to reclaim that masterpiece. We came to offer you our assistance. Hearing this, David stepped down from the rubble and asked, What if I say I don't need it? He slipped his hands into his pockets. David continued coldly, What if I reclaimed the head-cleaving claw only because I was bored, while my true purpose is to exterminate humanity? What would you? David immediately lost control again and roared. Then go find the owner of that item at once. His grotesque form began to emerge again. Leviathan immediately answered, We will do as you command. Then Leviathan turned and called for Garrett. Garrett promptly answered, Yes, sir. Leviathan asked, You met her once before, correct? Garrett answered cautiously. To find someone, I need to examine an item they have used. If I borrow the head-cleaving claw, do you have any objections? David took out the item and warned, If you do anything foolish, losing a hand will be the least of your problems. Garrett stepped forward and replied, Yes, I understand. After observing it for a while, Garrett spoke. I found traces of several people here. There are 2 people, just as the map indicated. There are 3 main locations: the Twin Wings Magic Tower headquarters, Demon King Castle, and the capital of Razor. Garrett began explaining in detail. One person is too far away to determine an exact location, but another is moving west in the opposite direction from Razor Palace. Hearing that, David thought in surprise, west. That is the direction of Hattin. Then he said, That information is enough. As he spoke, he remembered Rena's lovely smiling face when she called him Lord. The burden in his heart lifted. This meant Rena was still alive. Then David suddenly sighed, leaving everyone puzzled. However, he walked past the 2 of them and said, I owe you a favor. I will remember you both. Leviathan promptly replied, It is our honor to serve you. David moved forward, and everyone hurriedly stepped aside to clear a path. As he walked, he said, Let's go. The scene shifted elsewhere. At that moment, a voice called out, "Lord David." The caller was Lim Ari. Standing before a pile of corpses, she said wearily, "You are a little late, my lord." David stood before the bodies in silence. Lim Ari's face was covered in wounds and blood, yet she still smiled. "Look, I kept my promise. I used it to hold the teleportation gate." Her bloodied hand loosened from her weapon. She continued, "I thought this would be enough of a welcome. You have returned." At that moment, Lim Ari collapsed from exhaustion. David summoned several swirling currents to catch her and praised her. "Yes, this is enough. You did well." Lim Ari reverted into a little girl, sleeping deeply from exhaustion. David then stood before the object and muttered, "All right, how should I use this?" "This leads to Hatine. If I pour my magic power into it." A massive glass tube appeared, filled with some green substance. A moment later, cracks spread across the glass, startling him. After the glass shattered, what was inside surged out violently. David remained calm, though his heart was full of confusion. What is this? It can't withstand my magic power? I was so confident in the stability of my form, David thought, then raised the bracelet on his wrist and examined it. If I use only Dimra's magic power for teleportation, will I be able to travel safely? I might deform again, but wouldn't that reveal my existence? He truly hesitated, unsure what to do. Damn it, I have already stepped onto a path with no return. Suddenly, Patrick's image appeared in his mind, saying, "Master, don't give up." David pressed his lips together, shut his eyes tightly, and continued thinking. It is too late to end this peacefully. Then David decided to remove the bracelet. Countless terrifying black tentacles emerged from his back. The power they radiated was utterly dark and strange. At that moment, he thought, "I'm sorry, Patrick." Just then, everything began shaking violently. A roar sounded, followed by the noise of destruction. In an instant, the wall shattered into countless fragments. Under the force of David's primordial power, all the ruins collapsed. At the coordinates of Hatine, he slowly opened his still drowsy eyes. Demon Ceiling Tower. The scene shifted to a pointed castle beneath a gloomy sky. At that moment, a cheerful male voice rang out. "Welcome to the Demon Ceiling Tower. Your identity and place of origin will be verified after a few simple procedures." The person who appeared was Rena. She asked coldly, "Can humans use teleportation magic?" The gatekeeper answered enthusiastically, "No, ma'am. Our magic tower receives countless visitors from all over, so you cannot enter until your identity has been verified." Rena drew her weapon, startling the gatekeeper. Rena said coldly, "It seems you won't be getting away." Then Rena decisively eliminated him. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Stepping over his body, she thought, "The first time I came here, I had a thought. Humanity's magic tower is no different from a dungeon. There is no doubt that the magic tower is a dungeon created by humans." As that thought ended, Rena effortlessly carried out a massacre and stepped over the fallen bodies. Corpses and blood fell behind Rena. They were merely weak monsters. The scene shifted some time later. A pair of blood-stained feet appeared. As Rena climbed the stairs, she thought, "I have killed every human I saw on the first floor. All that remains is the top floor." At that moment, a woman with thick lips painted bright red spoke. Well, I was wondering who the intruder was, but isn't this the noble little lady from last time?" A red-haired mage named Gao Mitam Mo appeared. She arrogantly asked, "So you are not human after all?" Rena merely asked coldly, "Where's my head-cleaving claw?" The red-haired mage replied, casually, "That is my property. I have no reason to tell you." Then, bending down to stare into Rena's turquoise eyes, she continued, "But I am curious. With those contemptuous lips," she asked, "how are you still alive?" Rena assumed a fighting stance, her expression filled with vigilance and resolve. "Galmadam Montauk sneelt. Oh my, that weapon does not suit your pretty little face at all. Do you think you can stand against the master of this magic tower with nothing but such a tiny dagger?" As she spoke, she formed a magical shield around herself. She continued mockingly, "What do you think you can do to me with that dagger?" But unexpectedly, a flash of light shot out, cracking the magical shield into fragments. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Mo's face as she panicked. "Impossible. She shattered my magic shield in one move? This little girl's power is terrifying." Rena narrowed her eyes, paying her no attention at all. However, Gao Mo still thought confidently, "Is all right. This tower was built over a spring of infinite magical power. If I can draw upon that limitless power, I will win." Rina demanded again. Where's my head-cleaving claw? Tell me now, you bitch, she shouted impatiently as she charged forward. Galmita Montauk smugly raised her staff. Unfortunately, that item is no longer here. I brought it to the auction. At that moment, she unleashed her magical domain. Immediately, a powerful ring of energy formed in the air and fired downward. Gao MITMO placed her hand on her weapon and said, "You seem quite strong. Therefore, I will use my full strength against you." With that, she transformed the power into sharp spears and fired them out. The attacks split again and again and again. Holy heaven! Countless magic circles descended upon Rina. Gao MITMO shouted smugly, "Take every one of my attacks." Rina's eyes grew grave. A huge explosion rang out. A terrifying blast echoed from near the top of the tower. Thick smoke and dust filled the view. Then a voice sounded. "Good." Gamadam Montauk spoke. "That is right. If a monster like you dares challenge us humans, then you must suffer the consequences." Rina emerged from the smoke, countless energy spears embedded in her body. She remained standing, though her body was bent forward as she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. This truly is one of my high-level spells. Only a handful of powerful Hell Lords could withstand it, she thought, cold sweat running down her face. But I never imagined that such a little girl would still be standing. Then suddenly, both of her arms vanished. Fresh blood sprayed out. Gao MITMO collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. "Yeah." Gritting her teeth, she said in both fear and rage, "It hurts. How can this be? My arms." But Rina's footsteps appeared beside her like a ghost's. Though blood streamed from her body, Rina glared down at her in warning. "There are only 2 arms. Don't make such a fuss as though you're about to die, human." Only then did Gao MITMO truly feel fear, and she began pleading, "I don't want to die. Please spare me." But Rina swiftly kicked her again, making her scream in pain. Aya! Tears streamed down her face as fear and agony overwhelmed her, leaving her looking utterly miserable. The arrogant, haughty air she had carried moments ago had vanished without a trace. She began crying for help. "Help! Help! Save me!" Then she collapsed at Rina's feet. Rina thought to herself, "It's over. Every trace here has been erased." Then she asked herself, "What should I do now?" Her legs gradually began to give out. Leaning against the nearby wall, Rina thought, after everything that has happened, what is even left? I'm so tired. I want to sleep. As that thought crossed her mind, her body slowly slid down. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Master!" The call instantly jolted Rina awake, and she forced her eyes open. A blue-haired mage ran over to help Gao MITMO up, saying in alarm, "How did this happen? My lady, please." Rina watched him warily as well. The blue-haired mage took out a blue stone and said, "My lady, please stay calm. You have lost too much blood. Do you see what this is?" Gao MO raised her head and answered, "I can't see clearly." The blue-haired mage asked again, "You can't see it?" Then his expression darkened. "This is a teleportation demon crystal. You can use it to leave this place. But I don't have enough magic power to activate it right now. You'll need to use your own magic power." Rina also noticed the stone with its strange symbol inside. Frowning, she thought, that stone looks like the one I saw before." The unpleasant feeling she had felt upon seeing it returned. The streams of dark power enveloped Gao MITMO, making her scream in agony. "Aya!" The blue-haired mage stood there with his hand behind his back and said, "Gao MO, you have far too many enemies. You truly lived a miserable life, which is why Rina came here to punish you. Everyone your family, the Gao MIT clan. You must have gravely offended them. That is why they sent me to eliminate you." His expression was extremely menacing. Then he glanced at Rina behind him. "Isn't that right, Rina?" Rina could only remain silent and watch him cautiously. As Gao MITMO writhed under the torment of dark magic, the man placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully to Rina. "I deeply appreciate what you've done. Thanks to you, I have been spared quite a bit of effort. It seems you have no intention of stopping. You've set your sights on me as well, haven't you?" His dangerous eyes opened wide. But Gao MITMO's body had already turned into a disgusting pile of mangled flesh. The blue-haired mage said, "This thing should buy me enough time to get out of here. Farewell." At that moment, a tail emerged and an eye opened. Gao the mighty Mo's face then transformed into that of a bizarre monster. Rina remained calm as she assessed the situation. I can't see it clearly. This monster's aura is quite strong. In my current condition, I can't possibly fight it. I suppose this is enough for me. The hideous monster charged at her. Rina seemed ready to give up as she whispered 2 words. So tired, everything she had done until now was over. I'll die here, and every trace of me will disappear completely. But that familiar back appeared again. Rina reconsidered. Yet at that moment, she gritted her teeth in fury and roared, "You bastards! Don't touch Lord David with your filthy hands." The power within her body erupted at once. Rina drove her weapon into one of its eyes and shouted, "Even if I die, I won't forgive you." Immediately afterward, an appendage lashed into Rina. In unbearable pain, she clenched her teeth and thought, if Lord David remembers Rina someday, will he be sad? From outside the castle, massive explosions could still be seen erupting one after another. Fortunately, that familiar dark magic and those familiar eyes appeared moments later, accompanied by a warm voice. "Are you all right?" Rina was utterly astonished by the sight before her. The first time Lord David had saved her, the situation had been much the same. A giant hand held her securely and lifted Rina up. Rina had nearly exhausted all her strength. Had he not appeared to save her, she would never have survived. That person was none other than David. Filled with joy and emotion, Rina called out, "Lord David." David set Rina down on the ground. She sat there staring at him, thinking, "Why is he here?" David said silently, "Wait for me a moment." With that, he stood up and turned away. Still unable to believe what was before her, Rina thought, "Is this an illusion?" David walked toward the hideous monster. Then 2 golden eyes appeared, and David coldly declared, "You've got quite some nerve, you bastard. You will pay for what you've done." David's bizarre form began to reveal itself. An enormous, grotesque mouth stretched endlessly through the darkness, while black smoke blanketed the space. David lunged forward and sliced the hideous monster in 2. His body grew ever more terrifying as he roared, "Die!" Foul-smelling blood burst forth. His power turned into countless spikes that pierced the monster from within, making it howl in agony. But the monster began twisting and reshaping itself, intending to attack David. He could not help looking at it with contempt. Then he decisively lifted the monster into the air and slammed it down onto the ground, causing it unbearable agony. Its pained shrieks rang out. Ki ki ki. The hideous monster had been smashed flat and no longer had any strength left. David grabbed it again. Its 2 small tentacles clung to his hand. David cursed angrily. Then he ruthlessly slammed it onto the ground once more, roaring, "What a disgusting bastard!" At once, a blinding explosion erupted in midair. Strange blue blood splattered across the ground. With blood covering his hand, David said, "I see. Now I understand your regenerative ability." The hideous monster lay in the middle of a huge crater. That was because dense new flesh was continuing to grow from its body, looking utterly repulsive. It rose again in a twisted posture to face David. He came to a conclusion. Infinite magic power from the fountain of magic. Is that it? A light of power appeared, followed by other streams of power connecting to it. David stood there calmly and said, "All right." He opened his mouth wider than usual and said, "Then it's very simple." On the ground beneath the monster, a huge abyss-like mouth suddenly opened as if to swallow it whole. Beside it were still those enormous, furious eyes. After a loud sound, the monster stopped moving. David turned around and said with disgust, "That was hard to swallow." It tasted awful. It sounded as though he had swallowed the monster. After walking some distance, he stopped in thought. Seeing the small girl curled up with her arms around her knees, looking utterly pitiful, he could not help calling out, "Rina." David sat down with his back against hers. Once settled, he confessed, "There are many things I want to tell you, but your mind is blank right now. This is my fault." David hesitantly raised a hand to scratch the back of his neck and wondered. "The last time I came here, I met a blue-haired girl. I killed her. That won't cause any problems, will it?" Rina kept her eyes tightly shut, saying nothing. David continued, gazing into the distance, and called, "Rina, I'm sorry for everything I did." Those words only made Rina sadder, and tears welled up in her eyes. but she still lowered her head and replied, "You don't need to apologize to me. It was all my fault." David quietly said, "Don't say that. The ancient core needs you very much. Besides, Rina is someone very important to me." His words left her confused and flustered. Then she asked, "Weren't you very angry with me?" David considered it before answering, "No, you don't hate Rina anymore. I don't hate you." Their silhouettes, leaning back to back, stood out against the darkness. Suddenly, David stood and said, "Oh, right, I have something for you." He took out the item she had been searching for and said, "This is what I recovered." When Rina saw her familiar possession, tears poured from her eyes, and she was unable to speak. She hugged it tightly to her chest, not knowing what to say. Rina feared that her clear tears would fall. Crying anxiously, she said, "I'm so afraid that you'll hate me. You won't abandon me, will you?" David cheerfully denied it. "Don't say that." Then he gently extended his hand toward Rina. "All right, let's return to the ancient core." The scene shifted to another place, perhaps to the moment when the two of them first met and began speaking. Someone's voice asked, "Is she a dwarf?" "During the fire in GRA Penia last time, I met this little girl. But afterward, I saw her in the laboratory." David replied with a yawn. Rina, small and curled up beside David, had returned to her original form. Patrick stood nearby as well. David continued, "I thought we had a connection, so I brought her along." As Patrick observed Rina, he asked, "So this tiny body contains all the information and knowledge of the dwarves?" Patrick silently calculated. Furthermore, even in the dungeon of the ancient core's strongest leader, a place called a demon's nest because it is filled with dense, dark energy, this little girl remains very calm. That means her mental and physical strength are sufficient to handle anything. Rina also stared intently at Patrick. Patrick then asked David, "What do you intend to do with this child?" In a sleepy voice, David replied, "Just let her live here. This little girl seems rather versatile. So first, I'll teach her how to fight. If she can't learn, then she can simply live here peacefully. After all, she used to be a servant, so we can leave cooking and things like that to her." As he spoke, images appeared of Rina practicing swordsmanship, learning to fly, and cooking. Patrick could barely keep up and broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, master," Patrick reluctantly said. "You're serious? Who would even want to teach her?" David casually pointed at Patrick. "Who else but you?" The obviousness of his expression startled Patrick so much that he nearly fell over. David said, "Cheer up a little." Patrick still tried to refuse. "No, why me?" Resting his chin on his hand, David said indifferently, "Come on, stop pretending to be cold. Weren't you about to die of boredom because you had nothing to do?" Hearing that, Patrick reluctantly stammered, "Well, that's true." But Patrick continued assessing Rina inwardly. She is a homunculus, so her physical strength is greater than an ordinary person's. And deep in her subconscious, she seems to still harbor some resentment toward humans. Feeling that this was somewhat troubling, Patrick turned and asked, "Oh, do you know this girl's name?" David flopped back onto the ground and dreamily replied, What was it again? I vaguely heard it when I first met her." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Leo Lu." Patrick's face showed clear surprise, as if to say, "She can talk." Rina then tried to pronounce her own name. Lao, Patrick asked in astonishment. "Her full name is just one word, Leo Lu." David sighed. "What more do you want?" Patrick could not bear it any longer and suggested, "You're the child's master. Why not give her a new name?" David scratched his cheek and thought, "Me? Let me think. Then he came up with a fitting name. "Let's call her Rina." Upon hearing that name, Rina's eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. Patrick praised him, "Not bad." Then this child's name is Rina Leo Lu. But David had fallen asleep again at some point, leaving Patrick helpless. "He's asleep again." Patrick then sat beside her and called to her, surprising her slightly. "All right, come here." Using two bony fingers, Patrick pushed up the corners of her mouth and said cheerfully, "First, you need to learn how to smile." Back in the present, Patrick's expression looked rather frightening. "Wow, and you can still smile in a situation like this? What did you do in Hatine that made the ground shake like this? Did you dance the cha-cha-cha through the village or something?" David, drenched in sweat, said helplessly, "Patrick, a monster's life is always full of exceptions." Patrick pointed to the tiny limb Ari in his arms and asked, "What kind of exception is that?" David answered helplessly, "It's a long story." Now it was Patrick's turn to break out in a sweat. He shouted, "Wait, master, did you kidnap a child?" David gently laid the drooling, sleeping girl on the ground and replied, speechlessly, "Do you really think I enjoy bringing trouble upon myself?" Patrick immediately asked, "Where is Rina? Why did you bring this child back?" David sat heavily on the ground, his face creased in distress. Patrick, well, he looked at his reflection in a puddle and continued, I met Rena in the human village. Patrick pondered this, then asked anxiously, so you saw her? Was she hurt? David replied sadly, she looked very tired. Perhaps we disturbed Rena's life. Patrick turned away and said, forget it. If she rejected you, just say so directly. Why be so sad about it? Hearing those words, David held his head in even greater anguish, not knowing what to do. Then he hesitantly offered a suggestion. For now on, you should wear a maid outfit and manage this dungeon. David mischievously winked as he spoke. Patrick confidently pulled out a sheet of paper and replied, I'm always ready to resign. Then he sighed and asked, so what do you intend to do now? David said casually, there's nothing else to do. But I'll wait, I suppose. I don't know when she'll come back. With that, he dejectedly lay down on the floor. Patrick nodded as well. I understand. As Patrick walked away, he thought, in this situation, it's best to leave him alone. He may be very sad, but after some time, suddenly, his footsteps stopped. Then urgent call rang out. Master! David, who was lying down, perked up his ears. Seeing a figure emerge from the dark tunnel, Patrick cried out, she's back. David asked in surprise, who? Who do you think? The person you've been waiting for. Patrick had hit the mark exactly. Rena appeared wearing a cute, lovely maid outfit, but one of her eyes had turned a brilliant gold, making her look especially unusual. Timidly, she called, Lord David, you haven't eaten yet, have you? If so, would you like me to prepare something for you? Patrick also noticed her golden eye. Patrick turned as if he wanted to ask David something, only to see David staring back in confusion. As Patrick studied David's expression, he thought, what on earth did he lose his mind and give her? Or did he really give her that thing while he wasn't conscious? Returning to when they had recently met, David asked Rena, your right eye is completely ruined, isn't it? If you could still see, you should know. I told you that if you still harbor those thoughts and keep that stone, then at any time Rena was still clutching her injured eye. Then David placed 2 fingers over one of his eyes. Think carefully about it. Afterward, he put something into Rena's eye and said, next time, offer your love to me. Back in the present, Rena smiled with her mismatched eyes. From now on, I will always remain by your side. Sometime later, the sound of dripping water echoed. A drop of water landed on Lim Ari's forehead, making her groan. She woke up, rubbed her eyes, and wondered where she was and what had happened. When she saw Patrick sharpening a knife nearby, Lim Ari jolted in terror. Trembling, she cried, am I dead? Are you the god of death? Is this hell? Patrick explained, sorry, but this isn't the underworld. This is the ancient core. Pointing at Patrick, she said, then you're not the god of death. You're Patrick. Patrick replied, you catch on quickly. He then stood up, turned around, and said, I wonder if he's awake yet. Patrick suddenly delivered a forceful kick and shouted, boss, wake up. David yawned and sluggishly woke up. Patrick, I was sleeping soundly. What is it now? After seeing Lim Ari, he added, you're awake. After seeing David's true form, Lim Ari screamed in fear. You are. Unable to hold herself back, she hurriedly crawled out of her nest, knelt, and loudly declared, Master of the ancient core, incarnation of the Creator, guardian of the gods, punisher of cowards, supreme ancient monster. You're truly terrifying. Still drenched in cold sweat, Lim Ari continued anxiously, Your Majesty. No, that's not right. Please forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. Then both she and David recited the same information at once. Lim Ari, 17th generation descendant of Demon King Amoth. He calmly said, I already know. Startled, she asked, how do you know my name? Did Salu tell you? Then the girl recalled David's human form. Lim Ari looked around repeatedly and asked, by the way, have you seen Salu? I remember he punished the humans in Razor and reclaimed the head-cleaving claw. David felt there was no longer any reason to hide it, so he helplessly answered, that's me. Lim Ari became even more confused. What? Sir David, what did you say? David rested his chin on his hand and repeated, I am Salu. Lim Ari was utterly stunned. Her surprise turned to horror, and cold sweat poured down her face. In her heart, she wanted to curse herself to death. Then I was disrespectful to Lord David. While Lim Ari stood there in a daze, Patrick called out, boss, about what Demon King men said. Patrick's eyes shone with dissatisfaction and grievance as he questioned David about punishing the humans in Razor. Why didn't you tell me? David broke out in a cold sweat, unsure how to respond. That. Then he said, follow me. Yes. The two entered the tunnel entrance together. The scene shifted to the Grapenia forest on the border of Hattin territory, a dense forest lush with vegetation. A voice rang out. "Aha, what's this?" A person gathering herbs ahead said excitedly. They said entry was forbidden, but nothing happened. This forest is full of medicinal herbs and mushrooms. Suddenly, a sound drew their attention. There's someone here. They're seriously injured too. Before them lay an injured person, barely clinging to life on the ground. The herb gatherer hurriedly set down a lantern and said in alarm, Wait a moment. I have medicine." Suddenly, the injured person spoke. "You and all these medicinal herbs." The injured person was Niprim. She abruptly turned around and pounced on the person offering medicine like a wild beast. A spray of fresh blood splattered across the lantern, signaling that someone unfortunate had lost their life for placing their kindness in the wrong person. After recovering, Niprim wrapped herself from head to toe and walked down the road like a ghost. As she headed toward the city wall, she muttered, "I have to go. The dungeon is a battlefield. To survive on a battlefield, one needs many qualities." A voice suddenly rang out. "If you're truly a demon king, then pull yourself together, Lim Ari." One of those qualities was composure. It was Rina's voice. She gestured for Lim Ari to be quiet, then lowered her voice. "How many times has Rina reminded you? Silence is the most basic rule in Lord David's room." But Lim Ari clearly did not like that. Extremely displeased, she frowned and retorted, "No, I won't do it. I'm a free monster." Lim Ari raised her voice. "Besides, I lived in the ancient core before I became a demon king. I came here to speak with Lord David." The two girls lunged at each other, grabbing hair and tugging at each other's clothes. Rina continued to insist, "Lord David is resting." Hearing this, Lim Ari confidently pointed at herself and proudly replied, "That is exactly what I intend to do. I plan to stay by his side and keep him warm until Lord David falls asleep. In this respect, Rina, you are far too conservative and passive." Then she pointed at Rina and said disdainfully, "You really are old-fashioned." Rina froze. Then she trembled with rage. Lim Ari had called Rina old-fashioned. That completely enraged her. Picking up her weapon, she chased after Lim Ari, shouting furiously, "Die! I'll kill you!" Far from being afraid, Lim Ari stuck out her tongue at Rina and laughed loudly. Rina's face darkened. She sternly ordered, "Get over here." Delighted at successfully provoking Rina, Lim Ari laughed and stuck out her tongue again. "Keep hostility to a minimum." Hearing the commotion outside, Patrick was speechless. He thought to himself, this place really is like hell. David lay behind him and spoke weakly. "Patrick, they're too noisy. I can't sleep." Patrick immediately replied, "You have no right to say that. Isn't the outside a complete mess because of someone?" David slowly turned his head and asked in confusion, "Is it really that bad?" Patrick was deeply dissatisfied with that answer. "You still haven't read the newspapers I gave you, have you?" Even so, he clearly explained the situation to David. It seems that because reinforcements were deployed to defend Razor, the border villages are being ravaged by monsters. David sighed after hearing that. Sigh. Patrick added, "And the Lord of Hattin has committed suicide. So Hattin is now completely paralyzed." David pondered, "That does sound serious." Holding a thick stack of newspapers, Patrick slowly continued. "Furthermore, I read every newspaper from the past 3 weeks, yet there were only 3 articles about Hattin." He stared at David. "Do you know what that means?" David blankly answered, "No." David's words drove Patrick mad, and he could only clench the newspaper in his hand. Then he scolded David. "Can you think before you speak? I want to resign." David finally panicked and hurriedly stopped him. Saw thee, please spare me, Patrick." After a while, David wearily sat up, gave a long yawn, and asked, "So, Patrick, what do you think?" Patrick replied, "I'm not certain. There isn't enough information to draw a conclusion." He also speculated, "Based on the current situation, I suspect Hattin may have been cut off from the outside world. You're the monster who destroyed an entire village, so you must remember how much damage you caused." David broke out in a cold sweat and played dumb. Patrick had expected that, so he continued, "A severely devastated village suddenly falling silent is certainly not good news. The ancient core needs Hattin because, if we can closely monitor Hattin, we will know the expeditionary army's strength and when they will attack us." Patrick imagined a map where the ancient core and Hattin were separated by the Grapenia forest, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The only solution he could think of was this. We must go to Hattin as soon as possible. If we wait any longer, the consequences will be impossible to predict. David also thought that made sense. As he lay back down, he slowly replied, "Yeah, have a safe trip. Don't overwork yourself." Inwardly, he prayed, "Please go alone. Please just go alone." David had expected Patrick to force him to come along as usual, but Patrick simply turned to leave. Before going, he did not forget to say, "Then I'll be back soon, my lord." David had not expected Patrick to say such a thing. Then he thought, he's really going to send only himself? Great, I can sleep now. David lay back on the ground to resume sleeping, but Patrick's voice rang out again. "Oh." He turned around, stared coldly at David, and said, "But don't you think it would be difficult for me to go alone? I think it would be best to have at least one more person with me." David sprang up in fright and stammered, What? Ma? Oh, wait." Then David happened to see Rena and Lim Ari fighting. Lim Ari, the first candidate, looked at him blankly and asked, "What is it?" David calculated inwardly, Lim Ari is very dangerous. If she were magic, she would be magic gone out of control. If she uses magic like she did in the capital, an entire village could be destroyed. Thinking about it, he felt that would not do and shook his head. Not her. Then came candidate number 2, Rena, who smiled and said, "Let Rena go." Lim Ari, standing beside her with a flushed face, shouted irritably, "Rena, let go of me." David imagined Rena fighting with a sword and broke out in a cold sweat. No. It will be better if you stayed here. If Rena goes, her magic will probably explode violently. You're already helping me a great deal by quietly staying here. So please be good and remain here. At that moment, Patrick spoke, since they did not know how long the journey would take. He said warmly and earnestly, "Why don't you come with me, my lord?" David found himself in a difficult position and thought painfully. Perhaps because he had waited too long, Patrick urged, boss." David imagined himself as a fish caught in Patrick the fisherman's net. Inwardly, he cried in anguish, I fell right into his trap. I can't refuse anymore. I've been dragged into this." Then David came up with a plan. He said excitedly, "It seems I'm the most suitable person in this situation. But there's a problem. I accidentally broke that Dimmer bracelet, so I can't transform anymore." Patrick slowly replied, "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed. Without the bracelet, you really cannot come with me." David's face brightened at that, and he happily thought, "Great, it worked. I don't have to go. I can sleep." Yet in the end, David transformed into his human form and went with Patrick, his face gloomy. He weakly cursed, "You bastard. You'll definitely die in agony." Seeing him like that, Patrick laughed so hard he trembled. "Even if you curse me, unfortunately, I'm already dead." David replied wearily and despondently, "There's that too." Patrick lowered his head to look at the bracelet on David's right hand and said, "You were the one who said that you couldn't go because you didn't have the Dimmer bracelet. In other words, if you have it, then you can set off immediately, can't you?" Patrick replied pleasantly. David shouted helplessly, "That's not what I meant, you bastard." At last, the two arrived at a village. Patrick said, "We're here, boss. You caused quite a disaster." They pushed open the gate and entered. Patrick continued, "Boss, there are 4 ways to assess a village's condition." David asked curiously, "What are they?" Patrick answered, "First, see whether the market is lively." David muttered, "It's completely deserted. Let's go home." Patrick continued, "Second, see how many chimneys are smoking. We should have checked before everyone had dinner, but we arrived too late." David immediately whined, "Then it's too late. Let's go home." Seeing David trying to leave, Patrick irritably stepped forward, grabbed him by the clothes, and dragged him along. Third, see how many subjugation parties are listed on the monster hunting notice board. But Hatine doesn't have one, so we'll skip that. David said angrily, "Then let's go home, please." Lastly, the inn and tavern. Patrick pulled David toward a nearby tavern. Patrick said, "Today we..." He lowered his head, but David was nowhere to be seen. Panting, David was already walking ahead as he said, "What are you waiting for, Patrick? Let's go." Patrick thought wearily, this guy honestly. David stepped forward, pushed open the tavern door, and called loudly, "Innkeeper, do you have a room?" At the same time, Patrick said, "However, I think we shouldn't get our hopes up." A chaotic scene lay before them. Patrick cursed, "Damn it." His gaze became sinister and deadly. This is the worst-case scenario. This village is no longer an ordinary village. Elsewhere, villagers' corpses were scattered everywhere. They had died in agonizing poses. Suddenly, a raindrop fell. In an instant, Torrential rain poured down from the sky, drenching the bodies. As the rain grew heavier, the corpses decayed more severely. A man stood high above, looking down as he spoke. You have all worked hard. His eyes were filled with schemes as he raised his voice in a mysterious tone. After sweeping through Hattin, we will advance into the enemy's central territory, the capital of Razor. Before the Black Calamity, humanity had never been so weak. A streak of white lightning suddenly struck, illuminating the area. His terrifying face was revealed. This is the best chance to destroy the Empire. Back at the empty inn, tables and chairs lay overturned. The situation was truly serious. Who would have thought the inn would be this empty? Patrick said. It seems Hattin has been isolated. A mysterious person replied. I am the owner of this inn. Patrick was startled and immediately rose, ready to leave. The innkeeper asked curiously, Who are you people? He trembled in fear, gripping the knife at his waist. What did you come here for? Seeing the innkeeper's frightened expression, Patrick softly said, I am a knight of the Patarian Black Hound Subjugation Association from Nitranch. He thought to himself, he suspects we may be here to attack him. Seeing that the innkeeper remained wary, Patrick added, I only wish to have a simple meal, then find somewhere to rest and relieve my fatigue. At last, the innkeeper sighed in relief and warmly greeted them. Honored guests, please forgive me. The innkeeper slowly came down the stairs. But we do not have enough food for a night. In truth, it is not just our inn. There is nowhere in this entire village that has food anymore. Patrick's mind immediately began working. Could it be because of that Black Calamity? Seeing that Patrick already knew, the innkeeper awkwardly scratched his head. So you know about it too. The innkeeper was drenched in sweat. I'm sorry, but we don't have any vacant rooms left either. I hope you understand. Patrick rubbed his chin. He thought, TCH, at this rate, even the water may cost more than the room. His thoughts were interrupted when Patrick generously tossed the innkeeper a gold coin. Take it. The innkeeper hurried over and caught it. I'm sorry, sir, you suddenly. Patrick reminded him. Why aren't you hurrying to prepare a room? The innkeeper opened his hand and saw the gleaming gold coin in his palm, stunned for a moment. After receiving the coin, he immediately became respectful. Please come upstairs. The innkeeper bowed, but a trace of scrutiny flashed in his eyes. He asked, Excuse me, but who is the person behind you? David saw the innkeeper's probing look and immediately gave him a look that said, What about me? Patrick turned and explained, He is my servant. As soon as he said that, a cry rang out. Hey, what did you just call me? Ignoring David's bafflement, Patrick continued explaining to the innkeeper, I call him a servant, but he has actually helped me a great deal, which is why I treat him well. David stood nearby and complained, Hey, Patrick. Patrick continued, That's why I allow my servant to stay in the same room as me. By the way, where did you say our room was? Listen to me. In the end, the innkeeper still led them to their room. As soon as they entered, David said excitedly, Oh ho ho, this room is much better than I expected. David quickly claimed the bed beside him. I'm taking this bed. This place is much better than where Lim, Ari, Rena, and I stayed before. Patrick happily said, That's right, the room is excellent. All right, I'll leave it here. Seeing Patrick constantly busying himself, David asked curiously, What are you doing? And more importantly, couldn't you really think of any word other than servant to describe me? Patrick advised, It's not that I couldn't think of another word. It's just too obvious. Even I would think so. Those clothes you're wearing now are probably the most comfortable thing for you, aren't they? But if you always dress so shabbily, people will mistake you for a beggar. David said irritably, Maybe being mistaken for a beggar would be better. Patrick teased, If you were a beggar, you'd never know when someone might pick a fight and beat you up or how they'd beat you. But slaves are their master's property, so people cannot easily lay a hand on them. Since you do not care about what you wear anyway, isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to treat you as a slave? Right? Then, as if he had remembered something, Patrick shouted, And another thing, master, why are you treating this mission as though you are not even doing it? David shouted even louder, What do you mean, another thing? In my next life, I should just reincarnate as a rock. Patrick quietly gathered his things. It would be best if you simply did as I say. All you need to say is, Yes, master. Patrick turned and headed outside. I'll be going out for a while. Get some proper rest, master. David replied listlessly, Patrick, this is only the first day. I advise you not to overdo it. Patrick reached the door. He turned back and waved at David. You do not need to worry too much about me, master. In any case, it is already late at night. At this hour, we can go wherever we please, can't we? Beneath Hatine's silent starry sky, Patrick stood deep in thought. The black calamity had descended upon most of Hatine because the royal family was enraged by the disaster that had struck without warning. Moreover, they surely needed someone to take responsibility for the repeated failures in the expeditions to the ancient core. Standing atop the Lord's castle walls with his hands on his hips, Patrick said, "TSK, you really did a beautiful job destroying it." As soon as the words left his mouth, his thoughts returned to the matter at hand. However, by the time the royal family intervened, Hatine's lord, Count Isat, had died. Patrick looked at the book he was reading. So who is Hatine's lord now? I've been curious about that for quite some time. Rubbing his chin, Patrick thought, clearly, the royal family had been put in a difficult position and took out their anger on the noble houses. If that is true, would Count Isat's descendants still be allowed to inherit his title? Patrick put on his hat. Forget it. Why not go see what the new lord looks like? The moment Patrick slipped into the castle, he ran into a gate guard. This is troublesome. Guards patrolled every corner of the castle. Patrick thought, security here is tighter than I expected. Patrick hid behind a wall. I could kill them or knock them out, but that would only create more trouble tomorrow morning, would it not? After pondering it for a while, Patrick decided to return. That is enough for today. Haste makes waste. Patrick hurried away. Actually, I had already decided where I should go when I came here. As he ran, Patrick thought, it seems humans cannot sense things the way I can. Standing before a dark cellar, Patrick was astonished. Who would have thought the stench of corpses would be so thick here? Let's inspect this place first. The scene shifted to where David lay. Is cool in the dungeon, and the sleep is nice, but going outside once in a while is not bad either. Just as he was the innkeeper, it is a little earlier than usual, but dinner is ready. The innkeeper smiled. Anyone who runs it and knows that letting guests go hungry is absolutely unacceptable. Besides, Sir Knight paid quite generously, so I must at least repay that generosity with all my sincerity. By the way, we have not formally introduced ourselves yet, have we? My name is Novan Hecker. You may simply call me Novan. David replied. I am Dade. The two spoke as they walked. By the way, David, I hope you will not be disappointed when you come downstairs. There is not much food left, so this is all I could prepare. David was puzzled. Is the situation here really that bad? The innkeeper looked sorrowful. For something to be called a calamity, it has to be as horrific as this, does it not? The residents who witnessed that great plague with their own eyes went mad on the spot. The innkeeper's face darkened. After that, the Lord took his own life. The innkeeper continued. Then, as you can see, all contact between Hatine and the outside world was cut off. No one may leave, and no one may enter. Beyond the city walls, starving corpses lie everywhere. I do not know what you came here to find or see, but it would be best for you to leave as soon as possible. To be honest, I am preparing to do the same. Even as they went down the stairs, the innkeeper continued speaking. David, you understand the current situation better than anyone. David merely followed silently without saying a word. What will happen next? The scene shifted elsewhere. A pair of small, thin feet climbed onto a windowsill. When humans are driven to the brink, they can do anything. The red-haired girl stood precariously on the sill, preparing to jump through the window into the room. That girl was Rolina. Rolina swiftly climbed through the window and entered the room. Rolina began tiptoeing forward, her movements light. Frowning, she said, "All right." Looking deeper into the room, she thought, they chose to stay even though the village is in such terrible condition, so they must be outsiders. And this is the most expensive room in the inn. She clenched her fists and grinned wickedly. They must have a lot of money. Her eyes swept toward the bed. I need to take everything that can be sold for money. She walked over to the bed and picked up a set of clothes. The foul odor made her grimace. Are these clothes or cleaning rags? Disgusting. Does this guest not have any money? Clicking her tongue, she prepared to leave with them. Whatever. If I keep them, I can probably use them to wrap things up in place of a bag. She opened the chest and found it empty. Startled, she exclaimed, "Huh? Why is it empty?" Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "Could they have taken everything and left already?" As soon as she said that, Rolina rushed over and began searching through the drawers. Suddenly, she found something. Then again, they could not have taken absolutely everything with them, could they? She picked it up and asked in alarm, "What is this?" The scene shifted to David's room, where he was lying on the bed. Patrick entered and said, "I have returned, master. I went to scout out the Lord's castle." "What are you doing?" David replied, "The same thing I've been doing all along." "Oh, my master." Removing his mask, Patrick said quietly, "I intended to see what the new Lord looked like. But the guard were stricter than I expected, so I had no choice but to return empty-handed." "Did you discover anything, master?" David immediately replied, "What did you expect me to accomplish? I was only asking out of habit." David gave a non-committal hum before continuing. Hatine seems to be completely isolated from the outside world. Besides, even the innkeeper does not know much. Hearing this, Patrick cried out, "Oh my goodness, what is happening? What is wrong, master? Did you actually find something? I am astonished." Patrick then rushed to the bedside and said excitedly, "So that is how it is. Hatine has been isolated from the outside world. Then, master, let us investigate this further tomorrow." "You go by yourself," David replied coldly. Patrick persisted. "We should go together, should we not?" Then Patrick turned toward the window and cautioned, "Oh, right, master. Please try to close all the windows. When I left, only one window was open, but now both of them are. At this rate, a thief will sneak in." David looked startled. "What did you say?" "I did not touch the windows at all." Patrick gave an awkward laugh. Come now, master. You cannot seriously say that happened. The wind could not possibly blow the windows wide open. Do you really think it was a ghost?" David shook his head. "I do not know. Ghost or thief, someone definitely opened the windows." Patrick froze. Then Patrick rushed over and pulled open a drawer. David sprang up and was shocked to find that their things were gone. "My cloak is gone. Rena made that cloak for me." Patrick was stunned as well. "My things are missing too. Did you see what I left in the drawer?" David turned to him and asked, "What did you lose?" Patrick answered regretfully, "My rib." Out on the street, Rolina ran as fast as she could, carrying the things she had stolen over her shoulder. Panting, she said, "Phew, this should be enough, right?" Suddenly, someone stepped in front of her and called her name. Toasta spoke arrogantly. "Kid, what are you doing wandering the streets so late at night?" He sternly added, "I warned you not to run around after dark." Rolina immediately responded, "I had a good reason. This time, I did it for everyone." Toasta laughed derisively. "What, for everyone?" Pointing at her, he shouted, "Wasting your strength like this only makes you hungrier. Is that really for everyone? That is not it. Please take this." She hurriedly tried to explain. At that moment, the leader approached and said, "Toaster, do not be too harsh." Upon seeing him, Rolina said, "Chief, you are awake." Toaster interjected. The chief pulled over a chair and said, "A robber should not fear the dark. There is no reason to get angry over something like this." Toaster replied, but said nothing more, leaving on his own. This was clearly a mistake. The chief also spoke up. "The situation is chaotic enough as it is. You must think before you act. If you continue doing whatever you please, how much trouble will you cause others?" He emphasized, "This is not your old home, where warm arms were always open to welcome you." She immediately replied, "Yes, chief. I will be more careful." "I think you understand, Rolina," the chief added. Then Rolina said, wait a moment." Rolina displayed the rib. "Look at this." The chief asked, "You stole this?" "Yes, chief. I thought I should contribute something to everyone," Rolina replied. The chief frowned and asked, "Where did you find it?" Rolina answered cheerfully, "At the inn on the main street. I took it from an extremely expensive room. It was very clean and carefully stored in a cabinet, so it must be a valuable antique." The chief helplessly rubbed his face. "Rolina, this is..." The chief stressed, "A human rib." Rolina was horrified. "Wait, this is a human rib? I did not know, really." Toaster asked, "Did you not go there to steal hats?" "No," Rolina shouted. Picking up the rib, the chief said, "It cannot be intended for a grave. Otherwise, you would not have proudly shown it off like this." Rolina replied, "Yes." The chief continued, "This bone either belonged to someone with sick hobbies, or it is the product of magic." Toaster asked, "Does anyone really collect human ribs?" The chief replied gravely, "This world is full of scum who cut off slaves' limbs to use as decorations. We cannot even be sure whether this is human bone or whether it once was." Holding it up, the chief declared, "If it belongs to someone who has studied necromancy or dark magic, that is even more dangerous." He touched the clothes and said, "These are certainly suspicious as well. Not to mention these clothes. At first glance, they look like a beggar's rags." Picking them up, he said in surprise, "But they are made from the finest fabric." The The chief looked into a pocket and gasped. Rolina, you fool. You were so careless that you did not even check the pockets. He pulled out a pile of gold coins. Rolina stood frozen in shock. How much is that, chief? Toaster stammered. This money is. The chief roared. You fools. This is not the time to celebrate. But I worked so hard to get it. A voice came from outside. Chief, we found a right place this time. The chief kept thinking. Lodgers in a luxurious inn in the middle of an abandoned village. I should have realized it sooner. The voice continued. It seems those valuables are still intact. The chief continued thinking. A human rib, clothes made from costly fabric, and not just a few of them. We have provoked people beyond our ability to handle. At that moment, David slowly appeared. Patrick, standing beside him, said, Hey thieves, we are here to retrieve our belongings. David and Patrick spoke quietly. I must say, I have been looking forward to meeting you. David looked at the cloak and continued. First of all, it seems our belongings are still safe. He breathed a sigh of relief. I survived, Patrick replied from beside him. Is that the cloak Rena gave you? David thought, thank goodness. If Rena gets angry again, I have no idea what will happen. The chief ordered, everyone, stay where you are. Toaster hurriedly said, Chief. Hearing that, Patrick laughed. Oh, so you are the chief? The chief asked suspiciously. How did you find us? Patrick replied, Who knows? It seems these things missed their owners very much. David quietly said, I am exhausted. Let us settle this quickly and go back to rest. Hearing this, Patrick thought, Master, I will let you off this time. You did run back and forth earlier after all. Then Patrick said, Chief of this alley, you stole from the wrong people. It is not too late to respectfully return our belongings now. Understand. The chief immediately retorted, How can I be sure that once you get your things back, you will leave? Patrick replied, You have a point. The chief continued thinking, strange. Even if they followed Rolina's trail, finding us this quickly in the dark should have been impossible. Unless these two are demons or ghosts, there's no way. The more the chief thought about it, the more convinced he became. Then he declared, Dark magic? The chief spoke slowly. Are you creatures of the darkness? Patrick replied, Now that you mention it, this den is rather dark. The chief realized, just as I thought, they're dark mages. Clenching the rib tightly, the chief said in a low voice, This rib must be very important to you, must it not? Patrick replied, Of course. It is part of my body. The chief grinned wickedly. Is that so? It is as important as your body. Patrick said, No, it is only one part of my body. More importantly, stop wasting time and return it to me. Suddenly, the chief tossed the rib into the air. Then he shouted, Rolina, Toaster, get everyone who cannot escape on their own out of here. Patrick rushed forward and caught the rib. With the rib in his hand, Patrick was approached by the chief, who said, Nice catch. Before Patrick could react, he struck Patrick hard on the head. Patrick let out an enraged roar, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The chief was horrified. He is completely unharmed. David approached while yawning. He said, Did they just use rocks as weapons? Things here really must be bad. Someone rushed at him from behind to stab him, but the knife shattered the moment it came close. David punched the attacker in the face, then lifted him with one hand. What is this? You have a proper weapon after all. David grabbed the man by the throat and hoisted him into the air. Looking at Patrick, he asked, What should we do with this one, master? Chief, you do not need to keep pretending. David tightened his grip around the struggling man's throat and shouted, Stay still. Patrick replied, How about we knock them unconscious for now? David asked, You want to let them live? Another person who tried to flee nearby was caught by Patrick as well. Patrick said, I never said I want to let them live. I mean, we should finish this cleanly. I do not know. I am so tired that I am not sure I can control my strength, David added. At that moment, a terrifying burst of power erupted, grazing Patrick's shoulder and crushing the thug from before into the ground. Patrick remarked, Oh, if you use your full strength, this will certainly be resolved neatly. Meanwhile, two girls were speaking in a room. Is Sir David all right? Of course. Sir David has only been gone for half a day. Oh, I see. Only half a day. Lim Ari said to Rena. At that moment, Rena spoke up. I suppose Lord David's work must be progressing smoothly, right? I was just wondering whether it's really all right for us to be resting like this while Lord David might be hungry. Limari immediately replied, Rena, you worry too much. Great beings like them would never go hungry. Then she thought to herself, how many more times is she going to say that? Rena continued, You're right. It seems my concern was unnecessary. How could Lord David and Patrick possibly suffer in some human village? Limari thought to herself, enough already. Then she added, In any case, Those two are ancient monsters who stand at the pinnacle of all things. And Patrick can even control death itself. The scene shifted to a narrow alley. Patrick said, "There truly is no suffering worse than this." David picked up his clothes and sorrowfully stroked them. "My clothes." Patrick spoke softly. "For a human, you're quite impressive. You even caught me off guard with a sneak attack earlier." David replied, "I thought they were bandits, so they'd probably have a map or something similar. But it turns out they had nothing at all. We'd better stop wasting time and settle this quickly." Patrick turned around. "So, Chief." He looked at David, who was lying there with a frown. "Please don't just lie down the moment we arrive." David immediately replied, "You should lie down too, Patrick. This place is much more comfortable than you think." At that moment, Rolina approached, trembling. "I'm sorry," she stammered. "I'm sorry. I was the one who stole them." She fell to her knees and burst into tears. "The others have nothing to do with this, so please spare them." Her tears fell like rain. A voice rang out. "Get up, Rolina. Do you think he'll spare us if you do that? Those bastards never intended to." David laughed. "Oh, so that's what's going on." David ordered, "Patrick, take care of it." "Yes." Patrick replied and walked away. Toto stood in front of the trembling Rolina, then shouted, "If you come any closer, I'll kill you. I mean it." At that moment, Rolina took out a prayer cross, which emitted a strange magical energy, causing Patrick to freeze. Patrick rushed forward, stared into Rolina's eyes, and asked, "Tell me." Patrick emphasized, "Where did you get that?" He stared thoughtfully at the cross. It was a phoenix-shaped cross, resembling an inverted cross. Moreover, magical energy was flowing from within it. Patrick concluded, "It's surveillance magic." Patrick continued thinking. Surveillance magic was radiating from someone who was not an ordinary commoner, but from the lowest stratum of society. Then Patrick shouted, "Chief!" David replied, "What is it?" Patrick hurried over to David, who was still lying down. "Someone is monitoring the people of Hatine." David finally reacted. "Hey, you're kicking dust everywhere," Patrick said. "After that girl held it while praying, the cross emitted surveillance magic. In other words, it only activates under certain conditions." He continued, "If we could determine those conditions, we may discover what the owner of that cross is plotting." David said quietly, "Hatine was never a village of magic. First magic stones, and now enchanted artifacts." Patrick replied, "We're changing the plan for now. We'll cooperate with the humans. So please work with me, Chief." David said, "Is that really necessary? How do you intend to handle this?" Patrick thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Of course, I've come up with an absolutely brilliant solution, Chief." Patrick suddenly turned around and sincerely apologized. "We apologize for what happened earlier. Not because you people stole from us." The chief was helped to his feet by another person and stared blankly at Patrick's complete change in attitude. Patrick explained to Toto and Rolina, "We received a royal decree ordering us not to leave any trace on the people we come into conflict with." Toto was shocked upon hearing Patrick's words and asked curiously, "A royal decree?" Seeing this, Patrick immediately shared information about their organization with Toto and Rolina. "In truth, we are a secret organization that answers directly to the royal family. We are Roano's Mist Unit, the Black Knight Knights." After learning of his secret organization, Toto was deeply astonished and murmured, "The Black Knight Knights." Patrick laughed and urged everyone to relax and stop being so wary. "That's right. We have no intention of harming any of you, so you can relax." Among the people watching outside, someone hesitantly asked, "Sir Knight, why have you come to Hatine?" Patrick replied, "It is to..." Patrick paused before revealing his purpose. "We came to save Hatine." Patrick offered further information and explained why. "The reason we defied the royal decree and helped you survive is because we need to gather information from you." Patrick continued, "I need to understand the situation and analyze it quickly so that I can deploy the necessary personnel and supplies to Hatine." Meanwhile, the chief appeared to be deep in thought. Patrick called on everyone to unite and cooperate. "Well, aren't you all working together to restore peace to Hatine? I need your help." The crowd began murmuring among themselves. "A royal knight. He says he came to save Hatine. His Majesty hasn't abandoned us," they said to one another. Hurry and help that knight. Ah, we can finally escape this life. Patrick met with David and informed him that he had successfully gained the human support. I believe the negotiations are over. Humans are as easy to handle as ever, aren't they? These commoners really are good at accepting whatever others give them. David asked Patrick, so when are we going back to the dungeon? Patrick answered, do we still need to wait? Of course not. We've only just begun. I'm starting to feel that there are a lot of strange things about this place. After hearing Patrick, David fell into thought, feeling that Patrick was making things more complicated. David thought to himself, I truly appreciate your efforts, but I always feel like things are becoming more troublesome. You're the reason everything has become harder, aren't you? So absorbed in thought, David suddenly blurted out, no wonder they say you should watch out for the enemies around you. This surprised Patrick, and he asked David, what did you suddenly say? David flinched and held his head. Nothing, nothing. Patrick told David that he should begin carrying out his task. By the way, sir, get up. Stop lying around in the street. Things have come this far, so you should start working too. Stop being lazy. David was stunned by those words. Why are you suddenly so motivated today? Can't you handle it by yourself? Hearing that, Patrick could not help replying irritably. Are you serious? Patrick assigned David a task. I'll keep an eye on the suspicious bandit chief, while you stay with the villagers and try to blend in with them. The task utterly shocked David. It was truly unexpected. He asked Patrick again, you want me to blend in with humans? Patrick explained their identities and appearances to David. We have no other choice, Chief. Between a fully armed knight and a chief who looks like a beggar, who do you think they'll find easier to approach? After hearing Patrick say he looked like a beggar, David asked, did you just say I look like a beggar? Patrick hoped David would complete the task of building relationships with the humans before he returned. I'm merely making a reasonable assumption based on the present circumstances. Remember this. Before I return, you must establish a good relationship with them. Try blending in by imitating their behavior. David began seriously considering what humans usually did. He thought, acting like a human? He continued pondering. First, they probably spend most of the day sleeping. Most of those who are awake look half asleep, and even when they work, they are inattentive. David believed humans had no motivation whatsoever. I don't see even the slightest bit of motivation in them. Unable to hold it in any longer, he shouted, does that mean I only need to do what I normally do? Patrick told David, I don't understand how you came to that conclusion, but this definitely won't be easy. Patrick also reminded David about another matter that needed investigating. We also need to investigate the religion that has spread to Rosariot. Don't forget, I need you to extract information from those people, preferably from their leader. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return home and rest, right? Patrick told David to remain calm when dealing with people and to avoid conflict. Oh, and one more thing. I'm only saying this as a precaution, but even if those people are a little rude, you must remain calm. Patrick emphasized the task of blending in with humans. Blending in with humans is not easy at all. Someone in the crowd interrupted Patrick with a question. Sir Knight, you said you're a member of Roano's Mist Unit, correct? If you're a royal knight, then you must be from Razor too, right? The person continued, I heard that it's overflowing with milk and honey there. Is that true? Another girl asked curiously, Sir Knight, why do all the other knights have to wear armor, but you can just wear ordinary clothes? Someone else answered the girl, silly girl, he's disguised for an investigation. Do you think he would really walk around investigating in full armor? Everyone found that very reasonable. The people all began asking, Sir Knight, when will we be able to? David felt that getting close to humans was far too difficult. Damn it, building a relationship with them is so hard. I can barely breathe, and my head hurts too, he thought. If I could, I really would like to devour every last one of them. Patrick realized that he had to appear as friendly as possible to complete his task. That's right, I need to build a good relationship with them to get the job done. Be a little friendlier. A small boy approached Patrick, clutching his cloak in his tiny hand. The boy had something to say. Patrick told the child, What are you curious about, little one? The boy wondered whether Patrick had ever met his two idols. Have you ever seen Lord Vern and Lord Gwyn in person? Patrick answered, No, I don't even know who they are. Patrick thought to himself, those two sound rather. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared and called out to Patrick, Sir Knight. It was Rolina. She hesitantly confessed her crime. Your belongings. I'm sorry I stole them. Patrick did not care much about it, since he had recovered them anyway. TCH, it's fine. I got them back after all. Then someone who introduced himself as Toto appeared, having been entrusted by the chief. Everyone calls me Toto. When the chief is absent, I'm in charge here. The chief ordered me to follow your requests. Toto spoke to David and confirmed the purpose of his visit. You said you came here to save Hatine. David confirmed once more. That's right. Toto said to David, if you want to understand the village's current situation, wouldn't it be better to see it with your own eyes rather than hear rumors? If you wish, I'll take you there immediately. David did not want to go, but he thought, why is he doing this? Why is he being so eager? David thought, but if I stay here, they'll keep asking me questions, won't they? My head will probably split open. So David decided to go with him to avoid the bothersome questions. Fine, let's go. Night had fallen. Toto led David to a street, and David was shocked to find it completely deserted. Where did everyone go? Why are the streets so empty? Toto led David to a wooden door and said, once this door opens, you'll know the answer. The two pushed the door open and entered. They saw two people lying on the floor. They had starved to death. Speaking of the people's lives here, Toto told David, here, you cannot even steal food from your neighbors, because they have nothing to steal. Even those still alive do not know when they will starve to death. His words made David think. Starve to death? David's thoughts continued one after another. From the beginning, I've been curious about some things. Normally, when a village faces famine, its anger turns toward its lord, and the enraged villagers revolt. The Black Calamity is practically the same as a famine. But why would the people of Hatine rather starve to death than fight back? Toto revealed to David that the Black Calamity had come to Hatine over a month ago. Toto continued, why is the village so quiet? Or why haven't the people risen up against you? Aren't you curious, Sir Knight? The surrounding space was dim and muted, with rough stone walls creating a mysterious, gloomy atmosphere. At the center stood a stone table, where Rena and Limari were sitting together and drinking tea. Limari's face was full of boredom. She said wearily, I really wanted to go to Hatine with Lord Patrick. Staying in the dungeon is so boring. Hearing that, Rena lowered her head and replied, you can't think that way, Limari. Patrick entrusted us with guarding the dungeon. What could be more important than that? Lord David truly trusts us. As she spoke, she thought with a hint of jealousy, he trusts me, not that cat Limari who is always stealing little things. Hearing Rena's words, Limari sighed. Then her attitude changed completely. She slammed her hand on the table and said cheerfully, really? Is that so? I should have realized that sooner. Rena gracefully lifted her teacup, calmly savoring its faint aroma, and said, that thieving cat. No, Limari also needs to stay focused at all times, because we don't know when those humans might attack this place. Hearing this, Limari turned away and replied, don't worry. Whenever there is an opportunity, I check immediately. I just finished scouting 10 minutes ago, but since we're talking about it, I'll scout once more now. On the ground, Limari's spell characters began moving. Intermediate magic. Watch your eye. Good idea. I'll clean up in the meantime. No sooner had Rena finished speaking than a watcher suddenly appeared right in front of Limari, making her go, It immediately began beeping. Beep, beep. Hearing it, Limari said, honestly, we just mentioned it, and now it's actually happened. There's an intruder. The watcher, I slowly crawled up the surrounding pillars. It did not react too strongly, so it was unlikely that there was only one intruder. Hearing that, Rena immediately stood up and slammed her hand against the edge of the table. Please get ready. Limari spoke in confusion. Countless tiny red points of light appeared around the tea table. Rena's voice rang out immediately afterward. It's here. Suddenly, a red force of unknown origin erupted from beneath the ground. Seeing this, both women immediately took combat stances, their feet moving lightly across the floor. A voice then sounded, My, why are you two so startled? Upon seeing someone appear, Rena could not help saying, Limari asked, what is it? At that moment, a woman with vivid, shoulder-length red hair appeared, radiating a powerful and alluring presence. Her gaze was sharp, and her smile was confident. The dungeon master of Castle Casso, Bathory, had arrived. She stepped forward and said, Have you been well, Rena? Red birds fluttered throughout the dungeon. Rena's voice rang out. We do not have much to offer you. I apologize. If you had told me in advance that you were coming, I would have prepared more. Hearing that, Bathory said, Don't worry. You needn't concern yourself with that. Besides, I came without notice. At that moment, Rena shyly offered her a cup of tea. Bathory winked at Rena, then softly said, Rena, if you truly want to prepare something, you could give me some of your blood. Hearing that, Rena said fearfully, that is not possible. Bathory turned to look at Limari. How disappointing. By the way, who is this? A newcomer. Hearing her words, Limari immediately replied, Are you asking about my great master? Limari suddenly looked smug, raised her chin, and closed her eyes as she declared, Let me tell you, I'm the 17th generation descendant of Amodet, the demon king who ruled over all demons. Hearing this, Rena, who was standing beside her, timidly said to Bathory, Oh, I forgot to introduce Limari to you. Then she turned to Limari and said, This is the master of the Castle Casso dungeon, Lady Bathory. Limari's entire body froze at those words, unable to believe what she had just heard. Seeing this, Bathory said, Oh, so you're a young demon king. No wonder the energy around you is so interesting. Limari became timid and frightened, breaking out in sweat all over. She hurried to Rena's side and quietly asked, Sister Rena, if I stay here forever, will I get to meet all the dungeon masters? Upon hearing that, Rena quickly covered Limari's mouth tightly with one hand, hoisted her up, and said, Miss Limari, you really are funny. Have you no shame? You actually dare say you want to stay here and freeload forever. Seeing this, Bathory ordered the Black Bat subordinate standing nearby, Bring me a drink. The subordinate immediately replied respectfully, Yes, ma'am. Bathory spoke up. You said she was freeloading here. Does that mean she isn't a member of the Ancient Corps? Limari replied, fearfully, and not yet. The Black Bat from earlier immediately transformed into a handsome butler. He respectfully bowed as he poured tea for Bathory, then asked, Where have Patrick and that slowpoke gone? They left a while ago. Bathory looked displeased when she heard that. What? TCH, I can't believe they chose this exact moment to be absent. Hearing her say that, Rena asked, Did something happen? Several villages near the castle have been destroyed. The humans must all be dead. The villages are flooded in blood, yet there isn't a single corpse. Someone spoke up upon hearing this. I don't think humans did this. All the blood on the ground flows in the same direction, as if it were pointing out a path. And at the end of that path, Patine. What does that mean? After hearing them, Limari thought to herself, all the bodies have disappeared? Unbelievable. She spoke up. Could it be the undead? Bathory lifted her teacup and replied, But there are not many who could do something on this scale. Most undead have no intelligence. Those with intelligence receive special titles, such as Corpse Demon, and possess higher ranks as well. If an undead army is moving in a horde, that means someone is controlling them. The undead lord, the immortal king, Irvist, is the most likely suspect. Upon hearing that name, Limari instinctively blurted out, Irvist. Bathory turned to Rena and said, I don't have conclusive proof, but we still need to notify that slowpoke. Do you have any monsters that can carry a message? Rena lowered her head awkwardly and answered, No, the dungeon is empty right now. But there must be some way to contact him. No, but I trust Lord David's judgment. Seeing her like that, Bathory thought helplessly, she trusts that kind of man? Poor girl. At least Patrick is good at adapting to circumstances. Don't worry too much. Someone will inform him. Suddenly, Limari slammed her hand down on the table. Her body trembled nonstop. How should we handle this? All right. She confidently placed a hand over her chest and declared smugly, That's right. Isn't this the moment for the great me to step in? I suppose I have no choice. The Black Calamity was the beginning of everything. At that moment, inside a room, David stood before the long-haired man, Toto, by the window. Toto said, Not long after the disaster struck Atene, someone set fire to the fields. The flames spread too quickly, and the fully grown crops that were ready for harvest all turned to ash. At the same time, a vicious rumor began to spread. People claimed that all food affected by the Black Calamity had become contaminated, and that anyone who ate it would suffer agonizing pain. Patine thus became a cursed land. David crossed his arms and listened intently to Toto. When rumors spread that even the emperor had abandoned this place, everyone here fell into despair. Yet, even in despair, hope still remained. A wealthy commoner couple stepped forward to help. Fortunately, much of their crop had not been damaged by the fire. They opened their granaries and distributed food to the people. Some people even regarded the couple as a symbol to rally around, joining together to help one another. Just as everyone began to regain hope and faith, someone discovered their blood-soaked bodies inside their home. Perhaps some greedy person killed them to take more food. After that, no one trusted the people around them anymore. Unable to trust each other or cooperate, everyone constantly fought over food and eventually starved to death. The man continued sadly. Those of us who survived in this slum only managed to live because of that rumor about the contaminated food. David asked. Unlike the rumors claimed, nothing happened after you ate that food, right? Toto turned to look out the window and replied, so far, that's correct. Hearing this, David thought, I haven't even cut through the food yet, so how could it be contaminated? Someone malicious must have spread those rumors. Let's go to the next place. At that moment, they had reached the city gate. The two guards noticed that someone was approaching. The two went to a desolate area where a massive mountain of garbage and corpses had been piled up. Seeing the sight before him, Toto said, at first, everyone thought we could overcome this disaster quickly. This is the result of that confidence. Corpses lay everywhere, with flies swarming through the air. Toto continued, if we left the corpses on the road, the Thunder Tribe would gather, so we changed course and began piling them up like this. David asked, why don't you cremate them? Toto replied, many of these people lost their families and still cannot let go. More accurately, no one wants to take on such a troublesome responsibility. David stepped forward and asked, you can't do it? Toto answered, I didn't mention it earlier, but that couple had a daughter. So what? Rolina's parents are somewhere in this mountain of corpses as well. David replied, I see. Then he turned to look toward the city walls. David asked, those soldiers are guarding the place constantly? Toto replied, yes. They work in 2 shifts. They aren't protecting it. They're controlling it. Looking at the soldiers, David thought, in this situation, the guard controlling the city gate must be acting under the Lord's orders. That's right. His eyes suddenly flashed. The Lord here is highly suspicious, David thought. In a situation like this, it would be best to meet her directly. We won't be able to see through their plans using ordinary methods. At that moment, Patrick held an orange egg in his hand and said smugly, that's why I chose a harpy egg. The harpies will definitely chase after this egg. Then you can appear and defeat them. That will give you a reason to meet the Lord. Patrick knocked hard on his own head and proudly said, what a perfect plan. I really am a genius. Suddenly, he became dejected. That was the plan. But damn it, I didn't expect so many of them to come. Hundreds, thousands of harpies flew toward them. They rushed at the group, making horribly unpleasant noises. In the silent darkness of night, a figure hung, suspended in the air. A woman's trembling, weak voice echoed through the still night. Are you all right, brother? A rope swayed. The man opened his eyes, his empty gaze fixed on the girl, and his lips moved as he said, Lorraine sat. His dark voice echoed, you must live. Before the girl's terrified eyes, he moved closer and stared at her sternly. Don't forget, you must live. The girl named Lorraine sat screamed and jolted upright. It seemed that she had just had a nightmare. Clutching her face, she gasped. Again, for a moment, she could not tell whether this was reality or a dream. The butler outside heard her scream, opened the door, and entered. She bowed respectfully and asked, did you have another nightmare, my lady? Lorraine stared blankly at the butler. She forced a smile. No, it's nothing. She was Lorraine, the Lord of Hattin. The butler said nothing more upon seeing this. She asked again, would you like to sleep a little longer? Lorraine slowly climbed out of bed. I want to go outside and get some fresh air. Lorraine made her way onto the balcony. The slightly chilly morning breeze made her instinctively hug her arms. Looking outside, she thought, I inherited this title several weeks ago. I still clearly remember the day my brother died. Her gaze fell upon the city below, and grief welled up in her heart. My family fled with its wealth, never once thinking of restoring Hattin. To survive under these circumstances, there is only one thing I can do. A gentle wind stirred Loraine's hair. Her eyes filled with determination. I must rebuild Hattin. Early that morning, Lorraine summoned the mysterious man. Trying to sound stern, she demanded, you promised to save us. She anxiously rubbed her hands together. You said you would protect me and my territory. The mysterious man nodded. That's right. Lorraine angrily waved her hand and shouted, look outside. Is this the salvation you spoke of? The mysterious man remained calm. I never break my word. Before long, I will resolve every hardship the people of Hattin are facing. So there is no need for you to worry too much. Lorraine frowned. Pressing her lips together, she thought, This man has never been willing to reveal what his specific plan is. But right now, I have no choice except to trust him. The mysterious man lowered his head. The plan is progressing smoothly. So please continue enjoying your luxurious life, as you always have, my lady. Having said that, the mysterious man gave a faint, meaningful smile, implying that all her troubles would soon disappear. Larasat wearily held her head and sat down. Fine, I'll trust you one more time and wait a little longer. At that moment, the butler opened the door and entered to report. My lady, I have something to report regarding Hateen's security. Larasat frowned. What is it? The female butler said seriously. According to the guards, we were attacked by a group of harpies. But a knight suddenly appeared and stopped them with a single move. Larasat was startled. Tilting her head in confusion, she asked, why did it only take one move? Who is he? Which knightly order does he belong to? The butler answered. The guards at the north gate questioned him, but received no answer. Larasat said, I'll question him personally. Where is that knight now? The butler replied respectfully, I brought him to the castle's reception room. Suddenly, the mysterious man spoke up. My lady, I ask that you reconsider your decision. You cannot rule out the possibility that he is an assassin disguised as a knight. Larasat said firmly, we cannot deny his service in saving Hateen simply because he is suspicious. Rewarding him is what the Lord of Hateen ought to do. Say no more. She ordered, bring that knight here. A moment later, the butler brought the knight before Larasat. Patrick knelt on one knee and solemnly said, a wandering knight requests an audience with the Lord of Hateen. Patrick bowed deeply and respectfully added, I endured countless hardships to reach Hateen, but simply standing before the noble lady makes every hardship I suffered worthwhile. Larasat spoke in a clear voice. I heard that Hateen was preserved thanks to your courage and honor. On behalf of all Hateen, I thank you. Patrick replied, it is truly my honor. At the same time, Patrick quietly assessed Larasat. One glance was enough to tell that she was not suited to be a lord. Judging by her age, she was likely the younger sister of the previous lord. Larasat looked at him and asked, then, which family's knight are you? The four people fell silent. Somewhat embarrassed, Larasat continued, then what is your name? Patrick answered, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot tell you my name, my lady. I ask for your understanding. Larasat frowned, feeling offended. Then why are you hiding so many things? If I ask you to remove your helmet, will you refuse that as well? Patrick calmly replied, my face is covered in battle scars. Half of it was slashed apart, so it is quite ugly. But if my lady can accept that, I will remove my helmet. Larasat shuddered, sighed, and waved her hand. Forget it. I'll spare you. I do not have much to grant you, but I still wish to reward you. Patrick raised his head. If that is the case, please give me food. Patrick thought to himself, food is the most important thing in Hateen right now. Her answer will reveal the castle's current situation. Larasat immediately said to the butler, all right, that will not be difficult. Go prepare it. The butler bowed to accept the order. Yes. Patrick said nothing and bowed again. I sincerely thank you. Patrick assessed the matter inwardly. She answered without hesitation, so the castle is not short on food. Patrick remembered the condition of Hateen's residence when he first arrived. If that is so, why has Lady Larasat allowed the people of Hateen to fall into such misery? Patrick glanced at the hooded mysterious man beside her. He was confused. Moreover, because he was undead himself, he could sense this energy. That man feels strangely familiar. Patrick lowered his head and said, my lady, may I ask you a question? Larasat raised her eyebrows. What is it? Under the gazes of Larasat and the other two, he said, this has been bothering me for some time. Patrick glanced at the mysterious man. Hey, who is that man? Sometime later, in a narrow alley, Patrick said, that's what happened. David rested his chin on his hand and scratched his stomach. Don't tell me that lady just sits around doing nothing. Patrick continued. When I said I was merely curious and asked a question, she simply let me leave. David's mouth fell open. Wow, how could she be so careless? David said in frustration, if he looked familiar to you, doesn't that mean he might be undead? But you just let him go. Patrick grumbled as he dropped down to sit. Did you want me to start a fight right there? Besides, just because he felt familiar does not necessarily mean he is undead. Patrick recalled the dark aura radiating from the mysterious man. I get the same feeling from mages, depending on the amount of magic within them. Users of dark arts can also emit undead energy. After hearing Patrick's words, David complained, who has the time to examine every person one by one? If it were me, I I would have dealt with him on the spot. Patrick angrily said, "We came here to clean up the mess you caused, not to create more trouble. Do you really want me to resign?" David twisted awkwardly. Patrick sighed. "Forget it, Chief. Did you find anything?" David blinked and thought. The people here seem to believe the food is infected with disease. I was wondering why the village was so quiet. It turns out the villagers refused to eat the food and all starved to death. He recalled the red-haired girl who ran away the instant she saw him. That little thief was named Rolina, right? She's hard to approach because she disappears like smoke whenever she sees us. Patrick said, "It would be nice if we had some mind control magic. I should have brought Lemari." David gritted his teeth. "You desperately dragged someone here who did not even want to come, and now you're saying something like that?" As Patrick spoke, he handed David a bag. "All right, we have not reached a dead end yet. Look, this is the food I received from the Lady Lord." David grinned broadly and said excitedly, "Oh, you plan to eat first and discuss things afterward? I am starving." Patrick immediately denied it. "No." Raising one finger, he suggested an idea. "Let's use this to gain Rolina's trust." At that moment, Rolina was backed into a corner against the wall. "Hey, kid." Rolina broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, What is it?" David approached Rolina with a dark expression. He took a loaf of bread from the bag and asked, "Why are you so surprised, kid?" Rolina fumbled behind her, but there was nowhere left to retreat. She stuttered, It's because..." David raised the bread and said, "Take it. Let's eat together." Rolina blinked in surprise. Rolina's eyes sparkled as she happily grabbed his hand. "Isn't this the holy bread the priest gave us?" David was full of questions. "But Patrick gave this to me." He asked blankly, "Who is this priest?" Rolina said excitedly, "So Sir Knight believes in him too?" David scratched his head, unsure how to answer. Rolina then led him out of the village. It was already completely dark, but she skipped along cheerfully. "I can't believe I met someone who shares my faith. I'm so happy. No one around me is willing to believe." Rolina puffed out her cheeks and pouted. "Isn't that strange? Everyone is so foolish. All you have to do is offer unconditional faith, and you can be saved." Then she eagerly turned to David. "Don't you agree, Sir Knight?" David replied coolly, "Yeah." When they reached a certain place, Rolina said, "We're here." They had arrived at a cave entrance, its exterior covered in green moss and vines. Rolina said, "I don't know why, but every time I come here, I get the creeps." Rolina hopped down the steps and warned him, "It's very dark inside, so be careful." David replied indifferently, "Got it." As they descended, a voice echoed through the cave. "The calamity that befell Hattin is a trial brought about by mankind's wicked deeds. A man stood on a high platform, speaking grandly, and he is a mighty being who transcends this present reality." The man continued, "As believers trusted by him, we are worthy of being praised as the chosen ones." The devout followers all clasped their hands and shouted, "Yes." Father." Rolina happily pointed David toward a seat. "Please sit here." David slowly sat down. The priest above continued, "Never forget the sacred revelations we have received. So today as well," he added with narrowed eyes, "we shall partake of the blessing he has bestowed upon us." David rested his chin on his hand and watched the priest. "He doesn't look like anything special. This is just brainwashing." Then everyone suddenly rose to their feet at once, startling him. Rolina laughed. Looks like we came at just the right time. It's time for the holy bread ritual." David asked, "What's that?" Rolina explained it to him. Just as the priest began distributing the holy bread, David looked up and saw him handing something out to the people. He narrowed his eyes. It looked exactly like what Patrick had received from the Lord of Hattin. Why would something like that be in the Lord Castle? Rolina leaned closer and whispered, Sir Knight, this is a secret I'm only telling you. When he comes to save Hattin, I heard that those who truly trust him will receive eternal happiness." David raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Eternal happiness?" Rolina gently kissed the pendant around her neck. "Yes, you'll draw closer to that powerful being. People say that if you do, you'll receive even greater blessings." David asked, "What are these greater blessings?" Rolina answered innocently, I'm not really sure, but it must be something better than bread. Meat, for example." Before Rolina could finish, the priest approached and said, "Rolina, you came again today." Rolina jumped and straightened up. "Father." He handed Rolina a piece of holy bread. "This is today's blessing. Hold on to it tightly." Rolina happily accepted it with both hands. "Thank you." David sat with his legs crossed, watching him thoughtfully. After giving Rolina her bread, the priest turned to David and offered him a piece as well. "This is the first time I've met you. I hope you'll come often." David stood and accepted it. "I'll think about it." The priest smiled. He will surely be pleased to see you come." Suddenly, a suspicious purple current swirled up and rushed toward David's hand. David sighed. You bastard." His eyes flashed in the darkness as he looked down. "What is this?" The priest flinched and stumbled back in panic. The piece of holy bread fell from his hand and shattered on the ground. His face was filled with terror. David placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke quietly. "You think you can deceive me while standing right in front of me? Humans may not be able to see that flow of mana, but this trick doesn't work on me." He moved closer and whispered in the priest's ear, "I don't care what you've done to these people." But he recalled the strange aura the priest had emitted while preaching nonsense earlier. It was connected to everyone sitting here, including David himself. David threatened him sternly, "Don't probe me. You've crossed the line." The priest was utterly terrified. "Why, you're not human," David continued. "My memory isn't very good, but I'll make sure to remember you." Rolina watched the two of them anxiously, having no idea what had happened. "Sir Knight, what's wrong?" Hearing Rolina's voice, David put his hands in his pockets and turned away. "Nothing. I was just thanking him for giving us food. Let's go." By the time they returned to the village, it was late at night. There was not a soul on the streets. Rolina lowered her head. "Thank you so much for today, Sir Knight." David waved to her. "Get home safely." David walked away alone at a slow pace. He frowned. There were too many suspicious things, so many that he probably no longer needed any concrete evidence. He compared the auras emitted by the two suspicious figures here. The leader of that cult had come to isolated Hatine, using mana of unknown origin to brainwash and monitor the people. Then there was the one beside the Lord, who gave off undead energy. Everything fit together too perfectly for him to ignore. Someone was definitely pulling their strings from behind the scenes. David summoned Limari. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, how did you know?" As expected of the great David. David got goosebumps at her excited expression. Limari tilted her head. "What is it?" David sighed. "My troubles have increased again." The bright streetlights illuminated the village. Limari said, "You said you destroyed it, so I was wondering just how bad things might get." The two were standing on the highest rooftop in the village. "Wow, the view isn't bad from up here." David sat down. "You didn't come here just because you were curious about this, did you? Why are you here?" Limari swept back the hair blown loose by the wind. "Lady Bathory has gone to the ancient core. She said Hatine is about to face the undead." David was surprised. "Bathory said that?" Limari replied, "Yes. She said she found signs of an abnormal phenomenon around the castle, and it's heading toward Hatine." David murmured, "I see." Limari added, "She also said, the most likely person behind this is," she spoke a name, "Irvist." David said wearily, "Irvist is the most suspicious mastermind, but that's only a guess, isn't it?" Limari continued staring down below as she summoned her staff. "I've thought this through carefully. In a place occupied by the undead, being overwhelmed by their numbers is normal, isn't it?" David sat for a while and felt his back getting sore. He propped his head on one hand and leaned back. "I suppose." Limari turned around and added, "Hatine's situation isn't any better." David replied blandly, "Oh, and?" Limari raised her staff, and brilliant purple light flared around her. "Aren't you curious why he didn't choose that method?" "If my judgment is correct." Limari struck the ground hard with her staff and continued, "Then he should have used a flow of mana." She summoned a magic circle beneath her feet, low-level mana detection magic. Limari closed her eyes, sensing the mana flowing in from beneath her feet and spreading throughout her body. She murmured, "I knew it, just as I expected." In a desolate wasteland, crows, the symbols of deep darkness, filled the sky, while the trees had lost all vitality, leaving only bare, twisted branches. On a barren red dirt road, a gigantic figure stood before a small hill made from countless piled corpses. His face was grotesque, black crow feathers drifting down around him. He looked nothing like a human. Suddenly, he fell to both knees. A strange purple energy poured from his hands, while black fluid gushed from his mouth like a waterfall. His eyes turned utterly black, as if he were death incarnate. He was Mago, the keeper of the death prison, guardian of this corpse-strewn land of the dead. In the vast sky, a circle of energy gradually appeared, surrounded by crows flying wildly. Mago prostrated himself reverently on the ground. The person emerging from the center of the energy circle looked profoundly mysterious. His his entire body wreathed in an illusory black and blue aura. He spoke with authority. "Mago, my loyal servant, you have finally come." Mago bowed low, his head nearly touching the ground. He carefully spoke in a voice full of reverence. "Lord Urvist, sovereign of countless undead, before you arrive in Hatene, allow me to give you one final report on the situation." Mago spoke softly, not daring to lift his head and look at Urvist. Urvist answered calmly, his ghostly face becoming clearer. "I will not forget the hardships you have endured. I have merely fulfilled my duty, for I understand the greatness of your vision." Mago replied carefully to Urvist's praise. Urvist knew this well about Mago, so he merely said indifferently, "Naturally, say what you wish to report." Only after Urvist gave his tacit permission did Mago dare raise his head slightly. Even so, he did not dare look directly at the overwhelmingly powerful lord before him. Mago said hesitantly, "An unexpected intruder has appeared." Urvist was not particularly surprised. "Yumio has reported something similar to me." As though confirming his own thoughts, Urvist asked, "Was the person you encountered wearing armor that gave off the stench of death?" Mago thought back for a moment. "Forgive my incompetence, but he wore no armor and gave off no aura of death." He paused before adding, "However, he has a connection to the deep darkness." Urvist repeated the words, narrowing his eyes as if calculating something. "Someone connected to darkness? And my lord, do you know who it is?" Mago boldly asked. "Urvist answered flatly, 'No, that man would never interfere.'" Before sinking back into the vortex of energy, he glanced lightly at Mago and warned him in a raised voice, "No matter what variables arise, we must first take control of Hatene before we can seize the Empire. Remember where this is. Before acting toward a greater objective, you must always remain cautious." With that, Urvist's whole body vanished into the dark vortex, leaving only his head faintly visible outside it. As he sank in, the vortex slowly began to close. Before Urvist disappeared completely, Mago hurriedly replied, "I failed to fulfill the important task you entrusted to me. I am deeply ashamed." Looking toward the distant night sky, Urvist reiterated his arrangements to Mago. "Yumio requested reinforcements at the Lord's castle, so I sent Mazam to the underground prison." He added, "Do you need troops to deal with the intruder?" Mago raised his head to look at Urvist and cautiously declined. "There is no need for now. If I find it necessary later, I will send word to you." Hearing that, Urvist could not be bothered to stay any longer. His body completely vanished into the energy vortex, leaving behind only a single sentence. "Fine, decide for yourself." Mago remained respectful to the end. "As you command, my lord." After Urvist departed, Mago rose from the ground. A passing wind carrying the breath of death swept over him, fluttering his old, tattered robes. "It is almost time. The undead will rule everything on this land." Purple energy surrounded his ghostly face. His undead form became clear, his skeletal joints replaced by a human face of flesh and blood. "No matter who comes, they can no longer stop us. No matter who it is, as long as that monster does not come here." The scene shifted to another place, atop a tall building. Limari stood on the rooftop. From beneath her feet, a stream of pink energy spread outward, weaving tightly together like a net. David lay beside her with his head resting on one arm. He asked, "Limari, can you find the person casting the spell?" Limari raised a hand to her chin, thought for a moment, then replied, "There's no way to be certain, but with wide area magic like this, the caster would usually choose a method that can continuously channel mana into the ground." David merely responded, In other words, if they want to maintain it, the caster must be nearby. David abruptly sat up. He slowly reached his conclusion. Limari added, "Probably, but we can't be completely certain. They might have chosen to use a medium to transmit mana steadily instead." An icy blue gemstone came to mind. She continued explaining her thoughts. "This is only my guess, but a medium capable of supporting wide area magic covering all of Hatene would surely require an enormous amount of mana, right?" Limari raised the staff in her hand, her gaze directed elsewhere. If they had no intention of moving the magic, they would not have buried such a large mana stone underground. So if they want to hide the medium, it should be over there. Her staff pointed directly toward a distant castle. "That place is the most suspicious." Limari stated her deduction plainly. David listened and thought to himself, "The Lord's castle, huh?" He gave a long yawn, his eyes watering slightly from sleepiness. Limari paused, then added in case she was wrong, Of course, we can't be sure. This is all just speculation. He thought to himself, even if we don't know what they're planning, if we turn everything upside down, someone will definitely come investigate. David rose to his feet, both hands in his pockets. Patrick is over there too. Limari, you're free right now, aren't you? Limari laughed heartily. Of course. He stood proudly on the rooftop. The night wind swept past, making the hem of his coat flutter. David said, "Then come to the castle with me." She asked uncertainly, "The castle?" "Oh." David answered indifferently. Limari's expression suddenly changed. She trembled slightly, either from fear or overwhelming surprise. David's face looked especially strange in the darkness. His eyes gleamed with a deadly amber light. He spoke in a faintly threatening tone. "It's time to replace one of the keepers of the death prison." The scene shifted again to the Lord's lavish castle. Beneath the pitch-black sky, a bright moon hung high overhead, casting soft silver light over the scenery below. Just as I expected, this place is the most suspicious. Patrick stood before the castle gates, which loomed like a monster, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Beneath his armor, Patrick thought irritably. The stench of rotting corpses rising from below is far stronger than it was last time. This smell is definitely suspicious, and given the current situation, this underground prison is no longer serving any purpose. Patrick walked calmly through the underground prison. The only light came from the weak flames of torches fixed to the walls. The deeper he went, the clearer the chaotic sounds became. Patrick thought, there are suspicious noises coming from the prison again. He walked straight to the end of the corridor. A tall figure blocked his path. Before him stood a massive zombie butcher, raising a blood-stained cleaver in his hand. Beneath the table lay chunks of some animal's meat, chopped so thoroughly that bone was exposed. Patrick felt disgusted. No wonder it smells so foul. It has been a while since I last saw a cleaver, he thought as he looked at the broad blade covered in fresh red blood. Patrick approached the butcher. He coughed a few times, then politely greeted him. "Sorry to interrupt your work. Who is your master?" The butcher's gaze shifted away from the meat on the table. A second later, he seemed somewhat surprised by this uninvited guest. The butcher immediately spun around. Bang! Without saying a word, he swung his arm at Patrick, and the air around them violently burst apart from the shockwave of the attack. Patrick spoke in a serious tone. "You're quite large. That strike was pretty strong, too." The butcher stared in stunned disbelief. He had not expected Patrick to still be able to speak after taking that attack. Patrick, clad head to toe in armor, easily caught the cleaver in his hand. "An attack that's slow will never hit me. You used both hands, and that was all you could manage? Pathetic." Although the butcher strained with all his might, he could not wrench the cleaver from Patrick's grasp. Patrick calmly added a few more words. "But this happened in the castle's prison. In other words, that man and the Lady Lord are on the same side?" Patrick asked calmly. As his fingers tightened around the blade, several cracks appeared in it. The next second, the sharp cleaver shattered into countless fragments in Patrick's hand. Patrick continued, "Oh, in that case, there's no need to act covertly anymore. We've confirmed it now." Swift as lightning, Patrick thrust his hand between the butcher's disgusting teeth. "Then get lost." After Patrick calmly said those words, the butcher's entire body was torn into 3 pieces, reduced to pulp. He died so quickly that he seemingly felt nothing. Too weak, Patrick complained slightly. Behind him, the torch on the wall was affected by something and suddenly turned purple. A hazy figure darted back and forth. By the time Patrick sensed something and turned around, the attack was already right in front of him. With a violent clash of metal, Patrick's helmet was knocked away, spinning several times through the air. "Well, that's surprising," Patrick said, feigning astonishment. The helmet spun through the air before falling to the ground, revealing the white skull beneath Patrick's armor. Patrick let out a puff of breath. "Even a Dullahan has shown up," he remarked. A headless knight stood before him. Patrick asked in displeasure, "What exactly are you people preparing?" Patrick appeared before it and spoke. "Hey you, under whose orders are you guarding this place?" The undead creature silently looked toward him upon hearing the question. The next second, it charged straight at Patrick. Startled, he hurriedly raised his guard. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and began assessing it carefully. That sword was called the Evil Sword. It could corrode an opponent's weapon, so dealing with it would not be easy. At that moment, Patrick took a powerful blow to the head, shattering his iron helmet and exposing his skull. He thought to himself, this one is quite strong, completely different from an ordinary Dullahan. With that in mind, Patrick calmly asked, we're both undead. Wouldn't it be better to sit down and have a chat? But the undead continued charging at him. Patrick bent backward to evade a sweeping sword strike, then let out a noof. He continued thinking, it is an intelligent undead, yet it refuses to speak. I need to find out why you are here. Then Patrick suddenly seemed to come up with a good idea. The Lord here should be able to answer all my questions. Then he slammed his hand onto the ground. He used the low-level spell, Skate. The ground beneath his feet immediately froze, and the ice spread outward. Next, Patrick swiftly picked up the hilt of his bladeless sword while the undead kept charging at him. Without turning around, Patrick held his sword behind his back and used weak sword, strong steel again. Then he glanced back coldly. If you don't want to talk, then I won't waste any more time. I'll make this quick. The undead's head was instantly severed. Its head looked over in terror. Patrick grabbed the sword hilt again and said, let me borrow this sword for a moment. You don't seem to need it anymore after all. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm repeatedly. Heavy sword strikes rained down. After Patrick swung his sword several times, the undead was immediately chopped into many pieces. He leaped down and struck an extremely cool pose. At that moment, someone appeared outside a room. Hatine's Lady Lord, Larazit, was sitting on her bed beneath a blanket, sighing, it's so cold. Suddenly, a voice rang out and startled her. Did you sleep well? A figure appeared before her, blocking out all the light. She cried out in alarm. You? How dare you break in here in the middle of the night? As Larazit shouted, she clutched the blanket tightly around herself. Patrick put his helmet back on before revealing himself. He replied coldly, isn't it obvious? I have something to discuss with you. Then he drew his sword again and asked, your name is Larazit, correct? Honorable Lady Lord Larazit, I'll give you 5 minutes. Call the man who was standing beside you earlier. Before long, Larazit sat in the reception room across from Patrick. Beside her stood Mago, a man in a blue robe who had just arrived. Patrick politely began, my apologies for calling you here at this hour. But while taking a walk tonight, I happened to pick this up. With that, he threw a bundle onto the floor in front of Larazit, startling her. Unable to hold herself back, she asked, what is that? Patrick immediately countered, you really don't know what this is? This is a Dullahan's helmet, he replied calmly. A cold gleam flashed through the slit in his helmet as he questioned her in an icy voice. Lady Lord, no, Larazit, why are you working with those undead? She looked up in terror, but whether she was truly ignorant or merely pretending, she asked, what are you talking about? There aren't any undead here. Patrick remained calm, speaking in a disappointed tone. How long are you going to keep pretending? Then he exposed everything one point at a time. If you aren't pretending, then do you really not know whom you are colluding with? TSK, I'm not surprised. You are an incompetent lord who does not even know what is happening within her own territory. Mago, who had remained silent until then, also spoke up. My lady, you need not listen to these baseless accusations. Please issue an order to summon the soldiers and arrest him. Patrick immediately cut him off. I personally killed that Dullahan in the underground prison beneath this castle. Hearing that, Larazit asked in shock. In the underground prison? Patrick drew his sword and answered, that's right. Your prison contains countless corpses. Let me give you another hint. The man standing beside you is undead as well. With that, he pointed his sword at Mago. But Larazit refused to believe him and stubbornly argued, I don't believe you. Do you think I'll believe your accusations just because you say so? She stubbornly shouted, this man promised to save Hatine. If you accuse him of being undead, then you are threatening Hatine's safety. But Patrick remained composed and gave a contemptuous snort. You clearly know who is threatening Hatine's safety, yet you can still say something like that. Upon hearing this, Larazit once again wore a blank expression and was left speechless. At that moment, Mago began playing the peacemaker. All right, both of you, please calm down first. Sir Knight, you said this is a Dullahan's helmet. Dullahans are not beings one encounters easily. Unexpectedly, Patrick appeared rather pleased with himself, as though flowers were blooming around him and cheers were ringing out. You think so too, right? I was very surprised as well. I could hardly believe my eyes. Such a high-ranking undead appearing in a place like this. More importantly, that Dullahan was somewhat strange. It was an elder class undead, so it should have possessed the intelligence to communicate. It never once opened its mouth. Even the way it moved in battle was unusual, so after I burned its soul, I investigated it a little. Well, look at this. It seems there was a magic circle engraved inside its armor to control its mind. Beside it was the name of the owner. That Dullahan's name was Mazum. It appears to be the name of a deputy captain in a raiding unit. The brothers Mazum and Hada. 30 years ago, that unit was summoned to eliminate a violent undead. They say he was quite a powerful knight, but after that raid, he vanished. Then Patrick suggested, let's play a question and answer game. Who do you think was the violent undead they were trying to eliminate? Larazit still looked completely bewildered and could not utter a word. Who was it? Patrick did not wait any longer. He raised his sword again and said, then I'll ask you a different question this time. I hope you can answer this one yourself. She stared at the tip of his sword in terror. Patrick asked coldly, where is that violent undead Irvist? Sir, undead lackey. Mago wore a vile, vacant expression, as if he had taken such a massive dose of drugs that he could barely keep his eyes open. Amid the chaotic scene, Larazit sat on the sofa, trembling in fear as she watched Patrick hold his blade to Mago's neck. Larazit asked in panic, I don't understand what you mean. Why is the name of that prison master? Before she could finish, loud laughter interrupted her. Mago laughed wickedly, revealing his unnaturally white teeth. Ha ha ha. He continued laughing madly, leaving Larazit completely confused. What? Only then did Larazit realize in horror that she had fallen into his trap. She hurriedly screamed, You? Didn't you say you would save me and my territory? Mago maintained his eerie smile, a frightening light flashing in his blood-red eyes. He softly said, Oh, of course. Fear was plain in Larazit's eyes. Her pupils contracted into bottomless depths. A tear rolled down her cheek. Mago said coldly, the plan has changed, but it seems there is no other way. We can no longer settle everything peacefully. Hearing that, Larazit suddenly felt chills run down her spine. She stammered, What are you going to do? Mago tilted aside to evade Patrick's sword, then extended his hand forward. With a light strike, he knocked Patrick's head to one side. He warned them, the two of you would be wise to stand still. Patrick's gaze turned solemn. It seemed he had underestimated this man earlier. Mago stood before Larazit with a cold, terrifying expression. Larazit was so frightened that she fell off the sofa. Sprawled on the floor, she stammered, You're undead. Mago slowly removed his hat and introduced himself as Mago. Dark power radiated from all over his body. Trembling as she sat on the floor, Larazit listened to his threat. I will kill you and everyone in this territory, turning it into a land of death. Humans like you should feel honored to be granted such an opportunity for salvation. The dark power grew ever stronger, spreading throughout the room and enveloping Larazit. Mago transformed into a terrifying, long-haired skeletal demon. He said that all of this was part of the plan of the sovereign of countless undead, the Immortal King, Lord Irvist. Patrick spoke up and asked him, at first I truly could not imagine it. The undead race usually fights by relying on its numerical advantage, doesn't it? Facing the terrifying Mago as he threatened them, Patrick remarked, I never expected them to devise such a thorough, organized strategy for invading other places. Looking at Mazum's head rolling on the floor, Mago said coldly, I noticed you the first time we met. I must commend you for exceeding even my expectations and defeating Mazum. Patrick tilted his head and replied humorously, This is the first time anyone has praised me for killing his subordinate. Patrick's attitude intrigued Mago. Interesting. I am becoming more and more curious about you. You are undead like me, so why do you not serve Lord Irvist? Larazit and Patrick looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. Upon hearing that, Larazit was completely stunned. Undead like him? Patrick's heart skipped a beat. I've been found out. Patrick tapped his sword against his head a few times and thought to himself, sigh. We still need the Lady Lore to care for the territory and cooperate with us. I do not want to kill her either. Patrick's eyes narrowed coldly. I suddenly feel a little irritated. Mago suddenly roared and stretched out his sinewy, razor-sharp claws at Patrick. But Patrick severed the hand, sending it flying away. Then Patrick pressed his sword to Mago's throat and warned, You had better obey my orders. Mago roared at him. Do you think that kind of threat works on a corpse puppet? Patrick calmly replied, of course it doesn't. But after doing all this, aren't you afraid of losing everything? Patrick reminded him, if you investigated us, then you should know that my companion is far stronger than you imagine. Strong enough to easily destroy your plans. David was probably sneezing somewhere at that moment, having his name invoked for no reason. Mago grinned foolishly. How interesting. Then those humans will be affected as well. Larazit had sat there in silence, too frightened to say a word. When she heard him threaten the humans, she became especially terrified. Patrick replied, sorry, but we stand with humanity. So instead of wasting time like this, you had better explain everything clearly. Patrick suddenly added, oh, of course, you should also tell me what your superior, Irvist, intends to do. Mago fell silent for a long while, seemingly lost in thought, before finally speaking. Fine, I will give you an answer. Mago asked, do you know what it takes to become an elder? Patrick snorted coldly. Do not stand there asking me questions. Continue. Mago had no choice but to explain slowly. For a human or an elf to become an elder, they need either a rare, supernatural phenomenon or hatred powerful enough to surpass such a phenomenon. They are called elders because each of them possesses enough power to stand alone against 1,000 corpse lords. Irvist is a powerful being who can use his magic to create elders like that. Patrick asked him, then why did you isolate Hatine and establish a cult? Mago immediately understood what Patrick meant. He replied, that is correct. It was all to create an elder. We need those whose bodies still survive, but whose souls have weakened. He looked toward Larazit, who was trembling all over and drenched in cold sweat. It is the perfect place for corpse puppets to gather. We isolated them and starved them in order to weaken their wills. The purpose of creating the cult was much the same. Patrick nodded. I roughly understand now. But what is the mountain of corpses in the underground prison for? Mago said, that is to create even more elders. We will destroy the Empire. Patrick was somewhat taken aback. Wow, how vicious. Patrick thought for a moment and immediately understood. If the Empire fell and all humanity turned into corpse puppets, then Irvist's target, those who would receive even greater power, would be the Seven Poisons prison. Mago said in an icy voice, the truth is always realized too late. Mago chanted a high-level spell, Dark Curse Binding, Expansion. In an instant, the space around them darkened as though it were about to rupture. Tens of thousands of invisible hands seized Patrick and surrounded him. Mago taunted, do you think cutting off both my hands means I cannot cast spells? How foolish. But Patrick was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, he laughed loudly and praised him. Ha ha ha, you're quite impressive too. You can chant using only your words. Mago's hands gradually regenerated. He asked Patrick, do you think I would reveal the truth to you? No being can stand against Lord Irvist. Patrick's entire body was gripped by tens of thousands of hands, leaving him unable to move. Mago said, the only one capable of doing that is an ancient monster. But after teleporting, that monster fell into a deep slumber. He became even more frenzied as he controlled those hands to attack Patrick. Mago was incomparably arrogant, no longer fearing anything. Therefore, nothing can stop my master's plan. Though bound by tens of thousands of hands, Patrick still asked in a sarcastic tone, is that so? Patrick tensed his arms. Then let me ask you this. Mago grew anxious inwardly. Could he possibly break free from these restraints through sheer strength alone? Sure enough, the dark power of the hands surrounding Patrick gradually dissipated. He said, so that is roughly the meaning of everything you just said, correct? Patrick's iron helmet was slowly removed. No matter how grand your plan may be, if the ancient monster appears, whether it is you or Irvist, all your plans will come to nothing, won't they? Mago trembled slightly and stammered. What nonsense are you talking about? In an instant, a deafening explosion rang out. From the outside, the building was engulfed in dust and smoke. Patrick rushed over and could not help mocking. You arrived at just the right time. Looking back, David was already seated comfortably atop the rubble. Larazit coughed several times and raised a hand to brush aside the thick smoke before her. As she helplessly shed tears, she heard Limari cry out, ow. Something hit my head. Larazit stared at the rubble before her in alarm. David still sat there calmly, while Limari clutched her aching head and groaned. Patrick stood nearby and sneered. What kind of castle collapses this easily? Honestly, turning to David, Patrick said, she timed it perfectly. David said nothing, merely shot him a glare and snorted coldly. Patrick immediately wilted and said, "It was nothing, Chief." David asked, "So how much did you find out?" Patrick replied, I basically know everything now." Beside them, Limari kept groaning. "Ow, my head hurts so much." They turned their attention toward Larazid. She trembled slightly and sobbed. David raised his head, his expression unchanged. A dark arrow was flying toward him. David remained calmly seated and casually waved it aside. Another violent explosion erupted right in front of David's group. David's figure was reduced to a dark silhouette, sitting arrogantly above them. Everything around him was buried in dust and smoke after the blast. Mago struggled to remain standing amid the flying debris. He stared ahead in shock. This power, could it be? Patrick warned him, "I told you long ago that the one traveling with me is far stronger than you imagine, didn't I?" Terror was apparent in Mago's eyes, but he still tried to remain composed. David sat imposingly above them and asked, "What is this?" Mago's thoughts were in turmoil. Impossible. There is absolutely no way any information could have leaked out. Why would that ancient monster? Mago stood frozen in place. He looked up at the gemstone above. Even he could not sense the energy of the gemstone located on the castle's upper floor. Staring at Limari, Mago was certain from the energy he sensed from her that she was a demon king. He calculated inwardly, "I must stall for time and send this information to Lord Irvist." After a period of silence, Mago broke it. "Ancient monster, why have you come to this place?" He coughed several times before hesitantly asking, "I heard that after the razor incident, you disappeared." Suddenly, an intense flash of light burst before Mago. The castle seemed ready to explode, and everything inside was flung in every direction. Mago was thrown outside as well, sprawled on the ground and coughing violently. He slowly opened his eyes and said in an icy voice, "You are too late." Limari fired a bolt of lightning at Mago, blasting him to pieces. Impatiently, she cursed, "You talk too much." David had grown tired of watching the show. He yawned repeatedly until tears came to his eyes. Looking at Mago, David asked in surprise, "Oh, look at him. Is he smiling again?" Limari replied, "Perhaps because he is half dead, he is rather stubborn." Mago still struggled to sit up and used what little strength he had left to say, "Kneel at his lordship's feet. Our ruler has descended upon this land." Patrick called softly, "Chief." David replied lazily, "Yes, I see it." Patrick clicked his tongue and said disdainfully, "He certainly knows how to make a flashy entrance." At the place where some men were playing chess, they suddenly cried out, "Look, isn't the sky strange?" One man asked, "How is it strange?" The sky had turned pitch black, and dark clouds were gathering as though a storm were about to strike. A fierce wind howled through every corner. On a narrow road, a pair of frail legs was running. It was the red-haired girl Rolina. As she ran in panic, a voice called out from behind her, "Rolina." She stopped and saw that it was Toaster calling her. "Oh, Uncle Toaster, you're still awake." Toaster replied, "I should be asking you that. Where have you been?" Rolina stammered, I was just taking a walk to relax. At a Beth Square, Rolina suddenly realized how obvious her lie was. The moment she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth. "Oh no, why did I mention that place where nobody goes anymore because of the plague? Uncle Toaster is definitely going to be angry at me again." Rolina hurriedly apologized to Toaster in panic. Yet Toaster burst out laughing, leaving Rolina somewhat surprised. Toaster sighed and said, "You really are something, little girl." Rolina was stunned. "He is not angry." In a dark alley, Toaster told Rolina that after the meeting, the chief and the others had made a decision. Rolina asked, "What decision?" Toaster answered, "Tomorrow night, we will all leave Hatine." Turning toward Rolina, Toaster said, "I do not know what you think, but the chief does not trust those knights." Rolina was startled by this. Toaster told her, "Come with me. I will explain as we walk." Carrying torches to light their way, the two arrived before a pit piled high, with corpses like a mountain. Behind his face covering, Toaster frowned faintly. "Rolina's parents are buried beneath this deep pit." Toaster said, "Rolina, once we leave, I am afraid it will be a very long time before we can return. Of course, the choice is yours. Do whatever you wish." Rolina stood silently for a long time. Lowering her head, disappointment evident on her face, she said, "Uncle Toaster, do you know? I do not understand why the chief wants to leave Hatine. Is Hatine not going to be saved? Can we not wait just a little longer?" Toaster replied, "Rolina, I will not try to persuade you, because you have chosen to believe in that cult. But do you want to wait for a salvation that may never come, while leaving your parents trapped in that dark place? Toaster's words made Rolina frown as she fell into deep thought. Looking at the pile of corpses, Toaster said, "The God you believe in is not the only being who can grant salvation. What you do can bring salvation as well." Confused, Rolina repeated Toaster's words. "What I do can bring salvation." Rolina clenched her fist, and her gaze became resolute. Looking up at Toaster, she said, "Uncle Toaster, you are right." Toaster said nothing. It seemed that he was secretly pleased to have persuaded Rolina. Handing her the torch, Toaster asked, "Kid, do you think you could do it?" Rolina took the torch and answered firmly, "Of course I can." Holding the torch, Rolina moved toward the pile of bodies. A tear rolled down her cheek. She extended the torch toward the corpses. Suddenly, a hand stopped her. The man spoke. "Well, I was wondering who would come to a place like this so late at night." Seeing him seize Rolina, Toaster was horrified and asked, "Who are you?" Rolina turned to look at the man as well. He asked her, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" His hideous face emerged in the darkness, and he called out hoarsely, "Rolina." Mago tightly gripped Rolina's hand. Terrified, she stammered, Father." He tightened his hold around Rolina's wrist until she cried out in pain, "Ah, Father, what are you doing?" The torch flame caught on his arm. Rolina cried in alarm, "Father, the fire!" Seeing the chaos, Toaster hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what father? Let her go." Toaster suddenly froze as an eerily familiar sensation rose within him, as though he had encountered it before. That smell. Worried, Rolina said, "Father, you should put out the fire first." She threw the torch away. Toaster grabbed Rolina and violently pulled her back, ignoring Mago's burning arm. Toaster and Rolina fell to the ground. Toaster completely shielded her, so Rolina was unharmed. Toaster cursed the priest angrily. "Damn it!" Mago did not put out the fire, allowing it to burn fiercely. Amid the flames consuming him, he transformed into a hideous undead. Toaster's entire body trembled as cold sweat poured down him. He stammered, "An undead?" Rolina was frozen in horror as well, unable to believe her eyes. "Father." The atmosphere suddenly became dark and terrifying. Mago spoke. "Silence, you humans. Remain quiet and welcome that god's descent." Toaster held Rolina tightly. Both of them were terrified. The corpses in a heap began to move their limbs. They opened their eyes, as though awakening from sleep, their gazes blood-red and horrifying. Rolina trembled in fear as cold sweat drenched her. Toaster shouted in terror, What is happening?" The undead rose to their feet and approached Toaster and Rolina. Toaster urgently grabbed Rolina and pulled her away. "Damn it, you foolish girl, why are you standing there? Run." When the undead were only one step away, Toaster urged her anxiously, "Hurry." The two ran into a house. They hurriedly used tables and chairs to barricade the door, keeping the undead from entering. Panting heavily, Toaster looked at the blocked doorway and said, "That should hold them off for a while." Gasping for breath, Rolina said, "But I do not think I can run anymore." Toaster tried to steady his breathing and said, "We have no other choice. Staying here is better than wandering outside, but the first floor is not safe either. We need to go upstairs." Rolina replied softly, "Yes, but my legs." Knowing that Rolina's legs hurt too badly for her to walk, Toaster bent down and turned his back to her. "Climb onto my back. We need to hurry." Toaster carried Rolina up the stairs to the second floor, step by step. Rolina hesitantly said, "Uncle Toaster, you must be tired too." "Thank you." The two stood by a second-floor window, looking down at the undead below who had found the entrance. Sweat poured from Toaster as uneasiness filled his heart. "Can the two of us survive this?" He pressed his lips together and thought, "If we can survive." Suddenly, Rolina called to him, "Uncle Toaster." They stood before a dark room that reeked of death. Rolina asked, "This smell is awful. Is it coming from that room?" Carrying Rolina on his back, Toaster entered the room containing a corpse. Rolina leaned against the wall and sat down. "So are we safe now?" Toaster looked around and replied, "No." Rising to his feet with his back to Rolina, Toaster said, "This place is just as dangerous. If you want to survive, kid, you must stay alert at all times." Rolina asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Toaster walked over to a corpse that still tightly clutched a sharp weapon. He grabbed both ends of his scarf and yanked hard. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Frightened, Rolina asked, "Uncle Toaster, what are you doing?" With a cold gaze, Toaster removed the scarf from around his neck. Holding a knife, he walked toward Rolina, making her break out in a cold sweat. She cried, "Uncle Toaster!" Toaster swung the knife with lightning speed, and Rolina trembled all over in terror, squeezing her eyes shut and furrowing her brow. When she cautiously opened her eyes, they were brimming with tears. Toaster held a strange object before Rolina and frowned. "Now that I have the chance, I should tell you that this thing has always made me uncomfortable." Toaster carefully reminded Rolina, "From now on, only believe what is worthy of your trust." Still shaken, Rolina stammered, "At least you should have told me first. You scared me to death." As they spoke, sudden commotion outside drew their attention. The undead were flooding in. Rolina panicked. They broke through the door. "What are we going to do?" Toaster stood up and said, "What else can we do? We can only risk our lives fighting them." Rolina said, "I need to find something to use as a weapon too." Toaster did not answer. He silently turned and walked away. Rolina hurried after him in panic. Uncle Toaster! Uncle Toaster, where are you going?" Rolina clumsily tried to follow Toaster. Toaster looked back at her and smiled faintly. Rolina's eyes widened, her heart filled with fear and unease. Struggling to stand, she said, Uncle Toaster, wait." The violent sounds of the undead rushing toward the outer door echoed through the house. Toaster stepped forward, opened the door, went outside, then locked and barred it again. Toaster threw down his scarf, which was soaked in the stench of blood. He thought that if he did so, they would be drawn to its scent and fail to notice Rolina. Terrified, Rolina rushed to the door, pounding on it as she cried, "What are you doing? Do not leave me behind, Uncle Toaster. I am scared. Please, Uncle Toaster, do not leave me here alone." Toaster stood silently outside the door and said, "Kid, how long are you going to keep relying on others? You have been a burden long enough." The undead were crawling up to the second floor in search of them. Weapon in hand, Toaster prepared to fight and instructed Rolina, "Listen, Rolina, no matter what you hear, do not make a sound." Toaster gritted his teeth and told her not to speak or act rashly. Rolina immediately covered her mouth, refusing to let even the slightest sound escape. Toaster smiled faintly in satisfaction. "You are finally listening. Good." He thought that this was better than both of them dying. He would rather sacrifice himself and fight the undead to protect Rolina. The undead had closed in on Toaster. Seeing their prey, they let out vicious growls. Toaster gripped his weapon tightly and fought the undead. He risked his life, charging into them and slashing wildly. This was perhaps the last thing Toaster said to Rolina. "I'm sorry, kid. I have been too harsh on you these past few days." Rolina collapsed to her knees behind the door, crying helplessly. Tears streamed endlessly down her face, and she could not stop them. The undead horde had received orders from that Lady Lord, and they had to attack Toaster. Some people carried torches, others held weapons, and they all rushed toward that terrifying crimson sky. That Lady Lord must be behind this. I knew something was wrong. She has not shown herself for weeks, not even once. The sky above the castle had turned a glaring crimson. The townspeople ran toward it carrying torches. They believed that perhaps heaven had become enraged. A terrified scream startled them, making them turn around. A man whose entire body trembled screamed. Everyone was confused. "What is that?" The man, his face covered in wounds, struggled to say, "It is very dangerous." Everyone asked one another in confusion, "What is wrong with him? Is he injured?" A blue-haired man approached the wounded man. "Let me examine his injuries." A brown-haired man asked, "Are you people from the magic tower?" The blue-haired man answered, "Yes. I am an apprentice from the Wind Magic Tower." The wounded man said with difficulty, "Undead." The blue-haired man used magic to examine him. Sure enough, something was wrong. The man was injured, yet he was not bleeding. Looking at the blood covering him, they asked, "Then where did all this blood come from?" One man frowned. "These undead. Everyone, they are coming." The bald man immediately ordered the others, "Anyone still able to fight, prepare yourselves." The blue-haired man cast a spell on the wounded man's head. He immediately screamed madly, "Undead!" Everyone hurriedly tried to calm him. "Hey, calm down." The undead horde surged toward them. Everyone said tensely, "The undead are here." They gritted their teeth and stared at them nervously, sweat pouring down their faces. One undead staggered to a halt before them. "What is that?" Its eyes turned red as it fixed its gaze on the wounded man. It roared and lunged at him. Everyone hurriedly dodged aside. Swift as the wind, a knight charged in on an iron horse and severed the undead's head with a single slash. The knight turned back and said disdainfully, "These undead are not as strong as they look." The knight said to the terrified people, "So make your choice. Will you run away and wait to die, or will you stand up and fight?" Upon hearing that, the blue-haired man spoke resolutely. "We will fight to the end." The knight asked in surprise, "Who are you people?" The blue-haired man answered, "We are trainees from the Wind Magic Tower Association. This was caused by the Black Calamity. We were out on a mission at the time, so we were fortunate enough to survive. It may be a little late, but we hope we can still do our part." One person raised a hand and said, "I'll fight." The others raised their hands as well. "Us too. Then I'll fight too." The knight nodded in satisfaction. "Good." The knight gave everyone their orders. "Those who are strong, pick up whatever you can use as a weapon and stand on the front line. Everyone else, form a defensive line." Everyone shouted in unison, "We swear to protect Atene until our final breath." The horde of undead drew closer and closer. The knight warned tensely, "They're here." They roared viciously, as though filled with mad hatred for humanity. The magic tower had its spells prepared as well. Fire. The undead were easily blasted dozens of meters away. Shockwaves from the explosion burst out from within the castle. Rolling black smoke blanketed the crimson sky. A man walking outside saw the scene and could not help cursing. "Damn it, what's happening out here?" He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Toaster, Rolina, where have they run off to at a time like this?" Suddenly, he looked to his right and saw an orange-haired girl leaning motionlessly against a wall. She looked very much like Rolina. Once he approached and got a clear look at her face, the chief cried out in alarm, "Rolina!" Hearing someone call her name, Rolina painfully opened her eyes. She was overjoyed to see her chief. He hurried over and asked, "Kid, what happened to you?" The chief took off his coat and draped it over Rolina. She said, "Uncle Toaster told me to stay here and not move." The chief was somewhat surprised. "Toaster." At the mention of Toaster, Rolina began sobbing, tears filling her eyes as she explained. "Uncle Toaster told me to wait there, but I was worried about you, Chief, so I ran here." "Uncle Toaster, it's all my fault." "Uncle Toaster." At that point, Rolina choked up and could not continue. The chief suddenly frowned worriedly. "Toaster, But the chief understood that he had to remain calm in front of this fragile child. He comforted Rolina. "It's all right. Everything is all right." Then he corrected her. "Rolina, he is not that kind of person. You did not survive because of him. You survived thanks to Toaster." Rolina recalled the priest who had turned into an undead creature and attacked them as she panicked. "Chief, they aren't ordinary undead. We need reinforcements." The chief was surprised and asked, "Kid, what are you talking about?" Rolina insisted, "That night. They need Patrick's help right now. We need his help." The chief answered helplessly, "They should be inside the Lord's castle by now." Seeing the chief take out a vial of medicine, Rolina asked in confusion, "Chief, what are you doing?" He handed her the vial and said, "You do not have the strength to walk anymore, do you? Drink this, then run." Rising to his feet, the chief emphasized, "I am the chief." It was as though he were reminding Rolina that she had to obey him. The chief wanted Rolina to flee because he thought, "I am certain the castle is safer than this place." The chief turned back and smiled at Rolina. "I cannot abandon my comrades who are fighting alone." He silently promised Toaster, "I will not let Rolina, whom you risked your life to protect, be endangered again." The chief ordered Rolina, "Kid, go bring the knights here. We'll hold them back." Inside the castle, the atmosphere remained gloomy as a voice rang out. Patrick said to David, "Chief, they're causing a huge disturbance out there. Look, this is becoming a problem." "I'm not joking. I mean it," Lemari added. "They have overextended themselves. They are courting death. The humans here are in danger now." David calmly lay back and waved a hand. "Why should I look? What does it have to do with us?" Patrick was bewildered by David's indifferent attitude. "You're just going to sleep? Of course it has something to do with us." Patrick sighed to himself, then complained again. There he goes again, always wanting to run away whenever trouble arises. Watching everyone fight, Patrick praised them. "It looks like the humans have a slight advantage for now. They're fighting fairly well." David extinguished everyone's hopes again. "How long do you think that defensive line can last before the undead break through it?" Patrick replied seriously, "Not long. They have some offensive and defensive ability, but if that is all they have, they will soon be exhausted against tens of thousands of undead." David merely replied, "I know." Patrick added, "Besides, according to Lemari, an elder named Nick is hidden among the undead." Patrick asked David curiously, It seems Irvis prepared quite thoroughly. Chief, should we return this favor? Even David, who had been lying still, was intrigued. Return the favor? The corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a sly smile. Of course. But first, there's something we need to do. Patrick tried to stop him. Whatever you are planning, please do not do it. David stood up and replied, Didn't you tell me to do something? They looked at Larazit, who sat collapsed on the floor, trembling in utter terror. David stood imposingly before her and abruptly asked, Your name? Larazit stammered incoherently. Lara, Sinver. David impatiently interrupted her. Lara, right? Phoenix. He crouched in front of Larazit and introduced himself. I am David. He lifted her chin, making her break out in a cold sweat from fear. David caressed Larazit's cheek and asked coldly, You want to live, don't you? Patrick, standing behind him, exclaimed in shock. Huh? Chief, what are you saying? We have to kill her. David maintained his threatening expression as he pinched her chin. That was what I intended at first, but I have changed my mind. Patrick was confused. What are you thinking? Hasn't Hatine gone too far already? David looked bored as he gazed at the undead. Think about it, Patrick. The reason we decided to abandon Hatine was because of these undead, wasn't it? Patrick recalled it and could not help breaking into a sweat. Yes, that's right. David glanced at Patrick. If all the undead disappeared and Hatine's lord were under our control, then there would be no need to abandon it anymore, right? Patrick was still hesitant. I thought it was something serious. Larazit was startled by what she heard, her brows furrowing. Patrick fell into thought, his expression sharpening again. He narrowed his eyes. What nonsense are you planning to say now? But this was perhaps worth considering. A clear plan had already formed in Patrick's mind. Using the Lady Lord instead of killing her was not a bad idea. But aren't humans extremely untrustworthy? Limari, who had been standing nearby, finally spoke. That is right. Once they learn the secret, how could they possibly keep their mouths shut? David slowly rose. I do not think they are all like that. He lowered his gaze toward the people below. I believe this one has a reason to live. Larazit was drenched in sweat, her entire body trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. Although she's terrified when she sees me, she has not avoided my gaze. Even after seeing my true form, she still seems useful. Patrick, standing beside him, agreed. Yes, for an ordinary person, that is truly impressive. David looked at Larazit with a gloomy expression. Is there something special about her? He recalled the heroes he had encountered, comparing them to Larazit, who was paralyzed by fear and sitting limp on the floor. Every hero I have met possessed something special, something that cannot be gained through effort alone. As for this Lady Lord, she currently has enough mental strength to face me. Only then did Larazit dare to stammer. Yes, I have a reason to live. David leaned back smugly and boasted to Patrick. See, I knew a human would not willingly seek death, right? Patrick asked angrily. You decided to spare her life just because of that? David put on his coolest pose, smirked, and praised himself. Along with my keen intuition, the two beside him had completely opposite reactions. Limari's eyes sparkled as she looked at him with admiration. Just as you predicted, Patrick said angrily and unhappily. My lord, please base your decisions on something more reliable than intuition. Patrick sighed and stopped arguing, though he still found it unreliable. Sigh, the chief has made up his mind. What else can I do? Patrick turned around and waved a hand. Even so, if anything goes wrong, you will bear the consequences yourself. David was utterly confident behind him. I will think about that later. He turned back to the main matter. Now you have a choice. Say, please save us, and everything will be settled. Larazit asked anxiously, and then, what will happen? David calmly pointed behind him. It is very simple. Those undead will be driven away. Until peace returns to Hatine, Patrick will do everything he can to help. Hearing his name, Patrick spun around in surprise. He widened his eyes and shouted, Chief, are you selling me out? David broke into a cold sweat and pouted. Are you trying to avoid responsibility? At that moment, Larazit lowered her head and knelt on the floor. In exchange, what do I have to do? David thought for a few seconds. The simpler, the better, right? Hand everything you have over to me. Larazit jolted and raised her head. She could not pretend to be calm anymore. She looked at the mysterious, terrifying people before her. And everything you have over to me. Larazit continued trembling. She murmured, I. In her eyes, David was like a demon baring its fangs and claws, ready to devour the prey before him. If she dared refuse, she would certainly die, whether at this monster's hands or torn apart by the undead. Yet if she accepted, she could survive, but she would lose everything. She clenched her fist and pressed it firmly to the ground, asking herself countless questions. If the Black Calamity had never appeared, would my brother have killed himself? If he were still alive, could I have become the Lady Lord of Hatene? If I were not Hatene's Lady Lord, would I have ended up in this situation? After a while, Leraisit managed to utter a single word. Patrick watched from the side, conflicted and impatient. It will be better to just kill her. Where's my sword? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. Hearing them, David reflexively turned toward the sound. Someone is coming. Limari approached him and asked, David, how would you like to handle this? I can use magic to stop them. He calmly glanced toward the door. No need. Open it. Limari received the order and swung her staff. Understood. Behind the door, a red-haired little girl appeared and rushed in. Oh, this child. Rolina ran over with a bright smile. You really are here. Sir Knight, please help us. Panting, she said, the undead have flooded into the village. Everyone is trying to resist, but there are too many of them. We need your help, Sir Knight. With a gloomy expression, Rolina described the situation. Toaster has fallen. The chief said he would wait for me. Everyone is about to fall, so please. David heard the child's plea, but remained silent. Please help us. Didn't you say you would save a teen? When no one answered, Rolina looked up toward David and Patrick. Before her stood David's lazy figure and Patrick, staring intently at her. Only then did she clearly see the person beside her, a skeleton. Patrick said mockingly, That's right, I'm a skeleton. Unfortunately, the current situation depends on that person's choice. Rolina turned to look at that person in confusion. Leraisit, having been singled out, was somewhat flustered and did not dare look directly at the girl. The people of Hatene are gradually dying, aren't they? Patrick mimicked someone's manner, then turned to Limari. Limari said, Now that you mention it, they are nearing their limit, aren't they? Miss Limari, may I ask you a favor? Limari eagerly cast a spell. Of course, I am curious as well. A massive one-eyed bat appeared within the magic circle. David's expression became somewhat strange when he saw it. Wow, what is that? The one-eyed bat obeyed Limari's summons and set off to carry out its task. Limari kindly reminded it, Do not dawdle. Go straight there, little one. The gigantic one-eyed bat flew high above, surveying the entire city. Limari created a large screen that displayed everything the eye could see. Below, people and undead were mixed together, impossible to distinguish. The townspeople were desperately trying to escape an undead horde pursuing them. Some areas had been completely infected, with no humans left in sight. Rolina was utterly horrified, cold sweat breaking out all over her. Leraisit beside her was no better off. In stark contrast, Patrick and David were as relaxed as though they were strolling through town, shopping, or watching a movie. Patrick said, There's a group of ghouls, too. I dislike them because they smell disgusting. Oh, Patrick added, It seems they are not going to last much longer. Rolina saw the horrifying scene and could no longer stay calm. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled the happy times they once had. No. Her friends were surrounded and torn apart by the undead. Stop, don't, kill me. Rolina clenched her teeth and stared wide-eyed, helplessly watching the scene before her. An indignant cry rang out from behind, drawing their attention. You clearly have the power to stop them, so how can you stand by and watch? Aren't you very strong? Please kill them all. Please, save us. Rolina suddenly remembered something and unexpectedly turned toward Leraisit, who was kneeling nearby, shouting, The people outside are gradually dying. What on earth are you doing? Leraisit stammered in panic. Rolina roared. I asked what you were doing. Leraisit finally seemed to gather the courage to make her decision. Please. She struggled to say every word. Save us. David looked at Leraisit with cold golden eyes. Leraisit wailed and repeatedly struck her head against the floor. The survivors in Hatene. Please save them. The ruins remained the same, but something had completely changed. Footsteps echoed as David and his group strode forward majestically. Amid the shocked bewilderment of the other two, he left them with one sentence. What is so difficult about this? Why not do it gladly? The three of them calmly and confidently headed out into the chaotic city. Let's go. Scene transition. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the village. A gloomy, deathly atmosphere hung over the area. A man was violently thrown to the ground. It was Harker, covered in wounds and drenched in sweat as he looked ahead. Damn it, who said these monsters were weak? Before him, a group of undead fought over food. I cannot believe we were defeated so easily. An undead creature lunged toward him, and Harker had already prepared himself mentally. Is this the end for me? Suddenly, the undead was stomped under a foot, its face crushed. Limari descended from the sky and flattened the ugly, undead underfoot. Ah, disgusting. She lifted her foot in disgust. I should have landed on a roof. This is revolting. The surrounding undead were attracted by the loud noise and charged toward their prey in groups. Limari impatiently glanced at them. You are so noisy. A pink butterfly appeared and flew toward the undead. Boom! Enormous flames erupted, incinerating the undead. Swarms of butterflies flew in one after another, where there had just been a horde of undead. Only fiercely burning flames remained. Limari delighted in the sight. Having been saved, Harker looked at her with shining eyes. An angel! Limari looked displeased, gritted her teeth, and turned around. You useless human! What nonsense did you just say? She kicked him in the stomach. Harker flew through the air. If you value your worthless life, get lost. Terrified, he hurriedly ran away while Limari remained murderous behind him. How dare you compare me to an angel? Damnumans. She looked toward the Lord's castle. Who would have thought there would come a day when I would help humans? Suddenly, something emerged from within her flames. Oh, Mago emerged from those blazing flames. You are not human. You are an evil spirit, aren't you? You have a human form and such immense demonic power. You must be either a demon king or a dragon. He frowned in confusion. But why are you siding with humans? Limari looked at him with impatience and disgust. I do whatever I please. A zombie like you has no right to question this demon king. He gave a shameless sneer. Once I tear you apart, I will naturally learn the truth. Idiot, you think far too highly of your own strength. Mago waved his hand and chanted, abandon your human body and become a zombie. What do you think? You will surely become an exceptionally powerful zombie. Limari shot him an annoyed glance. I do not really understand what you are saying, but I'm sure you are the most talkative zombie I have ever met. How troublesome. He waved his hand, controlling the remaining limbs of the slain zombies. I am a subordinate of the leader of all zombies. Mago summoned his staff, tenfold evil, darkness devourer. He gathered his strength, preparing for a fight to the death with Limari. How could I, Mago, possibly lose to a demon king like you? Horrifying, grotesque monsters from every corner of the town heard the command. They swarmed toward Limari. Every direction was surrounded. That is strange. I have no idea what you are talking about. Limari turned to look at him. I am not your opponent. Mago did not understand. Then he suddenly felt pressure coming from behind him, as though tens of thousands of eyes were fixed upon him. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Found you, bastard. I told you I would remember you. David yanked him backward. His other hand was clenched into a fist. Caught unprepared, Mago's eyes widened in terror and his brow furrowed. You! Before he could finish, a devastating punch slammed into his face. Mago was sent flying into a wall. Dust and smoke filled the air. David slipped his hands into his pockets and snorted disdainfully. With a smirk, his fists still tightly clenched, he savored the refreshing feeling from the previous blow. That one was not bad either. After taking David's punch, Mago could no longer move and collapsed to the ground. If I am not mistaken, that guy lying there is the gatekeeper of the zombie legion, which means he is the gatekeeper of the poison hell. David stood imposingly with his hands in his pockets. Hey, it was only one punch. You're not dead yet. Get up. The monsters trembled in fear and backed away. Limari felt the same way. He took down someone like that with a single punch, and he does not even seem to have used his full strength. Did I misjudge him? Limari ran over to David. Sir David, it seems you have a personal grudge against him. Do you know him? Oh, well. David gritted his teeth in anger, recalling how, a few hours earlier, that man had tried to force demonic power into his body to examine him. I just do not like him. I should have punched him a few more times. The boss had been defeated so anticlimactically that no one paid much attention to it. In that case, there is no benefit in staying here. Limari, do you see Irvit anywhere in this village? Limari glanced at him. Probably not. She pointed into the sky. That is a barrier designed to imprison the people inside. David appeared to understand. Oh, so that is a barrier. I thought the sky was red. Limari looked uneasy. That means the caster is outside, but I do not know what he intends to do. Unfortunately, I do not think I can break that barrier. David looked somewhat helpless. Oh, is that so? Then there is nothing to be done. I was planning to handle this myself. David shouted. Hey, you monsters! Limari, can you handle those small fry from now on? You mean those zombies? He turned to Limari. Yes, it would be better if you can try to minimize human casualties, though it may already be too late. This village needs a certain number of residents to keep existing. She confidently put her hands on her hips. It may not be perfect, but if that is all, I think I can manage it. David patted her head approvingly. As expected of our demon king. You're doing well. Before I go deal with Irvit personally, let's clean this place up first. Encouraged by the praise, Limari's spirits rose. Leave it to me, Sir David. From the distance came the unmistakable creaking cries of zombies, accompanied by the rushing footsteps of a crowd. Limari suddenly asked, you have it on now? May I ask how long you plan to be gone? He thought for a moment. Probably 15 or 20 minutes. She replied cheerfully, if it is only 20 minutes, I can hold them off. David nodded lightly. How reliable. Limari flew up to bid him farewell. Then, Sir David, travel safely. All right. David turned toward Mago. Now then, we should settle everything here. Mago still lay motionless beneath the rubble. Yet he glared at David like a beast eyeing its prey. Are you an ancient monster? David replied. Well, how should I put it? You are partly right. Mago raised his head. Then who are you exactly? David imagined Patrick taking him for a walk. I suppose I am Patrick's slave. Mago was left speechless. What complete nonsense. Mago erected a magic circle beside David. Ancient monster, do you think I am foolish enough to stand here waiting to die without making preparations? An overwhelmingly powerful beam of light shot straight at David. I am Mago, one of the pillars of Lord Irvit's army. I have never once disappointed him. Every obstacle in the path of the light was blasted away. House after house collapsed. Mago rose to his feet and laughed triumphantly. I should use this chance to get to Lord Irvit. He stared ahead in shock. Mago had been harshly humbled. That man was still there. He had not vanished, and he was barely injured. You bastard. David transformed. Golden eyes glimmered amid the dense white smoke. David glared angrily at his opponent. You keep provoking me again and again. The zombie demon Mago stood amid the ruins left by the battle. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. David suddenly unleashed a powerful attack, making him cry out in horror. David of the poison hell. Sensing that his opponent was immensely powerful, he became uneasy. This is bad. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Mago immediately fled. I have to get to Lord Irvit quickly. As he ran, he urged himself onward. Faster. He tried to accelerate, muttering continuously, faster, but it seemed he was already too late. David's sharp teeth were waiting for him, cutting off Mago's escape route. Behind the house, a gigantic monster emerged. This was David's true form. A snow-white skeletal body appeared, with the tattered clothes on him looking like mere rags. David narrowed his eyes and looked elsewhere. Mago had used every ounce of his strength to accelerate and successfully escape. He had narrowly evaded David's lethal bite. Watching the zombie demon's retreating figure, David muttered, "That bastard sure can run." Mago flew through the air as though a dog were chasing him, then created a portal behind himself leading to another dimension and escaped. Seeing this, David reverted to human form. He clicked his tongue. TCH. I was going to swallow him in one bite, but he got away. Having let his prey escape, David was somewhat disappointed. He scratched his head and thought, it would be troublesome to waste time looking for him now, but I cannot just let him go. At that moment, Limari ran over cheerfully. "Sir David, how long will you be gone? 15 or 20 minutes. She answered, "I can definitely hold out for 20 minutes. After hearing David's words, Limari happily said, "Sir, travel safely." David looked into the distance and thought, I'm a little worried about Limari. I cannot waste time here any longer. With that, he raised his hand toward the sky. Immediately, a dazzling light appeared in his palm. That bastard has most likely gone to find his master. Irvit must be outside the village. He had apparently already guessed Mago's movements and plan. If he wanted to leave this place, he would surely travel along the town wall, right? I do not really know. Mago thought he had escaped successfully, but before he could celebrate, he was overcome by terror. A purple beam released by David blocked his path, leaving him speechless with shock. Then David himself appeared before him. He narrowed one eye at the zombie demon, a somewhat sly smile curling across his lips. If I blow away everything in this direction, I will definitely hit that worm. David looked around and said, "This place is acceptable enough. The villagers are mostly still intact." He slipped his hands into his pockets and continued walking, speaking helplessly. "Why can I hear Patrick nagging again? It seems I am hallucinating." His cool demeanor lasted only a moment. Just as he heard Patrick nagging, he assumed it was an illusion and intended to ignore it when he suddenly spotted a figure lying there. It was Mago. He lay motionless on the ground. Seeing Mago's body, David wondered in confusion. "I found the corpse? Wait, if you kill something that is already dead, can it still be called a corpse?" He grabbed Mago by the head and lifted him up, scolding him. "Never mind. This village was reduced to ruins because of this guy. How are you going to take responsibility?" Yet as he looked at the disgusting zombie, he felt sickened. "Goose." As David dragged Mago along, he said, "What? You say I should not blame others? If you thought it was unfair, you should have tried harder to survive. If you want to explain yourself, go explain it to Patrick." After walking some distance, a red wall blocked his path. He sighed. "So this is the barrier." Looking up at it, he said expressionlessly, "A barrier that even Lamari's power cannot break. So that is how it is." David reached out and touched the barrier, wondering, then this barrier is not bad. But just how strong is it? David easily pushed his hand through the barrier. Immediately afterward, however, red lightning coiled around his arm. Even so, his expression did not change. "Oh!" The force quickly twisted and deformed his arm. Looking at it coil like a spring, he felt no pain at all and instead said with interest, "Oh, this is quite strong." David's arm began to regenerate. He glanced at Mago in his hand and thought, "I can probably get through, as long as this zombie can endure it." Thinking of Patrick, he started to worry. If this corpse is destroyed and cannot maintain Patrick's transformation, he will definitely scold me. Sigh, there is no choice. I will have to use a dirty trick. He held up the unfortunate zombie and casually said, "Let us do this. If anything goes wrong, I will blame you. I am counting on you, corpse." He suddenly turned around. He was surrounded by zombies. He quickly confirmed it. Yes, there was not a single human in this area. Ignoring the zombies around him, he dragged Mago's body into the barrier. His steps were exceptionally steady. Suddenly, David's expression completely changed. The next second, a beast appeared. Its golden eyes flashed with an exceptionally sharp light, followed by an earth-shaking roar. David quickly stepped forward as well. The scene became incredibly chaotic. Suddenly, a light appeared on the barrier, accompanied by incomparably powerful purple lightning. Thanks to that light, a large hole was torn open in the barrier. At this point, the horde of zombies noticed him. They screamed and surged forward, overwhelming him in number. Faced with such a sight, he walked calmly forward without the slightest hesitation. Even while facing hundreds of zombies alone, he strode ahead with his head held high, completely fearless. He even said casually, as though it were an ordinary occurrence, "Wow, there sure are a lot of you." Seeing their prey before them, each of the zombies let out terrifying roars. Then they rushed toward him in droves. Facing the hundreds of filthy zombie hands reaching for him, David remained utterly fearless. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The unfortunate zombies nearby were immediately blasted away and burned to cinders. Seeing the destructive power of that light, the zombies were too frightened to move. David coldly said, "Is this how you welcome guests?" The zombies opposite him only dared stand there and stare. Faced with the devastation he had caused, they had been battered to pieces beyond recognition. David stood there with a disdainful gaze. How utterly pathetic. Suddenly, one zombie raised its hand to give an order, while David spread his legs and took a stance. The zombies lumbered heavily toward him. A group of zombies continued advancing. Standing before the horde, David said casually, "Come to think of it, I should have done this from the beginning." The zombies seemed confused by his words. In the darkness, a pair of eyes seemed to light up. David extended his hand and continued, "This is a gift for you." But they remained silent. Suddenly, he lowered his voice, speaking meaningfully as though confiding in the zombies. "It seems we have much to discuss." Before David stood a skeleton glowing from head to toe. Its eyes were extremely strange, and it appeared to be the leader of the zombie horde. Looking at it, David blurted out, "Irvit!" Around them crowded, corpse-eating, zombie-like creatures and dry skeletons. Irvit sat there majestically, wrapped in chains and glowing throughout the night, looking utterly eerie, an ancient monster. Beside him stood mummies and knights, wreathed in blue flames. He began in a loud voice. "Are you saying it is fine to simply let those races be oppressed by humans?" David stood silently, looking thoughtful. Irvit fixed his terrifying gaze on him and argued, "Humans are arrogant, crude, and selfish. Even after attaining stable lives, they always crave more and invade the lands of other races." David found it troublesome and spoke bluntly. "You talk too much. Get to the point." Hearing this, Irvit stated his conclusion. Humanity must disappear. He narrowed his eyes, subtly tempting David to join his campaign of extermination. Recalling the brutal war of the past, he droned on, "I once thought defeating the Empire was impossible unless we could defeat Lizard. Then I heard that the Black Calamity had attacked Lizard." Before David, he continued enticing him with honeyed words. "If you express the desire to wipe out all humanity on this continent, every demon race will swear to follow you unto death." David, whose mind was somewhat slow, did not understand Irvit's intentions at all. Scratching his head, he complained, "Why are you rambling on like that? Can you not just get to the point?" Irvit looked utterly helpless, but he patiently explained again. "What I mean is, if you had not stood by and done nothing, many demon races would not have died in vain." Irvit proudly concluded, "We could even wipe out those despicable humans." After wasting so much effort explaining things to this slow-witted man, David finally understood. David rubbed his neck and said disdainfully, "So what you mean is that everything you're doing now is all my fault?" Irvit admitted, "That is right. You are the source of the problem." Before he could finish, David hurriedly cut him off. "I understand." Standing proudly amid the zombies, he continued, "I will wipe out all humanity. That is what you mean, right?" Irvit's voice lowered, filled with profound disappointment. His tone turned dangerous. "What a disappointment." As soon as he finished speaking, Irvit immediately opened a summoning portal above David. David looked up blankly and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." From the other side of the portal, a beast's claw slowly emerged. Irvit said, "Creation." The enormous shadow of a monster gradually appeared, engulfing David. Looking up at it, he thought, "What is this?" Irvit shouted again, "Rotting swine." At once, a pig charged out through the gate and lunged at him at an astonishing speed. David was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He removed the bracelet that had been suppressing his strength. At that moment, the enormous monster came crashing down from above, pinning him beneath its weight. Elsewhere, Limari remained fully focused on using magic to deal with the remaining zombies in the town. They might only be zombies, but their sheer numbers gave them an overwhelming advantage. Seeing this, she complained helplessly, "Good grief, there are too many of them." As she spoke, she unleashed offensive magic on the zombies, making them writhe in agony. Her magical flames grew larger and larger, completely incinerating them. But the fire only covered a limited area, so she could only burn the zombies above while countless more continued closing in from below. It made her deeply anxious as she kept calculating. If they keep flooding in like this, I'll have no choice but to keep moving to avoid them. Then Limari looked up and thought. The barrier covering the sky was an intricate, high-level spell. She recalled the moment someone had put something on her and patted her head, saying she looked tired of life. Suddenly, a man staggered toward Limari, gasping for breath. Hearing him, Limari turned around. The man was gravely wounded, yet he still tried to question Limari. Limari pointed at the burning zombies and replied. The man fell silent. His eyes began to narrow, knowing that he would not survive. He pressed her for an answer while explaining himself. Limari understood. Even though she said that, the thoughts in her heart were plainly written across her face. The man's vision began to blur. Limari tried to defend herself, and the man asked again for confirmation. While he was still conscious, the man thought of Rolina. Exhausted, he collapsed to both knees. Looking at the wound in his abdomen, the man narrowed his eyes as his eyelids nearly shut completely. Limari continued speaking. The man made one final request. At that moment, Limari looked at the dying man without the slightest kindness in her eyes. Seeing her gaze, he understood and blurted out something. Limari's eyes were filled with menace as she looked at him. Seeing this, the man thought to himself. Kneeling before Limari, he whispered. Limari silently contemplated the man, who was now on the verge of death. Suddenly, a spear fell before him. Standing over the spear, Limari could not help but offer the man a word of praise. Without hesitation, he gripped the spear tightly. The man then ended his own life with his own hand. Once it was over, Limari rose into the air and saw David battling the rotting swine. Limari sighed as trees, earth, and rocks were thrown into chaos. The rotting swine suddenly stopped, then charged forward madly. But before it could attack, it was sent flying. Irvit sat calmly to one side, watching and commenting. Suddenly, a skeletal monster blocked David's path. Irvit thought to himself, just as expected, its power truly lives up to the title of Ancient Monster. The monster sprayed slime onto David. In his giant form, he naturally could not dodge it. The slime immediately clung tightly to his legs. But David showed no fear and merely raised his head. God-tier magic, evil Fong. Irvit's eyes turned vicious. The strongest god-tier magic. Not even an ancient monster can defeat it. With his vast knowledge, Irvit deduced that the zombie's attack was like a drill boring into David. The collision kicked up a dense cloud of dust, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Irvit watched disdainfully, tremble in fear. The scene shifted back to the zombies. David, in beast form, stood atop a pile of dry bones. He glanced behind him. There stood Irvit, radiating an icy chill. At last, Irvit looked upon what he had done and at the subordinates around him. Some lay fallen, grievously wounded. I will kill that ancient monster. Others knelt helplessly, unable to rise. Fill this entire land with zombies. Irvit unleashed his power, becoming a transcendent being who ruled over death. Ice spears appeared in the sky, aimed at David, the ancient monster. Irvit roared, and shards of ice burst outward. You should feel fortunate to die by my hand. After wandering aimlessly for thousands of years, the ice spears plunged down at incredible speed. David remained unmoved. The next second, David suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. A deafening explosion blasted away the surrounding earth and rocks. The ice spears cracked and shattered into fragments. Irvit stood silently, watching the pieces fall. David suddenly appeared behind Irvit, glaring at him. Ichem, that hurts so much that I can't let you keep attacking me. Irvit turned around, and the first thing he saw was those enormous golden eyes. Let me hit you now. Could it be? Gale Forest. The trees shook as though they were about to fall. Irvit stood atop a hill, attacking the trees. He stood amid an icy aura. David was baffled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Why is he suddenly taking his anger out on the trees? He did not concern himself with it much. David looked up and saw two huge masses of ice descending one after another. Whatever. Is that the strongest magic you can use? Don't you have anything stronger? Meanwhile, Irvit's face turned pale as he clenched his fists. Did he let me attack him just to test the power of god-tier magic? Irvit swiftly decided to chant a spell and flee. I cannot defeat him. I must retreat. Before Irvit, David was like a terrifying giant beast that had been watching him all along. I was too hasty. A series of cracks spread through the air. I need to make some space to escape. David strode closer. I'm talking to you, Irvit. The power backfired, and Irvit collapsed to the ground, unable to think any further. He frowned and looked ahead. The enormous monster stared fixedly at him with golden eyes. Use a stronger spell. Irvit did not move. Why are you so quiet? David came closer with a smirk. In other words, you don't have any stronger magic left, do you? Irvit did not want to respond. He gathered his energy, then unleashed another attack at David. David seemed to be playing around as he waved away the black objects. Those enormous beams of light were like mosquito bites to him, doing no harm at all. So that's all it does when it hits. Why do all of you follow the same script? David casually swept his hand, sending away the approaching zombie legion. A long empty gap opened among the zombies. Irvit tried to resist, giving it everything he had. Chains wrapped around David's body, but he merely grunted calmly. Things beneath the ground began gathering together. How disgusting. I hate cursed arts like this more than anything. TSK. The monster from earlier regained consciousness and opened its eyes. It abruptly stood up and let out a thunderous roar. Could that be one of his cursed arts too? Why does this guy's defense look so solid? David looked back in surprise. Before he could understand what was happening or prepare himself, the thing tilted unsteadily. Then it toppled straight toward David. Ugh, filthy! He returned to human form and complained in irritation. Good grief, this is so unpleasant. He was surrounded by a disgusting mass of crackling slime. At this size, David's gaze sharpened, turning serious. Looks like I need to get serious. The filthy monster endured an immense pressure and shock. A moment later, it exploded with a deafening blast. A violent gale swept out in every direction. David's appearance became increasingly distorted. His head in monster form now looked more and more like a tree. Irvit silently surveyed the area. It was a chaotic field of ruins, with only scattered bones seemingly left behind. David returned to human form. Irvit stared darkly at David, his face utterly expressionless. David stood imposingly with his hands in his pockets, looking at his opponent. It's time to replace one of the 7 ancient hells. The scene shifted to a small town. Where Rolina and Larazit were staying, a voice rang out. What are you thinking, Chief? Patrick lay tossing and turning while clutching his head. Just how excited are you? Don't forget that you yourself are a disaster. Or do you not understand that? And you call yourself the Chief? Still, wouldn't it be better if the Chief could be a little less impulsive? It looks like that guy's no match for you. Then the Chief will definitely make me clean up the aftermath again. Should I write my resignation letter in advance? Irvit, that damn skeleton is such a nuisance. I forgot. I'm a skeleton too. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept in, making both of them shiver. Larazit broke out in a sweat and asked nervously, what's happening outside? Laughter suddenly rang out. Patrick covered his face and said cheerfully, the Chief is causing trouble everywhere again. He's taking very thorough care of the zombie legion. Larazit clutched the hem of her clothes and asked, then, Patine will be saved now, right? That's what you mean, isn't it? Patrick hesitated, unsure how to phrase it. Yes. No, everything will be fine. You don't need to worry so much. Also, could you speak normally? My bones are getting goosebumps. Seeing this, she sweated even more, becoming extremely uneasy. Outside, the sky was dark and gloomy. Purple mist still drifted overhead. Fortunately, there no longer seemed to be any zombies in the village. As expected of Limari, the Demon King, suddenly, thunder rumbled from somewhere. Limari abruptly dropped to the ground. I'm exhausted. Patrick noticed and turned around. She arrived at just the right time. Limari lay comfortably on the floor. I finished everything you asked me to do. It's been a long time since I used this much mana. Patrick dramatically shed tears and chimed in. You've worked hard, Lady Limari. Without you, who knows what might have happened? She raised her head and asked doubtfully, hasn't Sir David nearly finished dealing with things over there? Patrick answered without hesitation, no, you did better. Limari sprawled lazily across the floor. He still hasn't dealt with that guy, Patrick replied. As you can see, the Chief is still fighting him. Outside, a dazzling radiance lit up the night sky. From afar, everyone gazed at that display of power. It was an astonishingly magnificent sight. When she considered how terrible the aftermath would be, it seemed even more spectacular. The town had also been affected. Thick smoke billowed and dust filled the air. The truth was, every time he went out to handle something, he somehow caused even more trouble himself. Rolina stared blankly at the scene outside. Patrick, already all too familiar with this, sat there and let out a long sigh. After this, I'll definitely be run ragged dealing with the village again. Patrick's face darkened as he inwardly cursed David. The Chief could have just crushed them beneath his feet. Why drag the battle out this long? He clearly does not care at all about me, the one who always has to trail after him and clean up the mess he makes. Rolina stood on high ground, looking into the distance. Rolina, right? Hearing someone call her, the girl turned around. Yes. Patrick raised his sharp sword. The Lady Lord is the only person we promised to spare. Then he put on a frightening expression and glared while raising his blade. I should clean this place up first to prevent any trouble later. There is no benefit in letting anyone besides the Lady Lord survive. Patine's Lady Lord, Larazit, stammered anxiously. Wait, Sir Patrick. She is one of my subjects too. Patrick fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then Patrick laughed merrily and looked at Larazit kindly. Of course, there is no reason to kill this little girl. Rolina still sat on the ground, looking helpless. Patrick thought to himself, this girl cannot do anything by herself anyway. Besides, all the bandits living in the dark alleys are already dead. More importantly, given her current mental state, there is no need to act. If killing her would affect the Lady Lord here, we would lose more than we gain. Then let us consider matters here settled. Having decided, Patrick called out, Lady Limari, can you put someone to sleep? That is easy enough. But who do you mean? I wish to speak with the Lady Lord privately. Lady Limari let out a cry. Little girl, go to sleep. Patrick continued. Then let us begin. As you can see, we saved Hatine according to our agreement. So please keep your promise as well. What do I need to do? You must not reveal anything you have seen, understand? I trust you understand this clearly even without me saying it. Now, I will tell you a story. So listen carefully. It is the story of a brave Lady Lord who endured every humiliation to protect her territory. Realizing that zombies would overrun her lands, she resolved to defend the territory alongside her people. But cruelly, she was watched by the zombies while her territory lacked sufficient soldiers. Her only choice was to seek help. Yet before that help arrived, the people of the territory became angry and insulted her, placing all blame upon the Lady Lord. While waiting for reinforcements, many civilians died at the hands of the zombies. The Lady Lord had no choice but to hold firm to her convictions. After a long wait, reinforcement from the Empire finally arrived, drove away the zombies, and saved the territory. What a wonderful story. Patrick spoke again. You are not a cowardly Lady Lord who merely ran away. You are a Lady Lord who sacrificed herself to save the people of her territory. Hearing this, Larazit asked suspiciously, Are you telling me to deceive my subjects? Patrick pointed at the castle. Didn't you say you wanted to keep living? Larazit helplessly closed her eyes. Patrick continued, Go into the castle, distribute food, and save the survivors. Aid from the other cities will arrive here soon. Hearing that, Larazit raised her head. How can you be certain that aid will come? Patrick replied, It is not that I am certain. I will make it happen, because we will make Hatine's young Lady Lord into a hero. It is so quiet now. It seems the chief has finished everything. Then Patrick turned and said, We should go to the chief, Lady Limari. It would be great if you could teleport us there. Limari replied, Oh, my mana is depleted, so I probably cannot use teleportation magic. At that moment, Larazit spoke from behind them. May I ask you something? Why are you going to so much trouble to save Hatine? Hearing the Lady Lord's voice, both Patrick and Lady Limari turned to look at her. As the two stared intently at the Lady Lord, someone thought, They are monsters from a dungeon. They could never help humans without some purpose. Patrick snapped, Tisk, didn't you say you wanted to survive? Then mind yourself. Do not try to find out too much. Meanwhile, elsewhere, David muttered to himself, Sigh, it is time to replace one of the 7 ancient hells. I truly pity you. If you had kept quiet from the beginning, you could have avoided all of this. What the hell is this? One after another, none of them will leave me alone. My back is tingling from being stabbed so many times. Oh, ancient monster, I am once again amazed by your strength. Forget it, I do not care. Let me ask you one thing. Why did it have to be Hatine? If you had not attacked this place, I would not have needed to come here. Irvit pondered for a moment before replying. Hatine has the most advantageous location for invading the Empire. Hearing this, David quickly interrupted him. No, that is not what I mean. Then he thought to himself, so this guy clearly knew this was my territory, yet he still came here. At that moment, Irvit roared. What do you think the reason is? Then he began to go mad. David's eyes also turned bloodshot as he glared at the monster. Irvit shouted, Kikikiki, ha ha ha. Then white smoke wrapped around his body. David suddenly realized something and blurted out, Ichem, what is this? So he is not planning to use teleportation magic. Whatever, it does not matter. He is dead anyway. Let us see. Then he turned around and saw the chaotic scene around him. He could not help sighing. TCH, phew. What am I supposed to do now? This place will be unusable if it is not repaired. At that moment, 2 people came running over from afar, calling out as they ran, Chief, Huff, Chief, wait, I came looking for you. I missed you so much. You missed me too, did you not? David said helplessly, my life is over. Rain poured relentlessly into the narrow alley. Through the white curtain of rain, drops pattered down. Several sets of clothes had been left hanging outside and were now soaked through. The endless rain fell onto the uneven road, collecting in shallow puddles. The reflections of 2 people walking through the rain stretched across the water, making them look like drunkards. Raindrops struck the puddles and splashed upward. A simply dressed figure huddled in a corner. The rain still would not stop. Rolina's eyes brimmed with tears. There was nothing left. Rolina lowered her head and cried even more miserably. Sobi, what kind of help was that? I am the only survivor. Rolina sat beneath an awning by the roadside. The rain continued without pause. Her sobs mingled with its sound. She kept choking back tears as she said, "I hate this." It seemed something terrible had happened. "I hate this. I hate everyone." Then Rolina suddenly wondered, whose fault is this, really? Rolina's eyes turned red, filled with fury and malice. Who killed everyone? A white porcelain teacup sat there, its handle and rim trimmed in gold. Rena cried out happily, "Welcome back, Sir David." David looked exhausted. Patrick and Limari followed behind him, and his slow, weary tone left them speechless. I am back." The three of them stood before the maid Rena. She was still innocent and cheerful, beaming with excitement. "Rena was good and quietly waited for you." Something seemed about to fall from the ceiling, making Patrick and Limari look up. Just as Rena finished boasting about what she had done, it fell. "While I was waiting, I tidied everything up neatly too." Then she happily threw herself into David's arms. He patted her head. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Yes." Rena hugged him tightly. He happily praised her. "Well done." She giggled joyfully. Then, to her confusion, everyone collapsed from exhaustion. Limari sprawled on the floor, groaning, "I am so tired." Patrick was nearly the same. "Phew, I feel like I am about to die." Rena looked a little shy, as if plotting something new. Looking at him, she softly asked, "Sir David, you must be very tired, right?" He gave a weary sigh. "Phew." She cleverly lowered her voice further. "Then would you like dinner first, or a bath first?" David was too tired to speak properly. I will just drink the bathwater." Patrick thought suspiciously, "What the hell is this?" Rena, meanwhile, looked delighted. Patrick angrily turned around, seemingly blaming Battery. "What exactly did you teach her while we were gone?" Battery merely made a faint sound, as if she did not dare speak. Ahem, ahem. Battery laughed and kindly asked David, did everything go smoothly?" Without saying a word, he coldly dismissed Battery. "You can leave now." Patrick sighed and said to Battery, "Well, all right, counting those who starved to death and those killed by zombies, it was around 3,000 people. And do not forget that bastard superior who blew up the entire town. Aside from that, I suppose it went smoothly." She was so shocked that she spat out her water. She angrily questioned David, "What exactly did you do there?" He answered, "I only cleaned up the zombies." "What?" She remained doubtful. "Did you really only clean up zombies?" He lowered his head. "I cleaned them up very thoroughly." Battery gradually lost patience and snapped, what exactly did you clean up?" He took out an ugly skull and placed it on the table. "This." Then he abruptly said, "Stop bothering me. I want to sleep." Battery picked it up and stammered in shock. Irvin." Battery could only stare, unable to say a word. Meanwhile, he raised a basin of water and gulped it down. Everyone around him burst into laughter. That blunt voice still echoed. "What are you waiting for? What now?" Battery looked displeased. "Is this not just an empty shell?" Patrick asked suspiciously, Rena also asked in confusion, "What?" In a deep pit where the dark night sky and bright moon could be seen, a voice slowly rang out. Patrick and David were speaking in the cave. David, in dragon form, lay on his back with a growl rumbling in his throat. In the end, he did use magic. Patrick nodded as well. "No matter how you look at it, this is not good, Chief. Your cleanup was far too sloppy." Patrick continued grumbling. Letting the Lady Lord go when she knows everything was already a major problem. And now Irvit is still alive too. What exactly did we do in Hatine? David bared his fangs tiredly and muttered. Battery said Irvit has lost at least 70% of his vitality. But Patrick still seemed worried. That may be true, but he recalled their earlier argument. After all, there's been a conflict between dungeons. You need to be more careful from now on. David lay there comfortably and vaguely agreed. Irvit cannot do anything for the time being, so we will be fine. Stop avoiding work. David tiredly closed his eyes, still hesitant about it. I told you already. Although I can handle the aftermath in Hatine, if we want to bring more monsters into the dungeon, you must appear in person. Patrick opened his eyes, seemingly realizing something was wrong. Are you listening to me? David had somehow fallen asleep, leaving Patrick speechless. Patrick cursed angrily. Damn it. Several dozen corpses hung from the branches of a large bare tree. A figure stood beneath it, covering her face as she looked up at the bodies. A group of people sat together and whispered, "We have enough food for 3 days. What is the point of having full stomachs? My wife and children are all dead. Why should I thank the Lady Lord? Will everything be fine just because we are fed?" One person clutched a bag and said dejectedly, "I would rather follow them into hell than keep living like this." Another person answered wearily. Even if we're going to follow them, we should eat our fill first. He turned to the other person and casually asked, "What is it? Are you giving up too? At least fill your stomach before you go." That person answered calmly, "Where could I possibly go? Of course, I am suffering too. I want to run away. But why should we be the ones who have to run? What did we do wrong that we deserve to die?" Rolina's voice continued to ring in everyone's ears, leaving them stunned. "You should think about who the real culprit is. Who killed everyone?" Rolina gritted her teeth and thought furiously, "This is unfair. So unfair." Then she raised her voice. "Do not direct your anger at the wrong target." The people stood up, listening to her impassioned words. "What good is dying for nothing?" Rolina stood proudly and declared with confidence, "If we're going to die in the end anyway, then let us take revenge on the ones who drove us into this situation." Their eyes reddened as they looked at her, seemingly agreeing. "What do we need to do?" Rolina said in a low voice. "You all know." Rolina's eyes turned bloodshot, and her face twisted with extreme hatred as she gritted her teeth. "We must kill every last zombie." Levitan lowered his head wearily. Several soldiers in heavy armor stood motionless. Someone approached him. His Majesty spoke in a low voice. "Levitan." He immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed his head. "I am here, your Majesty." His Majesty sat majestically upon his throne and said, "I summoned you because despite how long my lecture was, you did not lose focus." He replied, "I would never dare to be distracted." His Majesty trusted him deeply. "The lives of everyone in the 5th Squad rest on you." He kept his head bowed, listening to the Emperor's instructions. "I have great expectations of you, Levitan." Levitan answered obediently. "I will certainly not disappoint your Majesty." The imperial capital stood grand and imposing. Several homunculi appeared in the sky, carrying objects resembling barrels. They flew overhead. Inside a small room, a man and a woman discussed something. Garrett asked, "So you have taken full responsibility for leading the army to attack the dungeon?" Levitan rested his hand lightly against something and answered, "That is right. Earlier, you said the arrest warrant was for Paimo, correct?" Anthabeth Gamlevit continued, "Although he is indeed on the run now, he was once a wealthy noble. Someone will surely help him. That warrant will probably not accomplish much. It is enough to let him know he is wanted." Garrett looked at Anthabeth Gamlevit without saying anything. Behind the splendid grandeur lay a scene of utter ruin. A month had passed since Reizer's black calamity. Debris and animal fur scattered everywhere. The people behind it sneered wickedly. This had sent shockwaves through the upper ranks of the Empire. Accusations flew in every direction. Those incapable of resisting him had all been completely swallowed up. Many changes had taken place. Homunculi landed before the castle. Levitan and Garrett walked through the large courtyard. She kept asking, "You know there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? What am I supposed to do if you're late?" Walking ahead of her, Levitan answered impatiently, "Then just wait until I arrive." Levitan stopped and asked, "How is she?" Garrett calmly replied, "She's probably inside." The door seemed to be shoved open by great force. Levitan pushed it open and strode in, shouting, "I am coming in." Guine was stuffing several pastries into her mouth and stared wide-eyed in that direction. MMPH. MMPH. David smiled awkwardly. "Did you rest well?" Amid Guine's cheerful laughter, Levitan asked again, "Hee hee." Several figures moved swiftly past. "Listen carefully. The moment the monsters show any sign of movement, we retreat immediately." The leader warned them, "Do not let your guard down. This is the deepest area. We are about to reach the first chamber." He was drenched in sweat. They hoped they could reach a door. It glowed, seemingly leading toward what they sought. The information we received was accurate. The closer we get to what we are looking for, the clearer it becomes. Just as expected. You look a little worried. The image of the hero burn came to mind. It is true that no monsters have appeared since Hitsuten's party came here 2 months ago. The leader turned to the people behind him. "There must be something here that we can take. Keep moving deeper." The other person seemed delighted. "Great, we are about to get rich." Darkness blanketed the cave. The second chamber was the same. Then the image of a tower gradually appeared. The third chamber was the same as well. The 3 people moved closer. A ray of light shone out, making one of them cry out in surprise. "Oh, there's nothing here either? It seems something has gone wrong." One person asked irritably, "Are you sure this information was not leaked? Maybe other parties already came through, swept this place clean, and took everything valuable." The other person stammered, "No, that cannot be. It cannot be." The leader merely said calmly, "Is this really the ancient core? If we have come this deep and still cannot find anything, perhaps there really is nothing here." One person pointed in a direction and shouted, "In the next room, the fifth chamber, there's an ancient tree-shaped monster called Anthropophago." The three stood in a vividly colored area. The leader explained, "It is a plant-type monster. Its leaves and roots are covered in sharp thorns. It is said that if its corpse is treated and cast by a special method, it becomes as hard as metal. Even a single piece of it can sell for an enormous price. Look at that ancient structure. If we obtain that, we will at least break even." Someone still worriedly objected, "But what if the fifth chamber is empty too?" The man with his hair tied in a bun looked deeply anxious and kept speaking loudly, his voice full of fear. "No, what if there's a monster in there? We are only a C-rank party. Even the weakest monster here could kill us in one blow." The leader impatiently turned around. "So you want to return empty-handed?" While the other two stood frozen in fear, the leader continued onward. "Anyone who wants to go back can do so. I will not stop you. But if we find anything valuable here, do not expect a share." The farther they went, the darker it became. "Well, do you see anything?" The three entered. Inside, there were only withered trees everywhere, leaving them all stunned. "These are all." The leader crouched down with a small knife in hand and looked at the others. "Wow, it is lucky we did not turn back. Take these, and let us get out of here quickly." The spear looked sharp and gleaming. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. The two hooded people shouted, "Leader, let us go." "Leader, what did you say?" A gigantic mouth opened wide, its glowing teeth seeming ready to devour them. The leader shouted, "Run." His knife and gloves fell to the ground. Rena and Patrick watched the scene and sighed in disappointment. Just as expected, there was nothing valuable. If they had stopped earlier, they could have survived. Human greed and selfishness truly have no end. Rena angrily gritted her teeth. "I hate humans most of all." Patrick seemed to find something interesting. "This should be worth quite a bit, right?" He asked David, "Chief, what do you think?" David lay there and sighed. "They taste much better than those zombies." Patrick sighed. "That answer was exactly what I expected. These people do not seem to be from the Empire. Judging by the crest on their clothes, they appear to be from the Western Grande Kingdom." Rena found a piece of cloth resembling a mat. They came all the way from so far away." David looked in that direction with a sinister smile. "Who would have thought local specialties would be delivered right to our doorstep? This world is becoming more convenient every day." Patrick was speechless at David's conclusion. "How did you even arrive at that?" Then Patrick suddenly smiled wickedly too. "But it seems we cannot delay reinforcing the dungeon any longer. The rumor that this dungeon has no monsters is spreading too quickly." Patrick continued rambling while David laughed until tears streamed from his eyes. "I'm talking about your dungeon. Why are you acting as though it has nothing to do with you? Even I'm starting to get used to it." Patrick sternly said, "This is probably what you think I'm going to say, right? Before I resign, are you coming down or not?" David recoiled in alarm. "Whoa, all right, I get it. I'm coming down now." As David jumped down, the person turned and greeted Limari. "How fortunate. Lady Limari has come to visit at just the right time." Limari, who had been asked for help, smiled awkwardly. "We were able to find the intruder so quickly thanks to her magic as well." Heh. David finally understood amid Rena's surprise. "She really is dependable." Angrily, she ignored him. "Rena knows magic too." David patted her head reassuringly. Yes, you're very capable. You're the best." The other two were speechless at the sight. Limari murmured, "I'm so glad I can be of help to the esteemed ancient core." Patrick cheerfully replied, "Of course. Thanks to you, we save ourselves quite a bit of effort." Limari clutched her skirt, looking somewhat flustered. "But, She looked up and asked, "How long do I have to remain here as a guest?" A dark red glow emanated from the building. Someone answered, "Preparations are complete." The subordinate bowed his head. "We should begin advancing toward Jadika." The tall, terrifying Yuba listened to the report. "Your Majesty Yuba," someone said. Under the night sky, Limari sat atop a high rock, gazing at the bright full moon. Limari's gaze was infinitely sorrowful. "My future seems utterly bleak. I'm a demon king, yet I have no money and not even a place to call home. How sad. Limari thought, I should make a decision soon. There are only a few days left until the Demon King's gathering. Her eyes were filled with grief and melancholy. Patrick appeared. The air is so fresh today. Limari asked in surprise, Patrick, did you come out for some air too? Patrick stood beside the rock. Do undead creatures make jokes like that too? Limari was speechless. Making jokes in broad daylight. Patrick asked her, what are you doing out here? Limari stared into the distance. As you can see, I'm just sitting here and enjoying the air. What about you? Patrick also looked into the distance as he answered, I do not need sleep, so I spend every moment I have training. Limari asked curiously, even you need to train? Patrick explained, if a swordsman does not regularly hold sword, his skill will inevitably decline. Limari understood that well, and the two fell silent. Patrick thought, come to think of it, this is the first time I've spoken with her alone. Patrick cleared his throat. It is nothing major, but, Patrick said, Lord Tentacle seems to be nearly fully recovered. Rena is waiting for you too. Would you like to come with me? The tentacles slowly writhed, with Rena sitting on them. Limari looked them over and said, it does not look recovered at all. Patrick believed this was already remarkable. Recovering this much is a miracle. Rena counted 68. She told the other two, it is still short by a little, but the recovery rate has become very slow. Rena said, I do not think it can grow 5 more tentacles. Limari held one of the tentacles and asked in astonishment, you said it fought the Hitustan Merchant Guild? Patrick spoke up. Ah, Lady Limari, your Demon King's castle is near Lizzer, right? Patrick thought, it would be strange if she did not know. Limari's Demon King's castle was only 2 blocks away from Lizzer City. Limari lowered her head and admitted, yes, I know. She recalled those renowned figures. That was the raid team of the great hero Burn Hitustan, the very raid team that killed my father. Looking at the tentacles lying on the ground, Limari thought, just how strong must Lord Tentacle be to have survived a battle against enemies like that? As she watched the tentacles slowly move, Limari thought, if it were me, I would probably have followed my father already. At that moment, Limari was engulfed in despair. Perhaps my dream of staying with the ancient core will ultimately remain only a dream. Patrick looked at Limari and said, now that Lord Tentacle is nearly recovered, we should persuade the chief to recruit some new monsters. Rena suggested, only male recruits, please. Like Golem, who guards the 4th room. Thinking of Golem, hello, I'm Golem. Patrick felt something was wrong. No, Rena, that is a little. Limari suddenly called out, Lady Rena, Sir Patrick. Patrick and Rena stopped speaking and both looked toward Limari. Limari's eyes were filled with resolve. I think I should go to Jadika. Conversation echoed through the castle at night. How was your injury, Gain? Gwyn answered, I'm fine. Very well. Garrett sternly reminded her, you had better act as though you were still recovering. It would not be good for others to see you recovering too quickly. Gain avoided her gaze. I know. As she walked around, Livitan opened a cabinet and found it empty. I have snacks for afternoon tea. Would you like a cup of tea? Gain replied, I would love to. Livitan calmly said, all right. There is a meeting. Livitan asked Gain, did the maid come here today? Gain thought for a moment before answering, I don't know. I went out to buy snacks. Livitan's expression darkened. Is that so? He said, Garrett, Gain, could you two go to the meeting room first? Gain asked, what about you? Livitan replied, I have some documents to deal with. I will be there shortly. Garrett said, all right. Then hurry up. Gain waved goodbye. Remember to come early. Watching the door close, Livitan asked, do you know who cleaned the tea set here? Livitan's subordinate replied, I will investigate immediately. Livitan ordered, you need not report the process. Livitan thought, there are thousands of confidential documents in this office. Cleaning the tea table while I was absent means they must have looked through those documents. A terrifying aura radiated from Livitan. Those servants, find them and eliminate them within 4 days. Beneath the night sky, the castle gleamed under the moonlight. Livitan sat at the head of the conference table. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come. I called you here to discuss the Black Calamity, the destroyer threatening the peace of the Empire. Chief Karate crossed his arms. The Imperial Council has declared that the Black Calamity is not the destroyer. Are you denying the Imperial Proclamation? Livitan answered, not exactly, Chief Karate. That declaration was merely meant to reassure the public. Chief Karate asked skeptically, if that is true, do you have any proof? Livitan recounted, I witnessed it myself. It directly fought the hero Gain and cost Garen an arm. Someone in the meeting room spoke up. How dare you lie? I have not heard a single report concerning this. Garrett stood beside Lividan. Livid Tan stated coldly. The evidence is right in front of you. Chief Karate shot Gain an unpleasant glance and pressed his lips together tightly. Chief Karate gradually came to believe that it might be true. He thought, I cannot believe even Gain could not defeat it. Livitan continued. The important point is that the destroyer appeared without any warning. We are here to prepare countermeasures because we do not know when it will reappear. The others fell silent. Everyone sat in their chairs, listening to Livitan and asking questions. So what is the plan? How do you intend to stop it? Rena sat with her arms crossed. It seems that Lizard's defenses are flawless, but against the destroyer, is doing that not meaningless? Ah, agreed. You are right. Duke Ron thought. Do you have any further questions? Livitan turned his gaze toward him. I would like to remind everyone of the 36th masterpiece. Surely everyone has already been searching for it. Everyone at the meeting table believed that the 36th masterpiece would not be easy to find. We have been searching for some time, but Livitan said, even the recently discovered tooth of Brachioceraphic has fallen into the destroyer's hands. Livitan closed his eyes and thought, how many of us can stand against it? Even if the Empire's most outstanding talents are gathered here, it will be useless. Livitan then looked at Gain, who stood beside him. Other than Gain, with our frail human bodies, no amount of training will allow us to leave so much as a scratch on the destroyer. Livitan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with desire and determination. To surpass that overwhelming existence and overcome the difference in power, we must find the 36th masterpiece. Livitan fell silent, his expression darkening before he spoke again. Recently, the Pope's actions have been very strange. Livitan rested his head on his hand, looking dissatisfied. He is spreading rumors that the destroyer is divine punishment upon the Empire. A young woman from the Pope's faction immediately retorted, how absurd. Divine punishment. Livitan promptly said, it is not strange for them to say such things. The Empire has suppressed religion for generations. The woman's face filled with anger. Watch your mouth. Suppression? Those words could make people think you intend treason. Livitan gave a faint smile. Then the woman's eyes turned fierce. Is this a joke? A terrifying force erupted from her. She grabbed Livitan by the collar, but he remained calm. I am merely stating the truth. The woman gritted her teeth. Livitan said softly, it seems you think too highly of your own strength. Livitan's bodyguard appeared behind her. Her hand left Livitan's collar. Livitan said coldly, I do not take this matter lightly. Two images, like fire and water, seem to blend together. Damn it, Livitan thought. Of the 36 masterpieces, the Pope's faction possesses 3, which they call holy relics. Livitan's gaze was cold and cruel. To obtain them, we must wage a war, a great holy war. Meanwhile, with Patrick, Patrick looked at David, who was lazily lying on the ground. That is all you have to say? David asked indifferently, so what? Patrick was furious. I said Lamari has left. David replied, yes, I heard you. Patrick stared blankly, and, unable to endure any longer, Patrick grabbed David's dark hands. Chief, are your hands just for decoration? Even if you have 2 pairs of hands, it makes no difference. Are you even listening to me? Chief, Limari has left our dungeon. Did Rena and Limari leave? Because your ears are just decorative too? Because they cannot communicate with you? David curled up using his invincible defensive ability. That is not true. Did you not just say they went to Jadika? So what is the problem? Those demon kings are holding a ball. That is normal for demon kings. Patrick grabbed David's leg again. Patrick tightly gripped his leg and delivered an ultimate reprimand. Perhaps the problem is that they will not come back. David cried out in pain. They did not say they would not return. Patrick then remembered. Oh, now that you mention it, you are right. David looked pitifully at his foot. This guy always uses force at the wrong time. Patrick rubbed his chin. Honestly, Limari had been acting strangely before she mentioned going to Jadika. Behind him, Rena carried over a large pot. Patrick recalled the determined look in Limari's eyes. Moreover, she did not say, I will return later. She said, it seems I have no choice but to go. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Rena added, but Rena also thought that was strange. Patrick guessed, perhaps Limari intends to establish her own faction again. Rena opened the lid of the pot, revealing a steaming purple liquid. David asked curiously, oh, what is that, Rena? Rena happily said, this? With a radiant smile. She explained, you looked a little tired, so I prepared this stew for you. David felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Do you want me dead? Patrick stood beside him and tried to reassure him, but it was futile. You misheard her. But either way, the result is the same, so you may as well think of it that way. Rena slapped Patrick. David still had to deal with this mess. All right, I understand that Limari has left, but is there a reason we all have to gather here like this? Is there something you want to say? Patrick, sprawled on the ground, replied, Chief, we cannot delay replenishing our monsters any longer. Rena smiled. That is exactly it. David asked again. Why do you keep pushing work onto me? Patrick shot back. Who is pushing work onto whom? David lay back on the ground again. Fine, whatever. I am not taking a single step from here. Watching Rena and Patrick chat cheerfully, David suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, is this not strange? Are you not a guardian? Should a guardian not be doing this kind of work for the chief? Patrick agreed. You are right. David turned around in surprise. Oh, really? Patrick confirmed. Of course. Then Patrick poured cold water on his hopes. However, I cannot. Patrick reminded David, have you forgotten? You assigned all matters related to Hatine to me. You should be able to estimate how many resources that requires. I have a great deal to do. David glared at him. I was wondering why you agreed so quickly. Then if you cannot go, who will? Patrick looked at Rena. Naturally, Lady Rena. David was startled, while Rena became excited. Our Demon King, you need not worry about anything. Just leave everything to Rena. Thinking of Rena becoming terrifying, David unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. He tactfully refused. Well, Rena has not finished dealing with her eyes yet. Besides, are people not very likely to suspect her? Patrick thought for a moment and found that reasonable. Patrick's eyes lit up. Chief, you only need to leave everything to her and rest. It is easy. David felt exhausted just listening to him. What now? Patrick seemed to remember something. But Chief, do you know? David asked. What now? Patrick said, Lady Limari may be somewhere else. The driver held a blade of grass in his mouth and said, We are here, little lady. Looking at Limari in her black cloak, he seemed regretful. You are so young, yet you have to travel all over the place. It must be hard. Take care. Limari got out of the carriage. Yes, I will. Limari thought. Who would have imagined I would actually come to a place like this? Looking at the ruined city gate before her, Limari entered the mercenary city of Kenneth. Seeing how cold and aloof everyone around her seemed, Limari felt it truly lives up to its reputation. Everyone here looks dangerous. A flag was pierced straight through the middle by a dagger. It lay between the Empire and the Allied Kingdoms, a lawless land belonging to no power. Limari watched the people conducting business here. 1 out of every 4 people worked in a dungeon-related profession. I heard this is the place with the most dungeon information. But why are there not even any maps or signs? Limari was somewhat taken aback. This is my first time in such an unfriendly place. Her eyes swept across the surroundings. It seems I truly must rely on the stars to guide me to Jadika. Limari looked at the defaced sign on the archway. This place is as large as a Demon King's castle. Her gaze darkened once again. Limari pressed her lips tightly together. Limari sensed that the place was filled with dense magical power. There are around 10 people with strength comparable to the mages I encountered in Lizard. It truly is a hub for intelligence and dungeon raiding missions. But in the distance, a guard stopped someone. The person showed a card, and the guard allowed him through. You may enter. Witnessing this, Limari thought, is that a pass for entering dungeons? It seems I cannot get in without one. Gathering intelligence will not be easy. Limari noticed something. Dark, ominous auras lay before her. Limari quietly peered inside a prison, where several magical beasts were howling. Covering her mouth with her hand, she stepped inside. Several magical beasts were bleeding. Limari stared at them in shock. Looking at the cages that confined them, she guessed, were they captured and brought here? Footsteps echoed. Well, the person appeared to be the jailer here. Who would have thought a young lady would come to a place like this? What are you doing here? The jailer looked at the cage behind Limari, where a dog with fiercely gleaming eyes stared back at him. Cages containing monsters filled the surroundings. The guard said in surprise, Oh my, I was wondering what you were doing here. The man placed a hand over his shoulder, bowed, and introduced himself. How foolish of me. Hello, I'm Pun from the Anriai Merchant Guild. Are you looking for something special? Pun studied her with a discerning gaze. She looked young, but considering that she had dared to come to a place like this alone, and that Limari appeared somewhat frail, Pun concluded that she could not possibly be an ordinary child of noble birth. Pun Smilet. There was no need to make an enemy of her. Limari introduced herself as well. I'm Limari of the Minjin family. What kind of place is this? Pun explained, simply put, this is a storage facility for dangerous goods. Those cages contain nothing but monsters. Their eyes are always glowing red. Pun continued, normally, the things here are used as materials for equipment or decorations. But I only sell the merchandise you see here. Limari thought to herself, I should take a look around. Once my castle is rebuilt, I'll need to recruit soldiers anyway. Pun said cheerfully, we have all sorts of things here. Please, feel free to look around. Limari's gaze settled on something. She spotted an extraordinarily imposing monster that had been turned into a beast man. With tears in her eyes, Limari thought, a powerful monster that fought to the very end as an army commander. She imagined herself and the monster celebrating victory together. We've won again, Demon King. Limari resolved that she absolutely had to buy it. How much is that monster? Pun replied in surprise. Oh, you want to buy this creature? These beings are extremely dangerous. We had to sacrifice 4 B-rank expedition teams just to capture this one. Limari said coldly, just name your price. Stunned by Limari's presence, Pun said, oh my, if you insist. Pun opened his ledger. The price for this beast man is, Pun quoted the price, 250 AO. The number felt as though it were crushing Limari's head. She thought, that's outrageously expensive. Limari clenched her coin pouch. No, it's not that I don't have the money, but that price. Limari recalled the purse Rena had given her. Rena had said, this is just a small token of my gratitude. Thank you, Lady Limari, for helping Sir David. Limari thought, all I have is the 500 AO Rena gave me. Until the castle is repaired, I can't spend half my fortune. Limari turned away. I'll look at something else. Pun politely replied, yes, please take your time. Limari's gaze stopped on something else. Looking at the dark shadow inside a cage, Limari asked curiously, what is this? Pun answered, I'm not entirely sure. I heard it was found during a cleanup after an expedition. Looking at the gentle-looking beast before them, Pun added, they couldn't find its mother, and it never tried to attack anyone. They figured it was just a big dog. They couldn't find its mother. The creature looked at her with sparkling eyes. Limari reached into the cage. You're a lost child too, aren't you? Bun paniket. And miss, it's dangerous. It's still a monster, after all. Limari stroked the creature in the cage, then looked at Pun. I won't hold you responsible, so don't worry. Pun was drenched in sweat. It could bite you. Yet the creature seemed to like Limari very much, allowing her to pet it affectionately. Limari felt that she had found a creature suited to her and became quite fond of it. Her eyes lit up. How much is this little guy? Above them, the moon shone brightly amid the glittering stars. Limari looked at the creature before her. In the end, I bought you, little guy. The creature gazed at Limari with innocent eyes. The creature was several times larger than Limari, whose frame was small. But aren't you much bigger than I imagined? Limari thought. Your dark fur was hidden by the dim lighting, so I couldn't judge your size properly. I could only see your head. Limari accepted the situation. So what's done is done. From now on, your name will be 2AO. 2AO happily accepted his new name. Then the girl and the beast looked upward together. They said it gets dark 30 minutes earlier in Kenneth. I guess they weren't lying. What a beautiful ancient sky. Limari admired it for a moment, then came to her senses. This isn't the time to get sentimental. I need to get to Jadika quickly. Limari started walking, and 2AO followed after her. Come on, 2AO. Moonlight washed over the stones below. Limari looked ahead with shining eyes, with 2AO trailing behind her. The guide stood before them. Looks like we came to the right place. Limari said that the great being had returned to guide them. The guide looked Limari over as if confirming her identity, then transformed into human form and received her respectfully. The Demon King's guide extended a hand and pointed the way. Your Majesty, you may proceed to the fallen monastery beyond the mountain range. The other Demon Kings have already arrived. Limari understood. Limari walked on, with 2AO close behind. She glanced back, then pushed 2AO away. Little guy, why do you keep following me? As a member of the demon army, you should stay put and wait right now. Though I suppose you wouldn't understand, even if I told you. Limari patted 2AO's head as she instructed him. Just sit here and wait for me to return. If you see any humans, hide. She explained while stroking his head. I can't take you somewhere with such tight security. Then Limari thought again. The more I think about it, the name 2AO doesn't sound very good. A better name for you would be. Her eyes brightened as she thought of something. Looking at 2AO's delighted expression, Limari frowned in concentration. Limari seemed dizzy for a moment. Looking at 2AO, she saw David's image overlapping with him. She stroked 2AO's fur and smiled brightly. That's it. From now on, your name is Sir David. Wings emerged from Limari's back. I'll be back soon, so sit here and wait obediently. Limari flew away. Sir David, she thought, I won't be seeing him again anyway, so he probably won't mind if I use his name. David transformed into human form, looking displeased. I won't forgive you. David looked at Patrick. I told you, you won't have a good ending. Patrick said tiredly. You've been cursing me for 100 years. Don't you ever get tired? David continued his curses. I hope you get osteoporosis. Patrick praised him again. Oh, that one sounds fresh. Patrick added, don't think so badly of me, Chief. You can think of it as a leisure activity, not a mission. As Patrick spoke, he secretly flung something toward David's face. Hey, Chief. David quickly caught it. What is this? Patrick took out a bracelet. David recognized it. Patrick, how many of these do you have? Patrick answered, I still have plenty. Around 30. David looked contemplative. Patrick asked, what is it? David thought, didn't you say these were expensive? Did you use up all the monsters from the dungeon on these? Patrick replied, what are you talking about? I told you these things were cheap. While the two were talking, neither noticed someone happily approaching through the flower bushes. The two fell silent and stared for a moment. David accused Patrick, you lied. Patrick retorted, I only meant to tell you to be careful when using it. Rena appeared in splendid fashion. Sir David, you must have waited a long time for me, right? Rena had a large pack on her back and an excited gleam in her eyes. Let's go. Rena was full of anticipation. It feels like we're going on our honeymoon. She eagerly voiced what was in her heart. Being alone with Sir David, just the two of us having meals together, David was left speechless. David turned his face away. Fine, we'll talk tomorrow. Patrick grabbed him by the head. Where do you think you're going? David roared, let go. Patrick reminded him, stop doing foolish things. Let's get going. Don't forget why you two are setting out in the first place. Watching the two depart, Patrick prayed inwardly. Please don't cause any trouble when you come back. Please, David asked. So, Rena, where did you say we were going? Rena looked at the map. Kenneth, they say there's a lot of information there because it has so many mercenaries. David spoke as he walked. I see. Kenneth then. Patrick stood there, watching the two gradually disappear into the distance. Patrick began questioning his life choices. Was sending those two really a mistake? Oh, what a headache. Still, Patrick held on to hope. Sigh. As long as they use a little common sense, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Limari entered. Her eyes scanned the place. It had been a long time since she had returned here. It was Demon King Jadika's banquet. Before Limari stood Demon Kings dressed in splendid attire. They looked at Limari. She walked forward alone. The others sneered at her retreating figure. She held a glass of blue liquor in her hand. Looking at it, Limari thought, it's been so long that I feel a little uneasy. She recalled being held in her father's arms as a child. She remembered how loved and happy she had been then. Whenever she came here with her father, she had been the center of attention. Now, Limari was all alone. But now, Limari drained her glass, her eyes turning red. I'm no longer important. Someone passed by and bumped into her, causing the wine in her glass to spill. Limari demanded angrily, what are you doing? Limari looked at the person who had bumped into her. Isn't he a demon king? She raised her hand, preparing to use demonic magic, her gaze sharp. How dare you lay a hand on a demon king? I'll take your head. Though the man was sweating profusely, he still curled his lips into a contemptuous smile without the slightest fear. Limari was stunned. He's smiling. Limari stopped her hand. The man casually turned and walked away. The demon kings who had witnessed it all burst into smug laughter. And she calls herself a demon king. Limari stood frozen. Tears streamed down her face before she even realized it. Looking at those laughing at another's misery, she cursed inwardly. Bastards. They all look down on me. They did it on purpose because they know I have no strength to fight back now. Limari swallowed back her tears and swore inwardly. Just you wait. I'll endure this humiliation. I'll suffer patiently and build a powerful army. Another hand touched Limari, and she became extremely irritated. Was provoking me once not enough for them? Who dares? It was Mamolia. Limari, you're Limari, aren't you? Mamolia joyfully embraced Limari. So you're still alive. Do you know how worried I was about you? Limari was stunned by the sudden hug. Wait, Mamolia. Mamolia, said happily, "How long has it been? It feels like only yesterday that we were children, playing and studying together, held tightly in Mamolia's embrace." Limari replied with difficulty. Mamolia, Limari reminded her. "Let me go. Do not be so rude. It seems you still have a long way to go before becoming a dignified demon king." But Mamolia only laughed. "Oh, come on. When have we ever treated each other so formally?" Mamolia looked around. "Let's go somewhere else first." In the mercenary city of Kenneth, the night sky illuminated a weathered gate adorned with precious gold along its crossbeam. "Give us the best room in this inn." The innkeeper stared at the two in astonishment. Passers-by craned their necks to look and whispered among themselves, "A maid? That beggar and that maid are traveling together." The innkeeper hurriedly said, "I'll show you the way immediately." David had arrived. He threw himself down onto the soft mattress. Rena looked at the innkeeper. "We would like to rest now." Noticing Rena's glare, the innkeeper tactfully replied, Then I wish you a good night. If you need anything, please call for me." Rena said happily, "Ah, this feels wonderful. Sir David, you can't just lie there." David said lazily, "But we haven't rested even once on the way here." Rena continued, "I heard there's a dungeon shop nearby." Rena persuaded him. "We only need to pick out a few monsters there. So if you come with me, we can finish everything faster." "You can do it. Get up." Rena thought, we have to act quickly, but he looks exhausted. Sigh, I suppose there's no other choice." Rena's eyes lit up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She recalled something Patrick had once told her. At the time, Rena had been mixing food. Patrick said, "Lady Rena, would you like to spend some pleasant private time with the chief?" Rena's eyes sparkled. Go on a date." Patrick corrected himself. "I wouldn't exactly call it a date. Just tell the chief a few times that you'll go alone." Rena asked excitedly, "Then can we go on a honeymoon?" Patrick was speechless. "You just called it a date." Then he relented. "Fine. You can put it that way." David sat up tiredly. "Ugh, I can't even lie down and rest properly." Seeing David sit up, Rena's heart blossomed with joy. "I did as Patrick said, and I can't believe Sir David agreed to come with me." David sighed wearily. "Let's finish this quickly, Rena." Rena rejoiced. "That shows just how important I am to him." At that moment, Rena wore an extremely cunning expression. "This time, I'll definitely make him mine." After quickly taking care of what they needed to do, a glowing bell rang. Rena imagined the dashing Sir David saying, "Rena, let us walk toward our happy future together." Rena became giddy with happiness. "Then we can go on a perfect honeymoon." Rena truly is a genius. David stared blankly, like a fawn watching Rena become absorbed in her fantasy. Elsewhere, Mamolia said, "I heard about what happened at your castle." Mamolia continued, "I sent several monsters there to investigate. But your former castle has now become human territory." Limari and Mamolia sat together at a table. So, in the end, that place still became human territory. A butterfly fluttered past the two of them. Mamolia asked, "Everyone thought you were dead. Where have you been for the past 2 months?" Limari averted her eyes. I was just wandering around." Limari thought, "There's no need to mention my time in the ancient core." Mamolia touched Limari's hand, her eyes brimming with emotion as she clasped both of Limari's hands. "No matter what, I'm so glad you survived." Limari was equally moved. She replied, "Actually, I thought you hated me too, like the other demon kings." Mamolia exclaimed in surprise, "Why would I?" Limari explained, "Because our fathers didn't have a very good relationship." Mamolia smiled and waved it off. "That was only a matter between our fathers. The days when they competed against each other are in the past. Now we are both demon kings walking our own paths." The butterfly from earlier flew into a spiderweb. Limari agreed. "That's true." Mamolia smiled. "Still, you came here to seek help, didn't you? That's why you came to Jadika." Limari did not answer. So she already knows. A giant spider crept toward the butterfly, trapped in its web. Below, Mamolia warmly said, "I can help you." Mamolia continued, "I'm saying this as your friend, not as Demon King Mamolia. As long as you work hard, you can definitely do it." Limari was moved. Limari looked at Mamolia as she prepared to offer her help. "She's so mature, nothing like me." Mamolia extended her hand toward Limari. "Let's go back together." Limari reached out as well. "Thank you for helping me. I will definitely rebuild my castle." Mamolia smiled meaningfully and clasped Limari's hand tightly in encouragement. "You can definitely do it, Limari." Above them, the spider's blood-red eyes looked terrifying. It appeared to have successfully devoured the butterfly caught in its web. Limari recalled the past. She had once tearfully argued, "My father is stronger. He is Amidot's legitimate descendant." Back then, Mamolia cried and refused to concede defeat as well. "No, my father is stronger. His horns look cooler." Then the two of us would start fighting. Ever since we were little, we had always argued. It was not exactly because our personalities or views differed, but somehow we simply never got along. Could it have been because of our father's influence? In my memories, they were always at odds with each other. But sometimes we slept in the same bed, too. We did not get along at all, but it would not be right to say we were not friends. But those lights faded away. Limari reached out and touched the glowing pink butterfly. From that moment on, a radiant glow appeared. Limari smiled as her father stroked her head, and we began to change. Mamolia's eyes gleamed with envy. At least, that was what I thought. Now, Mamolia was leading the way. "This way, Limari," Limari thought to herself. "It seems I was still too naive." Mamolia did not understand. What are you suddenly talking about?" Limari denied it. "No, it's nothing. By the way, where are you taking me?" Mamolia explained. "I cannot help you regain your strength by myself. There are demon kings who share the same goal as us." Limari was astonished. "Oh, really?" Mamolia nodded and opened the door. "Yes, this is the place." As the door opened, Limari's eyes filled with anticipation. But she was immediately stunned. Before Limari stood a group of demon kings with exceedingly vicious expressions. Limari looked at Mamolia in confusion. Mamolia lowered her head and said, "I brought her." Limari gave a bitter smile. "Ah, just as I expected." Limari recalled her delighted smile when her father had praised her. "I was too young." Back then, she had glanced at Mamolia too. Mamolia had never changed from the very beginning. At the time, Mamolia had been clutching her father's clothes with an unhappy expression. Now she smiled slyly. That loser. In the dimly lit room, Limari knelt in the middle. Demon King Yuba sat in a high chair. How disappointing. The fourth generation direct descendant of Satan. Mamolia stood beside her and sneered. "Ah, our foolish Limari." Mamolia approached and whispered into Limari's ear. "Did you really think a demon king who has lost all her power would be welcomed in Jadika?" Limari clenched her fists. "I knew they would not welcome me." But when Limari looked at those vicious demon kings, she had not expected them to treat her this way. Lord Yuba spoke, descendant of Amoth. Limari listened to Yuba's words. "I will give you a chance to defend yourself." Limari was taken aback. "Defend myself?" Limari began to justify herself. "It is all a misunderstanding. I was not defeated by humans." Limari hurriedly added, "Everything I have said is true." The demon kings beside her showed their disapproval. One demon king spoke. "You say you were not defeated by humans. Do you think it counts as victory just because one demon king survived? Look at yourself. Can you truly say you were not defeated?" Another demon king suggested. "Why not just kill her?" Limari could not refute that. She pressed her lips together, unable to defend herself. It was the demon king's own mistake that had led to the annihilation of her army. Therefore, Limari bowed her head and admitted her fault. "It was all my fault." One demon king said, "You are a disgrace to our kind." Another demon king mocked her. "How thick must your skin be to dare come to Jadika? We should strip her of her title as demon king. Otherwise, she will continue to tarnish that title." Mamolia silently watched Limari endure their condemnation. "That is right. Kill her. We must kill her." Hearing such words, Mamolia smiled happily. Limari knelt and listened to the Demon King's objections. "We cannot destroy Jadika because of someone like her. On Jadika's final day, we shall decide how to deal with her. What should we do until then?" In Yuba's eyes was Limari's helpless figure. Yuba closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Yuba ordered, "Throw the prisoner into a cell." Elsewhere, at that moment, "You may not enter." A guard stopped David and Rena. "This is a restricted area. You must show your badges to enter." David asked doubtfully, "Badges?" The guard thought, "A beggar and a maid? That guy looks like he is about to collapse." Rena took out 2 badges. "Here." Seeing the badges in Rena's hand, the guard was startled. "A rank raid members." He immediately changed his tone. Please come in. Welcome to our dungeon shop. We hope the Guardians will continue working hard for humanity's safety." David entered and asked curiously, "When did you prepare those?" Rena beamed. "While cleaning up, I kept the badges that were still clean." David remembered. "All right, there must have been plenty of things like that around the castle." Rena agreed. "Of course, there were lots of them." Before them stood a bulletin board covered in all kinds of notices. notices. Rena said in surprise, "Wow, it seems they have comprehensive information on the dungeons." David said worriedly, "Do we have enough time to look through all of this?" A stack of information sheets lay on the table. David asked, "What did you say we needed to find?" Rena answered, "A magical beast so strong that humans could not defeat it, no matter how hard they tried." David read through the information. "I see," David said wearily. "Sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have brought another magical beast out of Poison Prison. But even if I wanted to, I cannot anymore." David asked, "It only has to be one level below Poison Prison, right? What do you think, Rena?" As Rena sorted through the information sheets, she said, "Please wait a moment." David looked grimly at the sheets. Rena replied, "If they are one level below Poison Prison, those magical beasts should do." A man entered, smiling awkwardly as he scratched his head. I need to start cleaning now. Could you two come back tomorrow?" Rena said, "We would like to stay a little longer. Could you help us?" The man refused. "Everyone else has already left. We cannot stay open just for the two of you." Rena felt extremely displeased. "No, if we put this off until tomorrow," Rena's date plan. "Do we have to come here again tomorrow?" Rena thought, "Even if I die, I will never set foot in this place again. How about killing him?" Rena placed a gold coin in front of the man. "You still accept dungeon conquest commissions here, right?" The man asked. What kind of commission are you looking for?" The man looked at the stack of sheets on the table. "You have taken so many already. Do you still want more?" Rena pointed. "Give me that one." Night fell, yet several doors remained lit. A pile of documents was spread across the bed. David said, "These ones are too weak." Rena said, "It seems there are not many useful magical beasts this time." David lay down while reading one of the sheets. What about this one?" Rena heard that it was an ancient metal slime. David tossed down the paper. "That magical beast does not seem bad, but the dungeon is too far away." You are right." David flopped wearily onto the bed. "Damn it, should we just recruit Limari?" Rena said, "I have considered that too. But if we leave the house management to her." David remarked, "She is too weak." Rena rearranged the information sheets. Considering how quickly humans are suddenly challenging dungeons, Limari will reach her limit in only 3 years. Besides, I do not know whether this is only my personal opinion, but Rena remarked, "I think she looked coolest when she was a demon king." David agreed. That is true, but we should have asked her first." David thought. "She was also rather useful to bring home. Perhaps we let her go too easily." Rena happily thought, "No, wait. Now that I think about it, I seem to have blown up her castle too." David suddenly sat up. "How long will Jadika last?" Rena thought for a moment before replying, "I know it will be held for 2 days. If you intend to go, we should leave before it ends. Are you all right?" David sat up and put on his shoes. "We can give it a try. If it is too far, then there is nothing we can do." Rena thought, "Besides, he needs to observe the stars to determine Jadika's location. I heard that this is a method exclusive to Demon Kings, but I do not know how to do it." David scratched his face as though thinking about something. The stars glittered brilliantly in the night sky. David said, "I know how to read the stars too." On rocky ground strewn with boulders, the guide seemed to sense something. His nose caught a scent as well. The guide stood up and said, "How unpleasant. Footsteps are approaching." The guide sensed that someone was standing silently behind him. The guide realized, "You are not a demon king." The guide warned, "Only demon kings are permitted to approach. If you do not want to die, do not come any closer." Yet the footsteps continued approaching. The guide grew somewhat angry. "I have warned you this much, and you still dare approach? Foolish human. I am the servant of the great Yuba." The guide charged furiously. "As long as I stand guard here, an intruder like you," the guide shouted, "will never survive." David stood before him, his gaze indifferent. "What are you yelling so loudly for?" Mocking laughter sounded from within. "He looks decent enough." Mamolia's eyes were full of delight. "So, does it feel good?" Mamolia looked at Limari, who sat with her head lowered inside the cell. "You look better than I expected." Mamolia said smugly, "Limari, in consideration of our long friendship, I will give you some advice. When they were discussing how to deal with you, everyone wanted to kill you as an example to the entire race." Limari remained silent, paying no attention to Mamolia's words. "But you're my friend. How could I bear to do that, right?" Mamolia wore a dangerous expression. "It took quite some effort to persuade them, you understand? What do you think your current punishment is?" Mamolia thought of horns and fangs being pulled out, as well as those red marks. "They only want to saw off your horns and pull out your fangs." Mamolia looked at the small figure of Limari inside, her tone faintly sympathetic yet filled with ridicule. "Oh dear, poor Limari. Now you will not even have your horns and fangs. All the nobles are sure to look down on you." Mamolia moved closer. You probably do not know this, but I, Mamolia, have always. Lamari's gaze was empty, and she paid no heed to Mamolia's rambling. This was exactly the sight Mamolia wanted to see, and she smiled in satisfaction. Mamolia scrutinized Lamari. How can you still be a demon king after losing your horns and fangs? Right? I have a wonderful idea. Mamolia suggested. Would you like to become my servant? I will spare you. Mamolia leaned down. Who knows? Mamolia grinned maliciously. If you work hard at licking my boots, I might grant you a little status. What do you say? Limari remained silent. Mamolia asked again. You do not like that? Why are you not saying anything? 2 guards entered. Lady Mamolia, we have been ordered to bring the prisoner to trial. Mamolia replied. Go on. Take her away. The 2 guards obeyed. Yes. Limari was dragged away. Watching Limari being led away, Mamolia looked utterly bored. Mamolia looked at the person before her. But the real fun is only beginning. A demon king announced, the sentencing trial will now begin. The other demon kings listened to the proceedings. As a leader, she lost the trust of her subordinates. Mamolia participated as well. The charge is tarnishing the title of Demon King. The demon kings looked at Limari kneeling in the center. She looked so small and unable to resist. The court declared, the prisoner shall be punished by having her horns and fangs removed. Limari, you have one final chance to object. Do you have anything to say? Limari lowered her head. Only then did Limari speak. Though I have not been in prison for very long, I have thought about many things. Limari raised her eyes. But in the end, I still cannot understand. The demon kings listened to Limari's words in surprise. The strong live and the weak die. Limari spoke contemptuously from the outset. The demon king's army was created to protect me. Those weak soldiers died while I, a majestic demon king, survived. What is wrong with that? The other demon kings disagreed, growing furious. As a demon king, how dare you treat your soldiers as worthless grass? Limari retorted angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Did you see how my soldiers and I treated one another? The demon kings fell silent for a moment. Mamolia spoke up. Your entire army was wiped out, and you are sitting here in such a pathetic state, yet your tongue remains sharp. You must be so grief-stricken that you have gone mad. But Limari replied, no, I can see clearly now. No matter how I think about it, this trial is fundamentally meaningless. You accuse me of a crime, even though I have done nothing wrong. You hold a trial before my crime has even been established. It makes no sense at all. Mamolia was left speechless. Limari cut her off. And as for you, the greatest demon king of all, your majesty, being narrow-minded was not enough for you. Your vision is so short-sighted that you might see better if you gouged out your own eyes. Is that not right? Limari looked at Yuba, seated on the high throne. Lord Yuba. Mamolia was inwardly horrified. She dared. The others became enraged. How dare you insult Lord Yuba? You lawless prisoner. Tear out her tongue. Only Yuba remained calm. Forget it. Why stoop to the level of someone who has nothing left? Empty words cannot hurt me. Yuba looked down at Limari kneeling before him and thought. No matter what she says, her fate has already been decided. Limari thought, a ruler? They do not know what a true ruler is like. A demon king with no discernment. How laughable. Limari felt a sense of relief. A demon king declared, the punishment for her arrogant insolence shall be carried out immediately after the first punishment. Begin the execution. The executioner held a blade and smiled. Try to cooperate. The blade hung over Limari's head. It will hurt a little, so take your time enjoying it, Demon King. The man placed the blade against Limari's horn. We will start with the horns. A commotion broke out. The demon kings panicked. What does that sound? Mamolia was annoyed. It was getting to the good part. Yuba was also puzzled. Which demon king is causing such a disturbance? Limari seemed to sense something. Sir David, did you come here too? A voice rang out. To think there would be dogs barking wildly in a sacred place like Jadika. How absurd. It was no wonder Limari's eyes were filled with astonishment. The voice continued. Dogs barking would make more sense than listening to all of you ramble on here. Limari could not believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Limari could not believe it. How could he be here? This must be an illusion. It cannot be, even if I turn around and look. Yet Limari still clung to a faint hope. Perhaps, if he really is there. At that moment, Limari's eyes filled with tears. Sir David. In Limari's eyes, David's figure appeared. David sat in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. Limari. David's gaze was mocking. It seems you are in quite a pathetic state. At night, outside the castle, amid the bushes, a corpse lay on the ground. David looked at the body. They were all killed. Why did they even bother resisting? Even if they are demon kings, they are merely magical beasts with a few petty tricks. David heard a sound. Is there one left? David walked over. If you have horns, then you must be a demon king. How old are you? It is hard to tell compared to humans. Raise your head. David called to the person before him. Brat, I told you to look at me. Good. David's eyes lit up. Those horns do not look bad. What is your name? The child was drenched in sweat and stammered. I do not have a name. The child with 2 red horns on his head sweated like rain. My name is... Back in the present, David sat in his chair. Yuba was also drenched in sweat. Lord Yuba. The footsteps of 2AO echoed as it entered. 2AO excitedly ran over and threw itself into Limari's arms. Oh, you little rascal, Limari said happily. I told you to wait patiently. You must have come with Sir David, right? Mamolia stood to one side, seething with rage. She glared unpleasantly at David and Rena. You two, which demon king do you serve? How dare you interrupt this sacred trial? Rena's eyes turned fierce. Do you still not know your place? You dare. David, sitting beside her, reminded her. Come on, Rena. We really did interrupt them. Realizing something was off, David added, my sincerest apologies. I got sidetracked. Actually, we don't belong to anyone. We're merely passing travelers who stopped here to rest. David rose to his feet. I'm a little curious. Limari held 2AO in her arms and looked at David. Don't you think it's disgraceful for her to act like a demon king when she has nothing left? All the demon kings had heard David's words. So that's why you treated her this way? You discussed all kinds of punishments, didn't you? David asked. Then, if I were to wipe out all of your armies, David continued, you people here wouldn't have any objections to having your horns cut off and your fangs pulled out, would you? David's expression became frightening. The demon king's eyes widened in astonishment. One demon king gritted his teeth. This fool truly has no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth. Insulting the demon kings gathered in Jadika would have been bad enough, but he even dares threaten Lord Yuba. David remained calm. I was just asking. The demon king snapped angrily. Shut your mouth. Say one more word, and I'll tear you to pieces. The demon king suddenly lunged forward. Die quietly. David continued to watch calmly. Then David let out a loud shout, and a burst of light erupted. David said in surprise, What? Why is everyone looking at me? I didn't do anything. David looked up. He did it. The demon kings followed David's gaze and saw Yuba using his hand to restrain them with his power. They cried out in shock, Lord Yuba, why? Yuba's face was covered in sweat. You dare act against the Supreme One? Please forgive me, my lord. I will severely punish the one who dared draw his weapon against Lady Mamolia. The others were stunned. Lord Yuba bowed his head. Welcome, Supreme One. Sir David. The demon kings were utterly astonished. Esalu, Sir David, from the ancient core dungeon. The demon king from earlier also lowered his head. Yet inwardly, he wondered, why is Lord Yuba doing this? Yuba cursed himself. This idiot still doesn't understand the situation. David said, You look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Yuba looked at Rena and thought, if I hadn't personally stopped you just now, that female attendant behind you would have cut off your head. Seeing the murderous gloom surrounding Rena, Yuba believed that not only would she have done that, she might even have slaughtered every demon king here. Yuba shuddered involuntarily. Supreme One, may I ask what brings you to such a lowly place? David finally remembered. Now I remember. You're Yuba, aren't you? Well, look at you. The little brat from back then has grown so much. I nearly failed to recognize you. Yuba respectfully replied, It is all thanks to the mercy you showed me 900 years ago. David patted Yuba on the shoulder. Hey, get up. I didn't come here for that. Yuba trembled inside. That unforgettable, terrifying memory was as vivid as ever. He recalled that day 900 years ago when David had suddenly appeared. The young Yuba had looked up at the towering David. Do you know why I came here? Yuba's face had been drenched in sweat. He had been bewildered then, just as he was now. David's appearance had not changed at all from then to now. In Yuba's eyes, he was still cruel, sinister, and overwhelmingly threatening. What do you think I came here for? David reassured him. Don't be so afraid. Your body is only trembling because of that memory. But this time, I came for something else. Yuba asked, Then what is it? David looked toward Limari. I came here to find you, Limari. Limari stared blankly and gasped. Me? Limari, Rena called. Limari answered, Lady Rena. Rena said, after discussing it with Sir David, we concluded that the ancient court dungeon needs you. Rena invited her. Please become one of us, Limari. Limari was astonished. Me? Rena continued. You came here to build an army, didn't you? Limari was even more shocked. Itch, how did you know? Rena smiled. If you accept our offer, you will become a member of Ancient Core and manage one of the dungeon's areas. Of course, demon subordinates will be assigned to the area under your management, and those subordinates will become part of your Demon King army as well. Limari asked blankly, I'll become a manager of an area? Rena admitted, that's right. Moreover, to ensure your army has suitable subordinates, every member of Ancient Core, David laughed and interjected, don't drag me into this farce. Rena continued, except Sir David will do our utmost. David said, that is probably why we came here. He called out, so then Limari. David knelt on one knee and extended his hand. Let's make a covenant, shall we? Limari's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes. She reached out and took David's hand. Mamolia shouted from the side, I refuse to accept this. She cannot endure it. Why can a foolish little girl who cannot even manage her own castle become a manager of that dungeon? David asked curiously, what's wrong with her? Mamolia continued screaming, this is ridiculous. Mamolia ran it on. I have been compared to that brat Limari for so long, and people have always said I am inferior to her. Now that I finally have an opportunity to bring her down, Mamolia stepped forward and said, Supreme One, Limari must have deceived you. How could you make such an agreement with her? What makes her worthy? Why not me? I am different from Limari. I am a demon king of ancient bloodline. Mamolia flattered him. A legitimate demon king. If you permit it, I, Mamolia, will surely serve you well. I will devote both my body and soul to you. David's expression darkened. Rena rushed forward and swung her sword before Mamolia. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare you touch Sir David with those filthy hands? Mamolia was horrified. Then came a miserable scream. All 50 of Mamolia's fingers were severed, blood pouring everywhere. Mamolia screamed in agony. My hands! My hands! Limari was stunned. Mamolia collapsed to her knees. Yuba spoke up. Sir David, please forgive her sinful conduct. David agreed. Fine. Yuba quickly said, no, sir. If you leave this to me, I guarantee she will be properly punished. Mamolia was dragged away as she screamed. What? Let go of me. She struggled helplessly as she was hauled away in front of Limari and David. David let out a long yawn. Rena asked, do you have any regrets? Limari did not understand. Rena said, about what just happened. If you had simply asked Sir David to punish every demon king here, he would have killed them all. Limari pressed her lips together, doing that would not benefit Ancient Core at all. But she thought, I am not exactly a good person either, which is why I did not make that request. After this, they will no longer dare look down on me. It is best to let them live, so I can profit from them later. Limari asked, by the way, how did you two find Jadika? Rena smiled. Sir David knows how to read the stars. Rena pointed at 2AO. The gatekeeper here refused to show us the way, which was a bit troublesome, but we happened to encounter a monster carrying your scent. Limari stroked 2AO. Come here, good job. You truly are my #1 proof. Oh no, I mean 2AO. Limari rubbed her cheek against 2AO. I will do my best to fulfill my role as a member of Ancient Core. But is this really all right with you? Rena still did not quite understand. What do you mean? Limari, sweating nervously, said with some concern, the previous managers must all have been far stronger than me. Of course, I will do my best in this position, but I'm still a little worried. Rena answered honestly. To be frank, Rena's candid words pierced Limari's heart like countless sharp arrows. You do not seem to meet the standard yet. You may not even last 3 years. Your dungeon might be destroyed as early as tomorrow. Limari looked miserable, tears welling in her eyes. Wah, I already knew that, but hearing you say it so directly still hurts a little. Rena looked blankly at 2AO. However, Rena patted 2AO on the head and smiled brightly. We came all this way to bring you back because Sir David wanted it, so do not disappoint him under any circumstances. Limari pulled herself together, her eyes shining with determination. I will give it everything I have. Rena replied with satisfaction. It is good that you think that way. Also, let me make one thing clear to you. Rena wore a proud expression. I have received permission to confess my feelings to Sir David. Limari froze. What? Rena reminded her. Just remember that. Limari was at a loss for words. All right, she asked. By the way, where did Sir David go? Upon hearing that name, 2AO seemed to find it familiar. Its expression was more confused than that of a fawn separated from its mother, with 1,000 question marks over its head. Rina replied, "Hi." Light shone into the room. Yuba sat in the central seat where Limari had once sat, and the room was frighteningly silent. Someone spoke. "Lord Yuba." Yuba replied, Variman's representative spoke. "As Variman's representative for the North, I have a few words to say." Yuba said, "Speak." Variman stated his opinion. "I know David is an ancient monster and one of Hell's strongest beings. However, even considering all of that, his conduct just now, how should I put this?" Variman continued, "You are the king of demon kings. Yet your actions just now were somewhat excessive. That is what I mean." Yuba stood up. "My actions? I will remember those words well. You must be worried that I have brought shame upon the demon kings. Is that it?" The other demon kings trembled. "Oh, Lord Yuba, that is not what we mean." Variman replied again, "Yes, you could put it that way. If this continues." Yuba erupted in anger. "Fool!" Using his enormous hand, Yuba seized Variman in his palm. Variman cried out in terror, "Ah, Lord Yuba!" Yuba clenched his fist. "Variman, do you think I will mistake your insolence for courage and spare you? Do you think my actions just now are an opportunity to bring me down?" Yuba looked at Variman's terrified face. "If you are so worried about me ruling this entire group of demon kings, why do you not try sitting in this seat?" The other demon kings hurriedly cried, "Lord Yuba, please calm your anger." Yuba continued to clench his hand, staring at Variman lying in his giant palm. At this rate, Variman would truly lose his life. Yuba's palm was already stained bright red with blood. At that moment, Yuba spoke fiercely. "If you think I am weak enough to bow my head, then say so plainly." All the demon kings fell to their knees and bowed. Please forgive our insolence." Yuba said wearily, "Enough. All of you leave." He thought that warning should be sufficient. Yuba turned away and thought to himself, "In any case, how does Minjin's child know that ancient monster?" David poked his head in through the doorway. "Oh, Yuba, you are here." Yuba flinched. "Sir David." Yuba asked, "Do you need something, sir?" David stepped inside. "Sigh, I don't want to do this either, but thinking about it." Anxiety rose inside Yuba. I knew it. He would not let this matter go so easily. But David said, "I seem to have forgotten something." Yuba thought, "I have already bowed my head once. What else is there left for me to lose? If it is for the survival of the demon kings under my command." David pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and asked, "You are demon kings, right?" David looked at Yuba, who was about to drop to his knees, and said in surprise, "Huh? Why are you so scared?" Yuba looked at the paper. Night fell at another residence. Rina carried her luggage over her shoulder. I had been wondering why they suddenly called a meeting. I did not expect this to happen. David laughed cheerfully. "They are really friendly. I did not expect them to be so enthusiastic." Rina stood beside him, smiling happily. "I also did not expect you to take the initiative, Sir David." "I'm truly so happy," David said. "If that alone makes you happy, then I guess I will not need to worry about your happiness anymore." David calculated inwardly, rather than rack my own brain. It is better to let those demon kings handle it. I truly am clever. A voice rang out from the building. "Sir David." "Rina." Limari ran out with 20 attendants. Rina asked, "Lady Limari, are you finished?" Limari replied, Now that I'm also a member of Ancient Corps, I can help you carry your luggage. Do you really not need my help?" Rina smiled. "I am fine, Lady Limari. Is there really nothing else you need here?" Limari answered brightly, "I have already obtained what I wanted from this place. I need nothing else. Once we return to Ancient Corps, I will do everything I can to become a mighty demon king." Limari asked excitedly, "So we're going back to Kenneth now, right?" Rina replied happily, "We only need to visit one last place." David sighed. "Let me rest for a while first." "Elsewhere, are you feeling better?" Mamolia said painfully, "My hands." The monsters looked at one another. Mamolia looked at her completely healed hands. One monster said, "It appears someone used magic to reattach your hands." Mamolia said again, "My horn." The guard flinched. "Ah, that." Mamolia touched the severed horn on her head. "Ah, so it was not a dream after all." The guard replied, "You have been unconscious for more than a day. Are you all right?" Mamolia asked again, "Forget that. Where's that bitch?" The guard replied, "She left with that ancient monster." Mamolia laughed and gripped the bedsheet tightly. The guard advised, "Please do not worry about your broken horn." The other demon kings said they would come up with an appropriate explanation. "Though there are not many, some forces still support you. We will follow you as well, Lady Mamolia. So please forget those bad relations from the past." Mamolia's eyes flashed dangerously as rage filled her face. "Shut up. Bad relations from the past? Is a bitch like her worthy of being my friend? How dare you say such things in front of me?" Mamolia bit her nail. "I will definitely kill that bitch Limari." The monsters in the guard looked frightened and worried. Mamolia calculated, "I can no longer rely on the other demon kings. I need someone with greater power. Someone who can become Ancient Core's enemy." "That is right, there is such a person." Mamolia's face was filled with malice. "Someone who can oppose Ancient Core and even defeat it." Elsewhere, someone spoke. "Why have you come here?" Lividan replied, "I have something to ask you, three-eyed ones." Lividan's expression turned solemn. "It concerns the homunculus." Meanwhile, after returning to the Kenneth Inn, Rena and Limari were examining several letters containing information on monsters, gathered by a demon king and sent to them. Perhaps because that demon king had put so much effort into them, they were remarkably detailed, just like raid requests issued by humans. Based on what Sir David had heard, they had selected monsters whose ranks matched their own strength. As Limari spoke, she turned to look admiringly at the person sleeping like the dead on the bed. "So that is his aura." Then Limari turned her attention back to the pile of documents on the table and asked, "But, Rena, are you still not satisfied even with monsters this strong?" Hearing Limari's question, Rena pointed to one of the reports on the table. "Speaking of that, Queen Sakyu bought Eliabet. Judging by her race and profile alone, isn't she the sort who specializes in seducing men?" Rena furiously tore up the information sheet, making Limari break out in a cold sweat. Stuttering, Limari pointed to another sheet. "Is that so? Then what about this one? The giantess at the foot of Mount Lamia. The notes say she has very beautiful skin." Hearing Limari praise her, Rena became even more enraged. She drew her twin blades, shredded the paper into countless pieces, and let out a loud shout. Seeing Rena fly into a rage, Limari was drenched in cold sweat and did not dare utter another word. They're all completely useless," Rena said irritably. Little Limari stood there blankly for a moment, then suddenly remembered Rena saying, "None of them meet the requirements." This gave her a fanciful idea. Does she say that because she is afraid of my beauty? But Limari quickly dismissed the thought. No, that can't be it. Meanwhile, David was still sound asleep. He slept so deeply that he was even snoring loudly. Taking the opportunity, Rena continued, "Let's keep looking." Limari hurriedly replied, "I'll help too." Time flew by, and before they knew it, the next morning had arrived. Lividan was now struggling to find information related to David. There's nothing about David here, either. Dejected, he slumped over his desk. Countless books lay around him, yet none contained any useful information. He seemed to hallucinate, seeing that person's figure appear before him and ask, "How do you intend to deal with the aftermath?" Lividan thought to himself, "For the safety of the Empire, I must eliminate that bastard David." Yet the more he thought about it, the less he could find any way to counter the overwhelming power of the ancient monster inside Ancient Core. At that moment, a knock sounded outside the door. "Knock, knock. Chief, it's me, Garrett." Hearing her voice, Lividan paused his train of thought and said, "Come in." As soon as Garrett entered, she asked, "Chief, have you found anything?" But Lividan did not answer immediately. Instead, he ordered, "Make me a cup of tea first." Garrett promptly used magic to control the tea set beside her, carefully poured Lividan a cup of tea, and placed it before him. "Will this do?" Lividan looked at the cup before him, slowly raised it, and leisurely took a sip before replying, "The only seemingly reliable information in these books concerns Ancient Core. Of course, it is information I already knew, but the more I read, the more puzzling it becomes." Garrett did not quite understand and asked, "What do you mean?" In response, Lividan turned a page and explained the identity of the gatekeeper, as well as the purpose of the dungeon. "We can ignore those tentacles, since most creatures there have unknown origins. However, No matter how thoroughly I search, there is no record of the other two. Even accounting for countless variables, there are still too many strange points. Most dungeons focus on expanding their influence, while Ancient Core has shown not even the slightest sign of doing so. After thinking it over, Livitin told Gurrit, most importantly, David's objective remains unknown. Sensing that the situation was serious, Garrett pondered for 2 seconds before saying, first, you should hear this. Only then did Livitin remember and ask, oh, right, what did you come here for? Garrett was rather speechless upon hearing that. Wasn't that a little late to ask? After voicing her complaint, Garrett got straight to the point. The three-eyed one sent an urgent message. Demon King Mamolia has requested a meeting with you, Chief. Night fell, and a nearby town had already gone to sleep. Livitin had arrived at the agreed location to meet the mysterious three-eyed one. Seeing Livitin approach, the figure politely greeted him. Thank you for accepting such a sudden meeting, Chief Livitin. Livitin did not wish to waste time and went straight to the point. I heard the Demon King wishes to request a meeting. The mysterious figure wore a hooded cloak that concealed his face, with 3 eyes visible behind the hood. That is correct. They chose this location, and they seem to be in quite a hurry. Even so, I do not recommend that you accept this meeting. It appears very dangerous. As the two spoke, Mamolia's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Oh, I thought you would be a bunch of old men, considering you command humanity, but you look rather young and handsome. Hearing her voice, Livitin turned toward her and introduced himself. I am Chief Livitin. I am certain the message stated that you are not to bring any guards. He frowned. Meanwhile, Mamolia had brought along a 2-meter-tall, heavily muscled pet and a guard. She sneered in response. Humph. It does not look as though you came alone, either. Ignoring their mutual barbs, the three-eyed one stepped in as mediator. Then, please have a seat first. The two of them sat down, while Mamolia's guards swiftly served tea. The moment Livitin sat down, he said, can we get straight to the point? Mamolia looked somewhat displeased. You are more impatient than I expected. Fine. There's a small village named Reut near my castle, with 400 residents. If you try anything, or if these talks end, that place will be destroyed immediately. Garrett, standing nearby, began casting magic into the teacup. The tea splashed apart, revealing several red crystal fragments that did not look benign. Try something? I think you're the suspicious one. I will not touch this tea. I hope you do not try any more tricks. Mamolia praised him. You are rather cautious. I was merely testing you, since there is no strange aura or magical power on you. Still not bad. Livitin gradually lost patience. All right, get to the point. Mamolia then stated her purpose. Soon, a demon king will break free of confinement and come to kill me. Mamolia spoke with a vicious expression, her eyes blood red and filled with malice. Livitin coldly replied, you want me to confront an entire demon king force? Do you intend to use me as a shield or a sacrificial pawn? Mamolia explained, no, you only need to kill one demon king named Lemari. If you can successfully assassinate her before she breaks free of confinement, I will reward you handsomely. She paused, then turned to the cloaked figure and continued, the monster that cloaked bastard needs for his living experiments only has to be alive, right? She spoke with complete confidence, but contrary to her expectations, Livitin immediately refused. Forgive me, but I decline. What? You refuse me? Why? Is that still not enough? Mamolia asked in astonishment. No, Livitan replied coldly. With an angry expression, Mamolia anxiously demanded. Then why exactly? As the commander of humanity, you came all this way. There must be something you want, correct? Livitin had seen straight through her. I think you are the one in a hurry. As he spoke, he covertly observed her and thought, she has no claws or horns. They seem to have been cut off. Her behavior suggests she is being chased by something. A demon king suddenly asking for a private meeting means either it is a trap or something serious has happened. Back on Mamolia's side, being repeatedly rejected by a human made her lose her composure. You are just a human. How dare you look down on me? She rose to her feet as she spoke, releasing a powerful aura. Yet Livitin was not intimidated in the slightest. Look down on you? Who, me? You are the one hiding something from us. You are asking us to kill a demon king named Lemari. Does she not have someone backing her? Seeing Mamolia tremble, Livitin's suspicions were fully confirmed. Just as I thought, there is no need to get involved in an internal struggle among demon kings. With that, he stood up and said, let's go. Yes, Chief, Garrett replied. But Mamolia could not let them leave so easily. She shouted, "Wait, you are right. She does have someone backing her." Livitin continued walking without paying her any attention. "Then let us pretend we never met," he said with a shrug, showing no intention of stopping. Having no other choice, Mamolia continued. "It is the ancient monster David inside Ancient Core." Livitin's expression immediately changed, and he stopped in his tracks. "But there must be a way to avoid him and kill that bastard," Mamolia said anxiously. Livitin immediately turned around. "I accept." Mamolia stared blankly. What did you say?" Livitin stood there and said, "I accept your offer. We will kill Demon King Limari." Mamolia was surprised that Livitin could say Limari's full name. "What? Wait, I never told you Limari's surname. Do you know Limari?" Mamolia looked alarmed, immediately realizing that something unusual was happening. At that moment, a rather large spider silently appeared behind her and slowly crept closer, while Mamolia remained unaware of the monster's presence. Livitin smiled faintly. "In any case, I heard that Demon King is about to leave Kenneth. We must make haste." Mamolia furrowed her brow in thought. Livitin's attitude had suddenly changed completely, making her suspicious. How strange. That human clearly grinned the instant he heard David's name. That means something is going on. But she cannot be bothered to care what he was plotting and said, "I do not know what you are planning, but never mind. Surely you have not forgotten that we are holding 400 villagers hostage. Let me make this clear." Mamolia was highly confident in this threat, certain that Livitin would obey and would not dare resist. But before she could finish, Livitin interrupted from across the table. "Ah, if you like, you may kill every last one of them." Hearing Livitin's utterly indifferent and cold attitude toward the lives of 400 villagers, Mamolia widened her eyes in shock. "What?" Livitin said coldly. "They would consider it an immense honor to sacrifice themselves for the revival of the great empire." As he spoke, Livitin gave a chilling smile, shattering all of Mamolia's calculations. Mamolia slammed her hand on the table and roared, "Human, how dare you?" Ignoring her fury, Livitin continued, "Oh, now that we have reached an agreement, hand over the promised reward. You promised to provide me with a demon corpse for experimental materials, did you not? There happens to be one here, a demon perfectly suited for that purpose. A demon king." Livitin's provocative tone made Mamolia's two subordinates realize the imminent danger. "Demon king, please stand behind me. How dare trash like you?" Mamolia sensed the arrogance in Livitin's words and went mad with fury. "Why is everyone trying to provoke me today? A mere human like you dares to look down on me." Mamolia immediately ordered her two subordinates. "Kill them," she shouted, while Livitin merely smiled faintly, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. The following morning, back with David's group. At dawn, this lazy fellow was awakened by Rena. "Sir David, good morning." David lay listlessly in bed, his eyes half closed as he instinctively replied, It is time to get up, Sir David." Rena opened the window, letting the morning sunlight stream into the room, then stood beside David and smiled. David buried his face in his pillow. He did not even want to get out of bed. "Ugh, 5 more minutes." David answered wearily, forcing Rena to lecture him. "You said the same thing 3 hours ago." David complained. "Since when do we have to care whether it is day or night?" Seeing his attitude, Rena sighed. "Oh dear." Rena decided not to wake him gently anymore and turned to Limari. "It is time to use that." Limari's eyes lit up excitedly. Holding a wand, she asked, "Do you mean that forbidden wide area destruction spell?" Rena suddenly realized what Limari meant, but it seemed to be too late. "Huh? What do you mean?" As she rushed over to stop her, Limari swiftly raised her wand and activated it. A blinding flash instantly filled the room. A miserable scream rang out. "Ah!" David hurriedly cried. "I surrender. I'm awake. I'm awake. Stop that spell already." What the hell was that? Having been struck by the spell, David was now utterly disheveled and shaken senseless, his expression blank. After a while, he finally recovered and asked, "I thought demons could not use holy light magic." Holding her wand, Limari looked apologetically at David and said softly, "That was extinction magic, not holy light magic. It is demon magic." David finally understood. "I see." Rena hurriedly brought David breakfast. "Sir David, since you are awake, please enjoy the breakfast Rena prepared for you. Roasted lamb with steamed vegetables." As she spoke, she brought out a bowl containing something green that looked like a trough of pig feed. It even gave off an awful stench, making even an omnivore like David feel somewhat frightened. His face went pale as he stared at the bowl before him, uncertain whether he should eat it. David broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "Where did the original ingredients go? It looks like a pile of slop." Rena awkwardly recalled the sheep she had stabbed to death. "I am sorry," David stammered, and "no, it's fine." Setting aside the matter of food, Rena remembered something else and turned around. "All right, Patrick has replied to the carrier pigeon letter Rena sent after we returned from Jadika." "What did Patrick say?" David asked. Rena took out a carefully wrapped mirror shard. "The letter came with this. A piece of glass? Is it a mirror? What is this? Did he tell us to tidy up our appearances?" David asked curiously. At the same time, Limari ran over to look at it and offered her thoughts. "It seems to be a magical communication device." Rena asked in surprise, "A magical communication device?" While the two spoke, David hurriedly hid the bowl of food beneath the bed, taking care not to let Rena notice. Limari picked up the mirror shard and infused it with a little magical power. "That's right, if you pour magic into it like this." As she spoke, she tried channeling a little of her power into it. Patrick's image quickly appeared in the mirror, and Patrick immediately spoke from the other side. "Ahem, ahem. Can everyone hear me clearly?" Seeing Patrick's face from behind, David complained, "Patrick, your nostrils look awful." Patrick awkwardly replied, "Why do you always pick on me whenever we meet?" Patrick muttered, then stepped back slightly so his image would be clearer and began the main topic. Everyone can hear me, right? First, from Rena's carrier pigeon letter, I heard that Limari has been working very diligently. So I contacted you all to provide some information that may help you recruit more monsters." David rested his chin on his hand and stared at the image in the mirror. "By the way, where did you get that thing?" Patrick immediately answered, "I borrowed it. You know the mirror in Lady Story's room, right? This is a fragment from that mirror." Only then did David vaguely remember it. "Oh, really? I cannot believe she agreed to lend it to you for free," David said in surprise. But he was thinking too optimistically. There was no such thing as a free favor. Patrick casually continued, "Oh, it was not free. She wanted blood in exchange, as you know. I am a Death Knight, so I have no blood. She was curious to taste Beastman blood, so I agreed to trade Rena's blood for it." As he said this, Patrick began to break out in a cold sweat. He pressed his face close to the mirror and asked, "Wait, Rena isn't there, is she?" Patrick asked in panic, but no one answered. Then a gentle voice sounded. Rena's face suddenly appeared on screen. She was smiling, but her eyes conveyed the complete opposite, terrifying everyone who saw them. "Oh, I'm right here, Patrick." The moment Patrick saw that from the other end, he immediately cut the connection, driving Rena mad. "Patrick, where did you run off to?" 2 seconds later, the signal resumed. Though frightened out of his wits, Patrick still had to pretend nothing had happened. "Can everyone hear me clearly?" "Oh, we're connected again. Hello, everyone. It really is Patrick. First of all, I heard about Limari." He began pretending as though nothing had happened and immediately tried to change the subject, but before he could finish, Rena widened her eyes. "Too late, Patrick. My claws are already ready to approve your suggestion." Behind her, Limari also looked at Patrick sympathetically. "I think you're beyond saving too." Knowing he could no longer hide it, Patrick set that matter aside and moved on to the main topic. "Anyway, back to business. I reviewed the exclusion list Rena sent me, and I agree that none of the magical beasts on it meet our requirements. So, I've prepared another list and sent it to all of you." Rena hurriedly checked her mail. She opened the letter and carefully examined it. Information on magical beasts? But Rena could not find anything. She spoke while checking again. "Look, there's something attached to the back of the letter," Limari reminded her. Then, after glancing through the list, Rena's eyes revealed her surprise as well. "They're magical beasts that weren't on the exclusion list." Hearing that, Patrick smugly told Sir David from the other end, "This took me several days. Individually, they aren't anything remarkable, but in groups, they are very powerful. Some can even use the terrain to fight. I've had my eye on them for some time now." "Ha ha." David seemed to sense that something was wrong and questioned Patrick. "For some time? You mean even before Rena and I decided to recruit more magical beasts?" Realizing he seemed to have let something slip, Patrick forced an awkward smile. His expression stiffened, and then the screen disappeared. He decisively ended the call and played dumb. "Looks like the connection really has been cut this time." Limari tapped the device a few times to confirm it, while Rena folded her arms beside her. Rena agreed. "That bastard David said angrily. I definitely won't forgive him this time. Meanwhile, Patrick was secretly delighted inside the palace, since David was very far away from him. The scene shifted to Lividon. The room was now filled with countless magical beast corpses. It was obvious that Mamolia's side had suffered a crushing defeat. Demons truly were completely unreliable, Lividon likely thought. He had not expected them to have prepared so many soldiers. Sir Liviton, this magical beast is still alive. May we take it with us? Asked a cloaked figure. Livitan replied indifferently. Fine. Now it's time for me to collect my payment. As he spoke, he turned and stared at Demon King Mamolia. The female Demon King had been severely wounded, and all of her guards had been killed. Hearing that, Mamolia raised her eyes and glared at him with resentment. Human, do you think you can escape? If you dare harm me, the other Demon Kings will. Before she could finish, Lividon interrupted her. No need to continue. I don't care. Oh, but don't misunderstand. I should thank you for this, actually. Thanks to you, we have a chance to eliminate David, he said. Mamolia burst into laughter as if she had just heard something utterly absurd. Ha ha ha. Eliminate him? Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Lividon asked with a frown. Mamolia laughed so hard her entire body trembled. What's funny? I mean, what you said is utterly ridiculous. Eliminate him? Who do you think you are? I guarantee that is absolutely impossible. It seems you still do not understand how terrifying that ancient magical beast is. The cloaked person beside him stepped forward as well. She is not worth listening to any longer, Sir Lividon. I sincerely thank you for providing these materials. Hearing that, Liviton glanced at the figure and asked, Are you certain it can be done? The cloaked figure smiled confidently. I will definitely fulfill your wish. I will use the Demon King to create the ultimate artificial human, using a Demon King. At that moment, David's group was riding on the back of a flying, one-eyed manta ray. They had flown a very long distance. The surrounding landscape was utterly barren, nothing but rocks as far as the eye could see. David lay lazily across the thick black fur of his wolf mount and suddenly sighed. Sigh, it looks like we've encountered someone on our level. As he spoke, he recalled what Patrick had said before. Between a lord and her subordinates, trust was the most important thing. To raise loyalty, the chief had to personally recruit them, right? And that was why the three of them were currently on this flight. Naturally, this lazy fellow was not pleased about it, clicking his tongue. Rena then spoke. Sir David, I think we've arrived. At her words, David finally paid some attention to what lay ahead. Just in time. According to Patrick, the top recruitment target is the Guardian Golem of Kenneth. Once destroyed, those rocks quickly gather themselves and regenerate. They're the kind of magical beast perfectly suited for a dungeon. Rena pointed toward a jagged, towering rocky mountain range. That is likely where the Guardian Golem Patrick mentioned resides. At that moment, an enormous mass of rock appeared before them, shaped like a machine made of stone. David exclaimed in surprise, Oh, is that it? He said it has unlimited regenerative abilities. If it is a magical Guardian Golem, it will continue regenerating as long as its core magic stone remains intact, Rena added. Hearing that, David's eyes flashed with delight. Is that so? Then all we need to do is find its magic stone and take it, right? Rena pointed at the massive stone monster before them and told Sir David, That thing will not be easy to deal with. I'm very weak in it. Before she could finish, Limari continued, It looks very strong. Worried, she began gripping her staff tightly. I'll restrict its movements, so please take the magic stone before it regenerates, Limari hurriedly said. However, David seemed to want to stretch his limbs a little. He stood up, rubbed Limari's head, and stopped her. It's all right, Limari. Thank you for bringing me here. Let's settle this quickly. With that, he jumped straight down from the manta ray. At the same time, the massive Guardian Golem's fist shot directly toward him. Sir David, Limari cried out. Immediately afterward, the Guardian Golem's enormous fist slammed hard into the ground, making the earth shake violently. Yet in the very next instant, its arm began to crumble and explode into countless pieces. Wow, it seems Patrick found something pretty interesting. This is kind of fun. David smiled as cracks spread throughout the Guardian Golem's body, eventually reducing it to a pile of rubble. Everyone riding the manta ray was stunned for a long while at the sight. David's strength was so overwhelming that before they could even understand what had happened, the stone golem had shattered into pieces. Watching from above, Limari's eyes widened in fright when she saw David casually destroy the giant stone man with a single punch. Seeing Limari standing there in a daze, Rena quickly came to her senses and urged her, Don't just stand there. Hurry and find the magic stone. Yes, all right, Limari hurriedly replied and swiftly rushed down. A moment later, David stood there casually dusting off his clothes, muttering complaints about getting them dirty. Who's next? That afternoon, several one-eyed demons were noisily talking inside a cave. Did you hear? After yesterday's earthquake, the guardian golem on the rocky mountain disappeared. Another demon across from him said, I heard even the white wolf that destroyed the entire plateau was defeated. Gulp. Was it humans? At this rate, we'll be their next target. As they spoke, they looked toward their one-eyed leader. Apparently understanding his subordinates' worries, he immediately cut them off. Enough. There is no need to worry about things that have not happened. No one knows where our dungeon is. He spoke confidently. But the moment he finished speaking, Limari's voice rang out directly behind him. Rena, did you hear what he just said? Since they are all one-eyed demons, every one of them is huge. Rena, standing beside her, said admiringly, Sir Patrick, I never expected them to be in a place like this. Sir Patrick's intelligence truly is reliable. Hearing the voices, the one-eyed demons all turned around and looked at them as if they had seen ghosts. They stared blankly at each other and asked, Who are you? How did you? Seeing that the one-eyed demons had noticed her, Rena turned and explained, we came to negotiate. We are searching for magical beasts willing to work for a dungeon. Before Rena could finish, one of the one-eyed demons shouted, I understand. You must be the ones who have been conquering the magical beasts in this region. Damn it, how did they get here? The one-eyed demon leader stood up with a grim expression, holding a club covered in blades and axes. He spoke aggressively. We will not be defeated so easily. The one-eyed leader gritted his teeth, leaving Rena with nothing but a sigh. What? Sigh. It looks like negotiation is pointless again. Her utterly fearless expression left the one-eyed demons bewildered. Time passed quickly. Rena and Limari had now left the cave. It seemed the persuasion had not gone very smoothly. Rena sat there dejectedly and sighed. Sigh. I never expected them to be so weak. I really do not understand why they died so easily. Rena cried out as she recalled how the three one-eyed magical beasts had simply had their heads blown off by a single punch. She turned and asked, So who is next? Hearing the question, Limari searched through her memories. It's a magical beast called Horned Shark. At the same time, the magical beast called Horned Shark spotted them. Hanging upside down from a tree, he calmly looked at them and said, Hey, I didn't expect you to be here, but I finally found you. I heard the one-eyed demons over there were defeated. My goodness, rumors travel fast, Limari remarked. Horned Shark jumped down from the tree, his attitude quite confident. That is why we have survived so long without being discovered by humans. We gather intelligence very quickly. Then you must understand what is going on, right? Rena asked happily. Horned Shark nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, you want me to work for the dungeon. I agree, but on one condition. As he spoke, Horned Shark glanced at the lazy David lying behind them. You're David, right? Seeing Horned Shark dare to call the chief by his name, Rena's eyes widened in fear. He actually dared to speak Sir David's name without any fear. Hearing someone call him, David could not even be bothered to sit up. He remained lying there and replied, That's right. Horned Shark began cracking his knuckles, his face full of excitement. Let's fight. I've always been curious about just how strong an ancient magical beast really is. Seeing the person before her make such an insolent demand, Rena angrily said, How dare you speak so rudely to Sir David? You insolent fool. Sir David, you do not have to accept his request. Rena will handle this. Wanting to display his strength before his subordinate, David stood up as well. I mean, he wants it, so I should accept. All right, let me see what you can do. Excellent. Give it everything you have, David, Horned Shark said with a laugh, unaware that those words were practically a death sentence for him. Everything I have, David muttered. His pupils narrowed simultaneously, like a predator preparing to hunt, and he repeated with emphasis, Everything I have? As soon as he returned to his room, David collapsed wearily onto the bed. He shouted through gritted teeth, Damn it, I am exhausted. So exhausted. We've been running around non-stop for 2 days. I heard doing unfamiliar work can kill you, whether you're human or a magical beast. David spoke gloomily. At the same time, Rena happily brought a plate of food to Sir David. Sir David, would you like to try these first? I did not have enough time to prepare your main meal, so these are things I bought in the city. The instant David saw that it was not food made by Rena, his eyes lit up like car headlights. He immediately transformed into his beast form and eagerly stuffed the food into his mouth. Meanwhile, Rena turned around and began organizing the information on the magical beasts. Let's see. So far, we have only recruited Miss Golem. The one-eyed demons and Horn Shark have both gone to heaven. That bastard Horn Shark. I never expected that just one flick of my finger would make him evaporate, David said in disgust. Aratna also apologized for declining our offer. But we gained a great many things, Sir David. David turned to look at the mountain-like pile of treasures and happily said, "This truly has been a memorable campaign. We killed them all and took all their possessions too." "Are you two serious?" Limari asked. "I'm very curious about what is inside those chests. They must be things those magical beasts acquired by hunting humans, right?" "Oh ho ho, I'm curious too. I grabbed them in such a hurry that I did not have time to see what was inside." With that, all three of them rushed to inspect the chests. Just as expected, there were many magical artifacts. Rena spoke with satisfaction. Even a lazy David could not suppress the joy of treasure hunting and rushed over to rummage through them. "Let's see if there's a magical artifact that can drill a hole through Patrick's bones," he muttered. At that moment, David suddenly noticed two vivid red flowers standing out amid the gold and jewels. He picked them up and examined them for a moment. "What are these?" Meanwhile, Lividin was in some laboratory. A cloaked figure respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you very much for providing me with such excellent test material." Livitin replied calmly, "It is all in service of the Empire." The person continued, "Wonderful. I never expected you to give me such a perfect test subject without a single flaw. Look, does she not look beautiful?" As he spoke, he glanced toward a glass tank holding the altered Mammalia. "Beautiful." Livitin pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I think so too." Livitin smiled before adding, "But appearance is not very important. This time, we are merely testing what sort of results we will get." Hearing that, the cloaked figure added, "Yes, we are all doing our best. But if we take that body out now, it will certainly break down in less than 2 days." "That will be enough," Livitin said, waving his hand. The cloaked figure thought for a moment before saying, I'm also not sure whether we can stably control her mind." "That does not matter," Livitin replied. "Yes, I will trust your judgment. I am certain that whatever purpose you intend to use her for, you will be able to observe the experiment's effects," the other person said confidently, making Livitin somewhat expectant as well. Livitin stared intently at the test subject in the glass tank and thought, "So that means she can do anything? I have already decided what to use her for." Back with David, since he did not know what the flowers in his hand were, he turned and asked, "Are these magical artifacts too?" Hearing the question, Limari pondered for a moment before sharing her thoughts. "Yes, but it seems someone has already used them. They no longer have any effect. Only the preservation spell placed on them remains active." Seeing them, Rena praised them. "Those flowers are so beautiful." Limari replied. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, David suddenly had an idea, and his eyes lit up. David then held Rena's head gently in both hands. "Stay still, okay?" "Ah, Sir David." Rena panicked slightly. Seeing that she would not cooperate, David said, "Didn't I tell you to stay still, Rena?" Although Rena resisted on the surface, her face had turned red all the way to her ears. Seeing this, Limari covered her mouth with one hand, her bright eyes sparkling as she watched them. "There, that should do it." David looked approvingly at the idea he had just come up with. Limari was utterly astonished and blurted out, "So pretty." 2 enchanted flowers had been placed in Rena's hair, making her look even more radiant. David thought to himself, "She always works so hard, and ever since we came to Kenneth, she seems to have changed a little. It feels like she wants something from me, but I have no idea what it is. Besides, I've never given her a gift before." Limari turned to Rena as well and praised her. "You look beautiful." Rena turned to David and asked, "Is it really pretty?" "Very pretty. Don't you like it? I'll give you something even better next time." David said it casually, but it made Lady Rena so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm truly so happy. I understand." David smiled. "I suppose we're done now, right? I can finally get some good sleep." The lazy David said this as he headed back toward his bed. Unfortunately, Lady Rena had no intention of letting him off that easily. "No, we still have 2 more places to visit." Her reminder made the lazy man want to submit his resignation on the spot. He thought, "I really don't want to." The next morning, the heroine Gwen was sprawled lazily across a chair. With nothing at all to do, she was bored out of her mind. "I'm so bored." She stretched as she spoke, then began sighing again. "I'm bored to death. I, Gwen, do nothing all day except eat and sleep. I'm going to die of boredom." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, until she began flailing about wildly. She thrashed and writhed as though she had ants crawling all over her, only settling down once she was too exhausted to move. As she buried her face in the chair, someone's warning echoed in her mind. Lady Gwyn, although you have recovered, you should still get plenty of rest. You must not let anyone see that you are well again, especially in front of the nobles. That was Liviton's instruction, and Gwyn knew that he had said it for her own good. I know he is worried that I'll be sent back to the front lines, but doing nothing like this is even worse. The people outside may be in danger right now. At the very least, I want to make sure that Roy is safe. No sooner said than done. The overly energetic girl climbed onto the balcony and began looking for a way down. She muttered, "All right, I'll only go out for a little while and come straight back. It should be fine. Let's go." With that, she prepared to jump down. Suddenly, Liviton's voice rang out behind her, startling her badly. "Where do you think you're going, Lady Gwyn? Could we talk for a moment?" Since that slime man had caught her, she had no choice but to return to the room with an irritated expression. "At the very least, you should knock or announce yourself before entering my room," Liviton explained. "I expected you would try to escape, so I came in without warning." Gwyn retorted angrily. "Escape? Escape where? I wasn't doing that. Is that so?" Liviton said as he stared at Gwyn. Unable to deny it under his gaze, she finally admitted, "I'm sorry. What I said just now was a lie. But, there's something I've always wanted to ask you." "But what is it?" he asked gently. Gwyn continued hesitantly. "How is Garrett doing? Ever since what happened to her arm, I haven't been able to speak with her. She lost her arm because of my mistake." As Gwyn spoke, she clenched her hands and nervously twisted the hem of her dress. Hearing this, Liviton understood and tried to reassure her. "You do not need to carry the entire burden of the Empire on your shoulders. Of course, such thinking is admirable for a hero. But please remember that every member of the Black Wolf Knights is willing to sacrifice herself for the Empire, including Garrett. She merely sacrificed an arm for the Empire. Moreover, Garrett herself is not saddened by it. I believe she is more concerned about your feelings, so you do not need to blame yourself so much." "All right," Gwyn replied gloomily, though the sadness on her face did not fade. Setting that matter aside, Liviton turned to the main topic. "All right, could I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Gwyn asked with interest. "It concerns the artificial creatures the Empire once researched. Recently, we received a report of an abnormal incident at one of the research sites." Gwyn hurriedly pressed him. "What kind of abnormal incident?" Liviton immediately answered. "It appears that the artificial creatures inside the site attempted to escape. Fortunately, the place is far from town, so there were no casualties." The man lied without even blinking. Gwyn, naturally maintaining the qualities of a hero, asked worriedly, "Then should we notify everyone?" The moment she said it, Gwyn fell silent because she understood why. "I understand. This has to be handled secretly." Just as she had guessed, he glanced at her and said, "I need to deal with this discreetly, with as few people involved as possible. Besides, you cannot return to the front lines right now, can you? If you do, the royal family and their close associates will become suspicious of you. So what do you want me to do?" Gwyn asked, puzzled. "I have informed the soldiers guarding the teleportation gate at the western gate of the royal palace. I have already given them the coordinates. You only need to arrive there within 3 hours," he said calmly. "All right then, I'll go prepare immediately." Gwyn rushed off to change her clothes. Liviton reminded her, "Lady Gwyn, you must be there exactly 3 hours from now." Gwyn nodded firmly and quickly departed. Once Gwyn's matter had been arranged, Liviton hurried to leave as well. 3 hours. "I need to hurry," he muttered. However, just as he opened the door to step outside, his eyes showed a flash of surprise. An important visitor was already waiting outside. "Oh, thank you for opening the door for me. It has been a long time, Your Highness Liviton." The man was Pope Durancia III. "Or perhaps I should call you Commander now," he said with a smile. Liviton gently closed the door, blocking Durancia's view, and replied, "You do not serve the king, yet you serve someone else instead. What are you doing here?" His voice was full of mockery. However, the old man Durancia seemed accustomed to such words and showed no anger. "Ha ha ha! Commander, your tongue is as sharp as ever. I merely came to visit the Empire's hero, one of the pillars of our empire." Before he could finish, Liviton cut him off with a cold stare. "As far as I know, the Imperial hero Gwyn has never met the Pope, yet you came here to assess her condition? I'm very busy." With that, Liviton no longer wished to waste time on the old man and walked away. Durancia's expression changed. What if I said I came to see you? Would you believe me? Speak with me for a moment. Hearing that proposal, Livitin stopped walking. Time passed swiftly. Livitin now stood atop a tall tower, recalling his earlier conversation with Pope Durancia. What exactly is that man plotting to make such a suspicious offer at such a crucial time? As he frowned in thought, bursts of fireworks exploded one after another. The crowd below cheered jubilantly, and the atmosphere was lively. "It's the Silver Deer Diana raid team. Welcome back," they cried happily. Livitin looked over the entire area and thought, Kinnef is a mercenary city. 1/3 of its population belongs to raid teams, and David is hiding somewhere in this city. To eliminate that ancient magical beast, I need more intelligence. Therefore, I must take a few risks. He calculated silently. Just then, an old man came up behind him and reported, "Commander, everything is prepared. We await your orders." Livitin turned around and nodded. "Thank you, Sir Suman." The man in a three-striped robe, standing beside him, spoke as well. "We are ready too. How do you intend to find the Demon King hiding in this city?" Livitin replied calmly. "How could a mere mortal like me possess some grand method?" "Then what do you intend to do?" the man pressed. "There is someone more eager than us to find that Demon King. Therefore, I will use her." Livitin explained, then turned to the old knight Suman and asked, "How much time do we have left?" "The hero will arrive in 78 minutes, Suman replied. Livitin immediately ordered, "It is a little early, but begin now. Strike while the iron is hot." "Yes, Commander," Suman answered and hurried away to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Livitin remained deep in thought. Summoning a Demon King is a unique power that only other Demon Kings possess, so we will soon find Lamari. After that, finding him will follow naturally. It is sure to be an interesting sight. He smiled faintly beneath the brilliant fireworks. At an inn, a group of people continued feasting merrily, completely unaware that danger was silently closing in. "Cheers! Today's dungeon was incredibly dangerous, but no one was hurt. It's truly a miracle." The group laughed and talked. At that moment, a brown-haired man suddenly stood up, prompting the bald man beside him to ask curiously, "Badit, where are you going?" "To take a leak." He waved his hand as he spoke, then hurried outside to relieve himself. "I'm going to throw up. I shouldn't have treated everyone to drinks," Badit complained. Suddenly, he heard persistent coughing from nearby and looked over. "Oh, looks like someone else drank too much too." After finishing his business, Badit saw that the person was still coughing nonstop and went over to ask, "Hey friend, are you all right?" The moment he spoke, a strange odor suddenly assaulted his nose, and he hurriedly covered it. "Ugh, what is that smell?" he said in disgust. But after witnessing a man in front of him being bitten viciously on the neck by an artificial magical beast, the young adventurer Badit hurriedly drew his weapon. "Damn it, how did magical beasts get into the city?" he gritted out. Before he could attack, the artificial human threw a punch at him, forcing him to raise his sword to block it. Yet the moment their weapons collided, his expression changed at the opponent's strength. "What the hell? This thing is too strong," he shouted. Suddenly, several more artificial magical beasts appeared behind him. What now? The beasts had emerged throughout every corner of the city. Back with Livitin's group, a blond local man stared at the sea of flames ahead, his face pale. "What in the world is this? What happened?" "Even if this is an order from the Imperial Commander." "No, even if it were the Emperor's order, this is utterly unreasonable." He turned and confronted the others, but the robed man immediately warned him, "Shut your mouth. Watch what you say." Furious, he thought, "I knew the three-eyed one's alchemical experiments were inhumane, but I never imagined they would cause such a disaster in the middle of the city." The blond man trembled with rage. At the same time, Livitin pondered briefly before assuring him, "Do not worry. The city will not be leveled." "What do you mean?" the blond man asked as he turned around. Just then, a massive noise came from the distance, as if something enormous were smashing through buildings. "Ah, it has finally arrived," Livitin said as he rose from his seat. The blond man's back was drenched in sweat. That is an artificial creature too? He stared blankly at the gigantic magical beasts that had appeared. Simply seeing the destruction they caused as they moved made him cry out, "You just said the city would not be leveled. If that thing is allowed to rampage, the whole city will be in even greater danger. At this rate, the city's residents will." At that point, he saw Livitin's cold expression and suddenly understood. Could it be? All of this was part of the plan from the beginning. Livitin smiled smugly. "Calm down. is only a small sacrifice. As he spoke, Livitin thought to himself, in my view, David does not want Kenneth to be destroyed. The fact that he has taken no destructive action means that, beyond slaughter, he has another purpose. Judging by the current situation, he is likely fighting alongside those artificial creatures. Thinking of that, Livitin could not help laughing aloud. Ah, look at it. Is it not beautiful? The people of the Empire sacrificed themselves for the nation's development. Hearing that, the blond man began to understand Livitin's true nature. This man, this bastard, he is insane. Meanwhile, contrary to Livitin's assumptions, David's group was not even within Kenneth itself. More precisely, they were in the forest outside the city. They moved to a nearby forest. Rena exclaimed, wow, this tree is as huge as the ones in the forest of Grapenia. As they ventured deeper into the woods, she added, this forest is quite ancient. Then the three of them stopped. David looked at Rena and Limari and asked, all right, we have finished recruiting magical beasts. Can I go to sleep now? Rena smiled at him, narrowing her eyes as she confirmed, yes. Please get some rest before we head back, Sir David. Limari was still in her miniature form, sitting on Tao's back. She turned and smiled at him. Then Tao began growling. Limari stroked its head in confusion and asked, HM, what is it, Tao? A powerful wave of energy suddenly rushed toward them, and all three turned toward it. Their clothes fluttered in the current of energy. Limari let out a startled cry. She raised a hand to block the incoming energy, leaving a trace of blue energy in her palm. She frowned in confusion and opened her eyes. Then she looked toward the blazing flames in the distance and stammered, the city. After a brief pause, she added, isn't that where the inn is? Hearing that, David cried out from behind her, no. Rena, Limari, and Tao all turned to look at him in confusion. Rena called Sir David. David covered his face in panic, his eyes wide as he thought of his bed at the inn, and screamed in despair. My bed, my bed. Rena narrowed her eyes at him and smiled seductively. You can sleep on my lap instead, Sir David. Limari, beside her, narrowed her eyes and looked at Rena suspiciously. Suddenly, a familiar glint flashed in Limari's eyes. She murmured, Then she abruptly realized something. This demonic energy. Then, still riding Tao, she silently looked toward the sea of flames ahead. She muttered her conclusion. Could it be Mammolia? David quickly calmed down, slipped both hands into his pockets, and slowly walked toward the two of them. Looking at the sea of flames ahead, he guessed, looks like some bastard unleashed far too much magical power. Hearing this, Limari was startled. She turned to him and stammered, why you think so too, Sir David? Seeing her reaction, David turned to look at her. In an indifferent tone, he asked, what is it, Limari? Mammolia frowned, narrowed her eyes, and pressed her lips together as she looked into the distance, with no intention of telling him. Mammolia immediately grasped Ao's trembling fur and called out, Sir David. He responded with a quiet her eyes filled with determination as she looked at the two of them and asked softly, would you mind if I went to see what happened? Meanwhile, inside the city, artificial magical beasts were spreading everywhere. They destroyed every building and object in their path, while massive fires blazed fiercely in their wake. A magical beast charged toward someone. The person screamed in terror as he ran. Then Bart rushed forward and struck it with his sword. Gritting his teeth, he swung without hesitation and cut it in two. Blood splattered everywhere, and the magical beast was slain. He quickly turned around and shouted at the nearby crowd, run! The person he had saved stammered as he looked back. Thank you. Bart carried his sword, now drenched in artificial magical beast blood, and his clothes were stained red as well. Gritting his teeth, he looked ahead and assessed the situation. Damn it, there are too many of these disgusting creatures. Before him, a horde of grotesque magical beasts of all shapes and sizes rushed forward through the sea of flames. Suddenly, an armored man in a cloak rushed to his side with a long sword in hand. He glanced at Bart kindly and smiled. Thank you for your help. Are you with the guild? He then introduced himself. We're from the Red Lion Guild. Bart turned to look at him. The man swiftly joined the battle, continuously cutting down magical beasts. Watching him, Bart thought the Red Lion Guild. Isn't that the famous A-rank guild with so many high-level members? He silently concluded. In this situation, they'll be a great help. More and more magical beasts quickly gathered. The young man from the Red Lion Guild gritted his teeth and braced himself with his sword. Looking at Bart, he asked, we've eliminated all the ones around here. Do you know anything about these magical beasts? As he cut down another magical beast, Bart replied, "Not entirely. Oh, I'm Bart from the White Guild." Standing atop a slain beast's corpse, he continued, "Other than the fact that they look like artificial creatures." Then he added, "They're completely different from the artificial person, Refi." Frowning, he looked up at the magical beasts, some holding swords, others carrying corpses over their shoulders, and made his assessment. Whatever that is, it seems to be the most important one. The young man turned to follow his gaze and nodded. "That's right." They looked toward an enormous magical beast that was breathing fire and destroying everything around it. The young man continued, "That's our target as well." As he moved forward, he said, "We need to get closer." Bart's eyes widened in surprise. "I'll come with you," he said, then added, "I may not look it, but I'm an A-rank agent too." Hearing that, the young man stared at Bart and refused. "No, if you go there, you'll die." Bart fell silent. Then the man stepped out of the smoke, placed a hand on Bart's shoulder, and added, "Of course, I would too. Try listening to the sounds around you." He continued, "I can hear someone looking for you." The young man's hand on Bart's shoulder was trembling. Cold sweat ran down Bart's face as his eyes widened in shock. "He's trembling," he thought. Then he looked away, frowning. "No." Bart looked down at his own constantly trembling hand. "I'm the one trembling," he screamed inwardly. Then the man continued, "I know you want to protect the city's residents, but it seems you need to protect yourself and the people beside you first." Bart looked back, while the young man faced the blazing fire and said, "Leave this to the Red Lion Guild." At last, Bart calmed down. Frowning, he looked away and said, "I'm leaving it to you." The man smiled, his eyes filled with excitement, and immediately nodded in agreement. Bart silently watched the determined young man rush forward. At last, he collapsed to his knees, bracing his sword against the ground, and clicked his tongue in frustration. Smoke and fire filled the surroundings. Then voices echoed through the smoke-filled battlefield. "I'm here! I'm here!" At another nearby location, a merchant guild had joined the battle. One person frowned, covered his ears, and shouted angrily, "Damn it, my ears hurt. This is so annoying." The shield bearer, leading them, also frowned and commented suspiciously, "This feeling like my eardrums are being torn apart. Is it demonic magic?" One of the soldiers looked up in horror and stammered, "Teach that. What the hell is that?" The people around him stood frozen, weapons in hand. Murmurs broke out. "I've never seen a magical beast like that before." The knights on the watchtower looked toward Momolia in terror. Then a voice made an assessment. "So that magical beast is causing all this chaos." Someone else added, "That magical beast's mana reserves must be insufficient. We can't judge it by appearances." The magical beast, wrapped entirely in something like a cocoon, rapidly approached them while mana radiated from its body. Numerous magic circles appeared around it, continuously firing energy downward and ravaging the area. A swordsman from the unit quickly dodged and shouted to the others, "Everyone fall back." They swiftly leaped backward. The shield bearer shouted in anger, "Damn it, we were just talking about it," when a mage in the crowd assessed the attack. That's only a basic mana tracking reaction. It isn't meant for defense. The shield bearer turned to the mage and pressed him. "You said mana tracking? Is it searching for something?" Looking toward the magical beast, he quickly added, "If we want to destroy it, we need to attack at the same time." Numerous magic circles suddenly appeared around Momolia, all aimed directly at the female mage. The mages quickly fired beams of energy from their magic circles. They shouted in unison, "Use chain fire." The swordsman and shield bearer, "Support us from the front." A massive stream of fire energy struck Momolia's body, making her scream in burning pain. "Ah!" The mage raised her hand and used an iron staff to cast demonic magic as she shouted, "We did it! It's working!" Suddenly, a loud voice cried out, "Don't stop!" Momolia's body growled and roared. Grah! Flames burned around her body. The shield bearer at the front frowned as he watched and thought, "Wait, something's wrong." A face quickly emerged from the side. The magical beast's body was completely unharmed, and the flames around it continued to burn. The shield bearer concluded. The attack had no effect. As he raised his shield, he screamed, "Ah!" A fireball rushed toward his feet. He shouted to the others, "Wait!" Meanwhile, the swordsman rushed toward Momolia and shouted, "Die!" As for her, while enduring the demonic magic attack, she turned her head toward him and opened her mouth in a roar. "Gur!" Without hesitation, the man decisively swung his sword down, sparks bursting from the blade. Momolia continued to roar viciously. "Grah! Gur!" Her eyes widened as the long sword came down directly on the top of her head. Her body immediately jolted, and she stared wide-eyed, speechless. A tremendous surge of energy shattered the man's sword into countless fragments and flung him far away. He gritted his teeth. The mages quickly braced themselves against the violent wave of energy. Then the magical bee's body unleashed a massive energy pulse that swept through a wide circular area. The swordsman crashed to the ground and groaned in pain. Ugh, struggling to rise. With blood filling his mouth, he stared in terror and muttered, "Teach that is." Then he shouted in horror, "That isn't a magical beast we can defeat." Mamolia's body remained standing amid the flames, watching them. Then a figure appeared, accompanied by a question. "Are you looking for me?" The swordsman below looked up in confusion. It was Limari, flying through the sky in her original butterfly form as she looked toward Mamolia. The swordsman below stared at her and wondered. "An angel?" Then she called out, "Mamolia." Mamolia turned within the smoke and dust, looking toward her as she muttered, "Limari." Limari calmly looked at her and said, "You've become truly pathetic." Mamolia's expression darkened as she looked at Limari. Gripping her staff, Limari asked calmly, "Are you really that angry with me?" The moment she saw Limari, Mamolia completely lost her composure. Her eyes widened as she growled. Limari swiftly raised her staff, and energy petals formed around it as she declared, "Let's end this here, once and for all." Limari's gaze sharpened, her eyes glowing red. Above her head, the ruby atop her staff began radiating powerful energy. Hovering in midair, she invoked the name of her technique. High-level demonic magic, black extinction. Earlier, Limari sped through the air so swiftly she was nearly invisible, thinking to herself, Judeka ended several days ago. After everything that happened, there's no reason for Mamolia to still be in Kenneth. Demonic magic residue still lingered around her as she flew. Then she clearly sensed the mana calling out to her. Limari paused briefly before frowning and flying off anxiously at great speed. At last, she flew through a building and shouted, recognizing the source. "That's Mamolia's." She continued searching through the buildings and the flames raging throughout the city. Flying in her adult form, Limari frowned, pressed her lips together, and called Mamolia's name. Back in the present, Limari hovered in the air amid floating energy crystals, looking down at Mamolia below. "Do you hate me so much that even after becoming like this, you still can't let it go?" Mamolia, still in magical beast form, looked up at Limari amid the burning flames and ruins. Limari added, "I don't know what happened to you." She paused, then finally raised her staff. Dense, dark, purple energy radiated around it. Limari narrowed her eyes and coldly looked down at Mamolia. "But I will not sympathize with you." Then she shouted and unleashed high-level dark demonic magic. Extinction. A massive stream of energy continuously shot downward, striking Mamolia's body and making her scream in pain. Voices quickly rose from below. "That's Limari." She still held her staff, aimed at Mamolia, mercilessly releasing the enormous flow of energy. The knights beneath the flames looked up at her in disbelief and stammered to one another. "The Demon King?" Someone quickly asked, "What did you say?" "The Demon King is defeating that magical beast?" "Why would the Demon King do that?" Below, a group treated one another's wounds. One of them said, "Thankfully, she doesn't seem interested in us." Then he added, "In any case, there's nothing we can do in this situation. Retreat quickly." Meanwhile, Limari calmly watched Mamolia from above. Looking down at Mamolia being scorched by flames, she felt that something was wrong. "I used demonic magic with pure destructive power," she thought. But then she hesitated. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, Limari frowned and pressed her lips together. Would that magical beast really die so easily? She looked down at the A-rank raid team members scrambling to retreat and confirmed, "The people trapped here, the ones retreating. They're all A-rank raid team members, aren't they?" Mamolia's body twitched, though it was still burning in the flames. A female mage from the raid team seemed to sense something and quickly turn around. Her eyes widened in shock as she murmured, She screamed inwardly in terror. Its mana attribute has changed. She watched Mamolia's body gradually transform on the ground. Meanwhile, Limari above seemed to realize something as well. She calmly observed Mamolia's every movement below. Then a hand stretched out from within the shell and pierced through it. Fluid gushed out after it. Seeing the sight before her, Limari grimaced in disgust and gritted her teeth as she looked down. Mamolia's body rapidly recovered and crawled out of the shell. Her entire body was covered in slime, and she let out a low growl. The raid team members stared at Mamolia in panic and cried out, "What is that?" Someone came out of its shell. That magical beast isn't dead. It emerged from its shell and looked around. Then a tremendous energy burst from Mamolia's eyes as she frowned. She shouted as she unleashed mid-level demonic magic, Invisible Dagger. The female mage was immediately beheaded, blood spraying everywhere. Someone nearby screamed in horror. Mamolia then instantly teleported in front of them. The swordsman stared in shock and murmured, A moment later, Mamolia glanced at the raid team members lying paralyzed on the ground. Their faces were filled with terror. Mamolia's pupils contracted as she quietly invoked explosive demonic magic. Then a huge circular explosion of energy swept through the city. An enormous empty space formed around her body, and no one within its range survived. Limari gripped her staff and shouted down at Mamolia, "Mamolia!" Mamolia silently looked toward Limari. Subconsciously, Mamolia called her name. "Limari." Limari frowned and calmly watched her. Then Limari noticed Mamolia's slimy legs buckling painfully. Mamolia cried out, "Limari, my body is melting. It hurts." Standing at the edge of the crater, Limari calmly watched Mamolia and thought, "She's still complaining? Is it that hot?" Mamolia's body began to melt. With bloodshot eyes, Mamolia looked at her own hand. Mana continuously poured from her body as she concluded, "It feels like I'm about to die, but I want to." Mamolia stammered and paused. Then she raised her head, glared at Limari, smiled viciously, and roared, "I think that before I die, I can still take your life." Her face twisted grotesquely. She opened her mouth in a deafening roar, eyes wide as she stared at Limari. Limari coldly watched Mamolia, pointed her staff forward, and used the demonic magic circle, earth-piercing thought. On the other side, Mamolia spread her arms without hesitation and rushed toward Limari. Limari remained standing calmly within a massive demonic magic circle. Countless sharp spikes continuously erupted from the ground beneath Mamolia's feet. But Mamolia quickly crouched down and used her sharp claws to tear the spikes apart. Limari refused to yield and swiftly cast an even larger magic circle, while Mamolia continued closing in. At last, a massive trail of mana appeared beneath the ground. Limari's technique gradually dissipated. She took several steps back, staring at that flow of mana. Then the faint sound of footsteps rapidly approached from beneath the ground, startling her into looking down. Next, something carrying immense energy burst up from underground. It was Mamolia. Her eyes widened as she wore an eerie smile. It seized Limari's staff tightly, continuously growling, "Gur gur, ga!" Limari gritted her teeth and frowned as it grabbed her staff, clutching it tightly in an attempt to wrench it back. Seeing this, Mamolia taunted, "You finally look a little like a demon, king." As soon as she finished speaking, it roared madly, opening its mouth wide as its eyes glowed crimson. Mamolia pressed her lips together and attacked with a resolute gaze. The battle immediately shook the surrounding earth, accompanied by thunderous blasts. Blue and red light spread across the sky. Atop a tall tower, someone approached and asked, "Lord Leviathan, are you satisfied?" Leviathan stood atop the tower with his hands behind his back, looking down at the battle below. Now I understand why you were so confident." He immediately smiled with interest, his eyes never leaving the battlefield. The other person quickly stepped behind Leviathan and added, "If you wait a little longer, my lord, you will witness something even more interesting." Leviathan glanced at him, listening with clear interest. Then he turned back toward the battlefield, narrowed his eyes, and confirmed with an eager smile, "Oh, I'm looking forward to it." Excitedly, he thought, "Everything is proceeding according to plan." On the other side, Limari continued creating magic formations to attack, crying out with difficulty. Mamolia refused to be outdone, thrusting her hand forward and unleashing her demonic magic. Her face gradually began to melt, yet her crimson eyes remained fixed on Limari. The ground beneath Momolia suddenly froze. She lowered her gaze in slight surprise. Limari swiftly seized the opening and used her demonic staff to create a massive magic formation. Momolia continued attacking from below. Limari thought, I don't have much magic power left. She looked at Momolia's melting, decaying body, whose lower half had frozen, and judged, but that body will not last much longer either. Frowning and pressing her lips tightly together, she continued attacking with her staff. If I just hold on, I will win. Then she said, this ends here, Momolia. Suddenly, a flash of light startled Limari. Her eyes widened in shock. In the next instant, countless spikes pierced her abdomen, blood pouring continuously from her stomach and the corner of her mouth. Her face twisted in agony as she groaned. Momolia's arms stretched out, piercing through Limari's body, and she laughed smugly. He. Limari grabbed the writhing arm that had pierced her abdomen and stammered painfully, You. The energy around her wings quickly faded away. Momolia swiftly closed in and grabbed Limari by the throat, making her fall backward and lose her balance. As Momolia tightened her grip, she looked at her own decaying body and laughed cruelly with delight. Oh, my dear Limari. Haha. Limari gritted her teeth as blood continued to flow from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes narrowed furiously as she glared at Momolia. Momolia reminded her, this time it will hurt a little. Faced with this, Limari clenched her teeth so hard that her lips bled, frowning as she struggled to move her arm. The tip of her staff quickly pointed toward Momolia's arm around her throat. Limari softly chanted, Sinfit's denial. Momolia looked at her own arm, unable to react in time. Under Limari's demonic magic, she was blasted away, screaming, Aya! Limari was also sent flying backward by the impact. Momolia staggered and crashed heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust rose with a deafening crash, while Limari dropped to her knees and coughed violently. After a moment, she gradually regained her composure and raised her head toward her opponent, gritting her teeth as she cursed inwardly, Damn Momolia. Then she realized that not a trace of magical power remained in her body. Her vision immediately blurred, fresh blood flowing continuously from the corner of her mouth. She recalled fighting those soldiers, using her spear to support her exhausted body as she faced mountains of piled corpses. It's just like when Lord David gave me the task of defending the teleportation gate. Then she became certain that Lord David had come to rescue her, while she herself had collapsed. Her train of thought suddenly broke off. She quickly collapsed again, reaching out to cover the wound in her abdomen that was still bleeding relentlessly. With her face against the ground, Limari unconsciously murmured, Seriously, why are all these ridiculous thoughts suddenly coming into my head? Then she raised her head and looked at the dark red sky before her, suddenly understanding. So that's it. Limari paused briefly, then calmly gazed up at the star-filled sky, convinced, so this is what death feels like. Finally, she whispered in disappointment, You ended up wearing it after all. I am truly. Saw thee. Limari lowered her head in exhaustion, her hand slipping away from her wound as blood spread into a large pool beneath her. Using the last of her strength, she murmured, Before I could even begin the work you entrusted to me. At last, her body seemed to shrink as she collapsed onto the ground. A faint cry escaped her lips. Father. Elsewhere, Rina watched over Ao while silently observing the flames raging through the city. She asked, Miss Limari, she'll be all right, won't she? David, standing beside her, casually rested one hand behind his neck and looked over at Rina. She'll probably be fine. She may not look it, but Limari is very strong. Rina stroked Ao's fur with one hand and glanced at David with the other. But that Demon King power from earlier. Before she could finish, David narrowed his eyes and smiled with confidence. Don't worry. It seems even she hasn't noticed it herself. But Limari is an exceptional Demon King. Then he turned to Ao and asked, Don't you think so? Ao raised its head toward him and nodded. Around Limari, a familiar energy suddenly enveloped her. She murmured in confusion, her eyes widening in surprise. Enormous sources of magical power then appeared around her. Limari stared blankly at them, supporting herself with both hands on the ground. Lord David, you wore it, she stammered. Magical power rapidly spread in every direction. Within the demonic tower, smoldering underground, Leviathan calmly stood with his hands behind his back, observing the battlefield below. We have finally captured the Demon King. He looked at Limari lying sprawled across the ground amid thick smoke and blazing flames, then concluded, changing the demonic magic and combining it with a high-damage technique has produced remarkably effective results. Then, seeming puzzled, he asked the person beside him, "What technique did you change that made it so effective?" Hearing this, Leviathan calmly confirmed, "I am still conducting research into stealing an enemy's power while minimizing the side effects suffered by the user, like the Niprim case." At the mention of this chaos, Leviathan's expression twisted visibly with disgust. The figure in the purple cloak frowned calmly and added, "However," he hesitated, then looked at Momolia, who was gradually melting amid the flames. "That thing does not care about side effects at all. Its sole focus is taking the enemy's power." He continued, "It may be unstable, but the power it possesses is immense." Meanwhile, Momolia's body continued melting. She watched Limari struggle in satisfaction as liquid dripped from her body onto the ground. From above, Leviathan narrowed his eyes and looked down with contempt. His face darkened as he thought, all of this is necessary for the coming conquest. Then he questioned himself, is this meant to measure David's strength? The tower's foundations had long since sunk into a deadly sea of flames. As Leviathan surveyed the area, he concluded, still, he seems rather relaxed. The cloaked person beside him looked at him in confusion. What? Leviathan calmed himself and pondered. Does Demon King Limari have no connection to David? He added, if this continues, it may all be over before Gwen arrives. The cloaked figure continued calmly, watching below. Leviathan pressed his lips together tensely, confirming inwardly, before the battle begins, I need to gather as much information about David as possible. Then he could not help wondering, David, where are you? Suddenly, someone beside him cried out, ah, it was Suman. He quickly stepped before Leviathan, lowered his head, and reported, my lord, please look over there. Hearing this, Leviathan glanced over in confusion. The person beside him quickly looked in the same direction. His eyes widened in surprise. Then Leviathan stared wide-eyed at the enormous current of energy before him and stammered in shock. That is, below was Limari, sitting on the ground. David's powerful magical energy enveloped her. Inside it, she looked around blankly in astonishment and murmured, Lord David's magical power. On the other side, Momolia's crimson eyes widened. Her body continued to melt as the current of energy surged toward her. Unable to understand, she growled, Gah, Urg. The energy swiftly prepared to swallow her whole. Momolia stared in terror. At once, powerful demonic magic transformed into countless eyes that stared at her as though passing judgment. She was so frightened that she could not move. She immediately let out a painful roar. Her eyes glowed red as she cried, Then she charged toward Limari. Limari was startled and rose to face her. Magical power churned continuously around her. Momolia swiftly condensed blood into a scythe and swung it down with all her might. She gritted her teeth as her body continued to disintegrate. Momolia gripped her weapon and rushed forward, drawing it back to strike. Limari swiftly swept one hand behind her to invoke her magic. Then she thrust her staff forward, eyes resolute, teeth clenched, and brows furrowed. A vast torrent of energy poured forth. At last, a flash of white light appeared at the tip of Limari's staff. Momolia rushed forward in a fierce attack. Limari quickly called out the name of her demonic magic, as usual. Then Limari groaned in pain, and her staff fell to the ground with a clang. A huge section of Momolia's chest and abdomen had been shattered, leaving her entire body rigid like a statue. Limari's eyes widened in horror. Her trembling hand dropped her weapon as she asked in disbelief, What? How did? Her words were cut off. Limari looked at the eyes she had created behind Momolia and judged in astonishment. This spell could never deal that much damage using only my own power. Then she looked at her arm, which contained David's magical power, and thought with gritted teeth, I clearly used up all of my magical power. I only managed to drive Momolia into the desert. In that situation, I should have died from magical exhaustion and excessive blood loss. Recalling what happened earlier, Limari finally noticed the strange energy in her arm. But why is Lord David's magical power still inside my body? She recalled that day when David's tentacles had wrapped around her body to examine her, and realized all my wounds have disappeared too. Then a question arose in her mind. Did Lord David do something to me then? She turned to look at her abdomen, sweat gathering on her brow. The wound had healed, and she frowned in confusion. On the other side, Mamolia remained frozen in the form of a statue, trying to growl. Ugh! Limari snapped out of her thoughts, picked up her staff, and made a decision. First, I need to confirm it once more. Limari immediately aimed her staff at Mamolia. The ruby on the staff turned blue. Limari calmly cast a life detection spell. At once, fragmented sounds began to echo. Limari. Limari. D. Mamolia's body remained motionless, but the voice continued. After confirming it, Limari lowered her staff and breathed a sigh of relief. The battle is truly over. Then she bowed her head with unfocused eyes, covered her mouth with one hand, and began walking slowly. Her body swayed as she thought, just as I expected. If I use all of Lord David's dark magical power, I can inflict tremendous damage on Mamolia before she ever touches me. She stopped walking and thought, fortunately, I won this battle. I need to return to Lord David quickly, and I need to ask him in detail about this magical power inside my body. But she failed to notice a glow of energy beginning to flicker behind her. A sudden sound behind her made her stop. Limari immediately gripped her staff tightly and looked back warily, her face full of confusion. Mamolia's corpse still stood silently there. Limari's expression darkened, and fear flickered in her eyes. Her hand trembled slightly around the staff as she thought, I must have pushed myself too far. Now I'm imagining sounds that do not exist. The corpse suddenly shattered into countless pieces. From within, a slimy, entirely green, artificial magical beast crawled out. Limari stepped back upon seeing it, narrowing her eyes as she tightened her grip on her staff. What is this thing now? The artificial magical beast rapidly swelled in size. Before Limari's eyes, it swallowed Mamolia's body, leaving her stunned. Is it eating Mamolia's corpse? Immediately, Mamolia's body inside, it decomposed into a dry skeleton. Seeing this, Limari reassessed the situation. No, it is absorbing her magical power. Sensing danger, Limari quickly leaped away, but kept her eyes fixed on the artificial magical beast. I do not know what is happening, but I have no obligation to deal with this. Mamolia is dead, and I have completed my task. I know absolutely nothing about this magical beast. She stomped hard on the ground, magical power surging around her. Limari confirmed her plan once more. I will use a simple attack to draw its attention, then leave with teleportation demonic magic. Suddenly, an attacking force of energy bound Limari, making her eyes widen in shock. Fresh blood spilled from her mouth as she groaned in pain. Her entire body went weak, and she fell painfully to the ground. Limari struggled to reach out, her gaze unfocused as blood continuously poured from her mouth. Damn it, I have reached my limit. Then she added, this is the price of using unfamiliar magical power. The artificial magical beast slowly approached her. Seeing this, Limari urged herself inwardly. I have to get up. The magical beast then lunged at her. But Limari was helpless. She could only grit her teeth, squeeze her eyes shut, and groan in pain as she prepared to endure the attack. Just as the slimy magical beast drove its sharp appendage downward, several ropes appeared from nowhere and dragged Limari away, allowing her to evade the attack. Her unfocused eyes opened wide in confusion. Her body was pulled rapidly backward, suspended in midair. Limari cried out, NGH. Below her, Rina calmly held the other end of the rope and looked ahead. Ao swiftly charged over and used its body to catch Limari. Seeing this, she cried out in surprise, Rina! Tears of joy welled up in her eyes as she stroked Ao's head and called its name. Ao turned back and happily licked her face. Rina calmly looked at Limari, and Ao sitting on the ground, and said, I was wondering why you were taking so long. I did not know you were fighting that thing. Limali stammered, I am sorry. Then she thought, Ao and Rina are here. Which means, but before she could finish the thought, a long yawn confirmed it. David approached calmly with his hands in his pockets and said, You're too slow. Limari, I was almost asleep. Hearing that, all three turned to look at him. Still wrapped around Ao, Limari called out loudly, Sir David. Then David pointed foolishly at his own face and said, Rina, you handled that magical beast well just now, but it still wasn't enough. At those words, Rina pictured herself cutting the corpse in half, though she kept a smile on her face as she looked at him. I'm not entirely sure. If someone without skills like mine tries to use your technique, it won't work. Then she added, But Rina believes that with your strength, Sir David, you can definitely do it. Faced with such innocence, David looked at her. He frowned too, then reluctantly confirmed, All right, let's do that. Limari stood behind them, speechless as she watched. Then he frowned, looked at the artificial magical beast, and asked why. But Rina merely looked up blankly beside him, offering no reply. Before them stood a gigantic artificial magical beast. David voiced his suspicion. I have the feeling that thing is getting bigger. Then, David lowered his head, shut his eyes in annoyance, and complained, What a hassle. Seeing that, Rina raised her weapon and glanced at David. Rina will deal with it as quickly as possible, sir. But David quickly opened his eyes and looked up, calmly telling her, No need. At once, the artificial magical beast viciously swung its sharp limbs at them. David's hand moved swiftly, and, dark-faced, he added to Rina, Leave it to me. The magical beast immediately swung its fist at him. Yet he calmly extended an arm before himself, preparing to take the blow. The magical beast then unleashed a fierce attack, but his arm stopped it with ease. His whole body remained perfectly steady. Behind them, the artificial magical beast attacks shattered the ground into cracks and debris, but he stood motionless and unharmed. Seeing this, the artificial magical beast stared at him wide-eyed. Its long arms trembled as they slowly recoiled in confusion. David asked it, What's wrong? Then, glaring at it murderously while gripping part of its body, he asked, Want to shake hands with me? Elsewhere, Rina cheerfully took out a teapot and asked Limari, Would you like some tea? Limari looked up at her in bewilderment. Where did you get all that? Rina was still delighted by Limari's demonic magic. She replied, As a maid, I should at least be properly prepared. Meanwhile, David still tightly gripped the artificial magical beast, veins bulging in his arm. Limari's stammering voice sounded out. I see. Then David gave a powerful tug without hesitation, ripping off part of the artificial magical beast's body. He then grabbed the magical beast by both arms, swung it through the air several times, and calmly flung it away. Its eyes widened as fluid sprayed from its body. Once it had curled up, David swiftly smashed its body into the ground. A series of thunderous impacts rang out. Soon, thick clouds of dust swallowed the magical beast's body. Then it swiftly lifted its head, looked at him, and suddenly lunged forward, only to plunge straight into the ground. Limari raised her teacup, glanced at David, and asked Rina, Are you sure he'll be all right? Rina calmly held her tea and reassured her, There's no need to worry. Her face was full of pride. Smiling as she held her cup amid the clouds of dust behind her, she added, Sir David has stepped in, after all. David calmly held a piece of the magical beast's body in one hand, the other still in his pocket, as he walked over the devastated ground. He circled behind the chunk of flesh and approached the magical beast lying sprawled on the ground, letting out an inquisitive, Looking at the fluid leaking from it, he remarked, You seem pretty tough. Then he swiftly reached toward it, murder clear on his face, and asked, Then how about this? Magical power began to gather in his hand. He placed his hand on its body, and magical power began to seep inside. The magical beast's body immediately started swelling and warping. David frowned at the sight. The beast's fluid splashed directly onto his face. Oh wait, the artificial magical beast then exploded into pieces. Its internal fluids rained down everywhere. David's face darkened as he stood amid the downpour of fluid and body fragments. TCH, looks like I accidentally put too much magical power into it. Meanwhile, Rina quickly took out an umbrella to shield herself and frowned. Oh my, what a mess. Limari sat on the ground, soaked to the bone, and looked at her in surprise. Where did that umbrella come from? Then Limari looked over the wreckage before her. Kneeling amid the fragments of the artificial magical beast, she thought that thing was clearly an extraordinarily powerful opponent. She raised her head and calmly assessed. I'm certain it was stronger than any dragon and most demon kings. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Then she looked toward the slime, clinging to the roof of a nearby building, and thought, at least I think so. After everything was dealt with, Sir David leisurely walked toward Rina and Limari, yawning as he said, I'm so sleepy. Fatigue was plain on his face, both hands tucked into his pockets. Seeing this, Rina ran over with the umbrella and warned, You mustn't, Sir David. What if some of that filth falls into your mouth? Limari sat silently behind them, watching. Then Ao happily raised a piece of the artificial magical beast's body before David. At the sight, David covered his nose with a hand, frowned deeply, and grimaced in disgust. That's revolting. Why did you bring that filthy thing over here? Standing behind him, Limari hesitantly reminded him, That filthy lump used to be Mammolia. David glanced at her, then covered Ao's mouth with his hand and asked, Used to be what? Rina stood beside him under the umbrella, turning back as she waited for an answer. Her expression darkened, and she pouted unhappily as she recalled Mammolia's appearance. Turning to Limari, she confirmed, that cunning woman was this thing? Sir David frowned and muttered darkly, Oh, I think I remember now. Ao simply stared at them with wide eyes. Limari then explained, When I first met Mammolia, her body had already become deformed. But afterward, that thing came out and devoured her body. Rina murmured to herself, Are those two some kind of parasite? Ao still held the parasite in its mouth, fluid continuously dripping from it. Limari replied that she was not sure, but parasites like that were common, so that was probably the case this time as well. Ao immediately shook its head hard, causing slime to stream from the magical beast's body. David stood beside them, his eyes wide as he avoided the filthy fluid and cried out in disgust, Disgusting. Rina quickly held the umbrella out before herself for protection. Only Limari rushed over, anxiously warning Ao, Don't do that. Suddenly, a piece of the magical beast fell beside Rina. She silently stared at the dripping mass and let out a thoughtful, Finally, she looked up towards Sir David and called, Sir David. He answered with an his eyes still fixed on Ao's mouth. Rina added, Rina knows what it is now. Meanwhile, Limari was still sitting atop Ao, tugging at it. Fragments of the artificial creature's body lay scattered around them. David stood across from Rina and listened as she confirmed, It is an artificial creature. At the same time, in a tower at the center of the city, the people of the demonic tower spoke regretfully one after another. How can this be? The pinnacle of alchemy, our newest masterpiece. Someone beside them added, Under normal conditions, it should have lasted at least 3 minutes. Hearing this, Leviathan, who was observing from above, interrupted them. There is no need to waste your breath, making excuses. The people of the demonic tower gave a disgruntled snort, not daring to argue. Leviathan narrowed his eyes and thought, just as expected. No matter how powerful an artificial magical beast created through alchemy may be, it cannot stand against David. He turned and began to leave, saying, But he dealt with it too quickly. It seems there's no need to call Gwen anymore. Then he told the man beside him, Let's return to Ria's. As he walked toward the blond man, he asked, Are you all right, Magic Tower Master? The man quickly used his staff to rise from his chair and gave a reply. Leviathan immediately glanced at him and said, Our deal ends here. The Magic Tower Master jolted in shock, staring at Leviathan's back as he pressed, What? When they gave no response, Leviathan turned to leave. Unable to bear it any longer, the Magic Tower Master shouted to stop him. Wait a moment. The others halted, and the two behind Leviathan turned to look at him. He frowned, his face full of resentment, and angrily confronted the three of them. You said these sacrifices were all for the future of the Empire. How can you simply walk away? Pointing at the raging flames consuming both people and property, he said, At this rate, every sacrifice will have been for nothing. Hearing this, Leviathan turned around and approached. He calmly placed a hand on the man's shoulder and asked, For nothing? Then he urged the Magic Tower Master, Look carefully. Look at the state of the fortress the brave soldiers of Kenneth risked their lives to defend. Below them was a mass of burning ashes. Leviathan leaned close to his ear, narrowed his eyes, and whispered, "This is only half the casualties we expected." The Magic Tower Master's face filled with horror, his pupils suddenly contracting as he let out a small cry. The Magic Tower Master immediately collapsed to the ground in despair, while Leviathan calmly turned and walked away. As Leviathan walked away, he thought calmly, "Sacrifices for nothing? We have clearly reaped quite a harvest." The others swiftly turned and followed him. They left the Magic Tower Master sitting alone in despair by the tower's railing, staring down below. Leviathan calculated inwardly, "Now I'm certain that ordinary power cannot defeat David." Then he looked toward Limari playing with Ao and continued, "Furthermore, he has people important enough to make him personally enter the fight." Recalling the Empire's flag and the slaughter taking place everywhere, Leviathan concluded, "In addition, this disaster will certainly ignite a war." Finally, he added with satisfaction, "Excellent. When that time comes, someone will need the power of our masterpiece." Leviathan recalled the streets below, consumed by raging flames, and thought, Kenifa's casualties will only be seen by outsiders as the result of a conflict between humans and magical beasts. With human and magical beast corpses strewn everywhere below, Leviathan thought, outsiders will never know that this disaster was connected to those artificial creatures. Leviathan's group quickly crossed through the smoke-filled ruins. Suman reported to him, "There is a teleportation gate around that corner that leads directly to Ria's. I have just contacted the subordinates we planted there." Suddenly, as though sensing something, Suman urgently raised a hand to signal everyone to stop. A quiet grunt sounded from behind. Leviathan glanced at him and asked, "Sir Suman, what is it?" Suman's expression was full of vigilance, his brows tightly furrowed. "My lord," then he reported, "I have just received word that someone has infiltrated the teleportation gate." A deafening explosion suddenly erupted ahead of them, sending earth, stones, and smoke flying everywhere. Suman added, "There is only one enemy. It is a magical beast in the form of a maid." Everyone braced themselves against the shockwave as they listened to his report. Leviathan frowned deeply as he understood. "It is the maid who uses that mirror." He speculated inwardly, "She wants to cut off our retreat. That means she knows humans are involved in this." Recalling the image of Rena that he had seen in a book, he thought further, it appears artificial creatures can recognize one another. At last, Leviathan turned around and urgently told his two cloaked subordinates, "We must return to the demonic tower immediately and construct a temporary teleportation gate. The magical power flowing through the tower is enough for us to make one long-distance teleportation." Suddenly, a sharp blade of light sped toward them. In an instant, Night Jin rushed forward and swung his sword to block the attack. Suman followed closely behind, while Leviathan was protected in the middle. Night Jin shouted, "Chief!" The projectile shot forward at tremendous speed. But then, a rope from above swiftly wrapped around Night Jin's weapon. Night Jin's eyes widened in shock as he cried out. The rope coiled around his sword violently pulled Night Jin away. He leaned back, bracing his feet against the pull with a grunt. Then he quickly steadied himself and shouted to those behind him, "Sir Suman, leave this place to me. Please take the chief and leave immediately." Leviathan looked at Night Jin and said gravely, "I know your strength and courage well, but how can I leave you here alone?" Hearing this, Night Jin frowned anxiously and urged him, "We do not have much time. Please hurry." Then Night Jin's feet slid rapidly as he was dragged away, and he shouted again, "Leave now." Suman, standing nearby, turned to Leviathan and urged, "Chief, let us go." Leviathan frowned and called Night Jin's name. Then he narrowed his eyes and sternly warned, "Before I give you permission, if you dare die, I will never forgive you." On the other side, Night Jin's eyes widened, and he answered loudly with unwavering resolve, "Understood." The others quickly departed, leaving Night Jin alone in the mist. Rena's figure gradually emerged. She held one end of the rope tightly wound around Night Jin's sword. Night Jin looked at her and asked, "I heard that you murdered countless members of the raid teams. Is that right?" He continued, "I have heard quite a lot about you as well." A figure slowly emerged from the dense smoke, revealing her face. Rina's footsteps became clearer as she approached at a leisurely pace. Night Jin frowned and watched her warily. It was Rina, holding the other end of the rope. Her eyes were wide and her face shadowed as she stared at him. Night Jin spoke, the sword-wielding maid. Elsewhere, amid the ruins, footsteps rang out continuously. Magical beast corpses littered the ground. Leviathan's group was still moving quickly. Following behind, Suman asked Leviathan, who was walking ahead, "Chief, perhaps I am too old to understand your intentions. Why did you allow Night Jin to act alone?" Hearing this, Leviathan asked Suman in return, "Knight Suman, does he truly look like he is alone?" The two cloaked figures behind them walked while warily watching their rear. Realizing he had misspoken, Suman stammered, I also know he is not entirely alone." Even so, Leviathan continued walking and reminded him, "I am sure you know Night Jin's abilities very well, Knight Suman." At last, Suman walked forward uncertainly and told Leviathan, "Yes, that is precisely why I understand even less. We should have left another knight behind to support him." Leviathan denied it as he walked. "No, that would only distract him." Suman asked in confusion why. Leviathan calmly replied, "Night Jin. He is someone blessed by the spirits." Meanwhile, Night Jin swiftly leaped between buildings to evade her. The structures behind him were rapidly sliced to pieces by Rina. Rubble and broken bricks came crashing down in heaps. Seeing this, Night Jin turned back and snorted. Below, Rina advanced step by step like a demon, countless cords winding behind her. Her eyes had turned white as she glared murderously at Night Jin. "Sir David ordered me to destroy the teleportation gate gathering point and kill every one of you filthy humans. Understand?" Night Jin frowned, gritted his teeth, and stared at Rina. "Because I'm the last human still here, you intend to toy with me like a cat with a mouse?" Rina rapidly closed in through the smoke and dust, warning him, "Stop playing tricks, human. The reason you ran earlier was to buy time for the others to escape." Night Jin warily clenched his fists. Then a gust of wind swept past. It was Rina moving at high speed. She instantly appeared in front of Night Jin, dual blades in hand. Did you think Rina wouldn't notice? Before he could react, he tightened his grip on his sword. His eyes widened as he frowned and raised his blade to block, crying out in alarm. Rina continued, "Even if you are alone," Night Jin's sword was swiftly cut in half, making him grit his teeth in shock. Rina wore the expression of a feral beast, her eyes wide as she praised him. "You did well, human." He stared in astonishment as she charged toward him and swung her blade down. Then, as though she had achieved her goal, she gave a cold laugh. Night Yin suddenly shouted, "No!" Spirit burst. His body was covered in blood as green energy radiated from him. The energy then shot outward in every direction. Rina retreated in confusion. Her face was injured, yet she remained calm. She wiped it with her hand and assessed him. He isn't an ordinary swordsman. Was he gathering magical power just now? Then the ground rapidly cracked apart. Rina continued, and this magical power. Before she could finish, long hair appeared before her amid surging spheres of water. Seeing the earth spirit behind Night Jin and the water spirit surging up before her, she confirmed, "It belongs to spirits?" The earth spirit immediately swung its arm, creating a wind fist. It then smashed the fist into the ground. A massive wave of power surged toward Rina. She quickly leaped backward, landing on flying rocks to evade the attack. The water spirit then swept its hand forward. Water rapidly transformed into a giant hand and seized the chunks of rock and earth. They flew toward Rina at high speed. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and shattered the rocks with her twin blades. An even larger boulder quickly appeared before her. It shot straight toward her, but she still charged forward without hesitation. The boulder shattered and fell to the ground, burying Rina beneath the debris. The water spirit rode atop the earth spirit. From the other side, Night Jin's voice gave an arcane command, "Ludicom." Rina sat up from within the rubble and looked toward them. Then she raised her head, staring upward in slight confusion. A massive whirlwind appeared before her and engulfed her. The dirt, stones, and debris at her feet were rapidly swept into the air. Rina assessed it. Windstone wall. She studied the flow within the storm. This tempest was created with an enormous amount of magical power. Finally, she concluded, he has essentially used an advanced spell to seal off this entire area. On the other side, Night Jin still smiled smugly at Rina. Inwardly, he shouted in exhilaration, "This is what you get for looking down on humans." Stay in there, beast. Rena stood calmly within the storm and assessed. He can control 2 high-ranking spirits at once. Her face was filled with surprise and excitement as she smiled. How interesting. She then drew her weapon, which coiled around her wrist, and called out, "Human." Meanwhile, at the temporary NEP shelter, an anxious voice rang out among the tents. "Wait, Badit, I told you already. How could the Assault Bear squad possibly be wrong?" Another person retorted, "You want me to do nothing and just sit here waiting to die? At least we should try to do something." The girl helplessly followed Badit and tried to persuade him. "What can you do alone?" But Badit ignored her, frowning as he pulled open the tent flap. "I don't know, but I can't stay here. I need to enter the city and see what's happening inside." A group of members seated around a campfire looked toward him. He turned back to look at them. The girl reported to the bald leader, "Chief, please stop Badit. He hasn't fully recovered yet." Hearing this, the man frowned and glanced at him. Badit insisted, "Damn it, I really am fine now." But the chief quickly stopped him. "We can't let you do that, Badit." Badit's eyes widened in surprise, and he fell silent. The chief then reminded him, "Listen, there may still be survivors, so we need to head to the raid site and the magic tower." Badit stood there wide-eyed, listening in confusion. The chief held out his hand and added, "We'll go there and clear the way." The chief then gestured toward the people inside the tent. "Silver Deer Raid Squad, Diana." They promptly rose to look at him. The chief's eyes widened as he shouted to everyone, "Everyone, prepare to move out. Drive out the magical beast that destroyed our beloved city." Badit, standing nearby, called out with tears in his eyes, "Chief." Suddenly, a man in the crowd pointed into the distance and shouted excitedly, "Hey, look!" They turned toward the sound. "It's a guardian." Among the small tents outside, a golem was rapidly moving toward them. Someone immediately confirmed, "It's a guardian golem from the Net Mountain Range. It must have come with a raid squad to rescue us." The girl looked at the golem facing them and said, "Perfect. A guardian golem will be a valuable and vital force for our team." Beside her, Badit blankly raised his head and said, "No." The girl looked up at Badit in confusion. "What's wrong?" Badit's face twisted as he clenched his teeth. His eyes widened in disbelief. "That can't be." Then he stammered, "Everyone." The golem swiftly raised its arm and drew it back. Badit turned and urgently shouted at everyone around him, "Run!" A tremendous explosion rang out, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Several minutes earlier, amid the desolate ruins, a conversation had taken place. David held a communication mirror while speaking with Patrick. Patrick asked, "We thought it went out of control while you were doing something, so you decided to make up story. Isn't that right?" David's face darkened as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, who does he think I am?" On the other end, Patrick narrowed his eyes at David. "I thought the Empire's Alchemy Association was the only place capable of creating artificial life forms." Remembering the association, he added, "And judging by the scale of it, the Empire is clearly involved as well." Patrick's voice continued through the mirror. "The most likely scenario is that the Demon King Mammolia came into contact with humans. A conflict occurred, and the humans defeated the Demon King." David had already begun yawning and muttered to himself, "This story is getting long." Patrick then asked, "Do you know what happens after humans defeat a Demon King?" He answered his own question. "They cut off the Demon King's head, then send it to the Demon King's army or hang it in a public square." Patrick frowned in displeasure. "They say it raises the soldiers' morale, but all I see is cruelty." David imagined Mammolia's father's head and the heads of those 2 demons, Limari and Mammolia, mounted on spears. He frowned irritably and complained, I really don't understand the point of doing that." Patrick added, "If they stopped doing that and instead began making artificial creatures and releasing them into towns, then something else must have happened." Their voices echoed through the desolate ruins. David agreed. "That's right." Recalling the flying creature, he reassessed the matter. "It does seem very suspicious. When I was looking for Rena, I encountered an artificial flying creature," David added, "but it wasn't merely capable of flying. It was far more unusual than that." He recalled seeing Rena inside a glass experimental tank. "Logically, all the research data should have vanished. I destroyed all of their materials." Patrick grew even more tense in the mirror, cold sweat breaking out on his face. "It looks highly suspicious. Is that really all you can think of?" He added, "At this rate, in a few years they may be able to create artificial humans humans on Rena's level. The thought of there being several more run as made David panic. With a gloomy expression and cold sweat on his brow, he asked Patrick fearfully, "HM, if that happens, that would be a little terrifying, wouldn't it?" David suddenly sprawled on the ground with his limbs raised in the air, throwing a childish tantrum. "Ugh, I'm exhausted. Can't we just stay out of this? Where are we even supposed to find clues? Why don't we just destroy this entire town?" Patrick calmly agreed. "Let's do that." David stopped his tantrum, stared at the mirror in surprise, and asked, "HM, really?" Patrick confirmed, "Yes, my lord. Do you think those people would stop after experimenting on a Demon King? They must be monitoring it somewhere." David looked at Patrick in a mirror and confirmed, "So that means they saw me too." Patrick answered his question. "They angered Limari, and they saw you as well. On top of that, they abandoned that disastrous experiment and left it for you to deal with. Aren't they going too far?" David agreed again. "Fine, then we'll do it." His face was full of disgust as the corner of his mouth curled upward. He glared and declared, "They forced me to do this. They'd better not regret it." On the other end, Patrick narrowed his eyes and replied in dissatisfaction, "That's right. Fine. If the situation is beyond saving, then let's level that town." Back in the present, the golem had burned all the remaining enemies to ashes. Nothing but devastation and ruins remained on the ground. After receiving Patrick's report, Limari and the two giant owls obediently stayed where they were, awaiting David's orders. Limari found Patrick's decision somewhat strange, but she could only wait for David's final decision. After considering it for a while, David made his choice. "Patrick has authorized us to destroy everything. In other words, this city will be flattened by the two of you today." Limari's eyes narrowed with delight, happiness blooming in her heart. The two owls barked repeatedly and wagged their tails furiously. David was not at all surprised by the explosive scene before him. His demeanor was unusually calm. Beautiful. However, the two owls, despite being much larger than Limari, trembled in fear and pressed themselves close to her small figure. She could not help shouting, "Hey, stop sticking so close to me." Observing everything, David quickly realized, it seems the humans have gathered together. That will actually make it easier to track them down. At the same time, another fierce battle nearby caught David's attention. The endless clash of blades echoed through the vast space, making it difficult to ignore. Brilliant turquoise light swept in from all directions at such speed that even David could not clearly see what was happening. That is the central district, isn't it? Judging by the magical power I can sense, there are two ancient spirits. It seems Rena is facing a formidable enemy. David narrowed one eye, his tone filled with disdain. "In the end, they are not opponents worthy of me, so there's no need to rush. We can take our time. If there's a powerful fighter over there, then the Empire's ringleaders are clearly hiding somewhere else." How interesting. Having nothing else to do, Limari felt that she finally had a task and said, "You do not need to worry about the city's main gate." She clearly had already made preparations. Limari's eyes were now wherever they needed to be. "I'm monitoring that place through shared vision." Limari proudly patted her chest, smiling until her eyes became slits. "My body has recovered as well, so leave it to me." David turned to look at her with narrowed eyes and slight irritation. "But the main gate is on the opposite side." It seemed the girl was far too full of herself. He turned around and looked at the enormous bell lying casually amid the ruins behind him, considering what to do next. Everyone had done very well. Then, unexpectedly, David kicked the bell off its stand. It easily became a freestanding bell, ready for David's grand undertaking. David lifted the enormous bell without any support, as lightly as if he were holding a bowl. With no change in expression, he said, "I suppose it is time for me to begin." His gaze swept across the ruined cluster of buildings before him. "Let's see whether there is anything that might interest me first." A few seconds later, he happened to notice a narrow, tall building that was strangely clean, without even a speck of dust. The city was about to collapse, yet that building remained completely intact. It was clearly no ordinary place. Without saying more, David threw the massive bell toward that unusual building as though tossing an empty bowl. "Let's start there." But the strange building was actually the secret base of Tobias's Black Tiger Legion, with guards stationed beneath its entrance. There had been nothing unusual below, but the sound of destruction from overhead successfully caught their attention. The moment they looked up, they saw an unidentified object hurtling toward the base. Everyone was caught completely off guard and could only stare blankly as the base came under attack, their minds filled with enormous question marks. The soldiers inside the base, including the Legion's 3 core members, were utterly shocked to be attacked in the middle of such a fierce battle. "Commander, where did that thing come from? Was it one of the ancient magical beasts?" Before they could understand what was happening, both the interior and exterior of the base began to collapse. One of the load-bearing walls had been destroyed in the one-sided attack, causing the building to tilt toward the unsupported side and collapse, taking the soldiers inside with it. No, before the tower completely fell, the people inside managed to escape in time with the assistance of the gate guards below. They joined forces to stop it. A dazzling blue shield appeared, wide enough to protect all of them and the others. At the final moment, the entire small tower crashed directly onto the shield with an earth-shaking roar, making the ground tremble. Fortunately, they were quite capable. Otherwise, the shield could never have withstood the weight of so many collapsing bricks and stones at once. One soldier controlling the shield reported to the commander, "Sir, much like the mana-gathering energy core within a magic stone, we need to accumulate magical power in this temporary core. But because the tower has been destroyed, it appears that we will need another 10 minutes to complete it." The tower had suddenly collapsed for no reason, leaving the soldiers, including Leviathan, stunned. No one had expected this to happen here. Leviathan asked Suman thoughtfully. Suman quickly answered, "It has only just begun. About 5 minutes." Having received that less-than-optimistic answer, Leviathan needed to carefully plan every step. As for the energy core Rena had destroyed, only the coordinate device had been damaged. The main core remained intact. If Night Jin encounters David, there may still be a chance. No, Night Jin does not possess a complete apocalypse. He cannot possibly defeat David. The situation is becoming increasingly difficult and complicated. This time, we are certainly doomed. Suman suddenly made a request of the chief. "Sir, could you send me back to the teleportation point?" Leviathan looked at him suspiciously. "Why would you make such a request in an emergency like this?" Realizing that the chief did not understand his intentions, Suman hurriedly explained, "I guarantee that I will bring Night Jin back." The determination in his eyes finally made Leviathan relent and agree. Elsewhere nearby, Night Jin, another member of Tobias's Black Tiger Legion, stared fixedly at the blue vortex before him as though it could swallow souls. The spirit's power was not absolute. He lowered his gaze to the hand that had created the violent vortex and silently calculated. Even summoning them required a vast amount of mana and a cooldown period, let alone sustaining them in battle, which consumed even more mana. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became. Jin was using this powerful vortex to deal with Rena. However, as long as this mana vortex remains, I still have the upper hand. Even if she breaks through it, I can use earth spirits to stop her. He stared resolutely at the vortex before him, his expression entirely unguarded. "I will not forget why I came here. What I seek is not a temporary victory." Jin sank into his thoughts, and everything around him seemed to disappear beneath the flow of his mind. "I will only surrender once my mana has run dry." But his satisfaction lasted less than 3 minutes. The ground suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding rocks and earth trembled with it. A second later, his entire body seemed to lose its weight as he fell through the air, as if plummeting from an unimaginable height. His formerly resolute gaze became one of utter panic. His pupils dilated to their limit, as though he could not believe what was happening. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot, filled with extreme terror. Strangely, a round yet razor-sharp blade suddenly appeared before him. It felt as though the slightest brush against it would be enough to take his life. It was something he had encountered in the stories he read as a child, back when he worshipped heroes. Its name came from that. From the sky, the blade looked small, but as it descended, it became enormous. An ancient guillotine came to mind, as vividly as though he had seen it yesterday. It was exactly like a guillotine. Jin never expected that his day would come, the day he might die. Countless questions escaped his lips. Why? Jin fell helplessly onto a stretch of ground covered in rubble. Beside him was the guillotine blade he had just imagined. He struggled to breathe, gasping for air as blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth and trail down one side of his face. As the ground continued to shake from the surprise attack, the supposedly indestructible vortex he had taken such pride in reverted to its original form and could no longer continue fighting. He was utterly stunned. His vortex had been so powerful, yet it had been scattered by a single strike of dust and earth. He stammered in disbelief. How did you do that? It was almost laughable. Where had his arrogant confidence gone? Rina's hazy figure emerged from the thick cloud of dust, like a brave warrior returning in triumph and savoring her enemy's defeat as spoils of war. Rina approached him. Rina was somewhat exhausted now, resting atop a pile of jagged, cold rocks. She gripped the formidable treasure that had just defeated Jin and spoke of her weapon. This blade and wire can extend and contract freely up to 10 meters. It can easily split even a demonic vortex in two. Rina walked over to the sword that had destroyed the vortex, which was embedded in the ground, and calmly addressed Jin. Human, you have received the spirit's blessing and protection, haven't you? Rina drew her blade and advanced toward Jin as she continued. Since you have been cut in half, it seems that not even a priestess can save your life. The sound of the blade scraping across the ground and metal striking stone was chilling. Rina stared straight at Jin, who lay miserably on the ground, covered in wounds, while she herself was completely unscathed. A sense of triumph filled her, and she happily swung her blade in threat. But why should I not finish you off right now? Just as Rina was about to strike, a piercing shout rang out from behind her, completely interrupting the butcher maid's unfinished motion. As though exposed before a crowd, Rina spun around, her eyes like those of a venomous serpent. Her fury flared as if it could burn the sky itself. Suman had arrived just in time before Rina could strike. He was holding an enormous hammer, several times larger than Thor's thunder hammer. Seeing Rina stop, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she stopped. Since Sir Jin is blessed by the spirits, I only need to stall for time. But before he could rejoice, his eyes widened in terror. Rina did not care in the slightest what Suman called her. Her top priority was to finish Jin and ensure he could not return alive. Thus, she was faster than Suman by a fraction of a second. Her sword stabbed straight through Jin's leg, rendering Suman's desperate cry useless. Jin's hope of rescue vanished into thin air. Blazing with rage, Suman threw caution to the wind and charged forward to attack. But Rina did not take him seriously at all. She did not consider him an opponent worthy of her level, and her attitude was utterly indifferent. It seems I can get more out of you than from that corpse. Rina decisively swung her sword. The sharp blade instantly transformed into a 10-meter-long wire attached to a razor-edged blade, viciously striking at her opponent as though it intended to devour its prey. Suman refused to be outdone. Seeing Rina's blade, he scoffed. What can a tiny blade like that do? He decisively swung his huge hammer and charged at Rina. But he had truly underestimated her. How powerful would that blade have to be to cut through Jin's terrifying vortex? As he watched the object before him, his pupils suddenly dilated to their limit. Astonishing, was it not? Right before his eyes, at that very instant, the initially small blade transformed into a gigantic executioner's sword dozens of times larger than he was. This was the invincible weapon Rina carried with her. Witnessing that unbelievable sight, he was stunned. It got bigger. He had thought it would fall straight onto his head. Instead, the wire lashed twice at the spot where he stood, while the blade flew far away without attacking him directly. In the blink of an eye, the blade had flown 5 meters past him, leaving him frozen in shock. I thought it was going to attack me. Driven by the wire's momentum, the blade slowed and came to a stop when it struck a mountain-like pile of earth and rocks, producing an unbearably shrill noise. Seeing this, Suman laughed triumphantly, convinced that victory was in his grasp. Did you throw away your weapon? What a foolish choice Butcher made. Yet Rina was one step ahead of him. With a mere wave of her hand, the blade immediately appeared above his head. It was only a moment away from falling and taking his life. By the time he looked up, the blade was directly over his head and descending. Suman reacted quickly, using the hammer in his hand to block the blade and narrowly preserve his life. But Rina merely uttered an incantation, Mammolia and Homunculus. The blade's power instantly multiplied, making it difficult for him to hold it back. Meanwhile, Rina remained composed and unmoved. You had better confess everything. Rina gripped the wire tightly, and the blade's power increased further as she sternly threatened. Otherwise, the blade felt as heavy as 1,000 tons. Suman still struggled to endure it. However, the ground beneath his feet had been pressed into a deep crater, and one of his legs had sunk deeply into it. He had barely managed to save his life, but it was far from easy. The blade was not merely becoming stronger, it was also growing larger, making the force of its downward strike increasingly heavier. He had not expected this either. It can grow even larger? Rina had truly subjected him to one surprise after another. Holding back this executioner's blade was even harder than lifting Thor's thunderhammer. Suman exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Blood seeped from the corners of his eyes, sweat streamed down his face, and silent agony was written all over his features. At last, under the weight of Rina's blade, Suman was forced to admit defeat. Butcher maid, you win. He was still desperately trying to preserve his pathetic life, yet had to surrender in such humiliation. Rina seemed poised to leave easily with her victory, but the decisive moment, Suman suddenly made a move that caught her off guard. Somehow, someone had appeared behind her and, in coordination with Suman, dealt her a deadly strike. But you were too focused on this old man. The moment Rina turned around, a cold voice sounded behind her. Magical beast. Night Jin glared at Rina with terrifying blood-red eyes, one steel-like fist clenched as though he could unleash a heaven-shattering blow at any moment. In less than 3 seconds, an immensely powerful burst of blue mana shot directly toward Rina, sending her flying dozens of meters away. In that instant, only the dazzling mana remained, illuminating the entire area. Night Jin withdrew his hand. His steel arm clanged with metallic sounds. Rina had been knocked out of sight by Jin's attack, leaving only Jin standing tall like a mountain. Although seriously injured, Suman could not help praising him when he witnessed the sight. As expected of hero Jin, you drove that maid back in a single move. Night Jin had sent Rina flying more than 10 meters, leaving a long depression in the ground. To Suman, it was truly astonishing, but that had been a sneak attack. In a direct fight, they would likely be evenly matched. When Suman was teleported away, all of Leviathan's subordinates, including Leviathan himself, appeared at the same location. At this moment, Leviathan sat upright after teleporting, filled with worry. Safety had to come first. The temporary teleportation gate was still functioning smoothly. Leviathan raised a hand to clutch his forehead again, his head throbbing with pain. Being the chief truly was not easy. Suman could easily gather Jin's group together. This plan absolutely could not fail. Even if they recognized that homunculus, the people of the Empire would not learn about it for some time. Suddenly, the image of David flashed through Leviathan's mind. That troubling question still echoed in his ears. How will you deal with the consequences? Leviathan's pupils suddenly contracted. A subordinate noticed the chief sitting blankly in a corner and hurried over to ask, "Chief?" David's terrifying figure seemed to flash through his mind again, making him so uneasy that he fell backward. His subordinates panicked, overcome with concern. "Yes, sir, are you all right?" Leviathan quickly waved them off. "I am fine. How much longer before the teleportation gate can be activated?" The subordinate dared not delay and stammered, approximately 3 minutes. Hearing that, he felt somewhat relieved. "All right, do not mind me. Get back to your work." He sat absent-mindedly amid the wreckage he himself had caused. Am I hallucinating? Damn it, my fear has become an inner demon. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. A charming yet resolute female voice rang out through the quiet space, where only the sound of machinery could be heard. "Why is our chief sitting on the ground? How unbelievable." Garrett, the deputy commander and spy of the Black Tiger Legion, suddenly appeared, startling Leviathan. "You are Garrett?" Leviathan responded. "The Magic Tower Master, Lord Polaris, said that a member of the royal family had requested assistance. As it happened, I was passing through this area." What a coincidence. Leviathan did not look at Garrett, instead scanning the surroundings with a probing gaze. "The Magic Tower Master. If you're here, then that means." His words trailed off before he could finish them, perhaps because he felt somewhat embarrassed. Garrett seemed to understand what he meant and replied with a frown, "That is right." Not long afterward, a large force appeared before him. According to Garrett, it was Tobias's entire Black Tiger Legion. A vast group? No, an extremely powerful army that had always followed Garrett closely had now assembled here in full. Garrett merely glanced at Leviathan. She continued, I do not know whether this was part of your plan, but Jin is dead, and old Sir Suman has also been seriously wounded. Jin was fighting that sword-wielding maid. Upon hearing Suman's name, Leviathan shuddered all over. His previously relaxed body immediately went rigid as he stood. Wait, did you hear this information from Suman? Garrett did not understand what Leviathan meant, but calmly replied, Yes. I do not understand what you mean. We came here immediately after receiving the news. Upon hearing Garrett's answer, Leviathan's eyes widened. Immediately afterward, Leviathan hurried away without even having time to explain. Damn it, we have to leave this place at once. Night Jin was still standing stiffly in place, confused about what was happening. Chief, what is wrong? Leviathan's face had turned as pale as paper, devoid of all color. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. He clenched his teeth with a creak and issued a stern command. All of us must leave here immediately. He and Garrett had taken only a few steps when they entered Limari's line of sight. I see them. Limari, who was keeping watch beside Ao, immediately reported upon spotting the target. Lord David, I see them. David turned his head. He cast a sinister gaze at Limari. Terrifying sparks flickered deep within his golden pupils, and his voice was low enough to kill. Oh! Thick dust and smoke covered the entire area. Countless piles of earth and stone stood like mountains, and the air was suffocatingly dense. How could Rina, the butcher maid, possibly be defeated so easily by Night Jin's single punch? She had merely taken a brief rest to recover her strength and stamina. Rina was not dead. She remained completely unharmed amid the smoke and dust. She was David's invincible warrior. Rina exhaled sharply, her heterochromatic eyes glaring furiously at the people smugly convinced they had defeated her. If I, Rina, do not defeat all of you today, then I am no longer Rina. Though seriously wounded, Suman remained clear-headed and instructed his subordinates. Do not fight her. He said it, but no one understood the deeper meaning behind his words, nor did anyone ask further. What do you mean? We have Night Jin and the entire Legion here. What is so difficult about defeating one magical beast? Only he understood the true meaning. Unfortunately, there is truly no time to sit here and explain it to these slow-witted people if they wanted to escape. This is the chief's order. We should not hesitate. The Legion did not dare delay and immediately called Night Jin back. Night Jin retreat, but she seemed deeply unwilling to do so. Huh, what? Night Jin clenched both fists, preparing to strike again. Her voice was filled with determination. Already knocked that magical beast down. Just as she was about to attack again, Leviathan shouted, No, Night Jin, stopping her in time. Even she had not expected Leviathan to show mercy toward a magical beast today. She wondered whether the usually wise chief was still in his right mind. Leviathan said nothing and did not even turn around. He only said sternly, We must return immediately. But Night Jin truly could not accept letting Rina go so easily. Why should they? This was the best opportunity to defeat that guardian of the ancient core. Leviathan could not possibly change his mind so easily just because of Night Jin's words. Even the Legion's trump card had to obey orders. There will be another opportunity, but not now. Leviathan naturally knew that he should not defy the Legion's trump card too harshly, or she might become difficult to control and no longer obey him easily. Thus, he relented somewhat. We will discuss it next time. Night Jin understood the situation. At the very least, she knew that no matter how unwilling she was, Leviathan was still the chief. He bore the lives of the entire Legion on his shoulders. None of that could be buried for the sake of her personal desires. She could only accept it. If you say so. Persuading Gwen counted as a success, even if it was somewhat reluctant. Leviathan's expression eased considerably, and his tone grew much gentler. All right, Leviathan gave the order, everyone gather. He was about to order everyone to head immediately for the teleportation gate. Before he could finish speaking, a massive slash suddenly swept across the ground, cutting off the two of them's retreat. The screech of the blade scraping against the ground was harsh enough to make anyone frown. Everyone stood frozen, unable to understand what had just happened. Rena strode gracefully out of the smoke and rubble. Her voice was gentle, yet sufficient to sever the Black Tiger Legion's only path to survival. Who gave you permission to leave? The powerful female warrior had returned at last. Sir David sent me here because he trusts me. Rena's sharp, mismatched eyes flashed through the pitch-black night, brimming with rage as though she could level the entire city in the next moment. She declared decisively, "None of you are leaving this place." Rena's gaze swept toward Leviathan. He was clearly the most conspicuous person here. That black-haired man must be the chief. Killing him immediately would not be easy. As she surveyed the situation, Gwen somehow found the courage to charge forward and protect him. "Garrett, get Leviathan out of here. I'll hold her back." In contrast to Gwen's ferocious, overwhelming fighting spirit, Rena merely made a detached observation. That blue-haired girl is no weakling. Rena's gaze suddenly turned icy. Blood ran down one side of her forehead, the remnant of that iron-fisted blow from earlier. Rena assessed Gwen. "While conquering this dungeon, I fought many Arang guilds, but I have never met anyone who could fight me to a standstill." Rena lowered the bladed weapon in her hand and declared, "Blue-haired girl, I'll kill you first." That statement successfully enraged Gwen. She flew into a rage and shouted, ready to fight to the death. "You want to kill me? Try it." Not even Leviathan could stop her. His expression darkened, and a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said cryptically, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." In less than a second, a swarm of black and purple butterflies appeared, fluttering around them. Even Garrett had no idea what was happening. Where did these butterflies come from? But they were being far too naive. Where else could these butterflies have come from? What they had feared all along had arrived. One sharp-eyed subordinate recognized it. "Chief, it's demonic magic." Leviathan and Gwen both stood dumbstruck, their eyes wide and their lips trembling soundlessly. "What is this?" Before they could recover, a familiar figure appeared. He emerged through the hazy smoke and slowly approached them. The moment he spoke, fear seized them. "I came here looking for Rena." Leviathan's eyes widened in shock. No matter how quickly they had moved, they had still been one step too late. This time, the entire legion was finished. The dashing man stood with both hands in his pockets, his mocking tone utterly unconcealed. "It's quite lively here." Leviathan's eyes widened. It was as if he were already standing at death's door. The man noticed Leviathan's reaction and merely teased him further. This man was Leviathan's fear and his nightmare. David, the chief who could effortlessly annihilate the Black Tiger Legion single-handedly. The figure who had haunted Leviathan's mind every second, becoming a living shadow, was now standing right before him and toying with him. David spoke. "Hello." David passed Leviathan, directing his gaze at the gathered group while keeping Leviathan in his sights. He narrowed his eyes at them. "HM, it's you people. You look rather familiar." Though they stared at him in stunned disbelief, David's demeanor did not change in the slightest. I remember now." Rena had reunited with Limari and Ao, receiving their warm greetings. "Have you been well?" David nodded in response, still in the mood to joke. "I thought I would never see you again. The green squirrel is here too, and so is Red Hair. And you must be the brave young man, right?" Leviathan's face immediately drained of all color when he was singled out. He struggled to catch his breath, as though doing so might ease his terror, but it barely helped. David's words from their previous encounter echoed in Leviathan's head. "How do you intend to deal with the consequences?" David continued. "The Empire is vast, yet we meet again. Interesting, isn't it?" Leviathan still retained a shred of reason. Though terrified, he did not forget to consider what mattered most. This magical beast had not caused trouble in the city, but had instead come here specifically to find them. There had to be a reason. In the next instant, Leviathan did something that left Gwen, standing behind him, utterly stunned. Leviathan respectfully knelt before David, who towered over him like a mountain. "You still remember us. It is truly an honor. Have you been well lately?" David glanced at Leviathan without taking him seriously at all, treating him like nothing more than an annoying fly. There's no need for such formalities." Leviathan carefully lowered his head and explained, "What I mean is, this incident has nothing to do with us." But he had clearly underestimated David's intelligence. David finally spoke bluntly. "You live in the heart of the city. You didn't come here for no reason, did you?" Leviathan immediately backed down. "We came here to deal with that trouble. If you wish to find the true culprit behind this matter, we will do everything we can to cooperate." David said nothing. He merely watched Leviathan's expression in silence. The slightest flaw in Leviathan's behavior would be instantly noticed by David. Nothing and no one could escape David's eyes, not even Leviathan, chief of the Black Tiger Legion. David turned and began to leave. "As you wish," he said, ignoring Leviathan, who was still kneeling upon the hard, cold stone floor. "How boring. Rina, let's go. I am tired." Rina immediately obeyed. "Yes, Sir David." Only then did David notice that his dear Rina was bleeding, startling him. Rina, you're bleeding." Leviathan had thought he had passed this trial, but the moment he heard the word blood, his entire body went taut as a bowstring. Sweat streamed down Leviathan's face in large drops, as though ready to fall at any moment, while his heart tightened to its limit. In the tense silence, even 1 or 2 drops of sweat hitting the ground were loud enough to draw attention. Naturally, David heard them too. However, David did not react. Watching David's back slowly recede, Leviathan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His complexion brightened, and the corners of his mouth began to rise into a smile. He was delirious with joy, as though success were within reach. But before Leviathan could rejoice for 5 seconds, David whispered dangerously into his ear, "What are you smiling about?" Those words severed Leviathan's hope of survival. David kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. Leviathan had never expected David to strike so suddenly. As he gasped painfully for air, he stammered, "You? Since when did you?" Seeing their respected chief being abused by David like a beggar, Gwyn and Garrett could no longer endure it and rushed forward. But David paid them no attention at all, yet they dared to interfere with him. In that case, they could have a taste of life's harshness. Wearing an expression of absolute terror, Leviathan looked at David with innocent eyes, seemingly begging him for a little mercy, a path to survival. However, David's declaration was like a sharp blade piercing everyone's chest, determining the only path that awaited them. "Do you truly think I would let everything go so easily?" The Black Tiger Legion stood stiffly like wooden statues. Other than helplessly watching their chief suffer at David's hands, there was nothing they could do. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Gwyn immediately rushed forward. Garrett had no time to stop her, her face also filled with panic. The scene resembled an execution ground, surrounded by dense dark magic. One careless move could cost them their lives. This was no situation to underestimate. Leviathan had no idea how dangerous the situation behind him had become. What concerned him now was David standing before him, radiating killing intent thick enough to take a life. In the dim darkness, only Gwyn's hoarse scream remained. Rina and Limari stood to one side, silently watching their chief pass judgment. David's voice rang out with authority. "Perhaps I owed you something in Rias, but this cannot be let go so easily." Rina remained as stern as ever. She watched intently as her chief punished the mastermind behind everything, including the wound on her forehead that continued to seep blood. David approached Leviathan, his careless expression unchanged. He did not consider Leviathan a true opponent at all, merely something to warm up with. His voice held undisguised contempt. "Especially you." David pointed at Leviathan's face. He was still in human form, but in Leviathan's fear-ridden mind, David was a demon pointing at him and treating him like dirt. The terror was written plainly across Leviathan's face as sweat poured from him like rain. The situation was at its breaking point. A row of small wooden arrows flew in and embedded themselves in the ground. Several landed near David, successfully drawing his attention. Their wise chief of the Black Tiger Legion was still under his claws. Who dared fire arrows and disturb him? They truly did not know their place. One of the Black Tiger Legion's supposed elites had actually dared to fire arrows and even arrogantly call out, "Chief." At that moment, even Leviathan turned around in astonishment. How could that man be so reckless? Even Leviathan himself had not dared act rashly, yet that man. Unexpectedly, the arrows were merely a feint. Their purpose was to distract David from Leviathan so that Gwyn could rush in and rescue him. These fools simply did not realize that if David had not deliberately held back, they could never have saved Leviathan. David noticed Gwyn dragging Leviathan away, yet remained utterly calm, as though he were certain that even if they saved him, they could not escape this place. His tone was openly mocking. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Garrett promptly came to her senses and shouted, "Listen up. Give everything you have to protect those two." David clicked his tongue. He watched Gwyn drag Leviathan farther away. Leviathan clenched his cloak in his left hand, preparing a little surprise for them. Gwyn and Leviathan had not gone far before a deafening explosion erupted beneath them. In an instant, smoke engulfed their entire field of vision. They heard David say only one thing: "You people are so annoying." Then he waved his hand. His figure disappeared, yet his voice and hand remained, unmistakably present. Immediately afterward, a barrage of dark magic arrows shot toward Gwyn and Leviathan. Gwyn only had time to mutter, "Teef, there's no dodging this." Both of them stood frozen in place, awaiting death. It seemed that the Black Tiger Legion's two core fighters would perish beneath those sharp magical arrows, but all three arrows were blocked. It was Night Jin, the one who had fired the arrows earlier. He sacrificed himself, shielding Gwyn and Leviathan from the attack and keeping them safe. The largest magical arrow pierced straight through his chest, while each of his arms was struck by another. Blood gushed from his body like a fountain. What a brave warrior. His entire body had been torn apart, yet he still grinned through a mouthful of blood and mocked. "This time, I was faster than you, Gwyn." Alas, his wounds were too severe. His chance of survival was non-existent. He knew it, so he spoke his final words. "Gwyn, please take good care of the chief." Then he died heroically while protecting his chief and comrades, his body collapsing forward. Gwyn and Leviathan were both stunned speechless. Jin's blood still stained Gwyn's face. Watching her comrade die miserably at David's hands, Gwyn fell into a state of horror. Her white teeth clenched tightly together as choked, wordless sobs escaped her throat. Jin's sharp arrows were still there. Some lay scattered across the ground, while others had embedded themselves directly into the stone. But their owner was gone. Gwyn ground her teeth. The rage building within her made her want to kill David with a single punch. Gwyn rose decisively, ready to fight. She could not allow another soldier to die at David's hands. At some point, her royal ceremonial attire had turned to ash, revealing a striking combat outfit that accentuated her steady, earth-shaking steps. However, before she could take 3 steps, Leviathan seized her wrist. Leviathan shouted at Gwyn, "Gwyn, don't." She had gone mad. Leviathan's attempt to stop her had no effect. Instead, it only made Gwyn even angrier. "Why are you stopping me?" Leviathan no longer had the strength to explain anything to her. He could only try to prevent her from acting rashly. "Don't." But someone burning with rage was never easy to reason with. Gwyn's attitude did not soften in the slightest. How could it? Garrett, who had not joined the fighting and remained on the perimeter, could observe the situation more clearly, but she was still terrified. Sweat soaked her delicate face. She began calculating other ways to save the entire team. To end this battle, they had to use the teleportation gate. But anything capable of changing the course of the battle would not be easy to accomplish. A vast amount of dark magic released by David surrounded Garrett. How could they simply escape? Dark magic blanketed the area. It was like poisonous gas, making it hard to breathe. Naturally, Garrett was struggling for breath, and the other soldiers would be suffocating as well. The moment they came into contact with that magic, breathing became extraordinarily difficult. The amount of oxygen in the air seemed to have dropped to almost nothing. Garrett realized this too. The other's consciousness had also been affected, making it extremely difficult to select teleportation coordinates. Faced with such a difficult choice, sacrifice was unavoidable. Garrett was someone who could weigh her options, and in the end, she had to make this damned decision. There was no other way. Someone had to be sacrificed. Garrett shouted a coded command, calling Anat. Anat, standing among the crowd, immediately rushed forward when he heard the call. They normally drilled these coded commands for emergencies, and today they were finally being used. He shouted, "Understood." David, who had remained relaxed until now, immediately grasped the meaning of their command and could not help complaining again. Having received his orders, Anat charged swiftly toward David, who stood like an immovable mountain. His eyes were resolute as he silently encouraged himself. I have to push back this tide of magic, and by them time, to activate the teleportation gate. To do that, I have to confront him head-on. He pulled a gleaming golden shield from behind his back and charged at astonishing speed. That shield was the third technique of the 36 forms of the heart wall. Gwyn, standing nearby, could not help but stare in surprise as Anat made his move. Anat's shield had been activated and was ready to strike his opponent. But before he could feel proud for long, a flash of light from behind extinguished the team's last hope. Gwyn, Garrett, and 3 others all looked up in shock. Astonishment, confusion, and helplessness were plainly written on their faces. A familiar slash cut across Anat's shield-bearing arm, pinning it to the ground as blood sprayed everywhere. Rena suddenly appeared, wielding her sharp blade. With one strike, she knocked Anat's shield away, then casually pointed at them and said, "Humans, I do not know what you are planning, but I will not let you have your way." Anat's plan had been ruined. Naturally, he was furious. A few drops of blood splashed into his eyes. He let out several low growls, struggling to suppress his rage. As the Black Tiger Legion's undefeated trump card, Gwyn had never lost to anyone unless she had chosen to retreat herself. Yet today, she had encountered setback after setback and watched her comrades die or suffer grievous injuries one after another. She could not endure it any longer. The fury she had suppressed within her finally erupted completely. Her eyes widened, brimming with tears. She knew she could defeat Rena, yet she had been forced again and again to watch Rena run rampant. She was furious to the point of madness, barely able to control herself. Even Leviathan, standing behind her, was stunned. Gwyn clenched both fists, her fury erupting completely as she shouted, "I'll kill every last one of you." But Leviathan moved faster. Before she could charge forward, he hurriedly wrapped his arms around her small body. "No, Gwyn." She struggled in his broad embrace, but could not break free. "Let me go." At last, Leviathan said helplessly, "You have to live. Please, Gwyn." Without Gwyn, the Legion would surely fall apart, which was why Leviathan was desperately holding her back. David watched the emotional scene and felt thoroughly disgusted. What were they doing? Had they come to fight a war, only to put on this sappy little drama? Anat's shield, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly stirred, drawing David's attention. "HM, what's that?" Suman, who had been sitting off to one side recovering from severe injuries, suddenly picked up the shield and fought again, protecting the entire team. Leviathan, busy restraining Gwyn, could not help but stare in surprise. Sir Suman, he had activated the heart wall, the shield's innate ability, forming an enormous barrier. It was just large enough to cover the dozens of people present. David did not understand exactly what was happening, but thought, "What is that?" Behind him, however, wave after wave of magical power followed his command and struck the shield. The magic hit it, yet the protective barrier remained intact and was not pierced. Incredible. Inside the shield, Suman was in a panic. A shield capable of blocking the Legion's magical artifact attacks appeared to David to be an extraordinarily powerful treasure, like a rare and exotic creature. David looked at it with interest, his eyes lighting up as he praised it cheerfully. "Pretty sturdy, aren't you?" But he could not neglect his main task. His gaze turned cold, his expression darkening, and his voice sank. "Looks like I'll have to get serious." Suman had only just managed to protect everyone once. Yet before he could celebrate, the colossal entity before him froze him in terror. The entity before him was David's manifestation. It was hundreds of times larger than Suman, far bigger than several shields put together. It was the first time he had ever seen anything so immense, and he could not help exclaiming, "What is that?" In the vast space, countless streams of magic appeared at once, dazzling them. They cried out repeatedly, "Magic power? Why is there so much magic power?" At the rear, Garrett and the others continued constructing the teleportation gate while worrying endlessly about Suman's safety. "Just a little longer, and the gate will be done. Please, hold on just a little longer, Suman. Please." Meanwhile, Suman continued struggling to endure, blocking the countless streams of magic attacking the shield at once. He could not hold out much longer. He could only hope Garrett would finish the teleportation gate quickly. They placed great faith in that powerful shield, believing it could keep them safe until the gate was completed. It was said that those 36 forms had been created by a certain minister, as if determined to crush those useless people's last hope of survival. David's magical power intensified further. The protection formed by the shield could no longer withstand it. It scattered into nothingness and shattered like dust. After all, it was a powerful artifact, so its destruction naturally released a considerable amount of residual energy. The entire ground shook violently, affecting everyone nearby, including the Legion. Seeing the shattered shield before him, Suman's pupils constricted sharply, as though their hope of survival had shattered with it. An overwhelming sense of helplessness rose within him. The safety of the entire Legion was finished. All their efforts had come to nothing. The shattered shield also lashed back at its user. It was a natural effect, though no one had known of it, because they had never faced an opponent powerful enough to destroy the shield. Suman was the first to experience it. Countless fragments carrying powerful magical attacks flew back at him, leaving him unable to react. Thousands more fragments descended at terrifying speed, like nuclear bombs plunging down to destroy everything. They struck the ground, causing enormous tremors. The explosion kicked up a thick cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Gwyn and Leviathan, caught at the center of it, coughed until they could barely breathe. Dense smoke surrounded them completely, making even a breath of oxygen difficult. A weak voice came from within the smoke, startling Leviathan. "Run! Run, Chief!" Leviathan stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw. The person before him was Suman. A huge hole had been blasted through the left side of his chest. His heart had been taken by David's magic, and only a faint breath remained. Gwyn and Leviathan were speechless with shock. Suman. Blood poured ceaselessly from the wound in his chest, surging like a crimson spring that could not be stopped. Even so, he continued trying to protect them until the final moment of his life. "Don't worry about this old body of mine anymore, Gwyn," the chief, "and the future of the entire empire. I leave them to you." Gwyn was mentally shattered. Aside from crying out, she could think of nothing else. Blood streamed down Suman's face from a wound on his head, making for a horrifying sight. At last, he spoke his final words. "To be able to sacrifice myself for you is my honor." David faced Suman's enormous, dying body without the slightest concern, still in the mood to mock them. "Are you people still alive?" Gwyn was utterly enraged. She had once again watched a comrade die, and this time it was an old veteran she deeply respected. With David deliberately provoking her as well, Gwyn's fury erupted completely. She immediately stepped forward, every step carrying an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth. Leviathan seized her hand again to stop her. "No, you can't, Gwyn. You can't beat him." But the rage and hatred within Gwyn had fully exploded. Now, not even Leviathan's words could stop her from rising to fight for revenge. Ignoring the chief's restraint, she strode forward with determination. "That doesn't matter anymore." Facing David's overwhelming manifestation, Gwyn showed no fear. Both of her steel arms shone at their fullest brilliance, outshining David's dark smoke. She left her companions with these final words, resolute and unwavering. "Because I am a hero." Gwyn charged into the torrent of dark magic. She had made up her mind. Even if she had to sacrifice herself today, she would protect everyone. A hero was someone who always protected others. The two forces collided, and the shockwave was greater than ever before. A cart was piled high with magic stones. This amount would certainly be enough to last for quite some time. Rena lay lazily on the cart, laughing more heartily than ever. "Wow, they're so beautiful. They sparkle so much. Sir David." David leaned back to rest behind her and did not reply. Not long before, they had left the smoke-filled ruins of the battlefield. The three of them were seated on a wooden cart loaded with magic stones. Exhausted after the long and difficult battle, David leaned back. Summing up the day, he said, "We didn't come here for these." But Rena did not seem to care much, cheerfully interjecting, "But we still made quite a profit, didn't we?" David nodded in agreement. "That's right. The payment wasn't bad, either." David looked with satisfaction at the pile of sparkling blue stones, then picked one up and toyed with it as he spoke. That's right. I let that golem loose in the village to see just how wild it could get. It did very well until it ran out of magic power. Once we return, we'll recharge it. He casually tossed the small stone back into the bag. Since she had not taken part in the main battle, Rena had easily noticed David's true condition and dared to speak frankly. It took you quite a while to reveal your true form, too. David picked up several more stones and clenched them in his hand. Sigh, I can't just crush them like this. David tightened his grip on the stone as if he wanted to pulverize it, his lips moving. But when I remember all the trouble he caused me, his brow furrowed. His gaze held layer upon layer of unfathomable calculation. He spoke with hesitation. How should I put this? It would be such a waste to kill them just like that. Elsewhere, at the cemetery connected to the Black Tiger Legion Memorial Hall, the soldiers who had bravely fallen for the Legion were buried. The air was oppressive and heavy, making it hard to breathe. A fragrant blue flower gently fell to the bottom of a grave, where a solemn coffin had already been lowered. A small figure stood beside the two graves being filled in. Soft sobs could occasionally be heard. Gwen, the female warrior who was usually so fierce in battle, wore a gentle blue and white dress today, holding a blue chrysanthemum in her hand. Her pretty face was filled with grief. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. Do you remember when the Assault Bear squad faced the Ancient Corps, Gwen? A man much taller and stronger than Gwen walked over to stand beside her and continued. This time, we lost only 4 members and 1 construct. The man was Barisku, a member of the Black Wolf Knights. He tried to comfort her. Thanks to you, we avoided annihilation. Gwen shut her eyes tightly, dissatisfied with herself. I know that. But Barisku did not care whether Gwen could forgive herself. He changed the subject with a compliment. That flower is beautiful. Slow footsteps sounded behind them, and the two instinctively turned around. Garrett appeared suddenly and comforted Gwen. I'm sure everyone is deeply grateful. But Gwen could not get past her guilt, even though none of it was truly her fault. She still clutched the blue flower tightly, as though her heart was weighed down by remorse. Gwen narrowed her eyes, her brow tightly furrowed and lips pressed together, as if struggling to hold back an emotional collapse. Her voice trembled weakly. That can't be true. Her violet eyes glistened with tears, and the trembling in her voice could not conceal her guilt and regret. Everyone must be blaming me. In Gwen's mind, memories of the comrades who had died at the hands of the maid and David slowly resurfaced. The story of If Only began again. If only I had arrived a little sooner. Gwen's legs could no longer support her. Her knees gave way, yet her hands still held the blue flower carefully, as though that person were still there. If only I'd been a little stronger, I could have defeated that maid. Images of Anat and his iron shield, of the laughter they shared during peaceful days, rose in Gwen's mind and became a double-edged blade piercing her heart. If only I had been stronger. Gwen gritted her teeth. A feeling of helplessness spread from her mind to her throat. Sir Suman's image became the final blow that shattered Gwen's sturdy mental defenses. She cried out, releasing all the emotions she had suppressed for so long. I could have killed David and saved everyone. At some point, tears had begun pouring down her beautiful face beyond her control. Her expression twisted in pain, making her look utterly desolate. She could not finish the sentence, choking on the words. Garrett interrupted her. You'll defeat him. I believe that one day you'll be able to defeat David. The 3 of them looked toward the grave, where one of the fallen had been carefully laid beneath a pure white shroud. That was also why everyone fought so fiercely for victory. Garrett dropped down and held Gwen tightly to comfort her. In Garrett's embrace, Gwen sobbed uncontrollably, unable to suppress the emotions in her heart. Tears still glimmered at the corners of her eyes. Garrett spoke softly. You have to forget everything that happened, Gwen. At last, Gwen could no longer endure it. She burst into tears, burying her head against Garrett's soft yet steady shoulder as uncontrollable sobs shook her body. Her hands still gripped the stem of that blue chrysanthemum. The blue chrysanthemum petals in the vase inside the chief's room fell one by one. The atmosphere in the Legion commander's office was no better. Darkness filled the entire room, heavy enough to suffocate. Leviathan sat blankly in his chair, lost in thought. Why am I still alive? Why? Countless questions flooded his mind one after another. His gaze was confused and unfocused. And the greatest question was, why hadn't David killed him? Leviathan recalled that confrontation. David had clearly been able to kill him. So why had he not acted? Why had he allowed him to return safely? It had clearly been the perfect opportunity to kill him. And the final moments of the battle slowly resurfaced in Leviathan's memory. As David charged forward, Gwyn had rushed in as well, ready to fight to the death. Then an earth-shattering battle broke out, and no one knew who had won or lost. A blue light suddenly became blindingly bright. Then, David snorted angrily. Oof, how boring. Gwyn, who had been fighting, returned to Leviathan's side and asked in confusion, "Was that teleportation magic, Garrett?" One sentence from David successfully caught Leviathan's attention. "Hey, you black-haired boy." David's voice had seemingly become a deep nightmare in Leviathan's heart. David transformed back into human form and stood atop a towering mountain, while Leviathan below looked like a tiny creature in the palm of his hand. David opened his blood-stained mouth wide, exposing sharp white teeth that contrasted with his dark skin. He looked exactly like a demon. His mouth muttered several indistinct words. Leviathan's mind had been in chaos then. What exactly had David said? He could not remember at all. It seemed that ancient magical beast had wanted to say something to him. Leviathan leaned wearily back in his chair. I want to investigate further, but there are too many eyes and ears watching me. I can't make a move. Leviathan turned his chair, gazing through the clear glass window that overlooked everything outside, his brow furrowing. I can't even attend my subordinate's funeral. His feeling of helplessness seemed to reach its peak. Leviathan stood and muttered, "From now on, I'll handle the reports." But before he had gone far, Leviathan's tall body swayed, unable to remain steady. He had to brace himself against the desk to keep from falling, but that was only a temporary measure. His surroundings gradually blurred, as though something were attacking his body. In the already dark room, Leviathan picked up a half-burned candle and staggered forward. My eye. It suddenly feels like it's about to burst. It took Leviathan a while to reach the mirror in the corner of the room. He intended to use the candle's faint light to examine himself and see what was wrong with his eye. A sharp pain stabbed through his left eye, and Leviathan kept cursing. Damn it, what's going on? Yet there was nothing abnormal with his left eye. It was completely unharmed. Leviathan was somewhat stunned. Could it hurt simply because he was too exhausted? Why did the image of David's manifestation suddenly flash through his mind, as though David had taken something from him? Fear instantly invaded Leviathan's thoughts. Leviathan jolted and staggered backward. The candlestick in his hand fell to the floor. His vision gradually darkened. A cloud of Rena's smoke slowly obscured his sight until only a single color filled everything. Amid the hazy white emptiness, a voice called out, "Chief, Chief!" Garrett suddenly appeared before Leviathan. Her gentle, concerned expression felt unexpectedly warm. "Are you all right, Chief?" Leviathan drowsily called Garrett's name. He regained consciousness on the cold tiled floor, having collapsed unconscious. With Garrett supporting him, he managed to stagger to his feet, feeling slightly better. Yet a dazed feeling still hung over him. Did I just faint? How long was I out? Leviathan thought he had steadied himself, but a fit of coughing suddenly struck. He could not suppress the violent cough, coughing as though his lungs were about to burst out. To his shock, he coughed up a large pool of blood. It was bright red, mixed with several blood clots. At the sight of the fresh blood, Garrett rushed over in alarm. "Chief, are you all right?" Leviathan did not answer. Instead, he coughed up another mouthful of blood into his hand, staining his pristine white ceremonial gloves red. Unable to hold back any longer, Garrett hurriedly shouted, "Someone, call an apothecary at once." Dazed and weak, Leviathan pressed his unbloodied hand to his chest and thought grimly, I understand now. It was not that he had spared my life. Leviathan frowned at his blood-soaked left hand and cursed inwardly, "David, you bastard." So that was the condition David had given him for sparing his life. He had roughly 6 months left. And now, this coughing of blood was an early symptom of the demon David had implanted inside him. It had already taken one of his eyes. Before long, it would completely possess his entire body. At that moment, shattered pieces of glass were scattered across the ground at the feet of the Black Tiger Legion's deputy commander. She stared thoughtfully at the fragments, then crouched down and said, "The hallucinations are getting worse, aren't they?" Leviathan replied, "I am used to it, so it is fine." He continued, "I should count myself fortunate that I can still see people as they once were." Garrett froze upon hearing that. After a moment, she said, "It has already been 4 days. At this point, it is only a matter of time. The treatment is ineffective, the symptoms are not easing, and we still have not identified the cause." Leviathan said, "So modern medicine cannot solve this problem." Angrily, he thought, the one who left this thing inside me was David. Perhaps there truly was no cure. With things having come to this, he decided there was only one option left. He then ordered the Black Tiger Legion's deputy commander, Garrett, in the chief's name, "I order you, from this moment on, no one is to know about my condition. That includes Gwen. Before I die, the apocalypse will be completed. To that end, we will prioritize restoring the destroyed masterpieces and lost strength of the Night Legion." Garrett said, "I will personally handle the Night Legion's affairs. I will gather the talented people you had your eye on." She continued, "They left several hours ago, so teams should already be approaching their targets." Leviathan thought, "I've been wondering when Gwen and some of the others disappeared." Then he rebuked Garrett, "Should you not have reported to me before starting?" She calmly replied, "I did not think reporting your current condition to the higher-ups would be of any use. It would only make matters more troublesome. Once everything is done, I will submit a detailed report. I may need to leave for a while." Leviathan was furious when he heard that. "You?" Garrett gave him an odd smile, turned around, and said, "Because on my way here, I saw the person you hate most heading this way." Startled, he stammered, What? You mean?" Having said that, she immediately left. Leviathan called after her, "Hey, do not casually use demon arts inside this base." A knock sounded from outside. Leviathan invited the visitor in. An elderly pope entered, the third Pope Duranxia. "Greetings, Chief. I heard the news and came at once. I hope this old pope's words of comfort can ease some of your worries." "Sir Leviathan, do you know anything?" Leviathan rose and walked toward the elderly pope. "Perhaps I have been a legion chief for too long. I have never been very good at lying," he said. "You came here only to hear my answer, did you not?" Pope Duranxia replied, "That is correct." Leviathan asked, "Why us? Why could it not be someone else?" "I simply hope that the Tobias Black Tiger Legion, the strongest force in the Empire, will stand shoulder to shoulder with us." The Pope replied, "In today's Empire, religion is merely a tool for maintaining ties with the Imperial Holy City. In truth, we are nothing but a suppressed underground organization. At times, our lives are considered no more valuable than those of some insignificant minor noble. You speak as though we are forcing you to accept our doctrine. Even if we truly exist in this empire, our God is His Majesty the Emperor." The Pope slapped the table and laughed. "Of course." Then the Pope smiled sinisterly. "That is how it is now. But before long, our grace will reach every corner of this land of mankind." Excitedly spreading his arms, the Pope declared, "Then we shall break free from this oppression and spread our teachings far and wide." Leviathan said, "It sounds as if you are about to launch a holy war." The Pope replied, "You are jumping to conclusions. I can barely hold a silver spoon, let alone a sword." Then he smiled strangely again. "Just like you now, Chief." Leviathan looked at the Pope with icy eyes. The Pope continued, "It seems you are not in good condition today. I will take my leave first. Let's pretend I never heard your answer." With that, the Pope turned to leave, adding mockingly, "May you follow the will of God." The Pope slammed the door shut. Leviathan was left alone in thought. An answer? Of course I can answer him. Next time, I will give him a different kind of answer. As he thought that, an extremely terrifying demonic aura radiated from him. The scene shifted to David's side. Everyone had arrived at the fourth room. Patrick said, "Miss Limari." He looked around and continued, "From now on, this room will be under your care, along with your demon hound." Limari excitedly asked, "Really?" The young girl and her little dog jumped for joy. "I love it." Hugging her little dog, she happily said, "This is the legendary ancient core. It feels like a dream, does it not? We can rebuild the entire castle inside this room. Let's think about how to decorate it." Patrick said to David, "Fortunately, she likes this place." David replied, "It seems you like it quite a bit too." Patrick answered, "Of course. It is worth dealing with a few minor nuisances for this." "Chief, you truly found an exceptional gatekeeper." David said, "You mean AO, right?" Patrick replied, "Yes. In fact, having AO, no, I mean that demon hound, in this room is enough." I did not name it, so do not look at me. Patrick continued. If I remember correctly, Miss Limari was the one who brought it here. David answered. Yes, and she was the one who named it. Patrick fell silent. Miss Limari certainly has a good eye for choosing subordinates, but her taste in names is. Truly, David replied. That is true. Still, it seems she does not know that dog's true identity yet. Patrick said, Sigh, perhaps now is not the right time. One day, she will discover it. At that moment, Rena approached and said, Reporting in, Sir David. The third room is ready. The magic stones used for power have been fully charged and concealed inside the walls. Ordinary people will never find them. David patted her head and said, Well done. The girl giggled happily. David continued, And Rena, you worked hard this time. You completed everything very well. She replied, Thank you, Sir David. Patrick said, I am sorry to say this, but I have seen this scene far too often. You two really have not changed at all, have you? Then he shouted, Even the headache I get every time I see this is exactly the same. Poor Patrick. Patrick turned to the other two and said, I truly cannot bear to watch any longer, so I will get to the point. You two. They looked puzzled. The point. Patrick said, Chief. This time, before he could finish, David cut him off. Phoenix. David looked blankly ahead and said, If I have to go outside, I will not do it. Patrick replied, That is exactly right. David was stunned. What? Patrick continued, This time, please do not set foot outside the dungeon. A great many things have happened already, have they not? Furthermore, you destroyed an entire castle this time. David grimaced. Patrick continued, and the other dungeon lords seem to have heard about it as well. They believe your behavior has been highly unusual. David looked extremely displeased. So what? Do they want to come see me personally and complain? Patrick answered, Yes, that is correct. The two of them turned toward Patrick in shock. What? Patrick continued. We have made contact with Lady Bathory. The other dungeon lords have quite a lot to say to you, Chief. David looked weary. What a bother. He sat down and asked, When are they arriving? The answer was today. All three fell silent for a moment before reacting. Then everyone cried out in alarm. Really? At that moment, David's many-eyed monster laughed loudly. As expected, there is no place like home. Just then, Bathory kicked the monster. Do you know what the situation is right now? Seeing everyone rushing about, she said, Are you doing a year-end cleaning? She kicked the monster again and said irritably, It is not the end of the year yet. Limari, standing nearby, became a little timid. She asked, Do the great dungeon lords often gather like this? Patrick replied, Not exactly. If you mean gatherings like Jadeka's, then no. Jadeka's goal is to unify the Demon King race. But the great dungeon lords differ greatly in both race and nature, and their dungeons are entirely different as well. Limari's eyes lit up. Then does that mean this is unprecedented? Am I about to witness a historic moment? Patrick thought, a historic moment? Then he said, Yes, you are right. I have never heard of the great dungeon lords holding any kind of gathering. Patrick continued, Sigh. That also means our chief has caused far too much trouble lately. We should not be too excited. Just look at the letter we received this time. It says, Proceed to the ancient core. The letter does not even ask permission, nor does it reveal the purpose of their visit. Limari said, They have no respect at all. Patrick replied, Exactly. He clenched the letter tightly. Those people are unbelievably rude. Then he threw the letter behind him. They have no manners whatsoever. Limari looked at Patrick and saw the crumpled letter resting atop a nearby box. Limari's expression became serious. Just then, they received a report. Patrick, it appears there is an intruder. Patrick said to Limari, Limari, go inform everyone. Writing AO, Limari hurried away. Understood. Patrick said, I will go see what is happening. Then his expression turned extremely grim. The reason these guests have come. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Kingdom Alliance, a group was pulling a cart through the desert. The Great Desert was the largest trade route, stretching across 5 kingdoms. Suddenly, the driver cried out, The ground is shaking. A ridge of earth rose in front of the camel cart. Startled, he shouted, Good heavens! What the hell is that? Then he collapsed to the ground, trembling. I said, What the hell is that? A giant worm-shaped magical beast burst out from beneath the ground, with 3 enormous fangs protruding above it. Night fell somewhere else. A man raised a torch and shouted, Conquer the dungeon and reclaim our land. The enemy is nothing but oversized insects. With elite troops selected from all 5 kingdoms, we will surely drive those lowly creatures away. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was massacred by the magical beasts. The arm holding the torch was severed. Cries of agony rang through the crowd. No, help! I did not want to die like this. Everyone was torn apart and devoured by the worms. The torchbearer stood trembling before the horde of magical beasts. Impossible. How do they have an army tens of times larger than ours? As he spoke, the man fell to his knees. This is a nightmare, he screamed in despair. Something was approaching. It was the desert ruler. The magical beasts stared at it in terror. Despair now covered all 5 kingdoms. Patrick rushed toward the scene. The actions shown in the footage were perfectly clear. As he ran, Patrick thought. Then he stopped. Before Patrick stood the worm-like magical beast from earlier. It spoke. It seems not all magical beasts have recovered. Patrick recalled hearing that some insect-type magical beasts could imitate the voices of people they had devoured. More importantly, what was the intent behind its words? Could it be trying to test the ancient core's power? As expected, I need to act before the chief arrives. Just then, David casually walked over. What are you two doing? Making love or something else? Both Patrick and a magical beast were startled by his words. Rena and Limari followed behind him. Sir David, wait for us. Patrick said to David, Chief, please step back. Leave this to me. David looked confused. What? The magical beast exclaimed in surprise. Oh, my goodness, Master. It has been so long, Master. Have you been well? I am so happy to see you. David said, Oh, Hexable, you have grown so much. Hexable replied, Oh, Master, you cannot say that to a lady. You really are such an awkward teacher. David said, I have heard a few things about you. It seems you have become quite famous. How have you been lately? I have been well, all thanks to your teachings, Master. The 2 girls beside him stared in astonishment. She must be doing very well. It is obvious from her expression. Rena trembled from head to toe. Miss. David introduced her. Say hello. This is the ancient core's former gatekeeper, Hexable. The magical beast shyly said, Hello, everyone. Sorry for introducing myself so late. I am Hexable of Sandhell. The other 3 were all stunned. Bathory said, So, to summarize, Hexable was the gatekeeper guarding the blue path before I arrived. When you asked about the magical beast's recovery that day, was it merely because you were concerned for our dungeon's safety? Bathory thought, How ridiculous. Patrick asked, When we confronted each other, did you remain silent because you were shy? David asked, Is that true? The magical beast shyly replied, I did not know what to say when we first met. Patrick said angrily, Why did you not tell us? David replied, I was too lazy and forgot to tell you about it. Patrick sighed. Even if she is a former gatekeeper who is close to our chief, she is now the master of another great dungeon. We cannot lower our guard. The magical beast moved closer to Patrick and said, I am your greatest fan, Sir Patrick. Patrick was somewhat flustered. Yes, everyone says your swordsmanship is peerless. Even as a skeleton, you were granted the titles of strongest swordsman and death knight, were you not? It is an honor to meet you. Patrick was delighted to hear that. Smiling brightly, he said, Please make yourself at home, my lady. Just like that, the psychological manipulation succeeded. Then he proudly showed off to everyone. Did you hear that? The chief of another great dungeon is my fan. The 2 girls were speechless. Rena said, You're really putting me in an awkward position. Then the magical beast asked the 2 girls, And these 2 are? Rena replied, I am the current gatekeeper, Rena. Limari said, I am Demon King Limari. I'm still growing, so I don't taste good. Then Rena said, Excuse me, but Miss Hexable, you are the mother of all insects, aren't you? When you introduced yourself earlier, you also called yourself a lady. So does that mean your gender is? The magical beast replied, I'm female. I see, Rena replied, then angrily released an intense killing aura. Then, Miss Hexable, you are a woman who has a close relationship with Sir David, aren't you? Limari said, Miss Rena, based on my past dating experience, they definitely have an improper relationship. Patrick hurriedly covered Limari's mouth. Rena's eyes had already turned red with anger. Sir Patrick, that is an insect. Patrick said tremblingly, Wait, Rena. Sir Patrick, are you making fun of me? Of course I don't have any dating experience, but... Patrick then stepped in to mediate. Sorry for causing this commotion. Everyone seems a little tense because another arrogant creature suddenly came to visit without permission. The magical beast was left speechless. I really only wanted to visit Master after being apart for so long. Then the magical beast continued, Of course I am. The scene shifted to a cave. A purple-haired girl with 2 horns growing from her head stood there. So this is the famous ancient core. This time, I must warn that ancient magical beast not to cause any more trouble. The chief of the great dark dungeon, Ihata, inside the dungeon of Mega Sandhell. Majestic, frigid snow mountains surrounded them, with white snow and northern winds filling the space. So, are you planning to leave? Our chief Ihata, her dragon-headed subordinate, knelt on one knee and respectfully looked up at Ihata as he asked. Standing in the middle of the palace, Ihata declared arrogantly, when Erebos and David, two great dark dungeons, collided for no reason, a mysterious war with no traceable clues quietly erupted. The incident in Kenneth was the same. She recalled the billowing smoke of Rena, devouring everything as the town became as hazy as a nightmare. Ihata slowly turned around, her footsteps echoing across the cold ground, her gaze sharp. We cannot allow David to continue like this. Ihata seemed to be standing at the entrance of some cave, the sound of wind passing through her mind. A familiar sight appeared, a gigantic David possessing supreme power. His eyes filled with resentment. I am Ihata, chief of the White Mountain Range and the strongest dragon. I will never allow anyone to look down on me. Ihata spoke proudly. Big sister, look at me. Fafnir called out to Ihata, her eyes wide. Innocently showing off her tail to Ihata, Fafnir swung it around and boasted, I can turn into a human now. Look at my tail. Isn't it cool? Fafnir remained utterly fascinated with her tail. Meanwhile, Ihata felt helpless over Fafnir's meaningless discovery. She sighed and muttered, I guess it's cool. Ihata transformed back into her dragon form and flew away. With a cold expression, she thought, I had intended to go alone. Fafnir chased after her through the air, stubbornly flapping her wings. I want to come too. Please. Ihata sighed. Even if she did not want to, she could not truly send Fafnir away. As they passed through a sunlit forest, Ihata tried to correct Fafnir. Fafnir, in public, could you call me chief or master? Fafnir immediately replied without hesitation, yes, big sis. I mean, chief. All along the way, Fafnir kept talking about her tail. Chief, do you think my tail has gotten smaller? It's very cool, right? Ihata paid little attention to the words of a child and only answered vaguely, I suppose it's cool. Neither of them knew that someone had been silently watching them from the forest brush behind them. A foot was sticking out. Ihata remained half worried and half tense. I suppose it's cool. Bringing a child to meet the dungeon chiefs? Her thoughts wandered. Who else would dare act so threateningly at a chief's conference? Ihata suddenly realized something. This person was Korik, chief of the Nichkunbin dungeon. Ihata added, this man is the chief of Nichkunbin. He looks like a beast man, but his strength alone is enough for him to have become a chief purely through his own power. I can't believe he's the first one I've run into again. Even though she looks like this, Fafnir is much stronger than ordinary dragons. Ihata arrogantly declared this to Chief Korik. I will not listen to you. With the chief backing her up, Fafnir also dared to argue. Gur, I won't listen either. Korik sternly warned Ihata very well. However, Dragon King, remember that your companion could lose her life at any moment. Ihata was angered by his earlier expression. After thinking for a moment, she turned to Fafnir and said, Fafnir, no matter what happens, stay by my side. Understood. Fafnir pressed close to her master. Understanding Ihata's words, she answered firmly, yes, chief. All right, let's go. Ihata turned around and reminded Fafnir, walk on two legs. You stubborn little thing, you definitely will not listen to Ihata. Sigh, but it really is more convenient this way. They entered the cave. Darkness blanketed the entire place. There's nothing here. Ihata opened the book and examined it repeatedly. The book clearly says that this demon cave should contain hundreds of ice pillars, but there are none here. How strange. Korik was not sure either. It was also his first time seeing that book. Relying on the faint traces left behind, he guessed, something probably cleared them all away. Ihata refused to believe it. That's impossible. This is an ancient core, a place where the existence of crystals has long been known. It is absolutely not some third-rate dungeon abandoned after its magical beasts were dealt with. The situation reached a deadlock. This is clearly a trap. Do they intend to test the great Ihata? I will never forgive this disrespect. Ihata began to rage. She was determined to go deeper, convinced that she would surely find something. Yet the farther in they went, the less there was. Someone said, there's nothing here, Chief. Korik was always curious about everything around him. Every time he opened his mouth, it was inevitably a question. Is this golem asleep? Ihata guessed inwardly. Could this be part of the test as well? Ihata became even more furious. How dare they? How long are you going to mock me? Ihata. This disrespect only further ignited Ihata's anger. If that is what you want, I will oblige you. Ihata's cold eyes gradually filled with resentment. Her rage drove her to use demonic magic, intending to destroy everything. I will burn this place to ashes. Just as Ihata was about to reduce the place to nothingness, a voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? I was sent by Limari, another person added. All three turn around. You must be Lady Ihata, correct? Patrick said, pointing toward Ihata. Seeing that she was with Korik, Patrick continued. Then this gentleman is Lord Korik? Did you two come together? Before Ihata could answer, Korik replied coldly, We only met at the entrance. Is that so? Wonderful. The others are waiting for you too. Shall we head over and begin right away? Patrick behaved like a host receiving honored guests. After hearing this, Ihata and Korik asked in unison, Begin what? Meanwhile, Fafnir paid no attention at all, focusing instead on the bones on Patrick's body. Patrick understood the issue and explained to them, What are you two thinking? Of course, it is the first Great Dungeon Chiefs Conference. Inside the room where the conference was about to take place, all the chiefs had already gathered, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Fafnir anxiously asked, Chief, what should we do? Ihata slowly spoke. If I am not mistaken, most of those gathered here have suffered David's wrath. She continued, If that is the case, then there is only one thing to do. The resentment had left her eyes, replaced by determination. Even if we must confront David, we have to join forces to stop his rampage. Ihata suddenly smiled, as if she had anticipated everything. Perhaps she had known about this for a long time. Ihata looked at each person in turn. First was the chief of Kaso Castle. It seemed that everyone had some sort of conflict with him. Then there was Korik, though it was unclear what he was thinking. Then Patrick stepped forward and said, Thank you all for waiting. Ihata thought, he has finally arrived. The most anticipated person appeared, stepping forward so everyone could clearly see him. Ihata stared directly at that person, her face filled with shock and disbelief. She froze in place. A hooded figure in Rina's cloak stepped forward with his head lowered, leaving no one able to clearly see his face. He looked rather cool. That's it. This is the Black Calamity. Ihata broke out in a cold sweat and cried out, as expected of the strongest Great Dungeon Chief. David, his sharp features and orange eyes radiated coldness and cruelty. Patrick respectfully bowed. Chief. David merely responded with a cold, He arrogantly sat down in the conference's head chair, with two attendants standing behind him. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. The four chiefs, seated around the table, looked at one another. Is he all right? Ihata worried inwardly. What if he gouges out my eyes? In the silent room, only the howling wind could be heard. No, be brave, Ihata. You represent the Dragon Clan. Ihata reassured herself. Everyone surely felt the same way, but was forced into silence by the pressure he gave off. She intended to be the first to speak. Then, I have to stand up. Before she could finish thinking, someone suddenly spoke. I have nothing to say, Bathory said. I only heard everyone had gathered here, so I came to see the excitement. But why is no one saying anything? Ihata was stunned. What? She came to watch? Bathory could not help becoming angry. You're the problem. How long are you going to sit there putting on airs? Fulfill your duty as the host. David lazily replied, I just took a short nap. Bathory did not wait for him to finish. You're quiet because you're tired? Oh my, please take care of your health. Ihata was utterly confused, realizing that the chief of Kaso Castle and David seemed far closer than they had imagined. This was absurd. The chief of Kaso Castle knew David, and more importantly, they seemed very close. But did not end there. Hexable, chief of Sandhell, stepped forward and called David Master. I have nothing to say either. I came here to see Master. Ihata thought, and Master? Hexable of Sandhell is that magical beast disciple? It seemed she was encountering one surprise after another. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Ihata began to feel bored. This isn't fun at all. Why did I waste my time coming here? Suddenly, someone spoke. Ihata, right? That young lady seems to have a lot she wants to say. Let her speak first. Every gaze turned toward Ihata. They seemed to agree with that suggestion. Of course, go ahead. Ihata clenched the hem of her skirt, unable to conceal her tension. She tried to calm herself. I have to speak. Even Fafnir, watching from beside her, looked toward Ihata with obvious concern. Ihata did her best to remain calm, returning to the cold demeanor everyone knew. Ihata resolutely declared, I will declare war on the Empire. The surroundings suddenly fell completely silent. Ihata repeatedly shook her head, trying to explain. That wasn't me. It was me, Korik said. I invited all of you to the ancient core. Korik made his true intentions clear. I gathered everyone here to seek assistance. He continued, before winter ends, I will strike directly at the enemy's nest. We, Nichkunbin. His eyes were lifeless, his hair covering half his face, lending him an air of mystery. In a stirring tone, he declared that will destroy the empire. In the gloomy darkness, not a sound could be heard except water dripping through the cracks in the stone. The four chiefs remained seated in their original places. The suffocating silence continued to spread, accompanied only by the sound of water swirling. Bathory's clear, familiar voice rang out. So what do you want? Reinforcements? No, Korik answered simply. Do not interfere in my war. Although Korik said this to all the chiefs, the person he was truly addressing was David. David seemed unconcerned, his face retaining its cold, distant expression. Korik, on the other hand, did his best to appear as though everything was under control, but a trace of worry inevitably flashed between his brows. Suddenly, Hexable interrupted, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Sorry to interrupt, but do you know how long it is until winter? Korik hurriedly answered, 1 month. He knew exactly what he intended to do 1 month later, so he had a precise grasp of the timing. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Korik solemnly emphasized once again, I repeat. His voice echoed throughout the cave. We, the people of Nichkunbin, will completely wipe out the Empire's humans. His voice grew louder and louder, as though the cave itself had become an amplifier, turning each word into a call to arms. Within 1 month, time passed from the past to the present. We have completed all preparations. The territory he referred to was the entire world. His army's banners had already been raised. He declared boldly, all Nichkunbin warriors need only wait for my command to launch the attack. The surroundings were Korik's army camp. After hearing him, Hexable said, do not think you could defeat the Empire with only those orc soldiers. She tried to persuade Korik to change his mind. How many warriors could Nichkunbin possibly have? 200,000? No. 300,000? No. The Empire has millions of soldiers ready to fight. Her voice carried a trace of mockery. Korik remained firm in his resolve. This is our only chance while they are in internal turmoil. He tried not to let Hexabel's words shake his determination. After the fall of Riaz and the Kenneth incident, he changed the subject, a meaningful smile lifting the corner of his mouth, then added, turning his face aside, his voice full of implication. Furthermore, I have formed an alliance with an empire that shares our objective. Ihata, Patrick, and Hexable all realized something, their eyes flashing. You. A cold voice rang out. You allied with humans? The entire space was instantly engulfed in fury. Deep red smoke surged through the cave. It seemed that with only the slightest opportunity, a great battle would erupt. The ground began to shake, and small sparks of electricity crackled through the air. A voice came from the corner of the room. Hey, David said, each word striking like a nail. He stared directly at Bathory. If you want to fight, take it outside. Korik secretly glanced at David's expression and took the opportunity to say to her, don't cause trouble in my home. Every gaze turned toward David. Do you want to fight me? As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The chief of Casso Castle appeared rather helpless and only said, Humph. I have nothing to say to someone who has discarded even the honor of his own kind. Suddenly, someone shouted, Bathory, see you another day. Hexable did not usually take part in arguments, but she enjoyed saying nonsensical things that always caught people off guard. To some extent, it eased the tense atmosphere. Patrick seemed to realize something and murmured, I feel like things should end this way. The scenery around them gradually blurred and sank into memory. Inside that cave, a faint ray of light shone in through the entrance. You wanted them to leave, and they did. Patrick hurried over to David, who sat leisurely in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. David sneered, You make it sound like I drove them away. Patrick sat beside David and said meaningfully, Korik is very confident. Perhaps he has already formed an alliance with some powerful empire. David frowned slightly, looking weary. Overthrowing the empire is a shared goal for many people. Why are you all so surprised? Perhaps he had simply grown used to people always plotting to overthrow the empire. Patrick gave a foolish smile. It was hard to tell whether his words were praise or sarcasm. "You're the only person in the world who could say something like that." Patrick stood and headed outside, his eyes gleaming. "Not yet," he murmured. "At least not for now." The sky was filled with strange, purple rena clouds. Fafnir anxiously questioned Ihata again and again. Chief, what did you mean when you said you wanted to destroy the Empire? Are we really going to destroy it?" Ihata fell silent for a moment. I want to destroy those people too." But Ihata suddenly stopped, realizing that destroying an entire empire would not be easy. She recalled Korik's words. He had once said, "Very well, but remember, Dragon King, you could lose your companions through a single moment of carelessness." His gaze then had been plainly serious, without a trace of threat. Those words troubled Ihata even more. Overthrowing the Empire had already seemed difficult, and Korik's words made sense. She became even more confused. Could this have something to do with what he said then? Ihata suddenly spoke up. What? She seemed to have spotted something. It was Hexable and Korik. The two of them were standing together, whether by chance or on purpose. Ihata remembered that they had separated while inside the cave. Why were they together now? In the southeastern empire of Dovap, heavy snow covered the entire town. At a place that looked like a small inn. "You're not eating?" a man pressed. "I don't want to," another person replied. The place was empty. Aside from them, there were no other guests. "We're the only guests here. Maybe it's still too early. How long are you planning to keep this up?" asked the red-haired man, Bariskiel. The other person was Gwyn, her eyes dark-rimmed, as if she had not slept for several nights. "Starving yourself won't bring your companions back," said the knight, his mouth stuffed with meat and his words muffled. "I know why Garrett sent you here. The others have gone to search for Sien." Gwyn continued staring blankly at the tabletop, resolutely refusing to touch her food. Only at the mention of Sien did a spark appear in Gwyn's eyes. Bariskiel spoke mockingly. "Would you be interested in hearing about another hero?" They were talking about a mysterious figure. These people were characterized by their mysterious black cloaks. Perhaps they were disguised and hiding somewhere. Gwyn seemed to think of something. "Can we summon them?" Bariskiel frowned slightly. "If we can find them, perhaps. At the very least, they should have left us some way to contact them, so we could search for them more easily." Bariskiel stood and tapped the table. "By the way, eat before you leave. I need to go take care of my own business now." Still lost in thought, Gwyn absent-mindedly answered, "Yeah." Suddenly, someone called out, "Innkeeper." A male figure hurried toward the voice. I'm here. What is it, honored guests?" A blonde, sturdily built chef stepped out of the kitchen without the slightest sign of concern. "We're looking for someone. We received word that he is here. Have you seen anyone who looks like this?" The man looked up, his calm eyes as deep as a bottomless abyss. The chef raised an eyebrow. He knew that refusing would not fool them. "Perhaps I have never seen him. After all, I can't remember every guest's face." Bariskiel replied sarcastically, "Is that so?" The man seemed to have noticed something. It was strange. A murderous aura spread through the air, and his gaze turned blade-sharp. "Because you look very much like the person we are seeking." The atmosphere suddenly became stifling. The other man smirked and continued, "Should I call you a chef or a former hero?" "Former hero Razma." Razma's eyes filled with concern, and his hand paused slightly. He narrowed his eyes and answered in a low voice, "I don't know what you're talking about." Bariskiel laughed provocatively. "You blocked my sword with a kitchen knife, and you still say that? We need your help." Razma placed his knife on the table, turned to face him, and decisively knocked aside Bariskiel's sword with his kitchen knife. "I refuse. I haven't even told you what it is yet." Razma did not want to hear another explanation. He shrugged and smiled faintly. "Being the royal palace chef is enough for me. It is time for me to retire behind the scenes and enjoy my old age." Bariskiel did not know what to say and could only give a dry laugh. Razma turned and walked toward the door. Before leaving, he gently told Bariskiel, "While we are both still in good spirits, you should go back." Suddenly, Bariskiel burst into inexplicable laughter and blurted out, "Garrett said you could chop me into minced meat. They also told me what I should do if you refused." That would actually make things easier. Since being refused, Bariskiel had said nothing but strange things. Razma froze, completely unable to understand what Bariskiel was plotting. Was this some stratagem from the 36 stratagems? He muttered, "But I'm not even..." At that moment, Bariskiel gripped his weapon tightly, radiating a blood-red aura. He faced Razma, who held only a small knife. Bariskiel suddenly thrust his sword forward and introduced himself at the same time. "I am Bariskiel of the Black Wolf Knights." Razma remained calmly where he stood and answered briefly, "I am Chef Razma." He thought to himself, what is that demonic metallic sound? Then Barizkiel's eyes flashed as he frowned, silently gathering his strength. Forget it. It does not matter. The next instant, Razma unleashed an immensely powerful punch. Barizkiel was struck directly. All his strength instantly dispersed as he took the blow head-on. The house shook under the powerful force, and debris rained down everywhere. Thick smoke rose, making it impossible to see what had happened to the person inside. Razma withdrew his hand and said, well, it has been a long time since I used that much strength. My control was not very good. Luckily, I did not punch through the wall. Then he looked forward again, his expression turning thoughtful. Gwen walked over and noticed her companion. She helped Barizkiel up by his hat and clothes, asking, are you all right? Sprawled on the ground after being knocked down, Barizkiel answered unhappily, couldn't you help me up a little more gently? Razma silently praised the girl. She had been so far away, yet she moved here so quickly. Then he spoke aloud, not bad. As Gwen advanced, Razma warned her, be careful. Gwen stepped forward and politely said, it is an honor to meet a great hero of the previous generation like this. I am Gwen. With one hand on his hip, Razma replied, oh, a great hero of the Empire has come all this way to see an old man past his prime. She immediately got to the point. We have our reasons. The Empire is currently facing a crisis. You have heard that His Majesty has passed away, have you not? At those words, Razma's expression shifted slightly. He answered at once, I see. So the rumors were true. Gwen continued softly. Then would you be willing to come with us, Sir Razma? But he unexpectedly asked in return, do you know why I use a kitchen knife now instead of sword? Gwen was surprised and confused. Razma gripped the small knife and immediately answered, because we live in an age of peace. Riaz is richer and more prosperous than any other nation today. Yet the Empire's ambitions have no end, always seeking to send young people to their deaths under the pretext of raiding the 7th prison. He lowered his head, his face briefly showing sorrow. Suddenly, Gwen asked frankly, are you denying the Empire's noble mission in raiding the 7th prison? Razma could not help laughing at those words. Haha, what sharp eyes. So, are you going to arrest me for treason? Gwen lifted the hem of her cloak. Since you have refused our polite request. She extended her iron arms before her, her expression extremely solemn. A faint aura radiated from them as she continued. Then I have no choice but to subdue you and take you back to the Empire. Before those iron fists could fly at Razma's face, he remained calm and even spoke teasingly. My. Then he lightly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth. Gwen's attack immediately missed and surged straight forward. He said again, young people these days are certainly full of energy. But Gwen did not stop. She gritted her teeth, spun around, and threw another, even more powerful punch. Her fist slammed into the floor, sending everything on the ground flying into the air. As she attacked, Gwen kept asking herself why. Razma effortlessly evaded her strikes. Why can't my attacks touch him? Lost in thought, she muttered to herself and charged headlong toward Razma. Razma stepped back to avoid her. He did not counterattack at all, merely letting her unleash move after move while he dodged. Outside, Barizkiel braced himself against the table and stood, one hand clutching his chest as he thought painfully, the way he is dealing with Gwen is like he is playing with a child. Meanwhile, Gwen was still frantically attacking her opponent. Razma calmly dodged her punches. Suddenly, his face showed extreme surprise when he saw one of Gwen's hands reaching toward him. By now, Gwen was so frustrated that tears fell from her eyes, yet she continued attacking despite knowing it was futile. Razma's gaze became sharper and more serious. It seems you were trying to understand why. Then he noticed the knife in his hand and lightly moved its hilt. Gwen was immediately flung backward. After she hit the ground, Razma remarked, your attacks are too straightforward. As he spun the knife on his finger, he speculated, perhaps it is due to your honest personality. But such a simple fighting style will only become a weakness when you face an equal or stronger opponent. Gwen did not know how to respond. Suddenly, when she thought of certain shadowy figures, cold sweat ran down her back. Then she stepped forward again. She resumed her fighting stance against Razma, while he remained calmly standing there. Suddenly, a voice called out from the cloak on the ground. Gwen, she asked in surprise, She immediately picked up the communicator. The voice on the other end asked, Sir Razma is there too, correct? Razma asked helplessly, and who is this now? The person on the other end said, Greetings, sir. I am Leviathan, acting commander of the 7th Prison Assault Joint Headquarters. Razma replied, so you're the one who sent them. Are you going to persuade me as well? Leviathan immediately said to Gwyn, Gwyn, could you give us some privacy? I have something personal to discuss with Sir Razma. Razma replied, all right. After Gwyn set down the communicator, Leviathan continued, first, I apologize for contacting you this way, but the circumstances did not allow otherwise. I truly wish to speak with you in person. Razma answered indifferently, humph, what a pity, but I have nothing to say to one of His Majesty the Emperor's subordinates. Leviathan continued, as expected, you still resent the Empire's leadership because of that incident. Razma's expression changed, showing just how much he cared about the matter. He said, it seems you investigated my background. Leviathan explained, I would be deeply grateful if you could regard it as the minimum preparation needed to speak with you properly. But this enraged Razma, and a murderous aura radiated from him. Then you also know why I cannot return to the Empire. I'm hanging up. But suddenly Leviathan said, there were not only 6 people. Razma was startled and blurted out, what? What did you say? Several names sounded from the communicator. Jacob Brenda, Anath Net, Jin, Reinhardt. Hearing them, he frowned and asked, how do you know those names? Leviathan immediately replied, but there were not just 6. There were 8 in total. There are still 2 people you have not discovered. At this moment, both Barizkiel and Gwyn listened with intense curiosity. Seeing that Razma had completely lost his composure, one hand braced against the table and his whole body radiating a murderous aura, they heard him roar, is that true? The table beneath his hand cracked. Leviathan remained calm. It is true, and I know the names of those 2 people. The scene shifted to another place. Earthen mounds stood amid a forest. David was in his original form, crawling along the ground as he said, do nothing. Beside him, Patrick sighed. Sigh indeed. Doing less for now is the best course. Hearing that, David immediately sat up and continued. That's right. Think about it. Whether you act before or after, it takes effort, doesn't it? Patrick promptly replied, yes. David continued, but if you wait until something happens before stepping in, your effort will be rewarded more appropriately. Patrick exclaimed after hearing this, I never expected you to have such efficient thinking, Chief. Only after hearing that praise did David lie back contentedly on the ground, all 4 limbs raised in the air as he smiled smugly. Ahem, I prefer enjoying the happiness that I am certain to have now rather than chasing an uncertain future. Patrick immediately agreed. You are right. Then, for the sake of present happiness, I would like to resign starting now. Patrick excitedly pulled out a stack of papers as he spoke. David said helplessly, all right, I'll do it. Patrick turned around and said, then let us begin by repairing the dungeon. Let's call it self-maintenance. After all, rooms 1 and 2 are empty. David sighed. Self-maintenance? But I am already perfect. Hearing that, Patrick turned back and clicked his tongue. David hurriedly sprang up and ran off, saying urgently, fine. You want me to inspect those rooms, right? After taking a careful look around, David walked along while muttering to himself, humph, that damned resignation letter. I'll tear it up when he isn't looking. Humph, isn't this the food storehouse? I need to inspect this place too. He diligently checked everywhere. Suddenly, when he reached a certain spot, David went, as if he had seen something. He immediately shouted, Patrick! Patrick turned and said, oh, Chief, you returned sooner than I expected. You were not just going through the motions, were you? David had changed back into human form. Scratching his head sleepily, he walked over and said, no, I simply found a problem sooner than expected. Patrick asked in surprise, a problem? What problem? He silently assessed David. His aura had changed. David rubbed his ear and casually said, the food storehouse. It's empty. As soon as he said that, he bent over. Upon hearing it, the object in Patrick's hand fell to the ground, and he froze in place. The air immediately fell deathly silent. A white-haired man, covered in wounds, said, I am deeply sorry, Sir David. David sat there with an imposing posture, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Lim Ari said, the Magical Beast Merchant Guild came all the way here because of the food supply issue? Patrick added, that's right. Other dungeons need to seek out merchant guilds to stockpile food. But the ancient core is different. For us, this is a symbiotic relationship that goes far beyond merely being VIP customers. We will take care of those goblins. Lim Ari cried out in surprise. Huh? Goblins? Are you referring to that leading magical beast merchant guild? David spoke indifferently, then casually asked. His gaze turned heavy. Where is Not? Hearing that, Lim Ari asked in surprise. Sir David, you remember the name of a merchant guild member? Patrick replied, yes. Not is exceptionally talented among the goblins, so the chief thinks highly of him. The merchant guild master explained. Please allow me to explain. A few days ago, there was a raid targeting the supplies of numerous merchant guilds. David pressed him. Not just yours? Other merchant guilds were attacked as well. Sweating profusely, he said word by word, It was the Beastmen. Patrick said, They must have been those niche Kunban bastards. Upon hearing that name, the merchant guild master recalled, You can't take all of this. These are supplies for Sir David. That was what he said. Not try to stop them, but they would not listen at all. David asked sternly, Did they kill him? As he spoke, veins bulged on David's face. Startled by the sight, the merchant guild master replied, No, he was taken away along with the supplies. David asked, Really? Trembling, the merchant guild master replied, Yes, I would never dare deceive you. I'm truly sorry. Please take my life and spare the others. David said, Where did they go? Unable to believe his ears, the merchant guild master asked. Pardon, David thought. This is more troublesome than I expected. I never thought the Nichkumbin would dare attack the magical beast merchant guild and steal war supplies. Patrick said, We can reclaim the food, but the real problem is. David coldly finished, Not. Then he said, Take me to those beast men immediately. Patrick asked, Chief, should I come with you? David said, No need. The merchant guild master hurriedly grabbed his hat and ran outside. David thought, If they dare touch our food, they need to be taught a lesson. At a beastman village, they gathered around a fire, roasting meat. One beastman said, That fool should have obediently handed over the food from the start. Another added, But he said these things belong to the ancient core. Suddenly, he let out a groan. Another beastman roared, Shut up. The beastman shouted, You believe him? What a bunch of cowards. A bunch of rabbits. Another beastman explained, What he means is that instead of looting their supplies, we should find a way to cooperate and avoid conflict with the other dungeons, right? While gnawing on a beast leg, the chief said, Forget it. This is no time for mercy. We have to win this war. Even if we offend the ancient core, it will be fine as long as Korik is here. If they want to fight me, they can bring out that ancient magical beast living in the ancient core. The merchant guild master asked, You won't regret this, will you? Suddenly, someone said, Try me. Who are you? A human? Wait, isn't that brat the escaped goblin? The merchant guild master stammered, I can't take Not back. The man laughed. What? You only brought one human mercenary. The merchant guild master shouted, Where is Not? The beastmen said, Oh, that bearded guy? Hey, bring him out here. Your courage is commendable. Here is your reward. Seeing his friend like that, the merchant guild master's heart broke. Not, are you all right? Can you hear me? What have you bastards done to him? Not asked painfully, Scovina, is that you? A beast man said he was too troublesome, so we taught him a lesson. Take this. The merchant guild master rushed over and embraced Not. Not could only weakly reply, Run, quickly. The merchant guild master burst into tears. A sharp whirlwind shot toward them, severing the two apart. The merchant guild master could only hold his friend and sob. A beast man said contemptuously, He was going to die anyway. You should thank me for putting him out of his misery. His cries rang out, Not, please open your eyes. This is the price for daring to challenge me and mention the ancient core. The two clung to each other and wept. Unable to bear watching any longer, David used demonic magic to tear the one who had cut down Not into pieces. The man turned around in surprise. Then he understood and flew into a rage. Steam rose from him in fury as he said, You shouldn't have done that. David looked at him heavily. I only intended to warn you for stealing our food and insulting the ancient core. But honestly, you should never have treated Not like that in front of me. The beastman asked tremblingly, Could it be? Are you the ancient magical beast? Was that dog telling the truth? The man shouted, Teleportation mage, hurry. I cannot die. For the greater cause, I have to survive. David radiated killing intent. Teleportation? That sounds interesting. Unaware that his end had come, the beast man laughed. Goodbye. Bang! A red-armored, magical beast appeared. An ass chief, Korik, looked around and saw the corpses of his subordinates. Meanwhile, the man was shouting, Mage, I told you to teleport me away, not bring the chief here. Another beast man said, Chief, I can explain. But before he could finish, a merciless blade slashed through him. Korik's sword was stained with blood. Then Korik said, "This is my fault. Because of my stupidity, my subordinates became this arrogant. I will take responsibility." David asked, "Take responsibility?" "Yes, I like the sound of that. It sounds very good." He had just thought of an idea. David walked toward Korik and said, "You said you could destroy an entire empire in 1 month, didn't you? Bring me 20 times the food you stole. 1 month is the deadline. No, 3 weeks will be enough." Korik thought, ridiculous. Where am I supposed to get such an absurd amount of food? But if I refuse, not only Nichkunbin, but every beast man across the continent will be annihilated. David stepped closer and asked, "So," Korik thought, "it seems I have no choice but to attack the Empire as soon as possible." With that thought, Korik shouted, "I understand. I swear in the name of Korik." Inside a luxurious mansion, someone exclaimed, "Oh!" Razma crossed his arms and asked, "You didn't summon only me, did you?" Leviathan said, "Yes. There is something I wish to discuss with both of you, Sir Razma and Damien."